Chapter 1, Traveling Through Time. Gaia Star, Dragon Country, a county town, shared apartment, 10th floor. Pain. It hurts. Gu Fangchen covered his head and sat up from the ground, looking confused. Looking around, what caught my eye was an unfamiliar ceiling, cement walls, and a set of tables and chairs that were so simple that they could be called rudimentary. This structure. It's completely different from his home. Where is this? Enduring the severe pain in his head, Gu Fangchen struggled to stand up by holding onto the wall. The room was not big, and I could see a dressing mirror standing in the corner at first glance. He walked over subconsciously. In the mirror, a strange face was reflected. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and well-defined facial features. He is definitely a handsome guy. The only flaw was that this handsome face had a hideous wound on the forehead, with blood flowing down his cheek, which looked a bit scary. Who is this? Gu Fangchen was completely stunned. At this moment, a huge torrent of memories, like a flood bursting through a dam, suddenly rushed into his mind. Ah! Gu Fangchen groaned in pain and hugged his head again. The severe pain almost made him faint. It took him a long time to recover. I travel through time? He looked at himself in the mirror with complicated eyes, and finally sorted out his thoughts. This is no longer the Blue Star, but a high-level martial arts world called Gaia Star. There are strange beasts everywhere here. People can become warriors through training and fight against strange beasts. And he, in this world, became a senior high school student named Gu Fangchen. Unfortunately, he was born with blocked chi and blood, unable to practice martial arts. He had no father or mother and was an ordinary liberal arts student. Not long ago, the county town where he lived suffered a large-scale invasion of alien beasts and instantly became a disaster area. When the original owner was escaping in a panic, he accidentally hit his head on the corner of the table and died on the spot. This was a good thing for him, the person with the same name from Blue Star. After digesting these memories, the tingling sensation in my head finally eased a lot. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then dragged his still weak body to the window. He carefully opened a corner of the curtain and looked outside. The scene outside the window made his pupils shrink suddenly. The streets were in ruins, with broken buildings and flames shooting into the sky. Roars, explosions, and screams were heard everywhere. It was like hell on earth. What shocked him even more was that in mid-air, there were many people, riding on metal objects similar to hoverboards, shuttling between buildings at high speed. They held swords, spears, or swords and shields in their hands, with various colors of light flashing on their bodies. They were fighting fiercely with the strange, hideous, and terrifying beasts on the ground below. Is that a warrior? Gu Fangchen was extremely shocked. Just as Gu Fangchen's mind was wavering, a fiery red figure attracted his attention. That was a female warrior. She was wearing a tight, fiery red combat uniform that perfectly outlined her slim and graceful figure. A neat high ponytail fluttered freely in the wind, and her face was cool and heroic. In his hand he held a red spear, which shot out like a dragon. Every time it was swung, it brought up a fierce gust of wind, instantly piercing through the strange beasts that pounced on it. Efficient and deadly. During the break in the battle, she seemed to have sensed something, and her cold eyes inadvertently swept across the building where Gu Fangchen was. Coincidentally, his eyes met Gu Fangchen's at the window. The female warrior was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that there would be living people in such a place. The next second, the hoverboard under her feet accelerated, turned into a stream of light, and instantly appeared outside Gu Fangchen's window. Hide! A cold voice came, speaking very quickly. This has become a war zone. The situation is urgent. We have no time to distract ourselves from taking care of civilians. You're on your own. Before she finished speaking, without even looking at Fang Chen, she suddenly kicked the skateboard, turned into a red lightning again, and rushed back to the fierce battle circle. Puff! As the red spear passed, the head of another strange beast was pierced through. Gu Fangchen stared blankly at the fiery red figure going away, feeling mixed emotions. Take care of yourself. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the main battle of the group of warriors. Not far away, I saw several skyscrapers that were obviously much more luxurious than the surrounding houses, with lights on. Those buildings have smooth glass curtain walls and futuristic designs, and they still stand out among the ruins of war. At the entrances of those buildings, many warriors were coming in and out. They were guarding a group of people and moving towards a safe evacuation point. The people being escorted were all dressed in suits and had exquisite makeup. Although they looked frightened, they did not look at all disheveled. They are the rich and powerful people in this county. Gu Fangchen understood instantly. Turn out to be. This is what is meant by no time to take care of civilians. He and the residents of these houses were obviously not among the civilians who were to be rescued first. That's normal. It's the same on Blue Star. Just then, suddenly, there was a light clicking sound in my ears. Gu Fangchen's heart trembled and he became alert instantly. The sound came from the living room. Judging from the original owner's memory, he should have shared the house with someone. The living room is a public area. As for the roommates who seldom saw each other, they were suspicious by nature and afraid that things would be lost while renting together, so they installed a surveillance camera in the living room to monitor the situation in the common area. As of now, it should be. There's something in the living room. This thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, and Gu Fangchen's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He rushed to the door and locked it directly. Crack! Only after doing all this did he feel a little relieved. He tiptoed back to the corner and quickly took out his cell phone. According to my memory, I opened an app called Home Guardian. After a buffering period, the real-time monitoring image of the living room appeared on the mobile phone screen. After just one look, Gu Fangchen's stomach churned and he almost vomited on the spot. He saw a torn body lying in a pool of blood on the living room floor. Judging from his clothes, it was one of his roommates. Next to the corpse, a strange beast that was half a person's height, covered with black scales and looked like a hyena, was concentrating on eating. Chapter 2 Fighting. Click click. The sounds of tearing flesh and gnawing bones were clearly transmitted to Gu Fangchen's ears through the microphone of the mobile phone. The strong smell of blood seemed to penetrate the screen and the wall and rush straight into his nostrils. At this moment, Gu Fangchen suddenly noticed that a small red dot in the corner of the surveillance screen lit up without any warning. His pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it! What kind of stupid surveillance is this? In order to remind users that it is in use, the light will turn on after it is connected. Sure enough, the next second, the hyena beast that was eating suddenly stopped. It raised its blood-stained head, and its pair of scarlet animal eyes locked onto the surveillance camera with a red dot on the TV wall. And the room where Gu Fangchen was located happened to be behind the TV wall. Roar! The hyena monster let out a low roar, instantly gave up the food on the ground, and rushed towards the TV wall. Bang! With a loud bang, the wall behind Gu Fangchen shook violently, and dust fell. Not good. It's going to hit the wall. Gu Fangchen's face turned pale, and his instinct for survival made him scan the small room frantically, trying to find anything that could protect him. A chair? Too light. A desk lamp? It breaks into pieces when you hit it. His eyes finally locked onto a toolbox under the bed. He pounced on it, pulled out the box, and opened it. Inside, there was a cordless electric drill. This was borrowed by the original owner from the neighbor next door a few days ago. He complained that the bookshelf provided by the landlord was too small, so he wanted to drill a few holes in the wall and install a shelf himself. However, before he could even start, it became a disaster area. At this moment, the electric drill originally used to install bookshelves became his only hope. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the entire wall was covered with hideous cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. No time to hesitate. Gu Fangchen hurriedly opened the toolbox, grabbed the electric drill, took a quick look at the messy drill bits, and finally picked out the longest and sharpest alloy drill bit. His fingers trembled slightly due to nervousness, but he forced himself to calm down, aligned the drill bit with the bayonet, and with a click, it was installed in place. Flip the switch. Buzz buzz buzz. The shrill sound of the motor echoed in the small room, giving him a slight sense of security. Just then, bang! A big hole was completely knocked open in the wall, and the ferocious hyena beast, covered in smoke and dust and murderous intent, suddenly rushed in. Gu Fangchen's pupils shrank sharply, and he rolled to the side almost subconsciously. Swish! The sharp claws of the beast scraped across his arm, leaving a streak of blood. The sleeve of his school uniform was torn in an instant, and a burning pain came. There was no time to think about it. The strange beast missed the attack and turned its head to open its bloody mouth again, biting towards Gu Fangchen. At the critical moment of life and death, Gu Fangchen burst out with unprecedented ruthlessness. Instead of retreating, he advanced, turned the power of the electric drill to the maximum, aimed at the monster's eye that was flashing with cruel red light, and stabbed it hard. He thought, well, the eyes are a weak point. But he was ultimately just a liberal arts student with blocked blood circulation. The opponent is a bloodthirsty beast that has experienced hundreds of battles. The hyena's reaction speed was far beyond his imagination, and its head suddenly tilted. Swish! The high-speed rotating drill missed the eyeball. Instead, it brushed past its cheek. The hard alloy drill bit created a string of dazzling sparks on its scales, leaving a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. Ouch! The severe pain made the hyena beast completely furious. It let out a deafening roar and swung its huge head violently. Bang! A huge force came. Gu Fangchen felt as if he was hit by a high-speed truck. The whole person flew backwards in an instant and hit the desk behind him hard, smashing the already flimsy desk into pieces. Cough, cough, cough. All his internal organs seemed to have shifted, he coughed up blood, and his vision went dark. Without giving him any chance to breathe, the injured hyena beast pounced on him again with tremendous rage. This time, Gu Fangchen was no longer able to dodge. He was pinned to the ground. The fishy saliva dripped onto his face. That bloody mouth full of fangs. From his throat. Just inches away. It's over. The shadow of death is clearer than ever. Gu Fangchen's mind went blank. But the hand holding the electric drill was tightly pulling the trigger out of the instinct for survival. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The electric drill is still spinning wildly. He used up his last bit of strength and randomly pushed the electric drill towards the huge monster that was pressing on him. Puff! This time, he was lucky. The drill bit pierced into the hyena's soft armpit. There is no hard scale armor protection there. The drill bit sank in instantly, twisting the flesh and internal organs madly. Ouch! The hyena beast let out a howl that was 10 times more miserable than before. It struggles like crazy. The sharp claws tore at Gu Fangchen's body and legs frantically, leaving several wounds deep enough to see the bones in an instant. The severe pain almost made Gu Fangchen faint. But he knew that if he let go, he would surely die. Ah! He let out a roar that was not like a human voice, and pressed his shoulder against the monster's chin, letting the blood flow wildly, while he pushed the electric drill in with all his might. A man and a beast, in a small room, are engaging in the most primitive and bloody wrestling. Sizzle! Blood plasma, brain matter mixed with a burnt smell exploded instantly, splashing all over Gu Fangchen's face. Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. Finally, the force pressing on him gradually weakened, and the crazy roar turned into a faint whimper. Finally, with a loud bang, the huge body of the hyena monster slammed heavily on him, and was completely silent. Hoo-hoo! Gu Fangchen collapsed to the ground, shook off the hyena corpse on his body, and gasped for breath. The wounds all over his body and the blood on his face made him look miserable. Pain. My whole body aches. But, survived. Survive, come. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly rushed in from the hole in the wall. Gu Fangchen suddenly felt something was wrong. Take a closer look. Actually, it's another strange beast. It's over. Gu Fangchen felt despair. He had just experienced a fierce battle and was exhausted. He had no time to react at all. At this critical moment. Bang! A crisp gunshot came from outside the window. Immediately afterwards, the glass in the room shattered with a loud bang, and a bullet accurately hit the head of the new monster. The huge impact force made it stagger. The next second, the locked door was kicked open. Boom! 3 agile figures rushed in. The leader was a tall man. He didn't even look at Gu Fangchen, who was standing there in a daze. The sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and instantly beheaded the staggering monster. The movements are smooth and crisp. Gu Fangchen was completely stunned. Until the leading man walked up to him, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he reached out to pull him up. It's okay, classmate, you're safe now. He patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder, his voice steady and powerful, making people feel at ease unconsciously. Captain. Another younger male warrior frowned and said, shouldn't we go to the fortune center? I heard those big shots offer very high bounties. The man called the captain shook his head, his eyes firm. There are already countless people rushing to rescue the rich man, so they don't need a few of us. But as many civilians as possible here, we'll save them all. After saying that, he looked at the only female warrior in the team and said, Xiaoya, take this classmate to the temporary protection area downstairs first. We will check this building to see if there are any survivors. Okay, Captain. The female warrior named Xiaoya responded readily and walked over to hold Gu Fangchen's arm. She leaned close to Gu Fangchen's ear, chuckled softly, and said, "Little handsome boy, are you scared? Don't be afraid, sister will protect you. By the way, you are really handsome. When you are safe, can you add me in contact?" But Gu Fangchen seemed not to hear her words. His eyes were staring straight ahead, motionless. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Because just now, in front of his retina, a translucent blue panel that only he could see appeared out of thin air. Bite. Conditions to be met: kill the monster 1-1. The system has been activated. Chapter 3, Killing and Plundering, System. System. It's actually the system. As a promising young man on Blue Star who has been deeply influenced by online literature, how could he not understand what this thing means? This is a must-have golden finger for time travelers. In his mind, a stream of information emerged out of nowhere, allowing him to instantly understand the core functions of the system. This is an extremely simple and crude, killing and looting, system. As long as you kill the strange beast, you can plunder its chi and blood attributes to strengthen yourself. And when a certain number of monsters of the same race are killed, you can even directly plunder the powerful talents of that race. His eyes were fixed on the translucent panel that only he could see. Host, Gu Fangchen. Chi and blood value, 81 plus 1 100 points. The normal chi and blood value for a person is 100 points. The following numbers are the standard values for reaching the next level. Realm, not yet entered. Spiritual power rating, SSS highest level. Talent, none. Kung Fu, none. Gu Fangchen's heart was pounding. The original owner was born with blocked chi and blood, and had no hope of becoming a martial artist. A chi and blood value of 80 points is far below the normal average of 100 points, and is even lower than that of many weak and sick people. But now, just by killing the weakest alien beast, his blood and energy increased by 1 point. Although it's not much, it means that his so-called congenitally blocked meridians have been opened up. What surprised him even more was his mental power. The spiritual power level is actually the highest level? Is it because of the fusion of two souls? Gu Fangchen continued to think. Judging from the original owner's memory, mental strength seems to be one of the most important criteria for measuring a warrior's talent. It determines the warrior's comprehension, memory, and control over his own chi, blood, and muscles. The higher the mental power rating, the faster and more efficient one will be in learning the same level of skills and combat techniques. So it seems that my talent in martial arts is quite impressive? Good. Just as Gu Fangchen was feeling overwhelmed, the text on the panel changed again. Ding. Kill the F-rank monster, black-scaled hyena, for the first time, and you'll be rewarded with the special talent, Scent Detection. Scent Detection can sense all hostile or volatile life forms within a 300-meter radius. As soon as this talent introduction appeared, in Gu Fangchen's mind, a three-dimensional radar map with a radius of 300 meters and himself as the center suddenly appeared out of thin air. In this picture, there are 3 bright blue dots next to you. Judging from their positions, these 3 spots of light are undoubtedly the 3 warriors in front of them. At this moment, their energy and blood were vigorous, like 3 burning flames. In addition, there are thousands of red spots of various sizes on the streets and between buildings. Those are all strange beasts. Each red dot exuded a violent and bloodthirsty aura, which made him shudder. Turn out to be. The black-scaled hyena just now was just a small, insignificant character in this area. Xiaoya, take this classmate away first, we will go upstairs to search. The man called the captain spoke, interrupting Gu Fangchen's thoughts. All right. Handsome guy. Let's go. Seeing Gu Fangchen speechless, Xiaoya thought he was frightened and waved her hand in front of him. Hey? Handsome boy? Come back to life. But at this moment, the radar chart in Gu Fangchen's mind suddenly jumped. Only seen on the edge of the radar chart. A deep red light spot that was larger and more dazzling than all the surrounding red dots combined appeared without any warning. Moreover, it was rushing straight towards their building at an extremely terrifying speed. That huge and evil aura, even if he only sensed it in his mind, made Gu Fangchen's hair stand on end instantly. This thing. It is definitely not something that this team of warriors can deal with. Wait. Gu Fangchen almost blurted out and shook off Xiaoya's hand. The captain, Xiaoya, and another warrior all turned to look at him with confusion on their faces. What's wrong, little classmate? Is there anything else? The captain asked gently. Gu Fanchen's face turned pale. Without time to explain, he pointed in one direction and roared with all his strength. Go! Don't go upstairs. Run the other way. There's a big guy coming. Real fast. After these words were spoken, the three of them were all confused. Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Handsome boy, are you hallucinating because of the shock? Don't worry, we've almost cleared out all the strange beasts around here, so there won't be any problems." The young warrior next to him, Afam, frowned even more impatiently. "Don't make trouble here, classmate. The high-level monsters are all tied up by the main force at the Fortune Center. We are only responsible for the cleanup and mopping up." How could it be possible? His words had not yet fully fallen. Suddenly. Sizzle sizzle. Suddenly, a rapid electric sound came from the walkie-talkies on the three people's waists. Immediately afterwards, a roar that had changed its pitch due to fear suddenly exploded from the walkie-talkie. It was the sniper who was providing fire support outside the building just now. "Captain. Southwest. A high-energy reactive target is approaching at high speed. My God, it's too fast. Identified. It's a shadow leopard. It's a catastrophic beast. I repeat. It's a catastrophic beast. It's heading for your building. Retreat. You can't handle it. Retreat. Disaster level?" These two words, like a 1,000-pound iron hammer, hit the hearts of the three members of the warrior team. The strange beasts on Gaia Star are divided into 6 major levels according to their destructive power and blood strength: Beast, King, Disaster, Catastrophe, Calamity, and Destruction. Their team is more than capable of clearing out some ordinary beast-level beasts, and even occasionally killing lone king-level beasts, but facing the disaster-level beasts, they are just going to die. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The impatient expression on Offing's face froze in an instant, turning into extreme horror. Xiaoyao's pretty face, which originally had a hint of teasing on it, instantly lost all color and turned pale. The captain, with his calm and resolute face, was now filled with shock and disbelief. The three of them, at the same time, turned their gaze to the young man whom they regarded as an ordinary survivor. Their eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. How did you know? How did this unarmed, frail liberal arts student foresee the arrival of a catastrophic beast before professional instruments and snipers discovered it? Chapter 4 Shadow Leopard. But reality did not give them any time to think or ask questions. The next second, when their doubtful eyes were focused on Gu Fanchen. Boom! A terrifying sound that didn't sound like a collision at all, but more like a heavy bomb exploding, suddenly came from the side of the building. The whole house shook violently as if it was grasped by an invisible giant hand. The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly tilted, and cement blocks and dust from the ceiling poured down like a rainstorm. Ah! Xiaoyao screamed and almost lost her balance. The captain and Offing's expressions also changed drastically. Before they even had time to react, they saw the load-bearing walls on the side, along with the partitions of several rooms, instantly explode and shatter inwards as if they were made of paper. The air was filled with smoke and dust. A black afterimage, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, carried a destructive air wave and penetrated from one side of the building to the other. Sizzle. This building, which was already crumbling in the beast tide, finally groaned under the heavy burden and began to collapse after enduring this devastating blow. Damn it! It's penetrated the load-bearing structure. The building is going to collapse. Get out! The captain was indeed an experienced veteran. After being shocked, he was the first to react. He grabbed Xiaoya, who was closest to him, and yelled at Offam. Take that student with you. Take the stairs. I can't leave. Gu Fanchen's voice sounded at the same time. On the radar map in his mind, the huge crimson light spot, after passing through the building, made a sharp turn and was now lurking right below the building, firmly locking onto the floor they were on. It's waiting for us down there. Going down there is a dead end. Gu Fanchen pointed at the huge hole that the shadow leopard had just created, which was facing another building, and roared, "Go that way. Jump over." Jump over? Are you crazy? Offing's eyes turned red instantly, and he was overwhelmed by extreme fear and the desire to survive. He grabbed Gu Fanchen by the collar and roared ferociously, "There's more than 10 meters between us. We're on the 10th floor. Do you want us all to die? It's all your fault, you loser." If it weren't for saving you, we would have retreated to a safe area long ago. Ah Feng. Shut up, the captain shouted angrily, his eyes flashing rapidly. With their strength, without a hoverboard, even if they made a mistake and fell from a height of dozens of meters, the most they would suffer would be a broken bone. But below, there is that disaster-level monster. If you fail or break a bone, you will basically die. But if we wait here, the next attack from the alien beast will come, which is basically the same as waiting to die. So, it can be said that this is a gamble of life and death. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Gufanchen's incredible premonition. In a flash, the captain made the decision. Listen to him. Go that way. He pushed Offing away, his eyes as sharp as a knife. This is an order. Captain. A phone wanted to say something. Roar. A low but oppressive roar suddenly came from the floor below, as if it exploded close to the ground. The terrifying pressure contained in that voice made Offing silent instantly, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. Fear overwhelms everything. Walk. The captain took the lead and rushed to the edge of the huge hole. The strong wind rushed in, and there was a bottomless abyss under the feet. Little Tiger bot document anti-piracy, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits. The roof of the building opposite seems so far away in the shaking vision. Hoverboards are standard equipment for elite warriors, and junior teams like them, who are responsible for peripheral clearing missions, are not qualified to be equipped with them. At this moment, without air superiority, this death span of more than 10 meters is their only way to survive. There is no time for a run-up. The captain roared, his leg muscles suddenly expanded, his energy and blood burst out, and he leaped towards the opposite side like a cannonball. Next came Xiaoya, who was holding Gufanchen, and Afeng, who looked as pale as death. At the moment when the four of them were in mid-air. Bang! The ground they had just stood on was smashed to pieces by a black shadow that rushed up from below. It was a terrifying creature with a slender body, its entire body covered with black scales that seemed to absorb light. It looked like a cheetah, but its limbs and tail were more agile and powerful. A pair of emotionless golden vertical pupils reflected the desperate figures of four people in mid-air. Disaster-level monster Shadow Leopard. It appeared. It seemed to enjoy this cat and mouse game, and its hind legs gently kicked against the broken floor. The huge body turned into a black lightning, and unexpectedly arrived first, rushing towards Gufanchen, the weakest person in the air, like lightning, and the sharp claws drew a deadly cold light in the air. Careful! Xiaoya, who was closest to him, let out a shrill scream and tried to turn around in mid-air to rescue him, but she was completely powerless. It's over. Gufanchen's pupils were completely filled with the rapidly enlarging black shadow. At this critical moment. Beast! Get out of here! The captain at the front suddenly twisted his body in mid-air and threw the sword in his hand towards the shadow leopard. Clang! The sword chopped accurately on the shadow leopard's head, but it only produced a string of dazzling sparks and failed to even break its scales. But the enormous force contained in this attack ultimately caused Shadow Leopard's body to pause slightly in mid-air. It was this pause of less than 0.1 second that bought Gufanchen the only chance of survival. Bang! 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 The three of them fell heavily on the roof of the opposite building one after another. The captain and Xiaoya are fine. Afeng was so frightened that he stumbled and fell to the ground, getting dizzy. Gufanchen, pulled by Xiaoya, was barely hanging on the edge of the roof, with half of his body hanging outside. Roar! After missing the attack, the shadow leopard roared angrily, jumped a few times between the collapsed buildings opposite, and turned into a shadow again, shooting towards them. The muscles in Gufanchen's arms had already been torn apart and were in severe pain. He gritted his teeth and didn't waste any energy to call for help. His gaze, or rather the perception in his mind, was fixed on the black lightning that was shooting towards him. Don't worry about me. Get out of the way. He used all his strength to roar at Xiaoya and the captain above his head. The target of this pounce was him who was hanging in the air. But those deadly minions will also affect the two people on the edge of the rooftop. But Xiaoya and the captain seemed not to hear his warning, and still rushed forward, pulling him with all their strength. But the shadow leopard's speed is too fast. Almost instantly, that bloody mouth full of fangs, carrying a fishy smell, was close at hand, about to bite Gufanchen's leg. Just then, on the radar chart in Gufanchen's mind, a blue light suddenly moved. The next second, boom! A figure with red flames burning all over his body, holding a red spear, was like a Valkyrie flying against the sky, and he bravely met the black lightning. It was the female warrior with high ponytail who had warned Gu Fangchen before. Chapter 5 Red Flame Dragon Spear. Puff! The tip of the gun and the beast's claw collided violently in mid-air. The crimson flames of blood and the dark energy lingering on the shadow leopard's claws exploded, forming a circle of shockwaves visible to the naked eye, blowing away all the rubble on the edge of the rooftop. Clang! The sound of metal clashing pierced the eardrums. The female warrior with a high ponytail suddenly stopped in mid-air, obviously having suffered a huge impact. But she reacted very quickly. With the help of this recoil force, the hoverboard engine under his feet ejected a dazzling blue flame, and with a nimble mid-air turn, he landed steadily on the rooftop. At the same moment, she shook her wrist, and a silver chain shot out from her armor, wrapped around Gu Fangchen's waist, who was still hanging in the air, and suddenly lifted him up. A huge force came, and Gu Fangchen felt his body lighten. He was pulled back from the brink of death and fell heavily to the floor of the rooftop. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, breathing in the air mixed with the smell of gunpowder and blood, his heart beating wildly. Saved. The captain, Xiaoya and Afeng were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They stared blankly at the dashing fiery red figure in front of them, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It's her. Afeng's lips trembled, his eyes filled with fanatical admiration and awe. Red flame dragon spear, Xia Liuli. Xia Liuli? Gu Fangchen propped himself up and sat up. The name sounded familiar. That's right. The captain's voice was also tinged with excitement. He looked at the figure from behind and said in a deep voice, the daughter of Xia Zhan, commander-in-chief of the Longhua military region, and the most dazzling talent in the military. I heard that she is only 18 years old this year, but she is already a third-level warrior. Her strength is unfathomable. A third-level warrior? Gu Fangchen's heart trembled. The level of warriors corresponds to the strange beasts. The first-level warriors correspond to the beast level, the second-level warriors correspond to the king level, and the third-level warriors are powerful enough to confront the disaster-level strange beasts head-on. No wonder she could single-handedly fight against the disaster-level shadow leopard. At this moment, Xia Liuli ignored the discussions behind her. She was wearing a fiery red combat uniform, standing prettily on the edge of the rooftop, facing the fierce-eyed shadow leopard opposite her from a distance. She has delicate features, picturesque eyebrows, and a high nose. In those phoenix eyes, there was a fighting spirit burning even hotter than the flames of blood and energy in his body. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, standing on a skateboard, holding a red gun, exuding the aura of a strong person. Just by looking at his appearance, you can tell that this person is absolutely terrifyingly strong. Elite. The real elite. Whether in terms of equipment, temperament, or strength, she is far superior to the captain's team of warriors struggling at the bottom. Shouldn't she be over at the wealth center, protecting those big shots? How come she's in our slums? Xiaoya couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, her tone full of confusion. The captain smiled bitterly and shook his head, who knows? As they were talking, Xia Liuli moved. She did not choose to rush forward, but instead suddenly accelerated the hoverboard under her feet, turning into a red stream of light, and moved at high speed around the collapsed building where Shadow Leopard was. At the same time, the red spear in her hand stabbed out at tricky angles from time to time, bringing up sharp spear beams, forcing Shadow Leopard to dodge and roar repeatedly, but she was still unable to lock onto her body. She is using her high mobility to contain this terrifying disaster-level monster. What are you guys still standing there for? Xia Liuli's cold voice came, carrying an unquestionable order. Take this student with you and evacuate from the other side of the building immediately. Leave this to me. Yes. The captain suddenly woke up and immediately stood at attention and responded. In front of a truly strong person, obeying orders is the best choice. He immediately turned around and called out to Afeng and Xiaoya, quick. Let's take this student away. However, just as Xiaoya reached out to help Gu Fangchen, he suddenly shook his head, his eyes fixed on the battlefield in the distance. No. We can't leave. What? The captain was stunned and frowned. Student, this is not the time for you to be a hero. Miss Xia is buying us time. I'm not trying to be a hero. Gu Fangchen's voice was a little hoarse due to his anxiety. His mind was racing. On the radar map in his mind, although the huge red light dot of Shadow Leopard was passively dodging, the violent aura it exuded was constantly rising, like a volcano about to erupt. She can't contain it. Gu Fangchen said flatly, this shadow leopard is very cunning. It's not using its full strength at all. It's observing and familiarizing itself with her attack patterns. Once we leave and she becomes the beast's sole target, it will immediately unleash its true strength. She won't be able to escape even if she wants to. Although Xia Liuli was moving at high speed, she also heard what Gu Fangchen said. She frowned, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her cold eyes. How dare an ordinary person whose blood and chi fluctuations are so weak that they can be ignored, to point fingers at a third-level warrior on the battlefield? Are you kidding? What do you, an ordinary person, know? Her voice came from dozens of meters away, carrying a hint of cold reprimand. Don't make trouble here. Leave with them immediately. It's going to attack you with its tail. From your left rear, the angle is tricky. Gu Fangchen ignored her scolding and used all his strength to roar out the information he had sensed through breath detection. What? Xia Liuli was stunned when she heard that. The left rear is a blind spot, and the building structure is complex. How could it possibly? Before she could finish her thought. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded. The shadow leopard's tail, which was harder than steel, was actually like a long black whip, tearing through the air and whipping Xia Liuli's left waist with a deadly roar. This attack was fast, accurate, and fierce, and completely beyond the conventional attack prediction. Xia Liuli's pupils suddenly shrank. If it weren't for Gu Fangchen's earth-shattering roar that made her alert for a 10,000th of a second, she would definitely not be able to dodge this attack. Even if he doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. In a flash, she twisted her body forcefully, and the vector engine of the hoverboard burst out with maximum power. In an awkward but effective posture, she narrowly brushed past the black whip shadow. Boom! The deadly tail whip flew out of nowhere and slammed hard into a wall behind her, instantly creating a horrible dent in the reinforced concrete wall and sending gravel flying everywhere. Xia Liuli steadied her body and floated in the air, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on her back. She turned around suddenly, and for the first time, her cold and sharp phoenix eyes truly looked at the young man standing on the rooftop. Her eyes were filled with extreme shock and confusion. How did he know that? This kind of prediction that goes beyond vision and perception should never happen to an ordinary person. Chapter 6 Take a Gamble. Roar. After failing to hit the target, Shadow Leopard became even more violent. It stopped testing, and dark energy began to boil on its huge body, apparently preparing to launch a more violent attack. We can't fight here. Gu Fangchen's heart leaped into his throat as he watched the scene. This building is about to collapse. If a fight breaks out, this entire area will be affected. There are still many survivors down there. On the radar map in his mind, dozens of faint white light spots around him were trembling. It must be diverted. Miss Xia. Gu Fangchen met Xia Liuli's shocked gaze and shouted, "Lead it out of the city. Lead it to the abandoned mining area 3 kilometers to the west. There's no one there, so you can fight with all your might." Xia Liuli's heart was shocked. This is indeed the best way. But it's very cunning. I may not be able to lead it that far by myself. It may give up the pursuit at any time and turn around to slaughter other people. She immediately pointed out the loophole in the plan. I'll help you. Gu Fangchen took a step forward, his eyes more determined than ever before. Take me with you. I can predict all its attack routes and intentions. When these words were spoken, not only Xia Liuli, but also the 3 captains were shocked. Are you crazy? A phone screen, that's a catastrophic beast. If you, an ordinary person, follow it, you'll die if you brush against it, or even if you touch it, you'll die. Student, don't be impulsive. The captain also hurriedly dissuaded him. However, Xia Liuli stared at Gu Fangchen's eyes. For some reason, Xia Liuli was infected. In the other person's eyes? There wasn't the kind of collapse and despair that an ordinary high school student would experience when facing a catastrophic monster. Instead, he was full of calmness, determination, and a confidence that even frightened her. This kid is definitely not simple. And he really predicted it just now. Take a gamble. As a favored daughter of heaven, Xia Liuli also has a crazy adventurous gene flowing in her bones. Okay. She gritted her teeth and made a decision that stunned everyone. She controlled the hoverboard and instantly rushed in front of Gu Fangchen, hovering at the edge of the rooftop. You, come up, she said concisely. Then, she turned to the stunned captain and ordered, your mission is not to evacuate, but to immediately search and rescue all survivors in the vicinity and take them to a temporary shelter. Quick! Yes, yes. The captain was shocked by her powerful aura and subconsciously stood at attention and saluted. Gu Fangchen no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, turned over and stepped onto the hoverboard. The skateboard area is not large, and two people standing on it seem extremely crowded. Hold on tight. Xia Liuli shouted coldly, if you die, I won't be responsible. The instinct of survival prevented Gu Fangchen from thinking about any issues of physical contact between men and women. He stretched out his arms and hugged Xia Liuli's strong and thin waist tightly from behind. At first glance, the combat uniform feels tough and cold. But even through the combat uniform, he could still clearly feel the amazing elasticity and explosive power contained in the delicate body in front of him. A faint fragrance, a mixture of sweat and gunpowder, penetrated his nostrils. Xia Liuli's body visibly stiffened. She had never had such close contact with any member of the opposite sex in her life. A strange feeling came from her waist, making her cheeks turn slightly red. But she suppressed all distracting thoughts in an instant, and only the cold fighting spirit remained in her phoenix eyes. Hold on tight. Before he finished speaking. Buzz. The hoverboard's engine roared, and it shot off like an arrow, hurtling towards the night sky. Roar. When the shadow leopard saw its prey trying to escape, it let out a deafening roar, exerted force on its limbs, and its huge body turned into a black lightning, leaping wildly between the buildings, chasing it relentlessly. A thrilling race of life and death is taking place over the city that has been reduced to ruins. Faster. Faster. The strong wind was whistling in his ears, and Gu Fangchen's voice was a little distorted, but he still shouted in Xia Liuli's ear with all his strength. Shut up. Your energy is being consumed too quickly. It will catch up to you. Xia Liuli gritted her teeth, beads of sweat already oozing from her forehead. The endurance and speed of the disaster-level monster far exceeded her imagination. At the same time, with a person on the hoverboard, her energy consumption is twice as much as usual. It's speeding up. At the intersection ahead, it's going to bounce off the wall of the commercial building on the left and intercept us. Dash to the lower right. Past that destroyed billboard. Gu Fangchen spoke so fast that he seemed to be rapping. His brain was highly concentrated, fixed on the red dot on the radar map in his mind that was chasing him madly. This time, Xia Liuli didn't hesitate at all. Her initial shock at Gu Fangchen's precognitive ability has turned into an almost instinctive trust. She suddenly pressed her body down, and the hoverboard did a beautiful tailspin, narrowly passing under a huge, broken billboard. The next second after they passed through. Boom! A black shadow fell from the sky and slammed heavily above where they were just now. Its sharp claws directly tore a huge hole in the glass curtain wall of the commercial building. If it's even half a second at night, they will be beaten into a pulp. Well done. Gu Fangchen couldn't help but praise. Xia Liuli didn't say anything, but just controlled the skateboard and continued to speed towards the west of the city. One chasing and one fleeing, the two men and the beast performed the most extreme evasion and maneuvering in the steel jungle. At this moment, Gu Fangchen's brain is a tactical analyzer with the highest precision. Go into the alley ahead. It's large, and its speed will be affected. Be careful. Something's about to fall from above. In 3 seconds, pull up to the left. It will launch a long-range energy attack. Gu Fangchen kept giving instructions. Xia Liuli transformed into the top ace pilot, and her fighting talent was fully displayed at this moment. Every instruction from Gu Fangchen, no matter how bizarre or challenging the limit, she can execute it in the shortest time and in the most perfect way. From the initial stumbling blocks to the subsequent understanding, Gu Fangchen's commands became increasingly concise: left, up, dive. And Xia Liuli's movements became more and more smooth. She even began to turn around and shoot out 1 or 2 sharp spear beams in between, dodging, constantly provoking the shadow leopard and ensuring that its hatred was always locked on her. In this desperate chase, the two of them formed a strange tacit understanding. Gu Fangchen hugged her waist tightly and could clearly feel the tension and relaxation of her waist and abdominal muscles every time she exerted force. I can smell the fragrance of her hair brought by the wind. You can also feel her heart beating violently under her cold appearance. And Xia Liuli also felt the existence of back for the first time. That is a back you can trust with your life. She doesn't need to think or observe. Just trust the voice that comes from your ears. Then, use all your skills and strength to the fullest. This feeling. It's novel, yet reassuring. Chapter 7 Destruction. How far is it? Xiao Liuli's voice came, with a hint of fatigue and panting. The long-term and high-intensity maneuvers took a huge toll on her spirit and energy. It's almost there. After crossing the overpass ahead, we will reach the abandoned mining area. Gu Fangchen shouted. Victory is right at hand. Perhaps realizing that it was being led away from the hunting ground, the shadow leopard let out the most angry and violent roar ever. Roar! It stopped chasing and suddenly stopped on the roof of a building. The dark energy in its body shrank crazily and gathered in its mouth, forming a black energy ball emitting a breath of destruction. Oh no! It's going to use a range attack. Gu Fangchen's scalp exploded instantly. On the radar map, the red dot lit up like a little sun. This strike is enough to raise everything within 100 meters to the ground. And they are right in the center of the attack range. The speed of the hoverboard has reached its limit, and it is impossible to escape before the energy ball explodes. Can't hide anymore. The shadow of death looms again. There's no other way. Xiao Liuli's eyes flashed with determination. Jump down. I'll block it. She was ready to use her own body to withstand the blow and fight for a chance of survival for Gu Fangchen. No. Gu Fangchen's mind was unprecedentedly calm at this moment. He looked at the energy fluctuations of the shadow leopard on the radar map, and a crazy idea came to his mind. Don't hide. Don't block. He roared into Xiao Liuli's ear with all his might. Go at it. Charge at full speed. Trust me. What? Xiao Liuli was completely confused. Rush over? Rush towards the energy ball that is powerful enough to destroy everything? This is suicide. Complete suicide. It's gathering power. The energy isn't stable yet. It doesn't dare detonate near its mouth. It needs ballistic time. Gu Fangchen's voice was filled with an undeniable magic. If we rush over, we can pass through the death vacuum zone before its energy explodes. Quick! There's no time. Trust me. Listening to the hoarse but determined roar of the young man beside my ear, I looked at the energy ball in front of me that was getting brighter and brighter, emitting an endless breath of destruction. Xiao Liuli hesitated for only 0.1 second. She didn't know why this boy could see through everything. But she knew. This way. He never missed. She gritted her teeth, and an unprecedented light burst out from her beautiful eyes. Crazy. I'll go crazy with you for once. She suddenly turned the direction of her skateboard and actually faced the death energy ball, pushing the power of the hoverboard to the extreme. Buzz. The red light, like a meteor going against the trend, streaked across the night sky and crashed into the deepest darkness without hesitation. Time, at this moment, seems to be infinitely stretched. Gu Fangchen hugged Xiao Liuli's waist tightly, and the veins on his arms bulged from the force. He could feel the tenseness of the woman's body in front of him, and the heart that was beating wildly beneath her cold exterior. In their world, the only thing left was the black sun in front of them that kept expanding and compressing, as if it could swallow up all the light. A hint of human surprise and confusion flashed across Shadow Leopard's cruel golden vertical pupils. It never imagined that these two tiny bugs, instead of running away, would dare to rush towards its destructive breath. But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Roar! With a roar, the energy ball that had been condensed to the extreme finally came out of his mouth. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an eerie silence. Wherever the black energy ball passed, the air, light, and sound seemed to be swallowed up, leaving only a dark trail. The red stream of light driven by Xiao Liuli crossed with this death trajectory in a suicidal manner. Now! Gu Fangchen's voice exploded in Xiao Liuli's ears. Relying on her almost blind trust in the young man behind her, Xiao Liuli pushed the performance of the skateboard to the limit. A red light flashed. Just at the moment they intersected with the energy ball. Gu Fangchen clearly felt an indescribable suction force coming from the side, as if it was going to pull their souls out of their bodies. The next second, the black energy ball finally completed its short trajectory and exploded 100 meters behind them. The world seems to have lost its voice. What followed was a silent, devastating bloom of light and darkness. A huge black hemisphere suddenly expanded and instantly swallowed up everything behind them. The terrifying shock wave, like an indestructible wall, slammed heavily onto the tail of the hoverboard. Crack! The hoverboard's energy shield shattered. Warning! Engine overload. Power core damaged. The shrill electronic alarm sounded wildly in Xiao Liuli's headset. Bang! The skateboard lost control in an instant and rolled violently in mid-air. Hold on tight. Xiao Liuli groaned, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. He obviously suffered internal injuries from the impact just now. The two of them were thrown out like a fallen leaf in a storm, and fell heavily to the ground of the abandoned mining area below. On the other side, Shadow Leopard was not feeling well either. Releasing such a powerful energy attack would consume a huge amount of energy itself. It stood on the roof, its huge body heaving slightly, breathing heavily, and the dark energy around it became much thinner. In its opinion, the two insects must have been destroyed to pieces in the destructive breath just now. But just as it was about to turn around and leave to look for prey again, its pupils suddenly shrank. In the abandoned mining area below, a red figure suddenly rose into the sky from the smoke and dust. It's that female warrior. She is not dead. Xiao Liuli looked extremely miserable at this moment. His combat uniform was torn in many places, blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. The hoverboard under her feet was emitting billowing black smoke and was obviously on the verge of being scrapped. But her cold phoenix eyes were surprisingly bright, burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. After it charges its attack, the energy flow will stagnate for half a second. 3 inches below its throat, the scales will open to dissipate heat. Now is the time. This is your only chance. Gu Fengqian's roar came from under him. He fell onto a pile of slag dozens of meters away, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart. But his consciousness was extremely clear, and the radar map in his brain locked onto Shadow Leopard's fatal weakness. Now is the time. She forcibly suppressed the surging blood and energy, and poured all the remaining strength in her body into the red spear in her hand. Buzz! Above the gun, blood-red flames shot up into the sky, condensing into a lifelike dragon-shaped shadow, circling upwards. The military's secret spear technique, Burning Sky Dragon Spear Technique. Die, you beast! She let out a delicate cry, and used the soon-to-be-scrapped hoverboard under her feet as her last pedal, pushing it hard. The whole person and the gun became one, turning into a red streak that tore through the night sky. With an indomitable and resolute attitude, he stabbed at the Shadow Leopard, which had just released its ultimate move and was in its weakest state. Quick! Almost reaching the limit. A hint of fear finally appeared in the eyes of Shadow Leopard. It wanted to dodge, but the energy in its body had just been drained out, and its body's reaction could not keep up with the speed of its thinking. It could only watch the crimson streak of death rapidly enlarge in its pupils. Puff! This time, it was no longer the crisp sound of metal clashing. But it was the dull sound of a sharp blade entering flesh. The tip of the spear, burning with flames, accurately and precisely penetrated the gap in the scales under the Shadow Leopard's throat, which was slightly open to dissipate heat, from the fatal angle pointed out by Gu Fengqian. The spear entered without a handle. Ah woo! The Shadow Leopard's roar stopped abruptly, replaced by a faint whimper. The light in its pair of golden vertical pupils quickly dimmed, and its huge body shook. Finally, with a loud bang, it fell heavily from the roof, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bite! Detected the host's deep involvement in killing the disaster-level beast, Shadow Leopard, 1-1. Judgment contribution, 45%. Plunder successful. Health value plus 150 points. Health value, 231 plus 150 700 points. The minimum standard for a first-level warrior is 200 points. Realm, uninitiated early stage 1 new. Ding! Special conditions met, successfully plundered the talent, Shadow Step. Shadow Steps, active talent. Increases the host's movement speed for 10 seconds and significantly reduces footstep noise. Chapter 8 Becoming Stronger. A series of system prompt sounds flashed across Gu Fengqian's mind like crazy. A huge and pure heat current suddenly surged from his limbs and bones, instantly washing over his body that was almost broken apart due to the heavy fall. The original tearing pain quickly subsided under the nourishment of the heat flow, and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength and fulfillment. Gu Fengqian struggled to get up from the ground, feeling that his whole body was filled with endless strength. Become stronger. More powerful than ever. With a thump, Xiao Liuli fell from mid-air, knelt on one knee, and used his spear to support his body to avoid falling. She was breathing heavily, and sweat soaked her temples, mixing with the dust on her face, making her beautiful face look more pitiful and fragile. She won, but also exhausted the last bit of her strength. Gu Fengqian hurried over and wanted to help her, but didn't know where to start. Xiao Liuli looked up at him, her eyes extremely complicated. There is shock, curiosity, and gratitude. It's okay, cough cough. I can do it myself. She forced herself to stand up and walk step by step to the body of Shadow Leopard. As a professional warrior, she did not forget the most important thing: harvesting the spoils. She skillfully took out a special scalpel from the toolkit on her waist, then cut open the Shadow Leopard's chest and took out a fist-sized crystal core that was pitch black and emitted dark energy. This is the energy core of the disaster-level monster, priceless. Then she cut off its 4 sharpest claws and the long tail. These are all top-quality materials for making advanced weapons. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief, put all the materials into a storage device, and walked back to Gufunction. Let's go. I'll take you back to the safe zone. Her voice was still cold, but it lacked the icy warmth that kept people at a distance. She picked up the completely scrapped hoverboard, took out the communication module from it, and sent a positioning and distress signal. Half an hour later, a military off-road vehicle roared over and picked up the 2 men. The car sped all the way towards the brightly lit temporary shelter in the East District. There was a silence in the carriage. Neither of them spoke, but just looked quietly at the receding ruins outside the window. Finally, when Xiaolioli saw the tall walls and dense searchlights of the shelter ahead, she spoke. My name is Xiaolioli. She looked at Gufunction and said seriously, I don't know your name yet. Gufunction. Gufunction. Xiaolioli repeated the name 10 times in her mind, as if to engrave it in her mind. I will remember it. The car stopped next to the convoy at the shelter entrance. There, countless frightened civilians were queuing up to register and prepare to board trucks heading to the rear base. Just follow them, it's safe here. Xiaolioli said. What about you? Gufunction asked subconsciously. My mission is not over yet. The fighting spirit in Xiaolioli's eyes ignited again. She looked at Gufunction, hesitated for a moment, and then took out a slightly old thread-bound book from her storage device and handed it over. Here. Gufunction was stunned and took it. On the cover, there were 5 large ancient characters written, Rock Body Refining Technique. Your physique is very special. Your chi and blood are blocked. You have almost no potential to become a warrior. Xiaolioli's tone was calm, but this body refining technique does not require chi and blood talent. You can practice when you have time. It's always good to keep fit. In this world, the more strength you have, the more hope you have to survive. After saying this, she stared at Gufunction with her cold phoenix eyes. After a moment of silence, she took out another thing from the storage device. It was a completely black card. Also, regarding the distribution of this spoils, Xiaolioli's tone became serious and solemn. We jointly hunted down that catastrophic Shadow Leopard. Based on your contribution, you account for at least half. Before Gufunction could say anything, Xiaolioli stuffed the card into his hand. This anonymous card is specially provided by the military. Luckily, you were there just now. If you hadn't helped me lure the Shadow Leopard to the outskirts, many people would have died in this operation. You saved a city and the lives of countless warriors and survivors. As the great hero of this operation, it is only natural that I give you this card. Later, I will sell all of Shadow Leopard's materials through official channels. After deducting taxes and fees, half of the payment will be automatically transferred to this card. She looked at Gufunction, who was stunned, and continued calmly, the password is 071124. The value of a complete catastrophic level beast is astronomical. This amount of money alone should be enough for you to squander your entire life in any Class A base city. Take care of yourself. After saying that, she looked at Gufunction deeply, turned around, and got into the car without stopping. The off-road vehicle's engine roared, and it suddenly turned around and sped towards the war zone, as if everything between them was completely settled with this settlement. Gufunction stood there, holding an ancient martial arts secret book in one hand and a cold metal card in the other, feeling mixed emotions. He knew that what Xiaolioli gave him was not just money and a book. It is a future that an ordinary person cannot reach in his entire life. 071124, he muttered the string of numbers in a low voice, memorized it firmly in his mind, then turned around and followed the crowd, boarding one of the large military trucks heading to the rear base. The carriage was packed with survivors. There were constant sounds of crying, talking, and comforting. Gufunction found a corner to sit down and hid himself in the shadows. With one hand, he stroked the faintly warm rock body refining art, and with the other hand, he kept the extremely heavy black card close to his body, preparing to close his eyes and rest, digesting everything that happened today. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he felt someone pressing against him. Brother, brother. A slightly flattering voice sounded in his ears. Gu Fangchen opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He saw a young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a thin build and a pair of shrewd little eyes, looking at him with a smile on his face. This man was also covered in dust and looked like a survivor, but his eyes, which were rolling around, were full of cleverness and calculation that was incompatible with the desperate atmosphere around him. Is there something? Gu Fangchen's voice was very flat, and no emotion could be heard. Hey, brother, I saw everything just now. The boy lowered his voice, looking mysterious, and involuntarily moved closer to Gu Fangchen. You and that fairy-like warrior lady, are you familiar with each other? His eyes were filled with temptation and undisguised envy. Chapter 9 Old OG. Obviously, the scene of Xia Liuli personally escorting Gu Fangchen to the convoy was seen clearly by this person. Gu Fangchen was startled when he heard this, but did not answer immediately. He opened his eyes calmly and quickly glanced around the carriage. Really? Not only this guy who came up to him on his own initiative, but also many survivors were secretly looking at him with various complicated expressions. In those eyes, there was awe, envy, inquiry, and even a hint of jealousy. Now, in the eyes of these survivors who have just escaped, any warrior is a high and mighty big shot. What's more, she is an elite warrior with extraordinary grace and powerful strength like Xia Liuli. As someone who can connect with such a big shot, I am naturally labeled as either rich or noble. He became a special person that everyone looked up to and even wanted to cling to. Gu Fangchen didn't say anything. The young man was also very shameless. He came closer and lowered his voice even more. Brother, don't misunderstand me, I don't mean anything else. My name is Ma Dong, and my home is gone. As he spoke, he squeezed out 2 tears, looking somewhat pitiful. I see that you have an extraordinary bearing, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Once we get to the shelter, can I hang out with you? I can do anything. I'm strong and I can run fast. All you need is food. Ma Dong had a bitter face, but with a hint of inexplicable boasting, he lowered his voice and said, Brother, to be honest, my fate is like the reincarnation of a jinx in ancient times. I was caught up in the East City Beast Swarm 2 years ago and the South Mountain Ant Plague last year. As a result, the evacuation permits I've applied for are thicker than my student ID. So, I know every procedure in the shelter, from registering to collect supplies to how to deal with those soldiers. I know it all. I'm a veteran. Take me with you, I can introduce you to someone else. After hearing this bizarre self-introduction, even though Gu Fangchen had lived 2 lives as a human being, he almost couldn't hold it back. Wherever you go, there will be trouble? Is this guy comparable to Conan? But Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the young man named Ma Dong. Ma Dong felt a little uneasy when he was looked at by him, but he still forced a smile. Gu Fangchen was thinking quickly. Originally, he just wanted to refuse. But Ma Dong's last sentence accurately hit his needs. Although I have integrated the memories of the original owner. But the original owner was a liberal arts student who was devoted to reading books of sages. Our knowledge of the world is limited to textbooks and the internet. He knows nothing about the ins and outs of places like bases, shelters, and martial arts circles. As a time traveler, I was completely in the dark. Want to quickly integrate into the new environment and understand the various unspoken rules. A local tyrant or old hand who is familiar with the process is undoubtedly the best guide. As for the risks, Gu Fangchen felt the surging energy and blood in his body. Health value, 231 points. This is far beyond the scope of ordinary people. Not to mention 1 Ma Dong, even 100 Ma Dongs could not get close to him. What's more, he also possesses the talents of scent detection and shadow steps. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke. Although Ma Dong looks slick, his crime does not deserve the death penalty. Keeping him by my side as a chess piece to explore the way seems to be a good choice. If he behaves himself, just treat him as an extra errand boy. If he dares to play tricks. A barely perceptible cold light flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He could try and see how much strength it would take to crush a person's throat with his 231 points of qi and health. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen had already made a decision in his heart. He looked at Ma Dong, who looked nervous, and said slowly, You can follow me. When Ma Dong heard this, his face instantly broke out into ecstasy, and he was just about to say some words of gratitude. But Gu Fangchen's next word froze his smile on his face. Talk less nonsense, watch more and listen more. Do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand? Understand. 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 Ma Dong didn't dare to say a word. He nodded like crazy, and his face was filled with a flattering smile again. Don't worry, big brother. From today on, Ma Dong, am your man. I will absolutely obey you. Gu Fangchen responded indifferently and closed his eyes again, as if nothing that had just happened had happened. Seeing this, Ma Dong didn't dare to say anything more. He just tactfully found a seat next to Gu Fangchen, sat down with his back straight, looked like a loyal lackey, looked around vigilantly, and took the initiative to assume the responsibility of guarding. Gu Fangchen took it all in, but remained calm. In the end of the world, people's hearts are unpredictable. But this does not mean that we should reject all available resources. This Ma Dong is his first chess piece to enter the new world. The military truck jolted along the rough road for nearly an hour. Finally, the speed slowed down. The noisy crowd in the carriage gradually quieted down. Everyone craned their necks, listening nervously to the noise outside. Squeak! With a sharp brake sound, the truck came to a complete stop. With a crash, the canvas curtain of the carriage was suddenly pulled open from the outside. The dazzling searchlight suddenly shot in, causing everyone who had been in the dark for a long time to subconsciously squint their eyes. Get down! Hurry up! Line up! A fully armed soldier stood under the car and shouted impatiently. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned, yet fearful of the unknown surroundings, they pushed and shoved their way out of the truck. Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong, who followed closely behind, were the last group to come down. With his feet stepping on solid ground, Gu Fangchen looked up and looked around. They were in a huge, makeshift square made of shipping containers and high-voltage power grids. All around, on the towering watchtowers, the cold searchlight shone like the eyes of God, scanning every inch of land below. Soldiers armed with live ammunition patrolled everywhere, and the solemn atmosphere made people feel suffocated. This is temporary shelter number 13 located behind Dragon Country. All male survivors, line up on the left to register. Women and children go to the right. The wounded go to the medical tent in front. A man who looked like an officer was holding a loudspeaker and directing the flow of people with an expressionless face. Brother, this way. Ma Dong immediately entered the old OG mode, skillfully pulling Gu Fangchen and squeezing into the team of male survivors. Chapter 10 Don't keep idle, people. The team moved forward slowly. Soon, the voice from the tweeter sounded again. Listen carefully. The shelter is not a charity. We don't keep idlers here. Adult males must accept logistical arrangements after registration. The work tasks are divided into construction of fortifications, material transportation, environmental cleaning, and kitchen chores. Complete your daily tasks and you'll receive 2 full meals and clean water. If you slack off, you'll go hungry. This cold and realistic announcement caused a suppressed commotion among the crowd who had just escaped and were still holding on to hope. See, big brother, Ma Dong leaned close to Gu Fangchen's ear, lowered his voice, and spoke with the tone of a veteran. There is no free lunch in the world. But don't worry, I know all the tricks here. He glanced around with a sly look and continued, construction is the most difficult part. It's exhausting and dangerous. You never know when the wall will collapse and bury you. Environmental cleanup is the most disgusting. Dealing with garbage and corpses is easy to get sick. So, the best place to go is to move supplies. Ma Dong's eyes sparkled. Although it's tiring in the warehouse, there are fewer overseers, the space is large, and there are plenty of corners, so it's convenient to take a break. When we register later, we'll find a way to get into the moving team. He had already begun to think about how to use his special relationship with Gu Fangchen, the big shot, to smooth things over with the clerk in charge of registration. But Gu Fangchen seemed not to hear his long speech and just asked lightly. What does the kitchen do? The kitchen? Ma Dong was stunned for a moment, then a disgusted expression appeared on his face. My dear brother. Please don't go there. He practically wailed, that's not a job for humans. He's in charge of the communal meals for tens of thousands of people in the entire shelter. 16 hours a day, I'm either washing and chopping vegetables or carrying hundreds of kilograms of food around. He paused, his face showing an even more horrified and disgusted expression. He lowered his voice and added, and the most terrible thing is, we have to deal with those low-level exotic beasts brought back from the front lines. Slaughter and cut the exotic beast meat for the warrior masters. Brother, you've never seen that scene. The blood flowed like a river, and the stench wouldn't go away even after 3 days. Forget about eating it secretly, the smell makes me want to vomit. It's hot, tiring, and noisy, and there's no time to rest. The guys in charge of the kitchen are all old soldiers who used to be cooks. Their tempers are worse than the stones in the toilet. Anyone who dares to slack off will get hit in the face with the serving spoon. Ma Dong gestured with lingering fear. In short, of the 4 hard labor jobs, working in the kitchen is the hardest, most tiring, and least rewarding. Even a dog wouldn't do it. Really? Gu Fangchen nodded after listening. Ma Dong thought he was convinced, and nodded quickly and said, yes, yes. So let's then go to the kitchen. Gu Fangchen interrupted him calmly, his tone brooking no room for argument. Ah? Ma Dong's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He scratched his ears, suspecting that he was hallucinating. Big brother, are you kidding me? Go to the kitchen? Gu Fangchen ignored him and just looked in the direction of the registration office in front with a deep gaze. Going to the kitchen is certainly not for experiencing life. But it's for the purpose of plundering attributes. To survive. His heart was clear at this moment. The killing and plundering system is his only means of survival in this cruel world. The core of the system is to kill strange beasts. But now, who is he? An ordinary high school student who was described in official records as having natural blood clots, and a survivor who had just escaped from a disaster area. In this capacity, can he go to the battlefield? Almost impossible. Not to mention applying to become a reserve warrior, he would probably be treated as a lunatic or a speculator who wanted to take advantage of the front line as soon as he opened his mouth, and would be kicked out by the officer in charge of conscription. Even if he really went to the battlefield, with his current strength, he would be basically no different from cannon fodder. So, apart from going to the battlefield, is there any safe and easy way to become stronger? Yes, brother, yes. Kitchen. In the eyes of Ma Dong and others, it was a dirty and tiring job that even dogs wouldn't do. But in Gu Fangchen's eyes, that's not a kitchen at all. It is a gold mine disguised as a den of filth. A treasure trove filled with experience packs. As long as he could become a handyman in the kitchen, responsible for slaughtering and cutting the exotic beasts brought back from the front line, then every swing of the knife, every handling, may be judged as plundering by the system. He will transform himself into a butcher, and in a corner where no one notices, he will madly absorb power and make a fortune in silence. As for why do we have to become stronger? That's because everything he just experienced has made him understand the nature of this world deeply. It is a naked, dark jungle where strength is supreme. Without power, you are like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Your life, in this world, will no longer belong to you. But it depends on the mood of the strong. Just like that group of warriors, they can prioritize rescuing the rich for the sake of bounty, and say no time to be distracted to the civilians like them. Just like Xia Liuli, her appearance was like the arrival of a god, and she could easily decide their life or death. He didn't want to experience the feeling of powerlessness of putting his fate in the hands of others again. The huge sum of money Xia Liuli gave him seemed to be enough to keep him well fed and well clothed for the rest of his life. But Gu Fangchen knew very well that he did not have enough strength to protect it. That money is a castle in sand. When the next beast tide comes, or when you encounter a warrior with malicious intentions, everything will come to nothing. Money can buy comfort. But you can't buy dignity. You can't even buy the right to control your life. Only power. Eternal power. It's the only real thing. So, what does the dirtiness, tiredness, and hardship of working in the kitchen matter compared to the absolute power of being able to control your own destiny? All of this is just a small price to pay. After figuring it all out, Gu Fangchen's eyes became extremely determined. Walk. He calmly interrupted Ma Dong, who was still wailing, and his tone did not allow for argument. Why, big brother? Ma Dong was still making a final struggle, pleading with a bitter face, if you had told the registration person, with your relationship with that lady, not to mention joining the moving team, you could even be given a minor supervisory job. Why do you have to go to that hell and suffer? Hearing this, Gu Fangchen finally turned his head and looked at him. That look was very calm, but it made Ma Dong shut his mouth instantly and shiver all over. He read a cold, unyielding will in those eyes. I understand. Ma Dong hung his head in dejection, like a defeated rooster. He finally understood that this new big brother had a completely different way of thinking from normal people. Instead of taking the broad road, you insist on squeezing onto a single plank bridge, and the worst one at that. He lamented in his heart that his good days seemed to be over before they even began. But thinking of Gufanchen's unfathomable background, and thinking of himself being alone and having nowhere to go, Ma Dong finally gritted his teeth. Let us fight. Isn't it just the kitchen? Back when I was at the Nanshan Ant Disaster Shelter, I even handled the queen ant's eggs. So why would I be afraid of your big pot meal? He straightened his chest, put a smile on his face again, followed Gufanchen's footsteps and walked towards the registration office. But that smile is uglier than crying no matter how you look at it. Chapter 11 We are here to report. Registry. The registration process is simple and straightforward. A clerk with an indifferent face sat behind the desk, without even looking up, scanning everyone's wrist with the instrument in his hand, apparently entering identity information and testing for malignant infectious diseases. As for the assignment of work, it is completely random. Next. In the front was a middle-aged man who looked honest. The clerk scanned his wrist, glanced at the random assignment result that popped up on the screen, and casually threw out a metal plate. His tone was emotionless. Fortification Construction Team, Area C, take your plate and report over there. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, but after looking at the soldier holding the electric baton next to him, he didn't dare to say a word. He could only pick up the sign and leave tremblingly. Soon, it was a young man's turn. His luck seemed to be even worse. The Kitchen Chores Team. The clerk's voice was still cold, like a verdict. The young man was stunned at first, then a look of relief appeared on his face, as if he felt that it was better than repairing the wall. He took the sign and, under the guidance of the soldiers, walked towards an area in the corner of the square that was surrounded by a huge canvas. However, just as he reached the canvas entrance, his steps suddenly stopped. I only felt an indescribable stench, like a substantial shock wave, suddenly gushing out from the gaps in the canvas. It was a smell mixed with blood, rotting offal, burnt grease, and pungent disinfectant. Just smelling it is enough to make one's stomach cramp violently. Vomit. The young man's face turned pale in an instant. Before he even had time to walk in, he bent down on the spot, held onto the container next to him and began to retch violently, vomiting out all the acid left in his stomach. The two soldiers guarding the entrance were already accustomed to this, and their faces were filled with numbness and impatience. One of them walked up and kicked him on the butt without any mercy. Have you vomited enough? Get out of here now. Don't get in the way. The young man staggered after being kicked, with a sad face, and was almost dragged into that hell on earth. The canvas curtain fell, blocking the view, but it could not block out the disgusting wailing and the stench that hit the face. When the people queuing around saw this scene, their faces turned pale and they prayed that they would not draw the bad lot. Ma Dong's legs went weak and his face turned pale as paper. He secretly tugged at the corner of Gufanchen's clothes, his voice trembling. Big brother. How about, let's discuss it again? Gufanchen seemed not to have seen the tragic scene, and just walked forward with an expressionless face. Next, the clerk urged impatiently. Gufanchen stretched out his wrist. The clerk picked up the instrument and was about to scan. But just as the instrument was about to touch his wrist, Gufanchen took the initiative to speak. I'm applying to go to the kitchen. As soon as these words came out, in an instant, the whole team fell silent. Everyone looked at him in disbelief, as if he were a madman, a fool, or a hero. Even the usually indifferent clerk paused. He raised his head and looked at Gufanchen again with the same eyes as if he were a rare animal. What did you say? The clerk's tone was full of confusion. I'll apply to go to the kitchen. Gufanchen repeated in a firm tone. Brother. Ma Dong was about to cry in the back. The clerk looked at him deeply, shook his head, and asked no more questions. Since someone took the initiative to fill the hole that no one was willing to go into, he was naturally happy to see it happen. Okay, I'll satisfy you. He quickly operated on the terminal, skipping the random assignment step, and threw out 2 iron plates engraved with the word chef. You two, are you together? Everyone, take your signs and report over. Gufanchen picked up the 2 iron plates and turned around to hand one to Ma Dong. Ma Dong took the iron plate that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds with trembling hands. The expression on his face was even more desperate than that of the young man who was kicked in just now. He looked at Gufanchen's face, which was a little too calm, and then at the entrance to hell in the distance where wailing sounds were constantly coming from, and he felt like crying but had no tears. Isn't it true that following this new big brother means you can curry favor with him and reach the pinnacle of life? Why does it feel like I bought a one-way ticket to the 18th level of hell? Gufanchen ignored him and just took a step forward, walking towards the direction of the stinking smell, step by step, calmly and steadily. His expression remained unchanged, and there was even a subtle hint of expectation in the depths of his eyes. He lifted the heavy, oily canvas curtain. Call. A hot wave mixed with blood and steam suddenly hit him in the face, almost knocking Ma Dong, who was following behind, to the ground. The stench, so strong that it was almost tangible, instantly filled his nasal cavity, causing him to scream and almost vomit on the spot. But what was strange was that the next second after the curtain was lifted, the originally noisy kitchen suddenly became quiet. Clang, clang. The knife for cutting vegetables stopped, the spatula for cooking fell on the edge of the pot, and even the few people carrying huge iron buckets in the distance stopped. Hundreds of handymen who were working, whether they were burly cooks or skinny survivors, all seemed to have pressed the pause button, turned their heads in unison, and cast their gazes towards Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong at the entrance. Those eyes were filled with numbness, fatigue, as well as a kind of surprise and mockery, as if they were looking at a fool. Obviously, the earth-shaking words that Gu Fangchen had just said at the registration office had been transmitted word for word to this hell where information was cut off. In this place, everyone is forced to leave and dreams of leaving. But today, 2 talented people came and volunteered to jump into the fire pit? It's so fucking strange. Amidst the dead silence, a burly man with a face full of flesh, nearly 1.9 meters tall, bare-chested, and wearing only an apron, walked out from the crowd, holding a boning knife that was still dripping with blood. He looked Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong up and down, his eyes as big as copper bells full of scrutiny and disdain. You 2 are the ones who volunteered to work in our kitchen? Gu Dong. Ma Dong was so frightened that he trembled and his legs went weak. He subconsciously wanted to hide behind Gu Fangchen, stammering as he tried to explain something. Gu Fangchen, however, seemed to have not heard anything. He met the burly man's gaze calmly, handed over the iron plate in his hand, and said in a calm tone, "We're here to report." Chapter 12 He. There was not a trace of nervousness or timidity, as if he was not in hell to do hard labor, but was inspecting the work in the kitchen of a 5-star hotel. The sarcasm on the sturdy man's face froze. He obviously didn't expect that this seemingly weak student would be so brave. He said hey, took the iron plate, glanced at it, and threw it into an iron bucket full of debris next to him. Then he patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder with the back of the boning knife with such force that even Ma Dong, who was standing next to him, was frightened. "All right, you've got guts." The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of smoke-yellow teeth. "Since you came here on your own initiative, we'll have to give you some good work." He turned around and pointed the boning knife at the deepest part of the kitchen, a corner surrounded by iron fences and gushing blood. There, 5 or 6 huge beasts with long black hair and protruding fangs were hung by iron chains. Their bodies were covered with knife wounds and burn marks. They were obviously the seriously injured who had just been eliminated from the front line. They were dying, but they would occasionally twitch and let out 2 low roars. "That's the black armored boar that was just sent back from the front lines today. It's half dead, perfect for you to practice with. It belongs to you too." The sturdy man's voice was filled with malicious mockery. "Clean it up for me before dark. Separate the flesh from the bones and empty the internal organs. Don't waste a single piece of meat. Good job, we'll add more meat tonight. Bad job." He shook the boning knife in his hand and sneered, "You 2 will replace the pork." After saying that, he ignored the 2 of them and turned to yell at the others, "What the hell are you looking at? Have you finished your work? Do you want to be whipped?" The kitchen was noisy again in an instant. Ma Dong looked at the strange beasts that were seriously injured but still exuded a ferocious aura, and then looked at the thick layer of solidified blood on the ground. His legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. If he were asked to deal with the dead bodies of alien beasts, he could do it with a gritted teeth. But this is asking him to finish off the monster that is not dead yet. If a wild boar attacks before dying, it can bite off half of his body in one bite. He's finished. His life is completely over. However, when he looked at Gu Fangchen beside him in despair, he found that this newly recognized big brother, far from showing any fear or disgust, was actually. There was a fiery light flashing in his eyes that he could not understand at all. It was the ecstasy and excitement of a hungry wolf seeing a flock of sheep. Ma Dong's scalp tingled. This big brother. Doesn't he have any special fetish? Gu Fangchen completely ignored Ma Dong's mental state that was about to collapse behind him. He walked straight to the tool rack, ignored the kitchen knives used for preparing cooked food, and picked up the heaviest, roughest, thick-backed boning knife with a notched blade. He weighed it and found it was just the right weight. Then he walked towards the black armored wild boar that was hanging by an iron chain and was closest to him and was still growling in pain. Brother, what are you going to do? Ma Dong's voice was trembling. Gu Fangchen did not answer. He simply walked to the side of the wild boar, looked at its chest that kept rising and falling due to serious injuries, and felt its weak but still violent life fluctuations. The next second, he moved. He gripped the bone-cutting knife tightly in both hands and poured the 231 points of energy and blood in his body into his arms. Without any unnecessary movement, he chopped down the wild boar's thick neck with his sword. Puff! A dull sound of penetration was heard. The heavy blade, with the support of enormous force, easily cut through the hard bones and tough flesh as if it were tofu. The wild boar's head, which was still struggling slightly, soared into the sky and rolled to the side. The fishy blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing all over Gu Fangchen. One hit, dead. The entire slaughtering area fell into an eerie silence again. Everyone was stunned by this clean and even brutal scene. However, Gu Fangchen seemed to have not heard anything. Because, in his mind, a reminder tone that was more beautiful than any other sound rang out. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, black-armored wild boar, 1-100. Plunder successful. HP +1. System prompt, kill 100 low-level monsters of the same race cumulatively to plunder the core talents of that race. Health value, 232 + 1 700 points. A weak but pure heat flowed into his limbs and bones again. Although it was far less magnificent than when he killed the shadow leopard, the feeling of actually becoming stronger still made him feel extremely comfortable. What's more? Kill 100 of them and you can plunder their talents. Here, there are 5. And at the front line, there are a steady stream of seriously injured monsters sent in every day. How can this be called the kitchen of hell? This is clearly a paradise tailor-made for him. An exclusive copy that allows him to kill monsters and level up crazily without any risk. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy. Standing in the pool of blood, he actually laughed out loud. The laughter was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone around. It was not a crazy laugh, nor a bloodthirsty grin, but a laugh that came from the heart. Against the backdrop of the current bloody and foul-smelling environment, this laughter is more creepy than any ghost's howl. Fuck, you're a pervert. Someone in the crowd cursed in a trembling voice, which instantly resonated with everyone. Everyone's expression changed from initial mockery to extreme fear. He killed a strange beast, got splattered with blood, and he could still laugh? This kid is definitely not in his right mind. He's a complete lunatic. Even the burly man with a face full of flesh had lost all the sarcasm on his face, replaced by a look of astonishment and confusion. He has worked in the kitchen for 5 years and has seen people crying out of fear, peeing out of fear, and also seen people going on despite having to brave the odds. But this handsome guy, after killing someone, was sprayed in the face, but he looked like he enjoyed it and even laughed out loud. This is the first time I've seen him do this. Chapter 13 Super Pervert? The sturdy man swallowed his saliva, maintained his boss's dignity, and walked up with the boning knife in hand. Laugh, what are you laughing at? Just deal with it quickly after you've killed them. He pointed at the wild boar's corpse and shouted in a gruff voice, first, cut through the belly, drain the blood, and then remove the internal organs. Watch carefully, cut from here, don't break the gallbladder, otherwise the whole piece of meat will be ruined. As he spoke, he prepared to personally demonstrate the correct process to this perverted newcomer. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Gu Fangchen's eyes suddenly light up, his face showing an expression of immense anticipation and impatience. He even took the initiative to come forward and pointed at the pig's belly and asked, "Is it here? And then just take out everything inside, right?" That look was as pure as a model student asking a difficult question. The tone was as excited as a child who had found a new toy. Well, all the strong man's teaching lines were instantly stuck in his throat. He looked at Gu Fangchen's sparkling eyes, and then at the pig's head lying on the ground with its eyes open. A chill ran from his tailbone all the way up to the top of his head. This kid. It's so fucking creepy. The burly man subconsciously took a step back and distanced himself from this newcomer who exuded a perverted aura. He coughed twice, trying to hide his loss of composure and the chill that rose from the bottom of his heart. His thick Adam's apple rolled up and down. Ahem. Okay. It seems like you are born to do this. He forcibly defined Gu Fangchen's abnormal behavior as gifted talent, which seemed to make him look better. Since you already know how to do it, I'll leave these to you. The sturdy man's eyes wandered, not daring to look Gu Fangchen in the face. I have to go check on the soup over there, make sure it doesn't get burnt. As he said this, he turned around and left, forgetting even the demonstration as if he was avoiding the plague. He walked quickly and hurriedly, and plunged into the crowd on the other side without looking back, shouting loudly as he walked, as if using this method to prove that he was still the boss here. What the hell are you looking at? Have you finished the work in your hands? The handymen who were watching the fun around him quickly retracted their heads and continued to work after being yelled at by him, but there were still countless frightened and curious eyes that drifted towards the new ruthless man in the slaughtering area from time to time. In the entire slaughtering area, only Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong, who had been completely petrified, were left. Ma Dong was dumbfounded. He stood there, like a weathered statue, still holding the cold iron plate in his hand. He looked at Gu Fangchen, who was holding a knife and excitedly preparing to attack the second wild boar, and then looked at the back of the strong man who was almost fleeing in panic. His brain completely crashed. This script is wrong. Where is the Hell's Kitchen? How could this boss who could intimidate everyone be so scared by a look and a word from his new big brother that he made an excuse to run away? Who is the boss here? Ma Dong felt that his worldview was repeatedly crushed, reassembled, and then crushed again in just a few minutes. What should he do now? Go up and help? Looking at the still twitching wild boar and the bloody and viscera scattered all over the ground, his stomach churned again. Or just stand here and do nothing? But looking at how excited my brother is, it doesn't seem appropriate for me to just be a spectator here. Just when he was torn between conscience and didn't know what to do, Gu Fangchen had already raised his sword and killed the second black-armored wild boar cleanly and neatly. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, black-armored wild boar, 2-100. Plunder successful. HP +1. Health value, 233 +1 700 points. Another warm current flowed into his body, and Gu Fangchen moaned in comfort, ah. But this whole thing just made everyone silent. Everyone. Is this a fucking human? Killing a pig so hard that it screamed? What's going on? Just when everyone was confused, Gu Fangchen turned his head and looked at Ma Dong, who was still standing there, frowning slightly. What are you still standing there for? Gu Fangchen's voice pulled Ma Dong back from his confused thoughts. I. Ma Dong stuttered, not knowing what to say. Gu Fangchen pointed to another smaller boning knife on the tool rack. Go, get the knife, cut open the belly of that freshly dead thing, and I'll teach you how to deal with it. His tone was as calm as if he was saying, go, wash that cabbage. Ma Dong shuddered. He looked at Gu Fangchen's face, which was splattered with blood but still calm and handsome, and then looked at his eyes, which were clear and bright but seemed to hide an endless abyss. He knew he had no choice. Okay, big brother. Ma Dong almost closed his eyes, crawled to the tool rack using his hands and feet, and picked up the boning knife with trembling hands. When he grasped the cold handle of the knife, he felt that what he was holding was not a knife. It was his own indenture, an indenture that led to the unknown, terrifying, yet seemingly otherworldly world. The next hour was a life-changing performance for everyone in the kitchen. Under Gu Fangchen's calm and efficient guidance, although Ma Dong's hands and feet were still shaking, he finally learned how to bleed and cut open the belly. Gu Fangchen, on the other hand, is like a tireless machine. Every swing of the bone-cutting knife in his hand was precise and deadly. Finishing off the knife, bleeding, disemboweling, separating flesh and bones. A series of processes that seem quite laborious to veterans are smooth and fast in his hands, which is dazzling. In just over an hour, the 5 huge black-armored wild boars were dealt with clearly. One pile was lean meat with blood, one pile was snow-white skeletons, and another pile was internal organs sorted into categories. Everything was cleaned and neatly arranged, and even the pickiest cook couldn't find any fault. The entire kitchen fell into deathly silence again. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the 2 newcomers in the slaughtering area and the slaughtering results in front of them that could be called works of art. If they thought Gu Fangchen was a pervert before, now they think that Gu Fangchen is a super pervert with superb skills, amazing efficiency, and he enjoys it. Too fucking perverted. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Gu Fangchen wiped the blood off his hands and let out a long breath. Health value, 236 + 3 700 points. Black Armored Wild Boar Killing Progress, 5-100. Chapter 14 Not enough to kill? To be honest, although the gains from killing low-level wild boars are not great, but this feeling of steady improvement still fascinates Gu Fangchen. He looked around and it was obvious that the 5 wild boars could not satisfy his appetite. His gaze passed through the dazed crowd and accurately locked onto the burly man who was hiding behind the stove and pretending to be busy. Gu Fangchen walked over. Every time he took a step forward, the crowd subconsciously moved apart, like Moses parting the sea, and made way for him. The sturdy man noticed the movement and his body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned around and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Little brother. Oh no, Gu, brother Gu. Have you finished the work? You worked so hard, thank you for the hard work. He has started using honorifics. Gu Fangchen didn't care about his address. He showed a bright and innocent smile on his face and asked curiously, Brother, is there still work? Ah. The strong man was stunned. I say, are there any other half-dead beasts? Gu Fangchen's smile widened, his tone filled with anticipation. These few aren't enough to kill. Gu Dong. The strong man swallowed hard and felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Not enough to kill? Is this even human language? He looked at Gu Fangchen's harmless smiling face, and then thought of his brutal and efficient method just now, and was so scared that his whole body trembled. After the shock subsided, he quickly nodded and said, Yes. Yes. Of course. He pointed to the door of a huge cold storage room behind the slaughter area, his voice a little off. There's still a batch in the cold storage. They've been specifically instructed to be handled carefully. There are probably about 20 more. 20? Hearing this number, Gu Fangchen's eyes lit up instantly. He smiled with satisfaction and patted the sturdy man's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, brother. After saying that, he turned to Ma Dong, who was still in a daze not far away, and ordered, Ma Dong. Ah. Here. Big brother. Ma Dong shuddered and stood up straight immediately. Go get a trailer and bring the wild boars from the cold storage here. Gu Fangchen's tone brooked no room for argument. I'll be in charge of slaughtering them. Hearing this, Ma Dong's face instantly burst into ecstasy as if he had survived a disaster. Only responsible for delivery? No need to kill it yourself? Oh shit. Very good. He would love to be solely responsible for delivery. Asking him to finish off those monsters that are still breathing is even more painful than killing them. Alright, big brother. No problem, big brother. I promise to complete the task, big brother. Ma Dong nodded repeatedly, as if afraid that Gu Fangchen would go back on his word. He crawled to the corner, pulled up an iron trailer used to transport food, and without looking back, rushed towards the cold storage door as if escaping. Gu Fangchen walked back to the bloody slaughtering area, picked up the boning knife, and sharpened it twice on the whetstone, making a teeth-grinding sound. He stood there, waiting for new ingredients to arrive, with a satisfied smile on his face. Everyone in the room, including the kitchen workers and cooks, were stunned. This is a fucking poet's grip. Soon, Ma Dong came back. He used all his strength to use a trailer to transport the dying black-armored wild boars in the cold storage to the slaughtering area one by one. Every time he brought one over, Gu Fangchen would quickly raise his sword and finish it off cleanly and neatly. Then, when Ma Dong was dealing with the next one, Gu Fangchen had already cut open the previous one's body and separated the flesh and bones. The cooperation between the two formed a strange and efficient assembly line. One is responsible for transportation and primary processing, and the other is responsible for coarse slaughtering and fine cutting. Gu Fangchen's movements became faster and more skillful. He didn't even need to look, the knife in his hand seemed to have eyes, always finding the most labor-saving angle and the most perfect cutting line. Blood formed a stream at his feet, and the clean corpses of the strange beasts were neatly stacked aside. The other people in the kitchen had already stopped their work and gathered outside the slaughtering area, watching this one-man show in silence. The expressions on their faces gradually changed from initial fear to numbness, and finally, even a hint of awe. Fuck you. So awesome. This is no longer just a simple chore. It's an art. A bloody and violent art. When the last black-armored wild boar was perfectly divided, the sky had already darkened completely. All the searchlights in the shelter were lit up, illuminating the entire square as bright as day, announcing the end of a day of hard labor. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, black-armored wild boar, 25-100. Plunder successful. HP plus 20. Host, Gu Fangchen. Health value, 253 plus 2700 points. Talent, breath detection, shadow steps. Kung Fu, none. Feeling the power surging in his body again, Gu Fangchen put down the bone-cutting knife in his hand with satisfaction. In one afternoon, the chi and blood value increased by 25 points. This number is a drop in the bucket compared to the terrifying gains he had made from killing the shadow leopard before. But Gu Fangchen was extremely excited, because he knew very well what this meant. This means that he has found a perfect novice village where he can improve his attributes without any risk. Although the benefits of killing disaster-level monsters are high, they are obtained at the cost of a life-or-death experience and are full of uncertainty. And here, he can steadily harvest dozens of attribute points every day. Little by little, a tower is built. It won't be long before his strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Therefore, these seemingly insignificant 25 attributes are priceless in his eyes. Moreover, now that we have a system, if we still complain about everything, we will feel like we are taking advantage of others. It's okay, it's okay. As long as there is one, he is not picky. Thinking of this, he laughed out loud again. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Just then. Dang! 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 A rapid bell rang, signaling dinner time. It's time to call it a day. Put down your work and get in line for lunch. The sturdy man's voice sounded again, but this time, his eyes always drifted towards Gu Fangchen unconsciously, and his tone was less arrogant and more polite. He walked up to Gu Fangchen, looked at the small mountain of flesh and bones, and a complicated smile appeared on his face. Gu. Brother Gu, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you today, otherwise the brothers would have to work overtime tonight. It's okay, it's my duty. Gu Fangchen waved his hand. He was in a good mood now. Come on, let's eat. I specially reserved the best meat for you and Brother Ma. The strong man greeted enthusiastically, and his attitude was completely different from that in the afternoon. Gu Fangchen nodded and said to Ma Dong, who was already exhausted and lying on the ground, gasping for breath, let's go and eat. Okay, big brother. Ma Dong responded weakly, feeling like he was half dead. Chapter 15 Chi, Blood, and Meat Soup. Everyone came to the canteen area in the back kitchen, where several large buckets of steaming food had already been placed. The survivors' meals were simple, consisting of a paste of synthetic nutrient paste and a few pieces of brown bread. At this time, the strong man walked to a small pot that was guarded alone, nodded and said a few words to the guarding soldier, and then he was allowed to open the lid of the pot. An extremely rich meaty aroma instantly wafts out from the pot. That aroma is completely different from the synthetic taste of the big pot rice. It is full of wild magic that can stimulate people's most primitive appetite. It's chi, blood, and flesh soup. Oh my god. That's something only warriors can enjoy. The handymen queuing around instantly had their eyes red, staring at the small pot, swallowing their saliva frantically, their eyes filled with undisguised desire and jealousy. The flesh and blood of strange beasts contain weak energy. Although ordinary people cannot become warriors if they eat them for a long time, they can still strengthen their bodies and enhance their resistance. In any base, exotic beast meat is a strategic material that is strictly controlled. Therefore, only warriors fighting on the front lines and senior officials of the base are eligible to enjoy it. And now, the sturdy man actually personally took out the small pot specially for warriors and filled 2 large bowls of stewed exotic beast meat with rich soup for Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong. This is no longer a simple privilege. This is a symbol of status and the highest respect for absolute strength. Those handymen who had previously looked down on Gu Fangchen no longer even dared to feel jealous, and were left with only deep awe. They understood that this new pervert had won the real voice in the kitchen with his incredible strength. Ma Dong's hands were shaking as he held the bowl of divine soup that was filled with the aroma of meat. He looked at the stewed exotic beast meat in the bowl, which was well cooked and had alternating fat and lean textures, and tears suddenly flowed out of his eyes. This time, it's genuine. This was the first time in his life that he had eaten this legendary thing. In the past, in other shelters, you were lucky just to smell the food, let alone eat it. Brother. He was so excited that he was incoherent. The look he gave Gu Fangchen had changed from initial speculation to complete admiration and fanaticism. If you follow the big brother, you can really eat meat. Gu Fangchen found it a little funny to see him look so useless, but he didn't feel any contempt in his heart. Just as Gu Fangchen was about to start, Ma Dong did something that surprised him. Ma Dong used his chopsticks, which were shaking with excitement, to carefully pick up the largest, fattest, and most delicious piece of meat from his bowl, and then put it into Gu Fangchen's bowl. Brother, you eat. His voice was nasal and tearful, but full of unquestionable sincerity. For someone who has been hungry for too long, this piece of meat may be more important than his life. But he gave it to Gu Fangchen without hesitation. Gu Fangchen looked at the extra piece of meat in the bowl, then looked at Ma Dong's face covered with snot and tears. His eyes moved slightly. This Ma Dong is smarter and more sensible than he imagined. Gu Fangchen did not refuse, nor did he say much. He just calmly picked up the piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Then, he looked at Ma Dong and said lightly, "Eat it." These two simple words were like an oracle, hitting Ma Dong's heart hard. Ma Dong suddenly looked up and looked at Gu Fangchen's calm face. His lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. He just nodded heavily, then lowered his head and buried his face in the bowl in an almost wolfish manner. Seeing this, Gu Fangchen retracted his gaze, picked up his bowl and started eating. After an afternoon of intense work, he was indeed hungry. The warm broth went down his throat, transforming into streams of warmth that nourished his newly strengthened body, making him feel extremely comfortable. A hearty meal. The countless envious and jealous eyes around him became the best dish to go with his meal. After dinner, the burly man with a face full of flesh personally led Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong across the noisy square to the temporary dormitory area for the survivors. The dormitory is a large bunk bed converted from a row of huge containers. There were dozens of bunk beds densely packed inside, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell mixed with sweat, foot odor, and cheap disinfectant, which was a world of difference from the tempting aroma of meat in the cafeteria just now. "Brother Gu, Brother Ma, the conditions are simple, please bear with me." The burly man pointed to two relatively clean empty beds in the corner with a flattering smile on his face. "I've specially informed the dormitory manager, no one dares to take your place." Before leaving, he solemnly clasped his fists to Gu Fangchen and said in a deep voice, "My name is Zhang Hu, and I used to be a cook in the army. From now on, in the kitchen, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as I, old Zhang, can do it, I will do it without hesitation." These words are equivalent to completely handing over the right to speak in the kitchen. Zhang Hu knew very well that in this place where human life was worthless, a ruthless person like Gu Fangchen, whose strength was unfathomable and whose behavior was so perverted, was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Instead of waiting to be replaced, it is better to surrender proactively. Gu Fangchen nodded without comment, which was considered as his agreement. Zhang Huru felt as if he had been pardoned. He exchanged a few more pleasantries before turning around and leaving. Only after Zhang Hu's back disappeared did Ma Dong excitedly grab Gu Fangchen's arm, his face full of enthusiasm. "Brother, you are really awesome." Gu Fangchen glanced at him, pulled back his hand, and said lightly, "You smell of blood, go take a shower first." "Okay." Ma Dong now obeyed Gu Fangchen's words and followed him happily. The two of them walked towards the public bathroom together. The bathroom was filled with steam and was also crowded. Gu Fangchen found a shower head in a corner and took off the clothes that had been soaked in blood and become stiff. The moment his naked upper body was exposed under the light, the noisy discussions around him instantly subsided. His body was not as exaggerated as those muscular men trained in the gym, but every inch of his muscles were smooth and clear, like ancient Greek sculptures. On the flat belly, the 8 abdominal muscles are clearly outlined, the mermaid line extends deeply to the waist, and the sexual tension is full. It formed a stark contrast with the survivors around them who were either skinny or bloated. "Fuck." Ma Dong's eyes almost popped out as soon as he took off his pants. He pointed at Gu Fangchen and stammered, "Brother, your figure is too good." Chapter 16 Cultivation. He remembered clearly that when they first met, his elder brother was wearing a school uniform. He looks like an ordinary student, even a little thin. But how long has it been? How come he's like a different person? Besides, it's a bit big there. Is this the legendary appearance of looking thin when dressed and showing off your muscles when undressed? Gu Fangchen ignored his fuss and just stood calmly under the shower, letting the hot water wash away the blood and fatigue on his body. He himself also felt the changes in his body. The energy and blood plundered by the system not only enhanced his inner strength, but also subtly transformed his body into the most perfect and combat-friendly form. This feeling is great. After taking a shower, the two returned to the dormitory. Ma Dong had experienced many ups and downs that day, which really exhausted him mentally. In addition, he had eaten and drunk enough, so he started snoring loudly less than 3 minutes after touching the pillow. But Gu Fangchen had no desire to sleep at all. He felt the energy and blood surging in his body, and his spirit was more excited than ever before. Become stronger. His mind is now full of these two words. He sat up silently from the bed and glanced at the searchlights of the patrolling soldiers outside the window. With a thought, he took out the thread-bound book that Xia Liuli gave him from his pocket. The Art of Body Refining in Rock. The dormitory is crowded and not a good place for cultivation. Gu Fangchen put the secret book away again and scanned the entire noisy dormitory. The next second, he activated his new talent. Shadow Steps. His figure seemed to instantly blend into the shadow cast by the bed, and he became as light as a civet cat. He got out of bed quietly, his footsteps making no sound, and like a ghost, he avoided the smelly shoes and debris lying on the floor and walked through the entire dormitory easily. The guard at the door was dozing off against the doorframe and didn't notice that a dark shadow had flashed past him. A few minutes later, Gu Fangchen came to a corner where abandoned containers were piled up. This is a blind spot for surveillance and patrol, secluded and deserted. He took a deep breath, took out the book Rock Body Refining Art again, and opened the first page with the help of the residual light of the searchlight in the distance. The pages of the ancient books are yellowed and rough to the touch. They are not filled with text, but rather with complex diagrams of the human meridians and simple and elegant postures of practicing standing meditation. Ordinary people would probably feel dizzy and confused after taking a look at it. But for Gu Fangchen, whose mental strength was rated SSS, these complex diagrams and obscure formulas look like high-definition 3D models, extremely clear in his eyes. I see. It only took a dozen minutes for Gu Fangchen to memorize the first level of mental formulas and 9 basic stances, and to master them. His mental strength, which far exceeded that of ordinary people, showed a terrifying learning ability at this moment. This rock body refining art, as Xiaolioli said, does not require high talent. It does not seek to comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor does it seek to comprehend the profound artistic conception. The core is only one, which is to use one's own chi and blood as a hammer, and tendons, bones and membranes as iron, to repeatedly forge and temper the body. Simple and crude, but pointing directly to the source of power. A gleam of light flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes, and he no longer hesitated. He put away the secret book, walked to an open space, spread his legs, lowered his waist, and hugged his arms in front of his chest, posing the basic stance in the first picture, rock stance. As soon as he got into position, a strange tearing sensation came from deep within his muscles. He began to adjust his breathing according to the mantra of the mental method, trying to guide the powerful energy and blood in his body to flow along a specific route. Gu Fangchen let out a muffled groan, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. Pain. It hurts more than having your skin torn apart by the sharp claws of a strange beast. He could clearly feel the powerful energy and blood force, like a mad bull, rampaging through his meridians. The original owner's meridians were narrow and fragile. If it were the previous him, his meridians would be broken within 3 seconds and he would die on the spot. But now, it's different. Gu Fangchen clenched his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and he concentrated all his powerful mental power, turning it into an invisible big hand, forcibly grasping the violent energy and blood. He forced it into the operating track of rock body refining technique. Sizzle, sizzle. There seemed to be a sound like a glacier cracking coming from his body. The accumulations and barriers that once blocked his way were swept away like dry weeds and rotten wood in the face of this brutal force. Boom! When the first circulation is successful, an unprecedented sense of comfort suddenly rises from the tailbone and spreads throughout the body in an instant. The originally violent energy and blood became gentle and thick, like boiling molten iron, tempering his bones, flesh, and membranes over and over again. He could feel that his muscles were becoming tougher at a speed visible to the naked eye, the density of his bones was increasing, and even his skin seemed to have an extra layer of solid texture. Time passes quietly in the interweaving of pain and comfort. When Gu Fangchen completed the 4th standing meditation and felt that half of the qi and blood in his body had been consumed, he slowly stopped the exercise and exhaled a long breath of turbid air with a faint fishy smell. He looked down at his hands and clenched them tightly. Crackle! There was a crisp sound of bones popping, and a sense of power far exceeding the previous one came from the palm of his hand. It's only half of the first layer, and the effect is so amazing? Gu Fangchen was shocked. He couldn't wait to call out his system panel. Host, Gu Fangchen. Qi and blood value, 253 qi and blood are more condensed, explosive power is increased 700 points. Realm, early stage 1. Spirit rating, SSS. Talent, breath detection, shadow steps. Kung Fu, stone body refining technique, first level 45%. Really? Although the values of qi and blood did not change, there was an extra line of light golden notes at the end, and the column of exercises also clearly showed his progress in cultivation. Although he only has 253 points of qi and blood now, the power he can exert is definitely far beyond what he had before practicing. If the previous chi and blood were bulk sand, that now it is the cement that has been initially compacted. It seems that the total amount has not changed, but the density and hardness are no longer the same. Good. Very good. An unprecedented light burst out from Gu Fangchen's eyes. He clenched his fists suddenly, feeling the power surging in his body. Tomorrow, go to the kitchen and kill 100 black-armored wild boars. Get the talent first. Thinking about this, he packed up, activated, shadow step, again, returned to the dormitory quietly, lay on the bed, and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 17 Brother Gu is Brother Gu, and you are you. The next day, it was still dawn. When the shrill wake-up call sounded, Gu Fangchen had already opened his eyes were clear and bright, without a trace of sleepiness. After a night of practice and rest, he not only replenished his consumed energy and blood, but also felt full of energy, as if he had endless strength. Brother, good morning. Ma Dong rubbed his sleepy eyes and climbed down from the upper bunk yawning. When the two came to the kitchen again, the atmosphere was completely different. Manager Zhang, who was waiting at the door early. As soon as he saw Gu Fangchen, he immediately came up to him with a smile on his face. Brother Gu. Good morning. How was your sleep last night? Breakfast is ready for you and Brother Ma. It's a special blood and blood soup for warriors. The handyman around looked at Gu Fangchen with eyes that changed from yesterday's fear to pure awe. In this place, strength is the best pass. Gu Fangchen didn't say anything polite. After breakfast, he went straight to the bloody slaughtering area. Brother Gu, there are still more than 70 heads today, all in the cold storage. Zhang Hu followed behind happily, taking the initiative to report his work with a very humble attitude. New. Gu Fangchen picked up the familiar thick-backed boning knife and replied with just 2 words. Soon, Ma Dong once again transformed into the transport captain and transported the dying black-armored wild boars. Gu Fangchen started a new day of slaughtering work. But after just the first cut, all the onlookers' eyes widened instantly. Quick. Too fast. If we say that Gu Fangchen yesterday was just a butcher with superb skills and amazing efficiency, so today, the knife in his hand has turned into a silver lightning. His figure moved among several wild boars. Every turn of his wrist and every drop of the blade was as precise as a textbook, without a single unnecessary movement. Puff! With a flash of the knife, a wild boar's head flew up. Before the blood could gush out, his figure had already appeared beside the next wild boar, and with a backhanded knife, he accurately cut open its belly. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. Zhang Hu and his fellow cooks were all stunned. They are all veterans who have been in this business for many years and believe they know the body structure of a pig very well. But they had never seen such a terrifying sword technique. Yesterday, Gu Fangchen needed another minute or 2 to process a pig. And now, from finishing off the opponent to separating flesh and bones, he compressed the entire process into just 30 seconds. Efficiency has been improved several times. Ma Dong's transportation speed can't even keep up with Gu Fangchen's slaughtering speed. Is this still a human being? An old cook dropped the wok in his hand to the ground with a clang, muttering to himself. He changes every day. This kid is a monster. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Hu's forehead. He finally understood how wise his choice yesterday was. This kind of person, let alone offending him, is a great blessing to be able to work as an errand boy for him. Gu Fangchen, on the other hand, was completely immersed in the pleasure of rapidly becoming stronger. The practice of rock body refining art allowed him to reach a whole new level of control over his body. Every time he swung his sword, he could feel that the efficiency of his strength was more than 1 level higher than yesterday. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, black-armored wild boar, 5100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, black-armored wild boar, 78,100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, black-armored wild boar, 99,100. The system's prompt sound kept flashing in his mind, and his energy and blood value was also steadily increasing. Finally, when Ma Dong dragged the last black-armored wild boar in front of him, panting, Gu Fangchen took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. This is it. He no longer used any fancy techniques, but returned to basics, using the simplest and most direct method to cut it off with one blow. Puff! The hand rises and the knife falls. It was at this moment. A system prompt sound that was completely different from the previous ones, as if with a metallic texture, exploded in his mind. Bite! Cumulatively killed the beast-level monster, Black Armored Wild Boar, 100-100. Meet the conditions and start plundering racial talents. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black Armored Boar race's core talent, Savage Physique. Boom! A torrent of power, completely different from before, suddenly emerged from the depths of his genes. This time, it was no longer a light energy, but a feeling of incomparable heaviness and primal power. He felt his bones creaking, their density increasing rapidly, and his muscle fibers becoming thicker and tougher than ever before. A steady and heavy force takes root and grows from the deepest part of the body. Gu Fangchen immediately opened the system panel. Host, Gu Fangchen. Health value, 328 plus 75 700 points. Realm, Early Stage 1. Talent, Breath Detection, Shadow Step, Savage Physique New. Savage Physique, Passive Talent. Significantly increases the host's load-bearing capacity and core strength, while continuously increasing muscle and bone density, improving endurance and resistance to blows. Done. And it's a passive skill. Compared to those combat skills that need to be actively activated, have consumption and cooldown, this passive talent that is permanently effective and comprehensively strengthens the physical foundation is much more valuable. It brings the purest and most basic improvement in physical fitness. Stronger strength, stronger endurance, and stronger ability to withstand blows. Awesome! Gu Fangchen stood in a pool of blood, slowly raised his head, feeling the heavy and tough power in his body, and a sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. That smile, when seen by the other people around, made them gasp in surprise, and their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. It's so fucking creepy. Gu Dong. Manager Zhang Hu swallowed hard and felt his legs go weak. He saw that the handymen around him were so scared that their faces turned pale and they even forgot to do the work in their hands. He knew he had to do something. He gritted his teeth, forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and approached cautiously. Gu. Brother Gu, you've worked so hard, so hard. Zhang Hu nodded and bowed, his tone filled with awe. Today's work, you've already exceeded your quota. How about you go and rest over there first? We'll take care of the rest. He now just wanted to get rid of this evil god as soon as possible, otherwise the people under him might not be able to work today. But Gu Fangchen seemed not to understand the meaning of his words. He just licked his lips with satisfaction, turned to look at him, and asked curiously. No more? Ah? Zhang Hu was stunned. I say, Gu Fangchen spun the bone-cutting knife in his hand, his tone filled with pure doubt. Is he still alive, gone? It's gone. It's gone. It's really gone. Zhang Hu was so frightened by his action that he waved his hands hastily, his voice changing tone. This is all that has been delivered from the front line. The next batch won't arrive until tomorrow. Oh, I see. A barely perceptible disappointment showed on Gu Fangchen's face, and he casually thrust the blood-stained boning knife into the pile of pork beside him. Okay then. I'll be leaving first. After saying this, he ignored everyone and turned around. As the handyman made way for him like Moses parting the sea, he leisurely walked out of the kitchen. Seeing this, Ma Dong, who was tired like a dead dog but extremely excited, immediately dropped the work in his hands and wanted to follow with a flattering look on his face. Brother, wait for me. As he took a step forward, a hand as big as a palm leaf fan suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Ma Dong turned around and saw Zhang Hu with a dark face. Where do you want to go, kid? Zhang Hu's voice returned to its former roughness and majesty. I'm going to rest with my brother. Ma Dong said as a matter of course. Zhang Hu snorted coldly, pointed at the piles of meat and offal in the slaughter area, and shouted angrily. Brother Gu is Brother Gu, and you are you. He can leave, but you can't. See that pile of stuff? If you don't finish it before dark, forget about dinner. The smile on Ma Dong's face froze instantly. He looked at Gu Fangchen's graceful back as he walked away, then looked at the sea of corpses and blood in front of him, feeling like crying but unable to shed tears. Chapter 18 Rock Body Refining Technique 2nd Level. Gu Fangchen was too lazy to pay attention to Ma Dong. Returning to the public bathroom, he once again used hot water to wash away the blood and fatigue on his body. This time, he could feel more clearly that his muscles and bones had become heavier and solid after being strengthened by the barbaric physique. It is a power that is full of security. Instead of returning to the dormitory, he came to the abandoned container corner with ease. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath and once again assumed the rock pile stance. Boom! As the mental method was put into operation, the more than 300 points of chi and blood in the body surged like ignited lava. With the blessing of the savage physique talent, the toughness of his meridians and the carrying capacity of his chi and blood have been greatly improved. The training process that had made him feel extremely painful yesterday, although still painful at this moment, was completely within his tolerance range. He was like a tireless rock sculpture, practicing one standing meditation posture after another. Sweat flowed down his forehead like a stream, soon soaking the ground. Finally, after perfectly performing the last stance of the first level, Jinyu style, the energy and blood in his body suddenly gathered into a torrent, breaking through an invisible barrier. Buzz! A slight humming sound came from deep within his bones. Gu Fangchen only felt his whole body tremble, and an unprecedented feeling of heaviness and power arose spontaneously. Ding! Successfully cultivated the rock body refining technique and officially entered the second level. Host, Gu Fangchen. Qi and blood value, 328 Qi and blood are more condensed, explosive power is improved, physical strength is greatly improved, 700 points. Realm, early stage 1. Talent, breath detection, shadow step, savage physique. Kung Fu, rock body refining technique, second level 0%. Done. Gu Fangchen felt the power in his body that seemed to be able to shake the mountains, and a great passion surged in his heart. Just then, on the radar map with a radius of 300 meters in his mind, a red light spot representing hostility appeared on the other side of the container pile without any warning. Someone is peeking. Gu Fangchen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned his head almost instinctively. Dozens of meters away, in the shadow of a container, a figure covered in black was staring at him motionlessly. That look was cold and full of scrutiny. Discovered. The man in black obviously didn't expect Gu Fangchen's perception to be so sharp. His body stiffened suddenly, and then he turned around without hesitation. Like a nimble cat, he disappeared into the complex container maze in a few jumps. Want to run? A sneer appeared on Gu Fangchen's lips. Shadow step, activated successfully. He kicked his feet hard, and the whole person turned into a blurry afterimage, chasing after him silently. The man in black was extremely fast and obviously had extraordinary skills, but in front of Gu Fangchen, it was like he was playing in slow motion. In just a few breaths, Gu Fangchen had caught up with him, only 3 meters away. The man in black sensed the oppressive feeling following him like a shadow, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He knew he couldn't escape. The man in black suddenly turned around, and with a flash of cold light in his hand, he stabbed Gu Fangchen's chest with a sharp dagger. This knife was fast and fierce, going straight to the vital point. However, Gu Fangchen did not dodge or evade, and did not even make a blocking move. He just watched coldly as the cold light expanded in his pupils. Swish! The blade cut through Gu Fangchen's cheap white vest without any hindrance. A hint of joy at success flashed in the eyes of the man in black. But the next second, his joy completely froze on his face, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. The moment the sharp tip of the knife touched Gu Fangchen's skin, it was as if it had cut into the hardest alloy steel plate, sending sparks flying. Only a faint white mark was left on Gu Fangchen's chest. However, the fine steel dagger in the black-clothed man's hand was broken into 2 pieces with a crack sound under the huge recoil force. The man in black was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the broken blade in his hand, then at Gu Fangchen's unharmed chest, and his mind went blank. Is this a human? His body is harder than steel? In that 0.1 second when he lost consciousness, Gu Fangchen moved. He grabbed the wrist of the man in black holding the knife and squeezed it hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking can be heard clearly. Ah! The man in black let out a scream, and the broken knife flew out of his hand. Gu Fangchen didn't give him any chance. His other hand gripped his throat like an iron clamp and pressed him hard against the container. Bang! With a loud bang, the container was directly dented. The man in black was knocked unconscious and instantly lost all ability to resist, fainting on the spot. Gu Fangchen searched his body skillfully. Soon, he took out a palm-sized burlap bag from the man in black's arms. Gu Fangchen's mind moved, and his mental power probed into it, and the things inside became clear at a glance. A secret book of swordsmanship called 3 Styles of Chasing the Wind, a few pieces of black bread wrapped in oil paper, and a kettle filled with clean water. There is nothing else besides this. No identification, no money, and no mission token. Like a poor lone warrior, Gu Fangchen didn't think much about it. There are all kinds of people in this place. He held a sack in one hand and dragged the unconscious man in black with the other like a dead dog, then turned and walked towards the patrol team not far away. No matter who this guy is or what his purpose is, handing him over to the shelter manager is the easiest way to deal with him right now. Soon, a team of patrol soldiers armed with assault rifles noticed the movement here and quickly surrounded them. "Stop! Who are you?" the leading captain asked. When they saw clearly that the person coming was a teenager wearing a cheap vest, and was dragging an unconscious man in black like a dead dog, everyone was stunned. "This guy was peeking secretly and I caught him," Gu Fangchen said calmly and threw the man in black to the ground. The patrol leader is an experienced veteran. He squatted down, pulled off the mask of the man in black, looked at his broken dagger and his clothes, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. "Damn it! It's this group of Japanese pirates again," he cursed in a low voice, his eyes full of disgust and vigilance. Chapter 19 Awesome. A young soldier nearby also came over and exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, that's right. Judging by their attire, they're the same group that tried to infiltrate the medical wing a few days ago." The patrol captain's gaze refocused on Gu Fangchen. This time, his eyes were full of scrutiny and surprise. "You caught him by yourself?" "Yeah." Gu Fangchen nodded. The patrol leader and his team members looked at each other and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. They didn't know the strength of the man in black, but he was definitely not an ordinary person since he could sneak into this area silently. And this young man in front of him, who looked no more than a high school student, was able to subdue him single-handedly and remain unharmed? Sharp. However, despite being shocked, they quickly calmed down. The shelter is a mixed bag. It is not surprising that there are some low-level warriors who are in trouble among them. "Classmate, you are a warrior, right?" The captain's tone became much more polite. "Yes." Gu Fangchen did not hide it. After receiving a positive answer, the captain understood. He nodded appreciatively, pulled out a small medicine bottle with a military logo from the pocket of his tactical vest, and handed it over. "Classmate, thank you very much for clearing a hidden danger for the shelter. These are 3 mid-grade chi and blood pills, the standard reward given by the military to warriors who have made contributions. They should be helpful to your cultivation." Gu Fangchen took the medicine bottle and held it lightly in his hand. Chi and blood pill. This name instantly triggered the original owner's memory. He remembered that when the original owner's parents were still alive, they spent all their savings to buy him a few in order to cure his congenital blockage of chi and blood. But the results were all in vain. The huge medicinal power could not be absorbed by his fragile and blocked meridians, and was ultimately wasted. But now, things are different. His meridians had long been reshaped by the system and the exercises, becoming tough and broad. These 3 mid-grade chi and blood pills are undoubtedly excellent supplements for him. "Thank you." Gu Fangchen put away the medicine bottle calmly. When Wang Meng saw that he accepted it, his expression became more serious. He pulled out his portable data terminal and said businesslike, "All right, I'm Wang Meng, the captain of Patrol Team 3. Student, please tell me your name so I can register it." "Gu Fangchen." Wang Meng nodded, quickly wrote it down, then looked up at him and said seriously, "Student Gu, thank you again for clearing a hidden danger for the shelter. According to wartime regulations, we will report your identity as a warrior. For now, you can move freely within the shelter, but if the war becomes intense in the future, we have the right to forcibly recruit all warriors within the shelter. I hope you understand." "No problem." Gu Fangchen answered decisively. Wang Meng nodded, said no more, and immediately ordered his men to take the unconscious Japanese pirate away and hurried to report to his superiors. Looking at their receding backs, Gu Fangchen stood where he was. Not only did he not feel unhappy about being forced, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "There's nothing special in that sack, so don't hand it over. As for compulsory conscription? I can't wait for you to come." His mind was clear. Although slaughtering pigs in the kitchen is safe, the profits are getting lower and lower. The black-armored wild boar's savage physique talent has already been acquired. If I continue to kill it, it will only slowly increase its health. The cost-effectiveness is too low. If you want to become stronger quickly, you must hunt more and stronger beasts and plunder more powerful talents. The food in the kitchen obviously could no longer satisfy his appetite. Only a real battlefield is the place with the highest cost-effectiveness and the fastest speed to become stronger. In the following days, Gu Fangchen's life became unusually regular. During the day, he was still the awe-inspiring king of slaughter in the kitchen, handling the corpses of exotic animals brought in every day cleanly. Although there are no other exotic beasts here except wild boars, we have not succeeded in plundering the talents of other races. However, he could still steadily increase his chi and blood by dozens of points every day. It's better than nothing. And at night, he would appear on time in the corner of the abandoned container and practice the rock body refining art madly. He followed the online tutorial and used the chi and blood pill in 3 doses. The original pain of cultivation was greatly alleviated, and was replaced by a warm and powerful current, which greatly increased the efficiency of his cultivation. 1 pill provided him with nearly 100 points of chi and health. During this month, he used up all 3 chi and blood pills. The pills alone brought him a terrifying increase of nearly 300 points in chi and blood. At the same time, he also took out the book 3 Styles of Chasing the Wind that he had seized from the man in black and began to study it. He didn't have a knife, so he cut a handy branch instead. 3 Styles of Chasing the Wind emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The moves are simple but deadly, which coincides with his decisive personality. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, Gu Fangchen's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Host, Gu Fangchen. Health value, 1015 plus 687 1200 points. Realm, early stage 1 middle stage 1 new. Talent, breath detection, shadow step, savage physique. Kung Fu, rock body refining technique 5th level 12%, wind chasing 3 styles perfect. In a month, his chi and blood values skyrocketed by nearly 700 points, and he successfully stepped into the threshold of a first level mid-stage warrior. The chi and blood value is only 185 points away from the standard of 1200 for a first stage late stage warrior. The rock body refining art is a basic body refining technique with a total of 13 levels. The further you go in, the more difficult it becomes to practice. He was able to break through to the 5th level within a month, which was considered incredibly fast. At the same time, the book 3 Styles of Chasing the Wind, which consists of only 3 styles and can be regarded as the foundation of swordsmanship, has already been practiced to perfection by him with the support of his powerful mental strength, and he has memorized it by heart. As of now, he is invincible in his level. This day was just like any other. Gu Fangchen had just finished dealing with today's strange beasts in the kitchen and was preparing to go to his old place to practice. Tram! 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 Suddenly, a series of neat and powerful footsteps came from the entrance of the kitchen. A team of fully armed soldiers in black special operations uniforms walked in with stern faces. Leading the group was an officer with the rank of 2nd lieutenant on his shoulders. He has a tall figure and eyes as sharp as an eagle. His temperament is completely different from those ordinary soldiers who are responsible for maintaining order in the shelter. They are the elite who have truly emerged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Dear survivors, please be quiet. The lieutenant's voice was not loud, but it clearly overwhelmed the noise in the whole place. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a deep voice, "On behalf of the Dragon Nation military, I officially announce to you all. The beast tide entrenched in this city has been completely eliminated. The crisis has been resolved." Dead silence. After 3 seconds of silence. Boom! The indescribable ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly ignited the entire kitchen. Chapter 20 is over. We won. We won. Whoa, finally it's over. We can go home now. We can go back to the base city. Countless people hugged each other and cried, throwing the kitchen utensils and iron basins in their hands into the sky, venting their excitement and joy of surviving the disaster. Even the usually calm Zhang, who had tears in his eyes and patted the shoulders of the people around him excitedly. Ma Dong, on the other hand, was filled with ecstasy. He suddenly grabbed Gu Fangchen's arm and jumped up and down excitedly. "Brother! That's great! The beast tide is over. We can leave this damn place and go to base city. With your abilities, you'll be able to enjoy a life of luxury in base city." But Gu Fangchen's brows wrinkled slightly. He didn't speak. Going to base city? Without the strange beasts, what use would his killing and plundering system be? Is he going to do as Xiao Liuli said, taking that astronomical sum of money and living a life of idleness and waiting for death as a rich man in the base city? No. That's not what he wants. What he wants is the absolute power to control his own destiny. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen's eyes instantly became extremely firm. He gently pushed aside Ma Dong, who was still excited, and walked straight to the lieutenant amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd. Sir, Gu Fanchen's voice was calm but resounding. I'd like to ask, are you still recruiting? As soon as these words were spoken, the cheers around stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Gu Fanchen as if he were a fool. Ma Dong's mouth instantly opened into an O shape, his eyes widened, and he looked completely dumbfounded. Big brother, you. He rushed forward, lowering his voice, anxiously on the verge of tears. Are you crazy again? You finally survived, why do you want to join the army? You'll go to the front lines and fight monsters. You'll die. He pointed at himself and advised sincerely, brother, don't be impulsive. I have some distant relatives in Bay City, and they're very unruly. Based on our friendship over the past month, I'll introduce you to a small business with them. I guarantee you'll never have to worry about food and clothing. Why take that risk? However, Gu Fanchen just looked at him calmly without saying anything. Just this one look made all Ma Dong's words stuck in his throat. He knew this elder brother's character too well. Once a decision is made, even 10 oxen cannot pull it back. Ma Dong sighed and wilted. The second lieutenant looked at Gu Fanchen with interest. He walked forward, stretched out his hand, and squeezed Gu Fanchen's arm and shoulder without any hesitation. When you pick it up, you feel a solid feeling like steel. Talented. A hint of surprise flashed in the lieutenant's eyes. Not bad, a good candidate. Judging from your physique, you're a warrior, right? Yes. What's your name? Gu Fanchen. The moment these 3 words were spoken, the bodies of the second lieutenant and several elite soldiers behind him shook suddenly. They glanced at each other quickly, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock, and said almost in unison. You are Gu Fanchen, the one who, together with Xia Qianjin, killed the disaster-level shadow leopard? Boom! Ma Dong's brain seemed to be struck by thunder, and everything went blank. He didn't know what a shadow leopard was. But the word disaster level is very familiar to him. It is a terrifying existence that can easily destroy a small town. My eldest brother, actually, killed that kind of monster? Gu Fanchen faced everyone's shocked gazes and nodded calmly. The expression on the lieutenant's face instantly changed from admiration to awe. He suddenly straightened his body and gave Gu Fanchen a standard military salute. Mr. Gu. Excuse me. He put his hand down, his tone becoming extremely serious. It just so happens that tomorrow is the team recruitment day, and all the teams on the front line are recruiting people. With your strength and achievements, you are absolutely qualified to participate in the selection. Please come with us, I will arrange it for you immediately. Having said that, he was about to take Gu Fanchen away personally. Big brother. Seeing this, Ma Dong felt mixed emotions, but he finally mustered up the courage to call out to him. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Ma Dong walked up to Gu Fanchen, knelt on his knees with a thump, and kowtowed 3 times to him. Brother! He raised his head, his face wet with tears, his voice sobbing but full of sincerity. I, Ma Dong, have a miserable life. I used to be bullied in every shelter I went to. This past month, I've been living like a human being thanks to you. Not only has no one dared to touch me, but I've also had meat to eat every day. I, Ma Dong, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. He took out his old mobile phone from his pocket and opened the WeChat QR code. Brother, take care. I'll go back to Bay City and make a good living. If you need me, Ma Dong, in the future, just say the word and I'll go through fire and water to help you. No hesitation. Gu Fanchen looked at him, was silent for a moment, helped him up, patted his shoulder, then took out his mobile phone and added him on WeChat. Take care of yourself, too. After leaving these 4 words, Gu Fanchen followed the second lieutenant and turned to leave. Ma Dong knelt on the ground, watching Gu Fanchen's tall figure disappear at the door, a bitter smile on his face. If I were also a warrior, that would be great. I really want to continue to follow Big Brother. Gu Fanchen didn't look back. Mr. Gu, where's your luggage? The second lieutenant asked politely. In the dormitory. Gu Fanchen said concisely. Back on the large bunk bed filled with the stench of sweat, Gu Fanchen's so-called luggage was actually very little. Apart from a change of cheap clothes he got from the shelter, all he had left were the 2 books he had memorized by heart, the Rock Body Refining Art and the 3 Wind-Chasing Styles, and the black card that represented a huge fortune. He kept these 3 things close to him and threw the rest away. Under the guidance of the second lieutenant, Gu Fanchen got on a black military armored off-road vehicle. After the car door was closed, the noise from the outside world was instantly isolated. Inside the carriage, there was only the low roar of the engine and the steady breathing of the soldiers. The vehicle started and sped away from temporary shelter number 13. The scene outside the window rapidly receded, from the makeshift container square, to the ruins of the city ravaged by war, and then to the gradually emerging traces of human engineering. Finally, a huge steel wall stretching between heaven and earth appeared at the end of the horizon. The giant wall towered into the clouds, covered with ferocious artillery positions and energy matrix nodes. In the afterglow of the setting sun, it cast a huge shadow, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression and security. The off-road vehicle did not enter the actual base city, but stopped in front of a huge military fortress outside the giant wall. This is the number 7 frontline base in the Eastern Theater Command of Dragon Country, the border fortress. Towering watchtowers, armed personnel moving back and forth, fighter jets poised for takeoff on the tarmac. Everything here is filled with a solemn and bloody atmosphere. The armored SUV slowly stopped in front of a building marked reception. "Mr. Gu, we're here." The lieutenant opened the car door for him and gestured please. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Chapter 21 clearly visible revised. At the fortress gate and in the square, many soldiers and officers coming and going subconsciously cast curious glances in this direction. When they saw that the person getting off the car was just a teenager wearing a cheap t-shirt and looking no more than 18 or 19 years old, the curiosity in their eyes immediately turned into deep confusion and incomprehension. "That's Second Lieutenant Lee from Team 3, right? Opening the car door himself? Who is that guy? He doesn't look like the offspring of any important figure. He's wearing cheap clothes. Could he be a poor relative of some high-ranking official?" Several soldiers who were wiping their weapons couldn't help but whisper to each other. In this place with strict hierarchy, where everything is based on strength and military merit, it is really a strange thing that an ordinary teenager can be treated so seriously by a second lieutenant. Gu Fengchen seemed oblivious to the gazes around him and calmly followed the second lieutenant into the reception building. Passing through the solemn and spotless metal corridor, the lieutenant stopped in front of a door and opened it with his ID card. "Mr. Gu, please." What comes into view is a single dormitory of about 20 square meters. A neat single bed, a set of metal desk and chairs, a laptop, and a separate bathroom. Although the furnishings are simple, having such an independent dormitory is already a great privilege in such a frontline fortress where every inch of land is valuable. "Mr. Gu, please rest first." The lieutenant's attitude remained respectful. "Dinner will be delivered to your room. I'll come pick you up at 7 tomorrow morning and take you to the Central Martial Arts Arena." "Thank you." Gu Fengchen nodded. The lieutenant said no more, saluted, turned around and closed the door. Gu Fengchen was the only one left in the room. He walked to the window and looked at the huge steel wall outside that was as majestic as a mountain, and the blood-red sky in the distance under the setting sun, feeling mixed emotions. He took a hot shower first. Then, with his upper body naked, Gu Fengchen wiped his wet hair and walked to the brand new laptop. Turn on the computer. The interface is a simple system dedicated to the military. In addition to the necessary office software, there is also an internal application called Military Merit Mall. Gu Fengchen's curiosity was aroused. He clicked on the mall, and a wide variety of products instantly filled the screen. From basic chi and blood pills and healing potions to standard alloy swords and combat uniforms, there are even some secret manuals and high-tech weapons that require extremely high military merit to exchange. Items in the mall can be exchanged for money or military merit points. But without exception, the prices are extremely expensive. Gu Fengchen was not addicted to it. After a quick glance, he exited. During the month he spent in the shelter, he was either slaughtering pigs in the kitchen or practicing in the corner, and had no time to take care of anything else. He hadn't even had time to confirm whether the money in the black card Xiao Liuli gave him had arrived. "Now, I finally have time. Let us take a look at this first." He was a little curious. Thinking of this, he carefully took out the pitch-black metal card from his pocket. Following the instructions etched on the back of the card, he opened an encrypted financial port on a military computer. Enter the card number. Then, there was the password that he had already memorized, 071124. Press enter. After a buffering moment, a simple balance inquiry page popped up. A long string of dazzling numbers appeared in the center of the screen. Gu Fengchen was stunned. He counted them one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, tens of millions. At the very beginning of the numbers is a clear 3. Following it, there are 7 zeros. 30 million. Even though Gu Fangchen has lived 2 lives and his character has long been as hard as a rock, his breathing couldn't help but quicken a little at this moment. He knew that the materials of the disaster-level monsters were priceless, but he never imagined that just half of the profit would reach such a terrifying number. With excitement, he clicked on the Military Merit Mall again. This time, he did not just take a quick look, but instead carefully studied the mall's exchange mechanism. The entire mall is clearly divided into 2 areas, public trading area and military special supply area. At the same time, in the upper right corner of his personal information column, there is a clear mark, authorization level, level 0 temporary personnel. The goods in the public trading area can be purchased directly with Dragon Country currency, but since they are sold to the public and anyone can buy them, the prices are extremely high. The military special supply area is even more mysterious. The items inside are much more discounted than those outside. However, at present, Gu Fangchen, who is not in the military area, cannot view it, and all items are displayed in a gray lock state. After clicking, only a cold prompt will pop up, insufficient permissions, cannot view. Helplessly, he could only turn his attention back to the public trading area. What he lacks most now is a suitable weapon and a decent combat uniform. He casually clicked on a decent-looking E+ grade alloy sword called Black Blade. The price tag clearly stated. Price, 10 million Dragon Country coins. He took another look at the E+ grade Hound Series combat uniform next to it, which was priced at 15 million. Just this one piece of armor and the other one cost 25 million, which is really expensive. This is just the lowest level E+ equipment in the public trading area. It is indeed an area dedicated to non-military warriors. The price is quite expensive. There is no value for money at all, it's a complete waste of money. It can be said that I am telling you clearly. Want better equipment at the best prices? Then join the military district. He gave a wry smile, still unwilling to give up, and tried to turn the page to see the prices of equipment in the military special supply area. But, warning, your permission level is insufficient. This item area requires permission level 2 non-commissioned officer to view. Gu Fangchen didn't believe it and continued to read. Warning, your permission level is insufficient. This item area requires permission level 1 private to view. Seeing this, Gu Fangchen let out a long breath and rubbed his eyebrows. He finally understood. 30 million seems like a huge sum of money. But if he doesn't join the military region, all he can buy is the qualification to entry. A basic set of E-level combat uniforms, an E-level alloy knife, and maybe some money left to buy some ordinary chi and blood pills. That's the total purchasing power of 30 million. And those treasures that can truly widen the gap between warriors. For example, more advanced skills, various magic weapons, and more powerful weapons. All of them are locked behind the 2 high walls of authority and military merit. It seems that I still have to join the military district. If you don't join the military zone and buy equipment directly in the public trading area, you will probably lose everything. Then don't buy it for now. Wait until you join the military region. Gu Fangchen smiled self-deprecatingly, but the fire in his eyes burned even more vigorously. For him, this system is not an obstacle, but the clearest map. As long as you participate in tomorrow's selection and successfully join a warrior team, you will obtain authorization level 1. As long as you go to the battlefield and hunt exotic beasts, you can gain military merit. Although this road is difficult, every step is clear and visible. The previous version of this chapter was not well expressed, causing misunderstandings. It has been revised, and some comments may not match. Chapter 22 Training. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen felt the blood in his body boiling slightly. Sitting and waiting is not his style. Tomorrow's selection will surely be attended by many strong players. He must have a more intuitive understanding of his current strength. Thinking about this, he pulled up the electronic map of the base fortress from his computer. Soon, a huge building marked Comprehensive Training Center came into his sight. This is it. Without any hesitation, Gu Fangchen changed into a clean, cheap sportswear he got from the shelter and pushed the door open. The knights in the border fortress are not peaceful patrolling soldiers, and warriors in a hurry can be seen everywhere. Following the instructions on the map, he quickly found the Comprehensive Training Center. This is a dome-shaped building covering a very large area, and the entire structure is made of cast alloy. Before he got close, waves of dull collisions, the whistling sounds of weapons breaking through the air, and the warrior's full-bodied shouts had already penetrated the thick walls and hit him in the face. As soon as he stepped through the door, Gu Fangchen immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Inside the training center, the space is surprisingly large and brightly lit. Hundreds of warriors were sweating profusely in various areas, but without exception, they were all wearing standard combat uniforms. Only Gu Fangchen, wearing a cheap sportswear that was washed out, looked out of place, like a drop of ink on a white paper. "Hey, who is that kid? How dare he come here dressed like that? New here, right? I'm afraid he's some poor guy with connections who wants to see the world. He looks unfamiliar. He's probably one of the freelance warriors coming to participate in the selection tomorrow." Whispers came from all directions, and the gazes cast at them were filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of imperceptible contempt. Gu Fangchen ignored these gazes and walked straight to the front desk of the hall. There was a young female soldier sitting behind the front desk, staring at the screen with boredom. When she saw Gu Fangchen, she simply raised her eyelids lazily and said in a flat tone, "What's up?" "Hello, I would like to use the testing equipment here. Is it possible for an outsider to do so?" Gu Fangchen asked. "Sure." The female soldier's attitude remained indifferent as she casually explained, "Tomorrow is the team recruitment day. These few days are open to all free warriors who come to participate in the selection. Test area, 500 Dragon Nation coins per hour, how do I pay?" Gu Fangchen thought for a moment, then casually pulled out the black card Xia Liuli had given him from his pocket and handed it over, swiped the card. The moment this card appeared on the counter, the female soldier's hands suddenly froze, and her originally lazy pupils suddenly shrank, staring at the card. At the same time, the originally noisy training center seemed to have pressed the mute button. Tick-tock. A drop of sweat fell from the forehead of a warrior who was lifting weights, and the sound was unusually clear in the silent hall. Everyone, whether they were lifting weights or sparring, all focused their eyes on the front desk, on that small card. Everyone's breathing stopped. Black card. It turned out to be a black card specially provided by the military. That is a status symbol specially provided by the Dragon Country Military Department to those who have made great contributions to the country or those big figures with powerful backgrounds. In the entire number 7 frontline base, there are no more than 10 people who own this card. Gu Dong. The female soldier at the front desk swallowed hard and stood up suddenly from her seat, her body straight and the lazy expression on her face had disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was extreme respect, and even a barely perceptible tremor in the voice. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll process it for you right away. You can use all the facilities in the base free of charge." Her originally lazy hands were now moving so fast on the operating table that after images were almost left. Retrieve the highest authority, enter temporary information, authorize? The series of operations went smoothly, without any delay. Soon, a magnetic card with a light platinum sheen was produced. The female soldier held the magnetic card in both hands, bowed slightly, and respectfully handed it to Gu Fangchen. "Sir, this is your temporary pass, please keep it." Gu Fangchen was a little confused. He just wanted to pay, why did the other party act like he saw a ghost? But he didn't think much about it, just thinking that there were too many rules in the army. He calmly took the platinum card, put it and the black card back into his pocket, then turned and walked towards the testing area. Until Gu Fangchen's back, wearing cheap sportswear, completely disappeared behind the gate of the testing area. Call. The entire training hall was filled with relieved gasps. The dead silence was instantly broken, replaced by thunderous discussions. "Holy shit! Who the hell is that? Black cards? I've only seen them in internal military promotional videos. It's said that only 5th-rank generals and those who have made great contributions to the alliance are eligible to hold them. But he looks so young. Could he be the illegitimate son of some war god, coming here to experience life? Stop guessing." A warrior who looked like a squad leader shouted in a low voice, "Do we think we can discuss the person who has this card? Did you see that look just now? He was so calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. He is definitely a tough guy." 2. After hearing this, everyone shut up and went about their business. Gu Fangchen followed the signs on the ground. Soon, he passed by an area semi-isolated by an energy shield, the advanced battle area. The noise coming from inside was obviously much more terrifying than the ordinary training area outside. His footsteps subconsciously stopped. In the area, 2 warriors in combat uniforms were seen sparring. But their fighting style was completely beyond Gu Fangchen's understanding. One of them shook his arms, and a layer of light red, substantial blood and energy halo instantly enveloped his body, forming a tough protective aura. Another warrior holding a sword suddenly shouted and swung the sword forward. Buzz! A red blade light that was half a meter long and as condensed as a substance broke away from the blade directly, tearing through the air, making a sharp scream, and fiercely slashed at the man's protective aura. Clang! The blade light and the collided violently, sparks flew, and there was a sharp sound of metal clashing. The tough energy was shaken violently and almost shattered, and the sword light also shattered. The attack failed, and the swordsman retreated violently. At the same time, he swung the sword again with his backhand. The other sword light brushed the ground and cut into a special alloy target more than 10 meters away. With a swish, a terrifying cut several inches deep was left on the hard target. Gu Fangchen's pupils suddenly shrank. This seems to be a second-level warrior. The qi and blood undergo qualitative changes and break out of the body. The qi and blood are released, condensed into a force, and the sword light is slashed out. Chapter 23 Turtle Shell Skill. Gu Fangchen's pupils trembled. His current fighting style, no matter how strong he is or how tough his physique is, still remains in the realm of close combat, where every punch must hit the flesh and every knife must draw blood. However, a second-level warrior can already extend his own energy and blood outside the body, turning it into a long-range deadly attack method. This is a leap from inside to outside. It is a qualitative change in the level of life. Inside the arena, the two second-level warriors exchanged more than a dozen moves with great enthusiasm. The sword light and they continued to collide, emitting bursts of explosive sounds. Finally, both of them seemed to have exhausted their strength and retreated at the same time, breathing heavily. Damn it, Lu Meng, your mountain-splitting slash is becoming more and more overbearing. The warrior holding the shield dispersed the protective energy, sat down on the ground, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Chengyu. Your turtle shell skill is the same, it's getting harder and harder. The knife-wielding warrior named Lu Meng also put away his knife and cursed with a smile. What the hell is this turtle shell skill? This is called body-protecting qi. Zhang Chengyu laughed angrily and made a move to punch Lu Meng. The two were about to take a break when they inadvertently glanced and saw Gu Fangchen standing on the sidelines, watching intently. Hey! Lu Meng spoke first. He seemed to be quite cheerful and waved directly at Gu Fangchen. Hey, brother, new here? I haven't seen you before. Another warrior, Zhang Chengyu, also looked over and said, look at his physique, he's quite strong. They should be the free warriors who will be participating in the team selection tomorrow, right? Facing the inquiries of the two second-level experts, Gu Fangchen suppressed his shock and responded respectfully, hello, sirs. My name is Gu Fangchen, and I am indeed here to participate in the selection. I was just watching you two sparring and was so engrossed that I apologize for interrupting you. It's okay. Lu Meng laughed and waved his hands, it's good to look around before the selection. Gu Fangchen nodded, feeling that it was inappropriate to continue watching, and prepared to turn around and leave for the testing area. But at this moment, the warrior named Zhang Chengyu suddenly spoke, little brother, looking at the look in your eyes just now, you were quite serious. How about it, do you want us to teach you a few moves? Anyway, we just finished fighting and are tired, so we have some time. Gu Fangchen paused. Advice? It is a great thing for a first-level warrior to receive guidance from two second-level warriors. He thought of the 3 wind-chasing styles that he had just completed. Although he knew the moves by heart, they were ultimately just theory and had never been used in actual combat. More importantly, he had no clear idea of his current defensive power, the effect of the 5th level of rock body refining art. This is a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen turned around, a gleam in his eyes, and bowed, then I will trouble you two commanders. Great. That's great. Lu Meng stood up and dusted himself off. Let's go to the training room you opened. There's not enough space here. Gu Fangchen nodded and led the way. Zhang Chengyu and Lu Meng followed behind him, discussing with great interest how they should guide this newcomer later. However, when Gu Fangchen used the platinum pass to swipe open the door of a training room marked God of War number 1, the two of them froze in their tracks. The smiles on their faces also completely froze. This is the fucking God of War number 1? Lu Meng's eyes almost popped out and he stuttered in fear. Am I seeing things? Zhang Chengyu was also horrified and rubbed his eyes hard. The training room in front of him was over 1,000 square meters in size, and the floor and walls had a dark golden metallic luster. It was the Titan alloy that could withstand a full-strength attack from a 4th-rank warrior. The room is not only equipped with a gravity system that can be adjusted up to 300 times. Embedded on the wall is a holographic combat AI that can simulate various exotic beasts, and there is even a Shinwei data analyzer that can analyze a warrior's blood flow and energy output in real time. There are only 3 of this highest standard training rooms in the entire base number 7. Normally, only officers or ace teams that carry out life-threatening missions are eligible to apply for use. It can be said that even if you have money, you can't open it. They have been in the army for so many years, but they only dare to look at him enviously from the outside. Now, this kid in cheap sportswear actually just swiped his card and got in? Brother, who are you? Zhang Qingyu and Lu Meng looked at each other and saw deep horror in each other's eyes, and their tone became cautious. Gu Fangchen looked at their reactions, somewhat puzzled, but answered truthfully, no big deal, just a refugee who just came from shelter number 13. Before, I was butchering pigs in the kitchen. Zhang Qingyu and Lu Meng were completely dumbfounded. Refugee? Pig butcher? Are you fucking kidding me? Which butcher can open a God of War number 1 training room? They felt that their worldview had been impacted like never before, but looking at Gu Fangchen's face, which was so calm that it didn't seem like he was lying, they didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, Lu Meng took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart, and waved his hand. Forget it, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Come on, let's see what you can do. The two walked into the room, feeling the rich and pure energy environment inside, and their hearts were shocked again. Lu Meng pointed to the empty space in the middle and said to Gu Fangchen, show us your most familiar moves. Don't hide them. We can prescribe the right remedy and give you some pointers. Gu Fangchen nodded. He walked to the weapons rack on the side, where dozens of standard weapons gleamed with cold light. He casually picked up a most common alloy longsword, weighed it, and found it was just right. Then, he walked to the center of the venue and stood still. His eyes, which were originally somewhat student-like, suddenly changed the moment he grasped the hilt of the knife. If he was like a piece of warm jade before, then at this moment, he was a peerless fierce weapon hidden in a sheath, with a sharp and restrained aura emanating from his body. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu's expressions also subconsciously became much more serious. The next second, Gu Fangchen moved. The first of 3 styles of chasing the wind. Chapter 24 3 Wind Chasing Styles. The next second, Gu Fangchen moved. His body swayed, and his feet seemed to have the wind. He was like an arrow shot from a bow, and he instantly closed the distance with the imaginary enemy. The first of 3 styles of chasing the wind. Before the sword's power was exhausted, he turned his wrist and the long sword in his hand turned into a cold light that chased the wind and lightning. The tip of the sword tore through the air and stabbed straight out, so fast that only an afterimage was left. The second move, cutting the wind. Then, he put away his sword and retreated, his momentum increasing instead of decreasing, and suddenly took a step forward. A powerful and heavy blow, carrying a force of thousands of pounds, fell down with a bang. The third move, Juefeng. The blade came to an abrupt stop just a fraction away from the ground, and the airflow it stirred up caused visible ripples on the ground. 3 moves, done in one go, smooth and flowing, fast, accurate and ruthless. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu were completely stunned. The two looked at each other and saw undisguised admiration in each other's eyes. Not bad. Really good. Lu Meng was the first to applaud. The stance is steady, the strike is decisive, the power, speed, and angle are all impeccable. You've brought out the aura of a master in this most basic 3 wind-chasing moves. He paused, then asked in a matter-of-fact tone, you've mastered this sword technique to perfection. It's a very advanced level. How many years have you been learning it? Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen put away his sword and stood up, answering truthfully, not that long, I've only been practicing for about a month. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The appreciative smiles on Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu's faces froze in an instant. What did you say? Lu Meng thought he was hallucinating and his voice suddenly rose an octave. Say that again? Zhang Qingyu, standing next to him, also had a look of shock on his face. How long have you been learning this? Gu Fangchen looked at the two of them, looking confused, but he still repeated, 1 month. I found this technique while in the shelter and started practicing it. Lu Meng opened his mouth and wanted to say, you are taking us for fools, but looking at Gu Fangchen's clear and calm eyes, he swallowed his words back. That look is so sincere. So sincere that it made him question his life. Zhang Qingyu on the side stared at Gu Fangchen. His eyes gradually changed from initial shock to a scrutiny mixed with horror and fanaticism. He slapped his thigh suddenly, as if he had figured out something. Wait, old Lu. He stopped Lu Meng, who was about to say something, and quickly walked up to Gu Fangchen. I understand. You kid, your mental strength must be ridiculously strong. Hearing this, Lu Meng seemed to have figured something out. Yes. Absolutely. Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to analyze. For ordinary warriors like us, even if we have good talent, it would take 3 to 5 years of hard work to master the 3 wind-chasing styles to the level of perfection he just achieved. And he only took a month. There's only one possibility: his mental talent is incredibly high. At this point, Zhang Qingyu's tone became more serious, even with a hint of awe and yearning. In the martial arts, the first level is body refining, the second level is qi gang, and the third level is breaking barriers. When a warrior breaks through to the fourth level, he will also usher in a qualitative change in his mental strength. By then, the mental strength of talented warriors will be able to begin interfering with reality, forming an invisible and intangible telekinesis. Control objects from thin air, wield flying knives, and even concentrate mental attacks to directly attack the enemy's soul. All of this can only be achieved by warriors with top-level spiritual talents. I'm so jealous. I'm so fucking jealous. The three of them were silent for a moment, and Lu Meng took the initiative to speak. Little brother, speaking of it, your swordsmanship is indeed impeccable, but what about other things? A warrior cannot have only a spear but no shield. How is your defensive skills going? Gu Fangchen replied, I have practiced a set of bodybuilding exercises, but I don't know how effective it is. I want to test the defense. Do you have any relevant equipment? Of course there is. Zhang Qingyu pointed to a huge device that looked like a mechanical iron fist on the other side of the training room. That's an impact force tester. It can simulate the attacks of warriors at different levels. Let's go and try it. The three of them came to the instrument. Gu Fangchen stood on the test platform, took a deep breath, and pushed the rock body refining technique to its extreme. Start with the lowest level, initial normal attack. As Lu Meng set the settings on the operating table, the huge mechanical iron fist suddenly popped out and hit Gu Fangchen's chest hard. Impact force, 200 kilograms. Gu Fangchen didn't move at all. Continue. Impact force, 500 kilograms. Impact force, 1000 kilograms. When the impact force value soared to 3,500 kilograms, which was equivalent to the full strength attack of a first-level peak warrior, Gu Fangchen's body was still as stable as a rock rooted in the ground. The expressions on Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu's faces have gradually changed from casual at first to serious. Going up further, it's the second level. Zhang Qingyu said solemnly, simulate the normal attacks of an early second-level warrior. Impact force, 6,000 kilograms. Boom. This time, there was even a faint energy halo on the mechanical iron fist. Bang! A dull thud like a drum. Gu Fangchen's body shook violently, and he took 3 steps back before he managed to steady himself. His blood surged in his chest. Although he was not injured, it was obvious that this was close to the limit of his current defense. Not bad. Lu Meng's eyes were full of admiration. A first-level warrior can withstand an ordinary attack from a quasi-second-level warrior and only be forced back a few steps. Your bodybuilding skills are quite solid. Chapter 25 Genius. At this time, Zhang Qingyu shook his head and stepped forward. It's solid, but not clever enough. Just now, you were using your body and blood to resist. Your strength was too dispersed. He extended his fingers and tapped several key points on Gu Fangchen's chest, waist, and legs. The core of your technique lies in the word rock. It focuses on transmitting the impact force layer by layer and ultimately unloading it into the earth. Try to sink your qi and blood into your lower body, using your waist as the axis to absorb 70% of the impact force. Use your body to resist the remaining 30%. Lu Meng also added, that's right. Don't be like a wooden stake and just hold on. You have to learn how to release and transform. The two of them talked to each other and passed on the valuable experience they had accumulated over many years of fighting to Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen, relying on his SSS-level mental power, grasped the essence of it almost instantly. He closed his eyes and quickly deduced in his mind. After just a dozen seconds, he opened his eyes again, with a gleam of light in his eyes. Thank you both for your guidance, sir. I'll try again. He stood on the platform again and adjusted the circulation of chi and blood and the body's force generating techniques according to the two people's instructions. It's still the same force as before. Boom! The mechanical iron fist struck again with tremendous force. This time, Gu Fangchen did not resist. The moment the fist touched his body, his feet grasped the ground firmly like the roots of an old tree, and his waist twisted slightly. Bang! The terrifying force that was enough to penetrate steel plates was unloaded by him in a mysterious way along his spine, waist, hips, and legs, layer by layer into the alloy floor beneath his feet. The alloy floor groaned as it could not bear the weight. Gu Fangchen only shook his upper body slightly before he stood firmly without moving back at all. Ding! Under the guidance of 2 second-level warriors, your understanding of strength has reached a new level, and the rock body refining art has broken through to the 6th level. A powerful sense of strength emerged from every part of his body. Lu Meng and Zhang Chengyu were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Gu Fangchen, then looked at the buzzing alloy floor, feeling that their worldview had been impacted like never before. We just gave you a few pointers, and you already learned it? Zhang Chengyu's lips were trembling. Is this guy going to let people live? The two looked at each other and saw the numbness and helplessness in each other's eyes. But then, the numbness turned into unprecedented excitement and fanaticism. Teaching ordinary people is torture. Teaching geniuses is a pleasure. Don't be complacent. This is just a basic method of unloading force. Zhang Qingyu suppressed the shock in his heart, put on a serious expression on his face, and took another step forward. Just knowing how to absorb force isn't enough. A true rock isn't a dead object, but a living thing with deep roots in the earth. Your feet should be rooted, but your waist should be like waterweed, swaying with the force and making it invisible. Lu Meng also became interested and added, and breathe. The moment the impact is about to hit you, inhale and tighten your abdomen, and the force will come from the ground. The moment the impact is removed, exhale and make a sound, and the energy will flow through your body. One inhale and one exhale, it's a cycle. Try it again. Gu Fangchen memorized all these tips. In his mind, countless little people were practicing rapidly, integrating these seemingly scattered skills perfectly into the rock body refining technique system. He felt that his understanding of this set of exercises was deepening at a terrifying speed. Okay, that's all for today. Zhang Qingyu saw that he was lost in thought and knew he couldn't teach him anymore, so he called a halt. You've bitten off more than you can chew. Go back and digest it yourself. Let's go, Lu Meng patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder and grinned. No matter how much theory we talk about, it's useless. Actual combat is the only criterion for testing the truth. Take you to have some fun. As he spoke, he led Gu Fangchen to the holographic combat AI in the corner of the training room. This is a virtual combat system that can simulate various exotic beasts, Lu Meng introduced. Although tomorrow's battle will be real combat, involving real exotic beasts, this system can help you adapt to the battlefield in advance. It's like a mock exam. This system will score you based on your performance. There are 230 levels in total, and each level will increase in difficulty. Generally speaking, if you can break through to the 10th floor, you won't have any problems even if you have to go into actual combat tomorrow. You'll easily pass the test and can usually join a regular mopping up team. Zhang Qingyu added, to join those elite teams, your score must be at least 20th level or higher. As for wanting to take first place and be noticed by those ace teams, forget it if you don't have level 30 strength. Gu Fangchen nodded, okay. After saying that, he walked to the console and directly selected, Start Challenge. Command confirmed, generating the first layer of virtual battlefield. The light and shadow changed, and Gu Fangchen instantly found himself on a grassland. A most common beast-level sharp-toothed rabbit was refreshed, but before it could show its ferocity, a flash of knife light had already passed by. Flash sale. Level 1, passed. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu smiled at each other and thought it was normal. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. 5th floor, passed. 10th floor, passed. The numbers on the screen kept jumping, and Gu Fangchen's figure shuttled through various simulated scenes. Neither packs of wolves nor thick-skinned wild boars could stop him at all. His swordsmanship is concise and efficient, and his defense is impenetrable. He is a complete killing machine. When the number jumped to 20th floor, Gu Fangchen didn't even break a sweat. The smiles on Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu's faces had completely disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. This kid, his foundation is too solid, isn't it? Lu Meng murmured. It has surpassed most members of the elite team. Zhang Qingyu's eyes were full of surprise. The challenge continues. 25th floor. 30th floor. When the number of levels exceeded 30, the strength of the virtual beasts began to show some mutants with special abilities. Gu Fangchen's expression finally became serious. His speed was even faster, and his sword strikes were even more powerful. He used the shadow steps to the extreme, and turned himself into a ghost moving among the beasts. Every time he struck out with his sword, he would take a life. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu were completely speechless. They just stared at the screen, their hearts beating wildly with the rising numbers. 35th floor. 39th floor. 40th floor, passed. When this number popped up on the screen, Gu Fangchen's breathing had become slightly rapid. Command confirmed, generating the 41st level virtual battlefield. The scene suddenly changed to a wasteland covered with thunderclouds. Roar! A strange beast with blue electric arcs wrapped all over its body and shaped like a cheetah appeared 100 meters away. It's a king-level beast, the Thunder Leopard. Zhang Qingyu exclaimed in shock, it can release lightning remotely. Before he finished speaking, the Thunder Leopard suddenly opened its mouth, and a dazzling blue electric light tore through the air like a sharp arrow and instantly shot towards Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen's pupils shrank, and he almost instinctively activated Shadow Step to dodge to the side. Swish! Lightning brushed past his shoulder, blasting a small charred crater on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of ozone. Before he could stand firm, 3 more lightning bolts appeared in the shape of a Chinese character and blocked all his escape routes. Too fast. Gu Fangchen relied on his extraordinary reaction to narrowly avoid 2 of the lightning bolts, but the third one was 1 step faster and hit his left arm hard. Sizzle! A strong feeling of numbness and severe pain instantly spread throughout the body. Warning! Under fatal attack. Challenge failed. Chapter 26 Breaking the Army S7 Killing Swords. The scene in front of him returned to normal. Gu Fangchen stood in place and shook his left arm, which was still a little numb. There was no frustration in his eyes, but instead he was filled with a desire for greater power. A king-level beast, equivalent to a second-level warrior. After fighting against the king-level monster, he clearly felt the huge gap between the first and second levels. Still far from it. Gu Fangchen shook his head. Call. On the side, Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu let out a long breath, as if they were the ones who had just experienced the battle. They looked at the bright red number on the console, 41. Looking at the boy who was calmly moving his arms, his mind went blank. 41st floor. Lu Meng's voice was a little dry. Damn, last year's base competition, the champion of the recruit group only played the 43rd floor. Zhang Qingyu was also extremely shocked. He was about to say something when there were 2 light knocks on the door of the training room. A young soldier on night duty poked his head in and saw the 3 people inside, especially Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu. He immediately stood at attention and saluted, respectfully reminding them. My 2 sirs, Mr. Gu, I'm sorry to bother you. The training center is about to close at 3 a.m., and we need to perform equipment maintenance and clear the venue. Closed? Lu Meng was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. The number above clearly shows 2:55. Fuck. Lu Meng couldn't help but curse, his face full of disbelief. It's almost 3 o'clock? Zhang Qingyu was also stunned. He felt like he had just been instructing this kid for a short while, but how come half the night had already passed in the blink of an eye? Before they knew it, they had been training with this monster from 9 in the evening until 3 in the morning? Gu Fangchen was also a little surprised. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of training and fighting, and was unaware of the passage of time. The 3 of them didn't say much and walked out of the training room. Before leaving, Lu Meng seemed to remember something and took out his mobile phone. Brother, add WeChat. If you have any questions at the base, you can always contact us. Gu Fangchen nodded and added both of them on WeChat. By the way, I don't know your name, brother? Zhang Qingyu asked. Gu Fangchen. The moment these 3 words were spoken, Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu's body shook violently, as if struck by lightning. Their movements and expressions were exactly the same as those of the second lieutenant before. They stared at Gu Fangchen intently and said in unison, You are, that Gu Fangchen? Gu Fangchen was stunned, somewhat puzzled. Am I famous? More than famous. Lu Meng slapped his thigh and said excitedly, After Miss Xia came back, she praised you to the skies at the military meeting. She said you were calm in the face of danger, possessed extraordinary courage, and possessed unfathomable battlefield insights. You are the most formidable tactical genius she has ever seen. After hearing this, Gu Fangchen finally understood why these people reacted so strongly when they heard his name. It turned out that it was Xia Liuli who was advertising him. At this time, Zhang Qingyu took out a brand new swordsmanship manual from his storage ring and handed it over solemnly. Brother Gu, your 3 wind chasing styles have been perfected. It's just an ordinary basic sword technique. There's not much point in practicing it further. It's time for you to move on to the next stage. This book, 7 Killing Swords of Breaking the Army, was given to me by the military when I was still a first-rank warrior. It contains 7 moves, emphasizing the importance of advancing without retreat and ensuring a sure kill. It's perfect for you at this stage. As he said that, he stuffed the Pujuan Qisha knife into Gu Fangchen's arms. Take it. Hearing this technique, Gu Fangchen's heart moved slightly. He has an impression of this name. Just a few hours ago, he had seen this book of swordsmanship in the public trading area of the military Marat Mall. This is an advanced sword technique specially tailored for first-level warriors. It is famous for its decisiveness and great power, and is highly sought after by front-line soldiers. But its price is also extremely shocking. The selling price is as high as 12 million Dragon Country coins. Almost half of his huge sum of 30 million. This is too expensive. Gu Fangchen wanted to refuse. Take it. Lu Meng stuffed the secret book into his hand, glared at him, and said generously, "What are you doing, fussy? Zhang Qingyu and I are both experts in heavy weapons. This sword technique would be useless to us. Giving it to you is the best way to put it to good use." Zhang Qingyu also patted his shoulder with a sincere look in his eyes. "Brother Gu, don't be polite to us. We've been at base 7 for almost 5 years now, and we've seen many so-called geniuses, but none as monstrous as you. We believe that your future achievements are absolutely limitless. This sword technique book is just a small investment that we both make in the future strong men. Things have come to this point. If Gu Fangchen refuses again, it will seem pretentious." He took a deep breath, put the extremely heavy secret book close to his body, and solemnly clasped his fists towards the 2 of them. "Thank you, brothers. I'll remember this favor." "Ha, that's right." Lu Meng laughed and patted him on the back. "Okay, go back and rest. Get enough energy and perform well tomorrow." The 3 of them said goodbye. Gu Fangchen was walking alone on the cold and empty base road at 3 o'clock in the morning. The night breeze calmed his excited brain a lot. After returning to the neat single dormitory, he did not rest immediately, but couldn't wait to take out the book Pajun Chi Sha Dao. The 5 large characters on the cover, as sharp as iron and silver hooks, seemed to reveal a fierce murderous aura that shocked people's hearts. He opened the first page, and saw lines of concise and domineering formulas and simple yet deadly sword-style diagrams. With SSS-level mental power, Gu Fangchen's memory and comprehension abilities have reached a terrifying level. It took him less than half an hour to imprint the essence of the 7 sword techniques and the circulation of qi and blood in his mind, and he had already gained a preliminary understanding. Good knife skills. He put the secret book away again, then sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to regulate his breathing to restore the energy consumed tonight. Chapter 27 Demon City Base City. Night, Magic City Base City, Central Area. Inside a penthouse apartment with the best night view in the entire city. Xia Liuli had just finished a day of meditation and was walking barefoot on the jade-like floor. She was wearing a loose silk nightgown, taking off her military uniform in coldness during the day, revealing her cool and beautiful face. The high ponytail has been released, and the waterfall-like black hair is casually draped over her shoulders, making her less heroic and more lazy and gentle. However, the loose nightgown could not hide the almost perfect explosive figure underneath. As she walked, the thin silk stuck to her body, outlining breathtaking curves. The slender waist, which can be held in one hand, forms a perfect golden ratio with the perky buttocks. At the bottom of the nightgown, a pair of straight, slender and flawless legs were faintly visible. Buzz. At this moment, the holographic communication station in the center of the living room suddenly lit up and emitted a slight beeping sound. An encrypted communication request came from frontline base number 7. Xia Liuli walked to the communication desk and clicked casually. Lieutenant Li's slightly respectful face immediately appeared in front of her in the form of a 3-dimensional projection. "Miss Xia, good evening." Second Lieutenant Li stood straight, his seriousness palpable even through the screen. "Excuse me for interrupting, but I have something I need to report to you personally." "Speak." Xia Liuli's voice was cold and concise. Yes. The person you paid special attention to earlier, Gu Fangchen, has arrived at Base 7 today and has confirmed that he will participate in tomorrow's warrior team selection. Xiao Liuli picked up a glass of warm water from the table and paused slightly as she was about to take a sip. A hint of obvious doubt flashed across her cold phoenix eyes. He didn't choose to go to the base city? No, Lieutenant Li answered truthfully. After the Beast Tide crisis was over, he was the first survivor to voluntarily apply to join the army. Xiao Liuli was silent. She originally thought that with Gu Fangchen's natural qi and blood blockage constitution, after receiving the huge sum of money that was enough to squander his entire life, he would choose to live the rest of his life comfortably in the base city. This is undoubtedly the best outcome for an ordinary person. But she never expected that instead of leaving, the other party took the initiative to sign up for the military selection. He wants to be a warrior? Is he going to take this most difficult and dangerous path? But I've checked his file. Xiao Liuli's voice was filled with inquiry. He was born with blocked qi and blood, so it's almost impossible for him to become a warrior. Why did he participate in the selection? Lieutenant Li was also a little confused when he heard this, but he still replied respectfully, Miss Xia, this is exactly what I wanted to report to you. According to the patrol team's report, Mr. Gu personally subdued a Japanese pirate who had infiltrated the shelter a month ago. At that time, Patrol Captain Wang Meng judged that he had the strength of a warrior and rewarded him with 3 mid-grade qi and blood pills. And today, I personally interacted with him. Although I didn't deliberately investigate, I could clearly feel that his qi and blood were calm, his breathing was long, and his foundation was solid. He didn't seem like someone with qi and blood blocked at all. Even. Second Lieutenant Li hesitated, then added, he strikes me as even more reserved and dangerous than many veterans who have served in the military for many years. Xiao Liuli put down the water cup in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. 1 month. Just 1 month. A young man who was judged to be a loser in martial arts not only possessed the strength of a warrior, but also made a battle-hardened lieutenant feel dangerous? Is it because of those 3 qi and blood pills? How is that possible? Just 3 mid-grade qi and blood pills could never produce such a transformative effect. At this moment, one mystery after another shrouded the young man. A strong curiosity, like a vine, grew wildly in her heart. She was silent for a long time, looked at Lieutenant Li in the projection, and gave a brief order. Got it. I'll be there for tomorrow's tryout. Yes. Second Lieutenant Li stood at attention suddenly, and then the communication was cut off. Xiao Liuli was the only one left in the empty room. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city below, which was brightly lit and looked like a sea of stars. An indescribable complex emotion flashed in her cold eyes. At the same time, in the single dormitory of base number 7, Gu Fangchen sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing. He repeatedly deduced and integrated the insights he gained from tonight's discussion with Luan Zhang, as well as the essence of Puju and Qisha Dao in his mind. Buzz buzz. The old cell phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated twice. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes and picked up his phone. On the screen, there was a WeChat message from Ma Dong. Brother! Brother! Are you asleep? I've arrived at the Magic City base. It's so fucking bustling here. I found a temporary place to stay and finally settled in. Just to let you know I'm safe. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th articles. Brother, I'm a little confused. It seems like none of my relatives want to take me out to play. The people here are so talented. Someone like me, with no talent or background, seems to have no other options except to do hard labor. You're so capable, could you point me in the right direction? Madame, don't want to be a useless person trampled underfoot for the rest of my life. Between the lines, there is the fear of arriving in a big city for the first time and the helplessness about the future. Gu Fangchen looked at the 2 messages and fell into a moment of contemplation. Ma Dong is a slick and clever person, but he is not a bad person at heart. More importantly, he knows how to judge the situation and repay kindness. Isn't it a complete waste to have such people do hard labor? Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen no longer hesitated. His fingertips quickly typed a line of words on the screen and sent it. In this world, besides a warrior's own strength, what do you think is the most valuable thing? As soon as the message was sent, Ma Dong replied almost immediately. Money? Power? Or a magical weapon? Gu Fangchen smiled and continued typing. It's information. What does a warrior need? Martial arts, elixirs, weapons, and exotic beast materials. Where do these things come from? From battlefields, from ruins, from secret realms. When will a high-value mission be released? Which team is recruiting new members? Which exotic beast material has seen a recent price surge? These are all information. Your greatest advantage is not your strength, but your eyes and legs. You call yourself a jinx, someone who causes trouble wherever you go, but this is precisely your greatest asset. Because you've seen more people than anyone else. Don't always think about doing hard labor. Go to those mercenary guilds, martial arts gyms, bars, and trading markets. Listen more, watch more, and remember more. Collect those scattered information that others disdain, organize, filter, verify, and then sell it to those who need it most. Start by running errands and delivering messages for low-level warriors, and slowly build your network and reputation. When everyone knows that they can get the fastest and most accurate news by looking for you, Madong, you will no longer be a piece of shit. Chapter 28 selection is about to begin. After sending these messages, Gu Fangchen put the phone aside and closed his eyes again. He has already pointed out the direction for Madong. As for how far he can go, it depends on his own luck. And in the Magic City base city, hundreds of miles away, in a small and damp rental house. Ma Dong stared blankly at the words on the phone screen, as if he was struck by a thunderbolt on the top of his head, and he was completely stunned. Information. Yes. It's information. He slapped his thigh suddenly, and an unprecedented light burst out in his eyes. All the confusion and fear before were swept away at this moment. He seemed to have found the direction of his life's struggle. He muttered to himself, his eyes becoming brighter and more determined. Big brother. You are truly the greatest benefactor in my life. He read the paragraphs sent by Gu Fangchen word for word 10 times, then trembled with excitement, tapped his fingers quickly on the screen, and sent another message to Gu Fangchen. Brother. I understand. I completely understand. Don't worry, if I, Madong, can't make it as a decent person, I'll bring my head to you. I don't know how to repay this kindness. Not long after the message was sent, Gu Fangchen's reply popped up, still so concise and calm. There's no need to repay me. Living well is the best way to repay me. Ma Dong's eyes became hot when he saw the message. He took a deep breath and replied solemnly. Yes. Big brother. Go to bed early. I wish you good luck in tomorrow's selection and hope you soar to the top. Gu Fangchen replied. Well, you should rest early too. After saying that, Gu Fangchen put his phone aside and closed his eyes. The next day, early morning. When the military camp's horn sounded on time, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes clear and bright. After a night of breathing exercises, he has recovered to his peak condition. The atmosphere at the border fortress today is obviously more lively than usual. In the square, free warriors from various shelters and even the surrounding base cities gathered in groups of 3 or 5, heading in the same direction, the central training ground. They are all warriors who came to participate in today's team selection. Gu Fangchen changed into a clean sports suit and blended into the crowd, appearing inconspicuous. He was alone in the corner of the cafeteria, eating his simple breakfast in silence. Just then, there was a slight commotion at the cafeteria door. The second Lieutenant Li, who had received him yesterday, dressed in a neat officer's uniform, walked straight into the cafeteria under the escort of a team of elite soldiers. He swept his sharp eyes across the entire venue, ignoring the warriors who were trying to step forward with expectant looks on their faces. Finally, his eyes fixed on Gu Fangchen in the corner. The surrounding discussions suddenly rang out. Isn't that Second Lieutenant Li, who's in charge of elite recruitment? Why is he here in the cafeteria in person? Looking at this posture, are you here to pick up some important person? Under everyone's confused gaze, Second Lieutenant Li walked through the crowd and went straight to Gu Fangchen's dining table. He straightened his body suddenly and gave a standard military salute. Mr. Gu, it's almost time. I've been ordered to pick you up and take you to the Central Martial Arts Field. The respectful Mr. Gu made the entire noisy cafeteria quiet for a second. Everyone's eyes were focused on the boy wearing cheap sportswear, who was drinking milk slowly. Gentlemen? Who is that guy? Lieutenant Li actually used a respectful title for him? Could it be that he's the son or nephew of a theater commander, here to gild his reputation? A series of glances filled with surprise, jealousy, and confusion shone on Gu Fangchen like searchlights. Gu Fangchen seemed unaware of it. He put down the milk, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up calmly. Thank you. After saying this, he walked out of the cafeteria leisurely under the personal guidance of Lieutenant Lee and amid the complicated gazes of the warriors. At the door, a black military off-road vehicle had been waiting for a long time. The car started and sped towards the central training ground. The place was already bustling with people. Hundreds of warriors gathered outside the huge dome building, rubbing their hands in readiness, with different expressions on their faces. When this black military off-road vehicle with a special license plate stopped at the entrance, it instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. The car door opened and Gu Fangchen, wearing a cheap sportswear, got out of the car. The whole audience was silent at first, and then burst into whispers. Second Lieutenant Lee got out of the car right after him, walked quickly to Gu Fangchen, bowed solemnly again, and said respectfully, "Mr. Gu, my mission is accomplished. I wish you a successful selection and a successful start. I have official business to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Gu Fangchen nodded. Second Lieutenant Lee then turned around, quickly got into the car and left. When he left, Gu Fangchen was completely alone, exposed to hundreds of inquiring gazes. "What's going on? You're so pretentious. I thought you were some important person, but this is all you get?" "Exactly. Wearing a cheap outfit and having a lieutenant open the car door and bow to you. Who are you putting on an act for?" Several freelance warriors who looked like experienced veterans started to discuss in a sarcastic tone, not concealing the sourness and contempt in their tone. "All right, forget about that kind of guy." One of them suddenly put on a fawning smile and pointed at a figure not far away that looked like a star surrounding the moon. "See? That's the real big shot. The young master of the Zhao group, Zhao Tianhao." Everyone looked over immediately. I saw a tall and handsome young man surrounded by a group of people. He was wearing a set of the latest Blue Dragon series combat uniforms, which were dark blue in color and looked very valuable. I heard that young Master Zhao is determined to win this time, and his target is the Tsunlong Special Forces. Of course not. Young Master Zhao is so young, but he's already on the verge of breaking through to the first-level high-level warrior. Coupled with the resources of the Zhao family, isn't joining the ace team a sure thing? Zhao Tianhao listened to the flattery around him and a smug smile appeared on his face. His eyes casually swept across and landed on Gu Fangchen, who was standing alone not far away, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. These days, there are always some low-class people who think they can rise to the top overnight by relying on some unorthodox connections. His voice was not loud, but just loud enough for everyone around to hear. Little do they know that in the face of absolute strength, all those fancy tricks are just a joke. These words were obviously directed at Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He found a corner, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. His indifferent attitude was interpreted by Zhao Tianhao as guilty conscience and impotent rage. Just then, "Look! Over there at the entrance!" Suddenly, there was a sharp cry and commotion in the crowd. The originally noisy outside the martial arts arena suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked towards the entrance. The crowd automatically separated to both sides like Moses parting the sea. A fiery red figure, surrounded by a team of guards, slowly walked over. Her innate powerful aura and beautiful face that was cold enough to freeze the air made her like a scorching sun in the dark night, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the audience. It's the red flame dragon spear. Xia Lioli. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. You didn't eat? Oh my god. Why is she here at our recruit selection? Holy crap. She's 10,000 times more beautiful in person than in the video. Mom! Mom! The whole audience was completely boiling. All the warriors, regardless of gender, stared at the slowly approaching figure with an almost fanatical and worshipful gaze. Zhao Tianhao's breathing also suddenly stagnated. Immediately, unprecedented ecstasy and excitement broke out. He quickly straightened his expensive combat uniform, straightened his chest, and put on what he thought was the most charming and confident smile. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Xia Lioli's cold phoenix eyes swept across the entire audience. Finally, he walked straight towards the direction where Zhao Tianhao was, step by step. Fuck! Miss Xia is here for young Master Zhao. As expected. Only a child of destiny like young Master Zhao is worthy of Miss Xia. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. The crowd erupted in envious discussions once again. Zhao Tianhao's heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his chest. He looked at the beautiful figure getting closer and closer to him, his heart filled with incomparable pride and honor. What a nice view. Come towards me. He had even thought of his opening remarks, ready to greet the most dazzling pearl of the Magic City Bay City with the most perfect attitude. Thinking of this, Xia Liuli finally stopped in front of him. Zhao Tianhao's face blossomed with a brilliant smile that he believed could charm thousands of girls. He was about to speak. Miss Xia. But what responded to him was not the goddess's favor, but a red afterimage that was extremely fast. Bang! A slapping sound so clear that it made everyone in the audience's scalp tingle, suddenly exploded. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Zhao Tianhao's handsome face instantly twisted and deformed, and his whole body flew backwards in a spin as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed truck. Boom! He fell awkwardly into the crowd more than 10 meters away, knocking down several warriors who were watching the fun. He fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. A bright red 5-finger mark was clearly imprinted on his left cheek. The whole audience was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the beautiful figure who was still waving, their minds blank. Zhao Tianhao was also completely confused. He struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam mixed with teeth, his face full of pain and disbelief. Xia, Miss Xia, you. He wanted to ask why, he couldn't figure it out, he wanted to get angry. But before he could finish his words, Xia Liuli's cold figure appeared in front of him again like a ghost. Still no words. Xia Liuli's straight and slender legs suddenly raised up, drawing a sharp arc in the air, turning into a powerful whip kick, and hit Zhao Tianhao's other face hard. Bang! The dull thud made everyone's heart skip a beat. Zhao Tianhao was knocked out again. This time, he couldn't even stand up. He lay on the ground, seeing stars, and was completely stunned. Before he could recover from the severe pain and dizziness, a foot wearing a fiery red combat boot had already stepped on his chest mercilessly, pinning him to the ground. Then, Xia Liuli leaned over, grabbed the collar of his expensive combat uniform, and dragged it on the ground like a dead dog, leaving a long trail. Under the gazes of hundreds of people in the audience who looked as if they had seen a ghost, she forcibly dragged the arrogant eldest son of the Zhao family to the most inconspicuous corner of the martial arts arena. He was dragged in front of the young man in cheap sportswear who hadn't even raised his eyelids from beginning to end. Bang! Xia Liuli casually threw the unconscious Zhao Tianhao at Gu Fangchen's feet. Then, her cold eyes, burning with anger, stared intently at Zhao Tianhao on the ground, and her voice was icy and piercing, resounding throughout the room. Apologize to him. Boom! The whole audience was completely blown away. Everyone looked at the young man who was still leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, as if he was seeing a miracle, and huge waves rose in their hearts. Who the hell is this? That's the young master of the Zhao group, Zhao Tianhao. Xia Liuli, actually, for him, beat Zhao Tianhao to death in public and forced him to apologize? Zhao Tianhao, lying on the ground, finally came to his senses, and boundless humiliation and anger surged in his heart. He is the eldest son of the Zhao family. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been treated like this. Xia Liuli. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from his swollen lips, his eyes full of resentment. Don't go too far. My Zhao family. Before he could finish his words, several Zhao family bodyguards in black who had been on standby nearby also reacted. They immediately stepped forward, their blood surging, and tried to protect Zhao Tianhao behind them. But as soon as they moved, the personal guards behind Xia Liuli blocked their way as if by teleportation. Buzz! A powerful force of energy and blood, far exceeding theirs and as heavy as a mountain, came crashing down. The bodyguards' faces turned pale in an instant, and their legs felt weak. They could hardly stand, let alone move forward. They recognized that these were the Xia family's ace guards, the Red Flame Guards, each of whom was a battle-hardened, peak-level second-level warrior. It's simply not something these first-level warriors can contend with. Miss Xia is doing the work, everyone else please leave. One of the Red Flame Guards spoke in a cold voice without any emotion. The bodyguards broke out in cold sweats instantly and dared not move at all. Seeing this, Xia Liuli once again cast her cold gaze at Zhao Tianhao on the ground, without any expression on her face. She slowly raised her long, beautiful leg and gave Zhao Tianhao another ruthless kick in the abdomen. Bang! Zhao Tianhao let out a painful groan, his whole body arched like a shrimp, and he almost vomited the food he had eaten the night before. I'll say it again, Xia Liuli looked down at him, her voice filled with absolute authority that brooked no argument. I'm not discussing this with you, this is an order. Apologize. Zhao Tianhao felt severe pain all over his body. He looked at the breathtakingly beautiful yet chilling face in front of him, and then looked at his bodyguards who were suppressed and unable to move. All the pride and anger in his heart were finally replaced by endless fear. He knew that if he didn't bow his head today, he might really be beaten to death here. He trembled, humiliated, and squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Sorry. The voice was as small as a mosquito, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. But Xia Lioli seemed not to hear it. She just turned her head slightly and looked at him with her cold phoenix eyes, her tone indifferent. Your voice is so low, haven't you fucking eaten? Chapter 30 I said I couldn't hear clearly. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone could see that Xia Lioli had no intention of letting Zhao Tianhao go. It seems that she is determined to press the other person's face to the ground and rub it repeatedly today. Zhao Tianhao's face instantly turned purple, and tears of humiliation welled up in his eyes. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, Xia Lioli increased the strength of her feet, and the heel of her combat boots slowly crushed against his ribs. Click! A slight sound of bone cracking was heard. Ah! Zhao Tianhao let out a suppressed groan of pain, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. I can't hear clearly. I said I can't hear clearly. Are you deaf? Xia Lioli's voice was still cold, without a trace of emotion. I. Zhao Tianhao's psychological defenses completely collapsed under the double torture of severe pain and fear. He no longer dared to harbor any resentment or hope, and roared out with all his strength. Sorry. This sound resounded throughout the entire venue, filled with despair and pleading. Oh, I heard it this time. Xia Lioli nodded in satisfaction, but the coldness on her face did not melt at all. This situation made everyone present think that the storm should be over. But Xia Lioli's next move made everyone stunned again. Xia Lioli waved calmly to the guards behind him and said, "Drag this man out." Yes. A red flame guard immediately stepped forward and lifted Zhao Tianhao up from the ground. Notify the selection office, Xia Lioli continued. Zhao Tianhao has permanently lost his eligibility to join the Dragon Country military region. What? The whole audience was shocked again. Zhao Tianhao was also confused. He roared in disbelief, "Hey! What do you mean? What gives you the right to disqualify me?" Xia Lioli obviously had no intention of explaining to him. She doesn't even pay any attention to Zhao Tianhao. She just raised her eyes slowly and scanned the crowd with her sharp phoenix eyes. Finally, it fell on those free warriors who had just been sarcastic to Gu Fangchen and flattering Zhao Tianhao. She raised her slender fingers and pointed at them one by one. And you. The warriors who were named felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, their faces turned pale, and their whole bodies trembled like sieves. Xia Lioli slowly uttered a word. Roll. As soon as she finished speaking, the red flame guards behind her moved. Their figures turned into a few blurry afterimages and instantly rushed into the crowd. Before the warriors whose names were called could react, they felt a chill on their necks and were instantly lifted up. The red flame guards were too lazy to waste time talking to them. They simply picked them up, 2 at a time, from the crowd like chickens, and then threw them next to Zhao Tianhao without any hesitation, just like throwing away garbage. The whole process takes no more than 3 seconds. Clean and neat, without a trace of worldly air. After doing all this, the red flame guard returned to Xia Lioli like a ghost, standing straight, as if nothing had happened. Outside the entire central martial arts arena, there was complete silence. Hundreds of warriors were all silent at this moment, with their heads lowered, not daring to even breathe, for fear that they would be the next to be dealt with. Those who were watching the fun, talking about it, and feeling jealous before now only had endless fear in their hearts. They finally understood that this red flame dragon spear was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also despairingly powerful and overbearingly unreasonable. In front of her, let alone the third young master of the Zhao family, even if the emperor came, he would probably have to think twice. Zhao Tianhao, who was thrown at the entrance, looked at Xia Lioli's back with resentment in his eyes. Xia Lioli! You wait! The resentment and hatred in Zhao Tianhao's heart reached its peak. But he didn't dare to get angry in front of Xia Lioli. So, he cast his resentful gaze towards the corner that had never looked at him from beginning to end. He didn't know the name of the boy wearing the cheap clothes or his background. But he knew that all the humiliation he suffered today was caused by him. Oh shit! Grass! He must be made to pay for his mistakes. Let's go! Zhao Tianhao said to the bodyguards who had just been thrown out. Then, he struggled to get up from the ground, turned around, and fled out of the training ground with his group of equally dusty subordinates. Although Zhao Tianhao and his group had left, the atmosphere outside the martial arts arena did not ease. Instead, it fell into an even more eerie silence. Xiao Liuli swept the entire room with a cold gaze, her dark brows furrowed slightly as she shouted coldly, "What are you looking at? You have nothing to do? Do you want to be thrown out like them?" This sound, like an icy wind in the cold winter, made everyone tremble and wake up instantly as if from a dream. "I dare not. Miss Xia, calm down." Hundreds of warriors scattered in an instant, no longer daring to stay here, and rushed into the central martial arts field, queuing up obediently and waiting. In an instant, the only people left outside the originally bustling scene were Xiao Liuli and her personal guards, as well as Gu Fangchen, who seemed to be an outlier from the beginning to the end. After the area was cleared, Xiao Liuli stretched out her long legs and walked straight to Gu Fangchen. "Why are you here?" There was a hint of curiosity in her voice that she herself was not aware of. Gu Fangchen met her inquiring eyes and asked calmly, "Can I be here?" "You." Xiao Liuli was choked by his indifferent attitude. She raised her beautiful eyebrows and curled the corners of her mouth. She was too lazy to talk nonsense, and stretched out her slender fingers, pressing them on Gu Fangchen's chest and arms without any hesitation. A stream of pure energy and blood penetrated his body, quickly exploring his physical condition. The next second, a hint of unconcealable surprise flashed across Xiao Liuli's eyes. His qi and blood are vigorous, his foundation is solid, and the density of his muscles and bones is even much stronger than many physical cultivators of the same level. This body contains explosive power. She withdrew her hand, her cold eyes fixed on Gu Fangchen. "Are your meridians open?" Gu Fangchen nodded. "How did it work?" Xiao Liuli asked. This is what she is most curious about. How did a martial arts loser who was judged to be born with a blockage change his fate? Chapter 31 Gifted. Gu Fangchen met her gaze with a faint smile on his face. "Thank you for the rock body refining technique, but stone body refining art?" Xiao Liuli was stunned, a look of disbelief on her face. "That thing can also dredge the meridians?" "That is just the lowest level and most common bodybuilding exercise. The only advantage is that it does not require high talent and can be practiced even if you are not a warrior." How could such a miraculous effect be possible? Gu Fangchen shrugged and said noncommittally, "Who knows? Maybe I am gifted." Xiao Liuli. She felt choked and speechless. For a moment, I was a little embarrassed. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, changed the question, and tried to regain the initiative. "So, how's your training going? What level are you at?" In her opinion, it was already a miracle that Gu Fangchen was able to get started and master the first level within a month. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and answered truthfully. "The 6th floor." The words fell. Xiao Liuli was completely frozen in place, as if struck by the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder. Not only her, but even the red flame guards behind her who had been keeping an icy face all this time, their bodies shook violently at this moment. Although they lowered their heads, the slightly trembling corners of their eyes and the suddenly constricted pupils had completely exposed the turbulent waves in their hearts. As Xiao Liuli's personal bodyguards, they knew better than anyone what the 6th level of rock body refining art meant. On Xiao Liuli's beautiful face, which always looked as cold as ice, her cold phoenix eyes widened into a circle, and her red lips were slightly open, unable to close for a long time. What? Her voice even trembled slightly due to extreme shock. The 6th floor? How is that possible? She, Xiao Liuli, possesses the highest mental strength recognized by the military and is hailed as a martial arts prodigy that is rare in the Magic City for a century. But even for her, when she practiced this technique, it took her 2 months from the beginning to breaking through the 6th level. And this guy in front of me, twice as fast as her. Xiao Liuli's first reaction. It's disbelief. Her sharp phoenix eyes narrowed instantly, full of scrutiny and suspicion. Is this guy bragging? To verify her idea, she reached out her hand again. This time, without any reservation, a force of qi and blood that was far purer and more powerful than before suddenly poured into Gu Fangchen's body. She wanted to personally investigate the level of his martial arts skills so that his clumsy lies would be exposed in front of her. However, the next second, Xiao Liuli's expression changed from scrutiny to astonishment. From astonishment to surprise. Finally, it completely solidified into an incredible state of dullness. Her energy and blood flowed through Gu Fangchen's meridians. At the same time, she could clearly sense that the thick, mountain-like chi and blood were operating perfectly on the 6th level of the technique in an extremely skillful and smooth manner. Even the smoothness of his movement and his control over his strength are even better than what I had back then. Really, it's the 6th floor. And it is the 6th level with an extremely solid foundation. Buzz. Xiao Liuli felt her mind go blank, as if she had been hit hard by something, and she was completely stunned. She suddenly withdrew her hand, as if she had been electrocuted, and subconsciously took half a step back. In those phoenix eyes that were always cold and confident, there was now only endless confusion and self-doubt. On the side, the few red flame guards who had always had no expression on their faces also guessed what was going on when they saw their daughter's out-of-control look. They exchanged horrified glances, and saw the violent fluctuation called earthquake in each other's pupils. At this moment, a taller, calmer middle-aged man with the rank of captain on his shoulders walked over quickly. He is the captain of the Red Flame Guard, Chen Feng. Miss Xia. Chen Feng walked over to Xiao Liuli and bowed respectfully. He then glanced at Gu Fangchen and reported, "The selection is about to begin. According to the regulations, Mr. Gu needs to register immediately, otherwise he will be considered absent." After hearing this, Xiao Liuli finally came back to her senses from the huge shock. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, and regained a bit of calmness. She nodded and said to Gu Fangchen, "Go ahead." Gu Fangchen smiled and nodded to her and Chen Feng beside him, "Goodbye." Xiao Liuli looked at his back and subconsciously replied, "Goodbye." Seeing Gu Fangchen's figure disappear at the entrance of the martial arts field, Xiao Liuli also took a step forward, ready to follow him in and go to the viewing platform to see the situation. "Miss Xia, please stay." Guard Captain Chen Feng suddenly called her. Xiao Liuli stopped and looked back at him with a questioning look in her eyes. Chen Feng's face showed a trace of embarrassment, but he still bit the bullet and whispered, "Miss Xia, there was news from the headquarters just now. Regarding the matter of your marriage with the Yi family, the old man hopes that you can give a clear answer as soon as possible." Yi family? Xiao Liuli's expression instantly turned cold. Her phoenix eyes, which had just regained their composure, instantly ignited with cold disgust and anger, and her voice seemed to come from the depths of the underworld. "When is it your turn to interfere in my affairs? Roll." Chen Feng was so frightened by this sudden anger that his whole body froze and his mind went blank. He has been with Xiao Liuli for many years and knows her temper well. Although he is cold, he always rewards and punishes his own people clearly and never gets angry without reason. Today, what happened? Before he could figure it out, Xiao Liuli had already left, walking towards the exclusive passage to the viewing platform without looking back, leaving behind only a cold and resolute back. Chen Feng stood there, completely dumbfounded. Did I say something wrong? He looked at the two men beside him with a confused look on his face. Miss Xia never got angry with me before. A red flame guard hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and whispered in his ear in a dreamy tone, "Captain. Miss Xia must be a little frustrated, because, just now, that Gu Fangchen. What happened to him?" The red flame guard swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. He practiced the stone body refining technique for only 1 month, and he broke through to the 6th level. Chen Feng was stunned at first, and then he seemed to have heard a huge joke. But when he saw his men's expressions as if they had seen a ghost, the confusion on his face froze instantly. "Wait, are you serious?" Chapter 32 Embroidered Pillow. At the same time, Gu Fangchen walked through the heavy alloy door and stepped into the central training ground. Suddenly, the view became clear. This is a huge circular arena that can accommodate thousands of people. It is surrounded by stepped spectator seats, and in the center are hundreds of independent assessment areas separated by energy shields. At this moment, hundreds of first-level warriors waiting for the assessment have gathered in the venue, in groups of 3 or 5, and the noisy voices gathered together, making a buzzing sound. When Gu Fangchen appeared at the entrance, the surrounding noise, centered around him, instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Those eyes are full of complex emotions. There is fear, awe, and even more intense curiosity. Now, everyone present knew that this harmless-looking young man in cheap sportswear was the mysterious being who had humiliated the young master of the Zhao family and caused the red flame dragon spear to lose his temper in public. For a moment, no one dared to approach, let alone talk about it. Gu Fangchen seemed oblivious to the strange atmosphere around him and walked straight towards the registration area in the distance. There, a long line has formed. But what happened next made everyone see once again what deterrence meant. When Gu Fangchen's footsteps approached the long dragon-like team, the warriors at the end of the team looked as if they had seen some terrifying creatures. Their faces changed and they immediately stepped aside, making way for a passage. Then, this reaction spread forward quickly like dominoes. The people in the middle of the line turned sideways and lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Finally, when Gu Fangchen walked to the front of the team, the burly man who was originally in the first place with a proud face, the arrogance on his face immediately disappeared without a trace when he saw Gu Fangchen. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, took a step back, and bowed to Gu Fangchen, making a pleased gesture. Big brother, you go first." Under the gazes of hundreds of complicated people, Gu Fangchen did not hesitate and walked directly to the registration desk. The officer in charge of registration looked up at him, with a hint of awe in his eyes. He quickly operated on the terminal and handed Gu Fangchen a metal number plate. "Examinee, Gu Fangchen, number 039. Gu Fangchen took the number plate, glanced at the number on it, and without thinking much, took the number plate and walked straight to the waiting area next to him. As soon as he sat down, the warriors who were originally sitting around him stood up instantly as if they had springs on their buttocks, and took the initiative to keep a distance of several body lengths from him, for fear of offending this great god. Gu Fangchen was happy to be quiet, so he closed his eyes again and began to deduce the Pujuan Qisha knife he had just obtained in his mind. For him, the time of waiting is also a part of cultivation. I don't know how long it took. The moment when his understanding of the first sword move, from form to intention and then to spirit, finally came together. Ding! With SSS level mental power, you have completed tens of thousands of drills in the spiritual world and successfully grasped the killing essence of the Pujuan Qisha. I have successfully mastered the Pujuan Qisha Dao and mastered the first kill, breaking the formation. As the system prompt sounded, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes remained calm. But deep down, there was a hint of cold and domineering murderous intent, as if a peerless vicious weapon that had just drunk blood was quietly awakening. He even had a strong premonition. As long as he picked up the knife now, he could effortlessly perform the first move full of destructive aura. Just then. Sizzle! Above the martial arts arena, a burst of electric sound came from the huge broadcasting loudspeaker. Then, a cold and solemn female voice resounded throughout the venue. "Attention all examinees. The warrior team selection for the 7th Frontline Base in 2310 has officially begun. First assessment, Chi and Blood Quality Test. Examinees number 001 to 020, please enter test area 1 immediately. Repeat, examinees numbered 01 to 020, please enter testing area number 1 immediately. Examinees number 020 to 040, please enter the second testing area immediately. Repeat, examinees numbered 020 to 040, please enter testing area number 2 immediately. Test area number 2. Gu Fangchen didn't think much about it and walked towards the number 2 test area. At the same time, the atmosphere on the highest circular viewing platform in the central martial arts field was equally lively. Here, the captains of the major ace teams of base number 7 and the officers in charge of recruitment gathered. They are using the holographic screen in front of them to monitor the dynamics of each assessment area below in real time, looking for good candidates worth recruiting. Who is that kid named Gu Fangchen? Have you found out? How could he make Miss Xia personally stand up for him and even cripple Zhao Tianhao? A captain spoke first, his tone full of curiosity. Who knows? The files are S-level encrypted, so they're impossible to find. Another thin captain with sharp eyes shook his head. I think this kid is going to make a big splash today. Mrs. Xia personally endorsed him. Even if his abilities were average, those who wanted to curry favor with the Xia family would still rush to get him on the team. He's definitely a dark horse. That's right. Another captain with a scorpion tattoo nodded in agreement. We can't compete for such a big shot. Besides, who knows if he's just a pretty face with no real purpose, relying solely on his background. So, let's be pragmatic and look at other people. Yes, I heard that there is a guy named Zhu Wenten who has learned defensive skills very well. Several heavy armored teams are eyeing him. There's also a girl named Su Mei, who has strange movements and is an expert with a dagger. Everyone was talking about it. Obviously, because of Xia Liuli, they have regarded Gu Fangchen as a connected person with a powerful background but unknown strength. Although no one dared to provoke him, most people were on the sidelines, or even skeptical, about his strength. In the corner, Zhang Qingyu, dressed in heavy armor, listened to everyone's discussion, with a playful smile on his lips. He is actually the captain of the team. I deliberately didn't tell Gu Fangchen yesterday, simply because I wanted to see the boy's surprised expression after he found out about my identity. As for the embroidered pillows? I wonder what expressions these guys would have if they knew that the boy was a monster who had reached the 6th level of rock body refining art in just 1 month. Since Lu Meng didn't come today due to something, Zhang Qingyu could only laugh to himself, pick up his teacup, and watch the show leisurely. Just then, the exclusive passage door to the viewing platform slid open silently. A fiery red figure stepped in. Swish! All the team leaders who were originally sitting there, no matter how senior they were or how arrogant they were, stood up from their seats at this moment and gave a standard military salute to that figure. Xia Qianjin. Facing the salutes from the iron-blooded captains, Xia Liuli simply raised his hand calmly. His gesture was casual, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Please sit down, everyone. Her voice was cold, as if it contained ice crystals, and it reached everyone's ears clearly. Yes. All the captains then sat down in unison, but the atmosphere in the entire viewing platform became more solemn and depressing because of her arrival. Xia Liuli ignored everyone and walked straight to the center of the viewing platform, the seat with the best view and where no one dared to sit, and sat down elegantly. Her cold phoenix eyes swept across the dozens of assessment areas below. Finally, it stopped in a corner of the number 2 test area. There, a teenager in cheap sportswear was waiting quietly. Chapter 33 Assessment begins. The atmosphere in the central training ground was solemn. A stern-faced chief examiner, dressed in an officer's uniform, stepped onto the podium. His sharp gaze swept across the room, and he said in a deep voice, "Dear candidates, welcome to the warrior selection at base number 7. This selection will be divided into 3 rounds, and the best candidates will be selected. To motivate everyone, the base has specially prepared rewards." The chief examiner's voice was carried throughout the room through the loudspeaker, clear and powerful. The winner of the final overall score will receive 3,000 military merit points and a cash reward of 5 million Dragon Nation coins. Second place winner will receive 2,000 military merit points and 3 million in cash. Third place winner will receive 1,000 military merit points and 1 million in cash. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience, and burning flames ignited in the eyes of all the warriors. Fuck! 3,000 military merit points. How many monsters do I have to kill to earn that? 5 million in cash. That's enough to buy a set of entry-level E-level equipment. Let's go all out. We must get a rank this time. The chief examiner nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Without further ado, the first assessment begins now. As soon as the words fell, all examinees immediately entered their designated testing areas according to their numbers. In the number 2 test area where Gu Fangchen was, 20 warriors lined up in a row. In front of each of them stood a half-human high-metal pillar, with a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal ball embedded on the top. This is the Qi and Blood Quality Tester. It does not detect the total amount of Qi and blood, but only detects the degree of condensation and purity of Qi and blood. This is the best standard to measure whether a warrior has a solid foundation. Qi and Blood Quality Test officially begins. The cold electronic sound rang out again. All the warriors present, including Gu Fangchen, took a deep breath and pressed their palms on the cold crystal ball. The next second, everyone mobilized the energy and blood in their bodies and poured it into the crystal ball. Buzz buzz buzz. In the center of the martial arts arena, the huge holographic screen lit up instantly, and the numbers and names of hundreds of examinees were refreshed like a waterfall, forming a real-time updated ranking list. Everyone's grades are jumping rapidly. On the viewing platform, all the team captains also perked up, staring intently at the light screen with sharp eyes, for fear of missing any good seedlings. Look carefully. There are quite a few tough guys this time. As soon as the words fell, the ranking list on the screen shook violently. A name instantly soared from the middle of the list to the top. First place, Yuan Tan, Qi and Blood Quality Assessment, 81 points. The score caused a small commotion in the viewing stands. Not bad. With over 80 points from the start, this Yuan Tan really has a solid foundation. It looks like the heavy armored team will be fighting over it again this year. In the testing area below, a burly man with a body as big as an iron tower and bronze skin looked at his own results with an undisguised look of pride on his face. He was Yuan Tan. He withdrew his hand, looked around at those whose scores were far lower than his, and a hint of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, a bunch of chickens and dogs. However, the smug look on his face didn't last more than 3 seconds. The rankings have changed dramatically again. Another name, like a sword drawn from its sheath, instantly surpassed him with an even sharper posture. First place, Sume, Chi, and blood quality assessment, 83 points. Shit. It's that chick with the dagger. Amazing. His movements are so strange, and I didn't expect his Chi and blood foundation to be so stable. The smile on Yuan Tan's face froze instantly. He turned his head suddenly and looked at a woman not far away who was wearing a black tight leather jacket, had a hot body and a playful smile on her face. Sume felt his gaze and retracted her delicate hand from the crystal ball. She opened her red lips slightly towards Yuan Tan, her voice not loud but full of sarcasm. Is this the Yuan family's Shangdi Gong? I thought it was very strong, but it turns out to be just like this, soft and floppy. Yuan Tan's face darkened and he was about to explode. But at this moment, buzz. Without any warning, the entire ranking list burst into a blinding light. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a name, from the bottom of the leaderboard, climbed up crazily in an irrational manner. 85, 90, 95. It crushed the 90-point mark in an instant, leaving Sume and Yuan Tan far behind. And the momentum remains unabated. Finally, in the dead silence of the entire audience, that name was fixed at the top of the list. First place, Gu Fangchen, Chi and blood quality assessment, 100 points. Full marks. It's actually a full score in theory. In the testing area, the anger on Yuan Tan's face solidified, and the sarcasm on Sume's lips froze. The two of them seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the number, their minds blank. The noisy discussions on the viewing platform suddenly stopped. All the captains subconsciously leaned forward, staring at the glaring 100 on the screen, their eyes full of disbelief. Full marks? Is this instrument broken? A captain muttered to himself. His energy and blood are as condensed as mercury, pure and without a trace of impurities. This foundation is simply a perfect uncut jade, another officer with a sharp eye exclaimed in surprise. Shit. It turns out he's not some useless guy at all. All the captains were stunned. In the corner, Zhang Qingyu put down the teacup in his hand, looked at the name, and a smile of as expected appeared on his face. And in the very center, there was no expression on Xiao Liuli's beautiful face that looked as cold as ice. But, the corner of his mouth curled up in a faint arc. After a brief silence, the venue suddenly exploded. Brother, awesome. The warrior closest to him shouted out subconsciously, his tone filled with the purest admiration. Immediately afterwards, the warriors who had deliberately kept their distance from Gu Fangchen before, now surrounded him like sharks smelling blood, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Brother Gu. Your foundation is so solid. You are truly a role model for our generation. Really? Damn. He's also quite handsome. At this moment, a graceful figure squeezed out from the crowd. It was Sume, who had just looked at Yuan Tan with a sarcastic look. At this moment, there was no trace of arrogance on her face, instead there was a smile that was charming to the core. She came close to Gu Fangchen, breathing softly, "Handsome boy, you're amazing. After the selection is over, are you interested in having a drink together? I know a good place." Gu Fangchen didn't open his eyes, but just snorted lightly, responding to the compliments from those around him, and then there was no further words. The smile on Sume's face froze, but she didn't dare to get angry and could only retreat to the side in disappointment. On the other side, Yuan Tan's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. He snorted coldly and did not move forward. What's the point of having high-quality chi and blood? It's just a show, he thought disdainfully. A warrior relies on real attack and defense. In the defense test later, I'll show him what a true iron wall is. Just then, the broadcast sounded again. The first assessment is completed and the data has been recorded. Now begins the second assessment, defense pressure test. All examinees, please follow the instructions and enter the designated area. Chapter 34 Defense Assessment. The second round of testing assesses pure defensive capabilities. Hundreds of huge mechanical impact devices rose in the center of the venue. The examinee needs to stand on the platform and withstand the attack from the mechanical iron fist. The instrument will give the final score based on the highest impact force sustained. All examinees stood on their respective test platforms according to their numbers. Defense pressure test officially begins. As the electronic sound fell, the mechanical iron fists in front of all the test platforms roared at the same time, starting from the lowest impact force, gradually increasing step by step, and smashing hard into every warrior on the platform. The score on the holographic screen also started jumping wildly. Roar! Yuan Tan shouted loudly, and the family-inherited Xiang Di Gong was activated to its extreme. A thick ochre halo appeared on his body, and he seemed to be connected with the earth. Faced with the increasingly powerful impact, his face turned red and veins bulged, but his feet were nailed to the ground like an elephant, not retreating at all. Boom! Finally, after a violent collision, he let out an exhausted roar and was shocked to retreat 5 or 6 steps before he could barely stand firm. And on the big screen, his score also froze. Yuan Tan, defense rating, 92 points. Great! It's worthy of the Yuan family's Xiangdi Gong. This defense is absolutely top-notch among first-level warriors. There was a burst of admiration in the viewing stands. Yuan Tan listened to the exclamations around him and a smug smile appeared on his face. He glanced around and saw that Sumei's defense score was only 75 points, and the smile on his lips became even wider. Haha, woman. First place in this round is secured. He subconsciously turned his gaze to the figure in the corner, his eyes full of provocation. But just as he was feeling proud, the data representing Gu Fangchen on the big screen was still climbing up steadily and unstoppably. Gu Fangchen on the platform did not let out a thunderous roar like Yuan Tan, nor did he activate any gorgeous light effects. He just took a deep breath, slightly separated his feet, and took the simplest horse stance. Boom! 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 The impact force soared wildly and soon broke through the 92-point mark, but the young man on the platform was still like an unchanging sculpture, and even the corner of his clothes did not shake. Looking at Gu Fangchen's back, the smile on Yuan Tan's face had long disappeared without a trace, replaced by a dead look. Finally, while everyone was stunned, the energy dial of the mechanical impact device soared to the maximum level, and an alarm sounded that it was overwhelmed. Warning! The impact force has reached the upper limit of this area's testing. On the big screen, a number that made everyone's breath stop popped up again behind Gu Fangchen's name. Gu Fangchen, defense rating, 100 points. Another full score. Another crushing defeat. Yuan Tan looked at the glaring 100 points on the big screen and felt dizzy. His proud Shangdi Kung Fu and the absolute defense that made him famous became a complete joke in front of this mysterious young man. He didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at. Bang! The heart of Tao is broken. The second assessment is completed and the data has been recorded. Now begins the third and final assessment, Practical Comprehensive Ability Assessment. All examinees, please follow the instructions and enter the designated area. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground in the center of the martial arts field cracked open, and a huge steel gate slowly rose up, revealing a deep and dark passage behind it. The chief examiner on the high platform announced the rules in a cold voice. The final examination venue, codenamed Meat Grinder, is a ruined battlefield covering an area of 100 square kilometers. 3,000 beast-level beasts were released inside. You will use the standard weapons we provide and engage in free hunting for 1 hour. The final result will be ranked based on the number of prey you have hunted, and will be weighted 40% towards the total score. Remember, there are security personnel monitoring the battlefield. If you encounter mortal danger, you will be rescued, but at the same time, the assessment will end and your score will be reset. Now, go to the armory and collect your equipment. The assessment will officially begin in 5 minutes. These words were concise and clear, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Especially those warriors who didn't T-score high in the first 2 rounds, their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light. This is their only chance to turn the tables. The door of the armory opened wide, and hundreds of warriors rushed in, vying for their most skilled weapons. This black blade sword is quite good, with a stable center of gravity. Get out of here! I saw you first. For a moment, the scene was a little chaotic. Gu Fangchen did not try to squeeze in. He waited until most of the crowd had dispersed before walking over slowly. He walked straight to the knife rack and picked up a standard alloy long knife. The blade felt slightly heavy in his hand, and the cold touch passed through his palm, causing the blood and chi in his body to throb with a hint of excitement. Finally! Can I finally kill the monster? Gu Fangchen was shaking with excitement. 5 minutes later. All the examinees were fully armed and gathered in front of the huge steel gate on the battlefield. Buzz. Above the gate, a huge red countdown light lit up. 10, 9, 8. Everyone's breathing became rapid, they gripped their weapons tightly, their muscles tensed, like cheetahs ready to pounce. Gu Fangchen stood at the back of the crowd, gently stroking the blade in his hand, his eyes as calm as a bottomless coal abyss. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The moment the countdown reached 0, the steel gate weighing 100 tons made a deafening roar and slowly rose up. A desolate smell mixed with rust and dust hits you in the face. Kill! Someone shouted, and hundreds of warriors rushed out like wild beasts, instantly turning into a series of afterimages and rushing into the vast ruined battlefield. They gather in groups of 3 or 5 to form temporary teams. Or they are skilled and bold, acting alone and quickly disappearing among the crisscrossing streets and tall buildings. In a blink of an eye, Gu Fangchen was the only one left at the entrance. He didn't rush in, but stood there and slowly closed his eyes. Sniffing breath, activate. In an instant, a three-dimensional radar map with a radius of 300 meters centered on him appeared clearly in his mind. All around, hundreds of blue dots of light representing other assessors were moving and dispersing rapidly. And in the shadows of the ruins, red spots representing strange beasts are emitting a violent and bloodthirsty aura, like fireflies in the dark night, with nowhere to hide. The corner of Gu Fangchen's mouth curled up into a cold arc. In this assessment, he was the only player who had activated the full map cheat. He flashed his body and activated the shadow step, blending silently into the shadows on the street, avoiding the routes of all the examiners and sneaking towards the direction where the red dots were most densely packed. Others are looking for prey. And he walked towards his plate. There wasn't a trace of nervousness in his eyes, only the passion and excitement of a hungry wolf seeing a flock of sheep. Chapter 35, Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. In the ruined battlefield, in a destroyed commercial street. Roar! Yuan Tan roared angrily and slammed the heavy shield in his hand against the side of the face of a rock-skinned wild boar, causing it to stagger. He seized the opportunity, and the battle axe in his other hand drew a heavy arc. He used all his strength and finally with a click, he barely split the wild boar's hard skull. Hoo-hoo! After dealing with this most common beast-level monster, Yuan Tan was already panting and sweating on his forehead. On the viewing platform, several team leaders were observing in real time through the broadcast cameras of their areas. Yuan Tan's defense is indeed good, but his attack methods are too simple and the efficiency is a bit slow. Well, his foundation is solid, but his spirituality is insufficient. He is a qualified heavy shield guard, but not a spearhead. A few people commented on the show in a random manner, and then turned their attention to another screen. On the screen, Sumei's figure was like a ghost. The two daggers in her hands drew deadly cold rays among the beasts, silently reaping lives. Her efficiency was obviously much higher than Yuan Tan's. In the very center, Xia Liuli just sat quietly, without touching the tea in front of her. Her cold phoenix eyes simply swept across the flickering screens, without any emotion being visible. In her eyes, the so-called dark horse in this test is no different from a dog on the roadside. At this moment, the director in charge of the broadcast also seemed to think that the scene was a bit boring. He quickly switched the camera, trying to find more explosive scenes. Suddenly, his fingers paused. He called up the personal footage of examinee number 039, Gu Fangchen. Everyone on the viewing platform, including Xia Liuli, subconsciously cast their gazes over there. With just one glance, the whole audience fell into dead silence. On the screen, Gu Fangchen's figure looked like a killing god walking out of hell. Unlike others who carefully looked for lone prey, he directly jumped into a group of more than a dozen wind wolves with a knife in hand. Then, the moment he landed, he did not retreat but advanced, the alloy sword in his hand turned into a silver streak, and swept forward with an extremely brutal and domineering posture. The first move of Puju and Qisha Dao breaking the formation. Puff! Puff! As the blade passed, the two wind wolves blocking his way were cut in half before they could even let out a scream. The hot blood mixed with the broken internal organs burst out and splashed all over Gu Fangchen. However, he seemed to be oblivious to it, standing in the pool of blood, his face not showing any fear at all, but he showed an extremely bright and enjoyable smile. He is laughing. What the hell? Is he laughing? WTF? Why? Do you enjoy killing? Everyone in the viewing platform was stunned. I just felt a chill rushing from my tailbone to the top of my head. Even Xia Liuli's usually calm eyes widened slightly at this moment. On the battlefield, a wonderful prompt sound rang in Gu Fangchen's mind. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Health value, 1030 plus 15 1200 points. Feeling the warm current in his body, which was far purer and more powerful than when slaughtering a pig, Gu Fangchen's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Plus 5. 5 times more than killing wild boars. Could it be because these exotic beasts are full of life, rather than those half-dead creatures in the kitchen? So the amount of chi and blood plundered is even greater? This thought was like a spark, instantly igniting the grassland called desire in his heart. He was even more excited about killing. Ouch! The surrounding swift wolves were completely enraged by the smell of blood, and pounced from all directions, their sharp claws slashing deadly cold light in the air. Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold, and he activated the shadow steps under his feet. His figure turned into a blurry afterimage, and he strolled leisurely in the siege of the wolves. Every time he dodged, he avoided the fatal attack just in time. The knife in his hand turned into the most efficient scythe of death. Swish! A swift wolf tried to attack him from behind, but he didn't even turn his head. Instead, he swung his knife with incredible precision, piercing the beast's jaw and penetrating its crown. The blade was pulled out, bringing up a cloud of hot brain matter. Without even looking, he stepped forward, turned around, and chopped down with great force. Crack! The other rushing wind wolf was directly split into 2 halves from head to tail by him with one sword. That hard spine, under his knife, became as fragile as rotten wood. The crisp sound of bones breaking, mixed with the dull sound of the blade entering the flesh, composed a most primitive and bloody symphony of death. He no longer sticks to sword techniques. Every slash and every thrust is the simplest and most efficient kill. In less than a minute, the dozen or so wolves that seemed deadly enough to other first-level warriors had turned into a pile of mutilated corpses. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 16100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 17100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 18100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Health value, 1105 plus 75 1200 points. Gu Fangchen, holding a knife, stood in the middle of a sea of blood and corpses, feeling the warmth flowing through his body, so pleasant that his scalp tingled. He slowly raised his head, shook off the last drop of blood from the blade, and looked beyond the ruins to a place farther away. On his radar chart, more red dots are converging. He grinned, revealing a row of teeth that looked incredibly white against the blood, and smiled again. This scene was captured clearly by the broadcast camera, which made the captains terrified. Chapter 36 Killing like crazy. There was deathly silence on the viewing platform. Gudong. Someone swallowed hard and broke the silence. Is this kid even human? A captain's scalp tingled. Other people are scared to death when they kill monsters, or their faces are horrible, but he's so different, he's actually laughing? He seems to be enjoying it? Look at Yuan Tan over there in Test Area 4, another captain pointed at a split screen. He finally dispatched a wild boar, exhausted as a dog, and then this guy mows down a whole bunch of swift wolves like grass, and he's still laughing? And another captain suddenly stood up, staring at the screen intently, as if he had discovered something incredible. Look at how he just attacked. That was the first move of the Pujuan Chi Shadao 7 killing swords, breaking the formation. I can't be mistaken. Upon hearing this, everyone replayed the footage and observed it carefully. In the corner, the teacup in Zhang Qingyu's hand snapped with a sound, and he subconsciously pinched it to create several cracks. The expression on his face could no longer be described as shock, but complete horror and bewilderment. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He was the one who gave this kid the secret book of Pajun Shi Sha Dao at 3 o'clock in the morning last night. It's only been a few hours? Not only did he learn it, but he could also perform it so smoothly and fluently in actual combat? Is this true or false? Could it be that you have awakened the system? In the center of the viewing platform, Xia Liuli's cold phoenix eyes were fixed on the screen. A hint of emotion also appeared on that beautiful face that had been frozen for thousands of years. He actually. Inside the ruins, Gu Fangchen took a deep breath, feeling the energy and blood surging in his body again. Then, he raised the knife, flashed his body, and disappeared again into the shadow of the ruins. Guided by the radar map, he soon found new prey. There were 7 or 8 of them, huge in size, covered with iron-gray keratin, like iron rhinoceroses that could move hills. Moo! They discovered this uninvited guest who was emitting a bloody smell. Their scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Gu Fangchen. Their heavy iron hooves dug the ground and they launched a group charge. Boom! The earth is shaking. Faced with this terrifying momentum that is enough to smash an armored vehicle into scrap metal, any normal examinee would choose to temporarily avoid the attack. But Gufanchen once again revealed a sinister smile. Instead of retreating, he dragged the blade behind him and rushed forward against the rushing torrent of steel. Bang! He collided head-on with the iron-skinned rhinoceros that was in the front. The dull thud made everyone in the viewing platform's heart skip a beat. But the expected scene of people being knocked away did not appear. Gufanchen's feet were nailed to the ground like rocks, and then he used his shoulders to hold up the iron rhinoceros weighing several tons. The terrifying impact force that the rhinoceros was proud of hit him, but it was like a drop in the ocean, unable to make him retreat even a little bit. Gufanchen's eyes narrowed, and the muscles in his arms suddenly tensed. Directly pushed the power of rock body refining technique and savage physique to the extreme. The alloy sword in his hand was wrapped in 1,000 pounds of force. He raised it high and chopped it down towards the center of the iron-skinned rhinoceros's skull. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard. The iron rhinoceros's skull, which was strong enough to withstand a huge impact, was split in half like paper in front of his unreasonable strength. The blade penetrated without a handle. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 1/100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Health value, 1113 plus 8 1200 points. Kill with one blow. He drew out his sword, without even looking at the corpse that fell to the ground, spun around, and slashed horizontally with unparalleled domineering power. The dull sound of the blade tearing through thick skin and the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out almost at the same time. Another iron-skinned rhinoceros rushed from the side, and its thick neck was directly cut off by him by 2/3. The huge head drooped weakly, and the inertia of running caused it to roll and fall out. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 2/100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Health value, 1121 plus 8 1200 points. Killing like crazy. Gufanchen went completely crazy with killing. He was like a black whirlwind of death, madly shuttling through the clumsy rhinos. With one blow, cut off the front legs, making it lose balance. With one kick, he crushed the head, and red and white things splattered everywhere. The boiling blood splashed on his body like a rainstorm, making him look more like a peerless ferocious beast crawling out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After just a few tens of seconds, the battle was over. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 18/100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 19/100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 2100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Health value, 1265 plus 144 2000 points. Realm, mid-first stage late first stage new. As the system prompt sounded, Gufanchen's body shook violently. Boom! An unprecedented surge of energy and blood, like a flood bursting through a dam, exploded in his body. The meridians, which were already wide and tough, were widened again at this moment, as if a rushing river was rushing through his body. Every bone and every inch of muscle cheered and trembled at this new power. This is the late stage of the first stage. Gufanchen clenched his fist suddenly, feeling the explosive power that was about to overflow from his body, and his scalp tingled with pleasure. He returned his gaze to the panel. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 2100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Only then did he notice that killing each Iron Rhino would plunder 8 points of chi and health. The previous Wind Wolf was 5 points. I see. Even among beasts of the same beast level, there are differences in strength. The stronger the monster, the more chi and blood it provides. That makes sense. He glanced at the system panel again. Wind Wolf kill progress, 18/100. Iron Rhino kill progress, 20/100. If we want to plunder the talents of these two races, we are still a long way off. It seems that in the next period of time, I have to concentrate my firepower and get these two talents first. Just as Gufanchen was formulating the next monster killing plan. Sizzle sizzle. Above the ruined battlefield, a burst of electric sound came from the huge radio loudspeaker again. Immediately afterwards, the chief examiner's cold and sullen voice resounded throughout the entire meat grinder battlefield. Attention all examinees, the real-time hunting ranking list will be published. First place, number 039, Gufanchen, number of kills, 38. Second place, number 021, Sume, number of kills, 8. Third place, number 007, Yuan Tan, number of kills, 5. The whole audience was shocked. Chapter 37 Brutal. Too brutal. This announcement was like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of all the examinees. Next to a collapsed building, several warriors who had just worked together to defeat a strange beast and were resting breathlessly, heard the broadcast and the expressions on their faces froze instantly. Did I hear correctly? First place, 38? What a joke! 5 of us worked together and fought tooth and nail to kill 3. And he killed 38 by himself? Damn it! Is this Gufanchan a human or a ghost? He crushed me in the first 2 tests, but he's so fucking perverted in actual combat? How did he find so many exotic beasts? This doesn't make sense. For a moment, all the examinees on the battlefield who heard the broadcast were stunned. All the fighting spirit and hope in their hearts were crushed in the face of that unattainable number, leaving only endless horror and powerlessness. On the other side of the ruined battlefield, under the shadow of a tall building, a man covered in a black robe was standing quietly. When the broadcast sounded, his face hidden under the hood showed no emotion. His figure flashed, and he shuttled through the shadows of the ruins like a ghost. A moment later, he came to an area surrounded by the wreckage of 3 buildings. This is the weakest blind spot in the entire battlefield monitoring network. After confirming that there was no one around, the man in black robe slowly squatted down. He took out a bag made of unknown animal skin from his arms and poured out some black powder emitting a strange smell. His fingers, covered in powder, quickly sketched on the ground. Soon, a magic circle composed of countless twisted runes took shape. After doing all this, he took out 3 more things from the bag. A broken bone as black as ink, a shriveled heart that was still beating slightly, and a tuft of hair stained with dark golden blood. He carefully placed these 3 things on the 3 core nodes of the magic circle. Buzz! The magic circle suddenly lit up with a strange blood-red light, and the runes on the ground seemed to come alive and began to slowly wriggle. An invisible wave filled with violence and summons, centered on the magic circle, silently transmitted towards an unknown corner of the ruined battlefield. The man in black robe nodded with satisfaction and slowly stood up. He raised his left hand, and the screen of the ordinary-looking tactical watch on his wrist lit up instantly. Target locked, number 039 Gufanchan. Signal source confirmed. Planning the optimal route. On the watch screen, a bright red light spot, representing Gufanchan's location, was flashing rapidly. The man in black robe took a look at the map and confirmed the direction. The next second, his figure suddenly shook and turned into a black shadow that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. He rushed towards Gufanchan's location silently. His movements did not create a sound, like the most skilled assassin in the dark night, with a clear target and restrained murderous intent. At the same time, at the other end of the ruined battlefield, there was a central square that looked like a flatland. Ouch! The shrill howls of wolves came one after another, making the air buzz. Looking around, there were nearly 100 Gale wolves gathered in the square. They surrounded the bloody figure in the center of the square, making it impossible for anyone to get out. Facing this herd of beasts that was enough to make any elite team's scalp tingle, there was no trace of nervousness on Gufanchan's face. He just licked his lips, and in his eyes, a scorching light burned that was more ferocious and bloodthirsty than that of a wolf. He stomped his feet hard. The whole person was like a cannonball, rushing towards the sea of death composed of claws and fangs. The alloy sword in his hand seemed to come alive at this moment, turning into a silver tornado of death. After his body was strengthened by savage physique, his defense was extremely strong among his peers. Therefore, facing this ordinary swift wolf, he didn't even need to dodge, but directly plunged into the wolf pack, allowing the sharp claws of 3 or 4 swift wolf to grab his body fiercely. Ding dang! There was a sharp sound of metal clashing, but not even a white mark was left on Gufanchan's body. Hard. Too hard. At the same time, his knife, with an unreasonable and brutal attitude, instantly chopped off the heads of the wolves, sending them flying into the sky. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 31-100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 32-100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 33-100, plundered successfully, HP plus 5. Health value, 1340 plus 75 2000 points. A warm current surged in, and his aura increased instead of decreasing. He completely gave up on defense and launched a bloody massacre among the wolves in the most violent and direct way. A wind wolf jumped high from behind him, trying to attack the back of his neck. Gufangshan didn't even turn his head, but suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the wolf's throat like an iron clamp. Then, in mid-air, he pinched it hard. Click! Broken cervical vertebrae. He used the warm corpse as a weapon, swung it hard, and smashed it towards the wolves rushing towards him from the other side. Bang! Bang! The two Gale wolves were smashed and sent flying backwards. Before they landed, Gufangshan's figure was already following them, the knife in his hand flashing by. Two huge wolf heads flew up in response. The entire square was completely transformed into a meat grinder. Broken limbs and debris flew everywhere, and blood were all the color of wolves howling. That black figure danced wildly in the sea of corpses and blood. Every time he swung his knife, a puff of hot blood would be brought up. Every time he took a step, he would crush an unwilling head. Brutal. So cruel. Chapter 38 Light Body. Finally, when the last Gale wolf let out a desperate wail and was nailed to the ground after being pierced through the throat by Gufangshan's knife, the entire square fell completely silent. The corpses of nearly 100 strange beasts formed a perfect circle with him as the center, as if believers were paying him the most devout worship. The warm blood gathered into a stream, dyeing the ground beneath his feet a shocking dark red. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 98-100, plundered successfully, HP +5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 99-100, plundered successfully, HP +5. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 100-100, plundered successfully, HP +5. Health value, 1675 plus 375 2000 points. Ding! Cumulative kills of the beast-level monster, Swift Wolf, 100-100. Meet the conditions and start plundering racial talents. Boom! A force completely different from the heaviness of the savage physique suddenly emerged from his nerve endings. It was a feeling of lightness and speed, as if breaking free from some kind of restraint. He felt that his body had become lighter than ever before at this moment, and the control over every joint and every muscle had reached a subtle and arbitrary level. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wind Wolf race's core talent, Light Body. Lightness, passive talent. Permanently improves the host's nerve reaction speed and body coordination, reducing physical exertion during high-speed movement and dodging, making you as light as a swallow in battle. Gufangshan slowly raised his feet and jumped sideways. If it were true that his movements were a bit clumsy when he dodged before. So, now he seems to be walking on clouds, so light. Silky. So silky. Gufangshan was very satisfied. He tried to turn his wrist again, and the alloy sword in his hand seemed to become an extension of his arm, light as a feather, yet easy to control. Good. Very good. If Savage Physique gave him indestructible strength and defense, then Light Body gave him the ultimate skill and agility to control this power. One hard and one soft, complementing each other. He is now a heavy tank with the control system of a super sports car. There was already dead silence on the viewing platform. All the captains looked at the scene on the main screen that was comparable to a top Hollywood special effects blockbuster. Their minds went blank and they even forgot to breathe. He killed them all. One man killed an entire wolf pack. The voice of a captain sounded like a dream. Did you notice? A captain said with a serious expression. His breathing rhythm was barely disrupted from beginning to end. His physical strength is simply a bottomless pit. It's not just his physical strength, another captain shook his head, his eyes filled with incomprehensible confusion. The most shocking thing is probably his efficiency. Look at the replay. Every move he made, every swing of his knife, was done without a single unnecessary movement. It's incredible. And in the very center, Xiaolioli's cold phoenix eyes were staring at the bloody figure on the screen without blinking. Her slender white fingers tapped lightly on the armrest unconsciously, making a very rhythmic sound. For the first time, she felt a sense of unfathomable towards a person of her age. Gufangshan. She opened her red lips and silently uttered the name, with an unprecedented brilliance in the depths of her eyes. Just as Gufangshan was immersed in the pleasure of his rapidly increasing strength, his brows suddenly frowned. Something is wrong. On the radar map with a radius of 300 meters in his mind, at the edge of the square, a deep red light spot that was larger and more dazzling than all the previous red dots combined appeared without any warning. That huge and evil aura, violent, bloodthirsty, and filled with a desire for destruction. King-level monster. Gu Fangchen's pupils suddenly shrank. Almost at the same time, with a sizzle, the broadcast from the ruined battlefield sounded again. But this time, the chief examiner's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity and urgency. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. An unexpected situation has occurred in the examination room. A king-level beast, the Deinonychus, has unexpectedly entered. All examinees, please remain calm and do not panic. After urgent discussion among the examiners, the final assessment content has been changed. We will send a third-level warrior into the examination room to severely injure this king-level beast and bring it to the brink of death. Based on this, all examinees will have the opportunity to make a final move on him. The person who successfully kills the enemy will be awarded 500 points. I repeat, 500 points. Boom! This news was like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake, instantly detonating the entire battlefield. 500 points. That is equivalent to hunting down a total of 500 beast-level monsters. Fuck. 500 points. Isn't that first place for free? Damn it. Let's fight. If we can grab this knife, we'll win. Let's go. Hurry to the meeting point. After a brief moment of shock, all the examiners' eyes burst into unparalleled greed and fanaticism. They no longer cared about hunting those scattered beast-level monsters. They turned around and rushed towards the coordinates announced on the broadcast like sharks smelling blood. In the northern area of the battlefield, on an open abandoned road. Roar! A terrifying creature that is as tall as 3 stories and looks like a Tyrannosaurus rex, but its forelimbs have evolved into 2 giant claws as sharp as sickles, is roaring to the sky. Every step it took would create spiderweb like cracks on the hard road. The terrifying pressure from the king-level beast made the surrounding air sticky and oppressive. And above it, a figure was riding on a silver hoverboard, moving flexibly. He was a young warrior wearing standard combat uniform, with a stern face and steady eyes. Third-level warrior. When the other examinees arrived breathlessly, they all exclaimed in awe when they saw the scene. It's a hoverboard. That's equipment unique to third-level warriors. Is this a third-level expert? What a terrifying pressure. Chapter 39 Deinonychus Tyrannosaurus. In the air, every time the third-level warrior swung the sword in his hand, a condensed sword light would be created, slashing on the thick scales of the Deinonychus, splashing a string of dazzling sparks. He did not use his full strength, but just used a relaxed attitude to continuously consume the physical strength of this giant. But he seemed a little irritated. Damn, the strength is too hard to control. He cursed in his heart. The order from above was for him to control the blood of this king-level beast and beat it to the brink of death, but not to cripple it directly. He had to leave some challenge for the group of rookies below, but not make it too difficult. This is even more troublesome than just killing it instantly. Never mind. Let us do this. Thinking of this, he shook his arms, and a powerful force of energy and blood burst out of his body, turning into a visible shock wave, hitting the chest of the Deinonychus. Bang! The Deinonychus let out a painful roar, and its huge body was shaken back repeatedly. Large cracks appeared on the scales on its chest, and blood was dripping. Almost. The young warrior sheathed his sword and stood, hovering in mid-air. He looked down at the group of examinees below, whose blood was boiling with excitement, and spoke coldly. It's already seriously injured. Now it's up to you. Whoever can take its head will be the champion of this test. The young warrior's words were like a shot of the most powerful stimulant, instantly igniting the greed of all the examinees present. Damn it! Do it! The championship is mine. Let's go together. Consume it to death. Yuan Tan roared and was the first to rush forward with a heavy shield in hand, trying to attract the attention of the Deinonychus. Immediately afterwards, Sumei's figure turned into a black lightning, flanking from the flank, and the double daggers in her hands went straight for the injured hind legs of the Tyrannosaurus. The other hundreds of warriors were also energized, shouting and launching a siege from all directions. But they ultimately underestimated the terror of a king-level monster. Roar! Even though it was seriously injured, the strength of the Deinonychus remained undiminished. It swung its long tail, which was like a giant steel whip. Bang! 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 The warriors who were rushing in the front didn't even have time to react before they were beaten to the point of having their bones and tendons broken. They flew backwards like a torn sack and lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. Then, it waved its two giant sickle-like claws wildly among the crowd. Swish! The heavy shield that Yuan Tan was proud of was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the giant claws and was torn apart in an instant. He himself was swept by an irresistible force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily into the ruins in the distance, losing consciousness. For a moment, screams and wails were heard everywhere, and the siege formation that had been so powerful just now collapsed in an instant. In mid-air, the third-level warrior frowned. Waste. A bunch of trash. I beat it up like this, and it still gets beaten to a pulp? He cursed in his heart, but then changed his mind and sighed. 2. Most of the truly talented talents have been recruited in advance by martial arts schools and large families who offer generous treatment and do not have to go to the battlefield to kill exotic beasts every day. Who would be so desperate as to run to a place like the army and live on the edge of a knife? As he said this, he looked at the exam room security guards who had rushed over and said, "Watch them carefully. Don't let them die." Got it. The security guards nodded. On the viewing platform, all the team leaders were shaking their heads. Alas, this quality is really getting worse every year. With this style of play, forget about last hitting, we'll be lucky if we don't get wiped out. It seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner for a while. The brutal siege was being broadcast live on the main screen. Everyone's attention was drawn to the powerful Deinonychus. It can be found on a street corner several kilometers away from the main battlefield. Gu Fangchen suddenly stopped moving forward. Because, on his radar chart, a red light spot was rushing straight towards him at an extremely fast speed. Getting closer. Getting closer. Gu Fangchen turned his head and looked at the dark alley beside him. I saw a man in a black robe holding a dagger and rushing towards him. The moment the two looked at each other, they were both stunned. It's not a strange beast? Gu Fangchen widened his eyes. The man in black robe also looked horrified. How did he find out about I've clearly restrained my killing intent. But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. The man in black robe didn't intend to stop. He rushed forward and stabbed Gu Fangchen's throat with the poisoned dagger in his hand. Fast, accurate and ruthless. Faced with this deadly attack, Gu Fangchen reacted faster. He tilted his body slightly, and his gift of lightness allowed him to narrowly avoid the vicious edge by a hair's breadth. Almost at the same time, he stretched out his backhand and grabbed the wrist of the black-robed man holding the knife like an iron clamp. So fast. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect that the other party's reaction speed and strength were far beyond his expectations. He shook his wrist violently, and a strange shock force burst out, and he actually broke free from Gu Fangchen's grasp, used the force to turn over and retreat, and landed steadily. The two were only 5 meters apart and faced each other again. No nonsense, the battle breaks out instantly. The black-robed man's figure flashed and turned into several blurry afterimages, attacking Gu Fangchen from different angles at the same time. The poisonous dagger in his hand turned into stars in the sky, blocking all of Gu Fangchen's retreat routes. Gu Fangchen did not dodge, but thrust the long knife in his hand into the ground. Clang! He crossed his arms and protected them in front of him, and the rock-body refining art was running to its extreme. Ding-dang-dang! A series of dense sounds of metal clashing rang out, as dense as raindrops. The poisonous dagger that was powerful enough to pierce through steel plates stabbed into his arm, but it only produced a series of dazzling sparks, without even leaving a white mark. A trace of horror flashed across the black-robed man's eyes, and he was about to retreat. Gu Fangchen seized the opportunity of his momentary stiffness and swept out with his right leg like a battle axe. The man in black robe had no way to avoid it and could only cross his arms to block. Bang! With a dull thud, the man in black robe was kicked and flew backwards. He rolled twice on the ground in a panic before he released the force. At the same time, on the viewing platform. Look, there seems to be something wrong with the camera on number 039 side. A sharp-eyed captain suddenly pointed at a split screen and said. The director immediately cut the picture to the main screen. When everyone saw that Gu Fangchen was fighting a life-and-death battle with a mysterious man in black robe, the whole audience was in an uproar. It's the Japanese pirates. They're the same group that broke into the shelter last time. Damn it! How dare they do that at the selection site? Xiao Liuli's phoenix eyes suddenly turned cold. The chief examiner's face turned livid. He slammed his hand on the table and roared into the communicator, Security Team 3. Head to Area D7 immediately. Target, examinee number 039's location. Capture the assassin alive. Chapter 40 Thick Black Smoke. Inside the venue. Seeing that his attack missed, the man in black robe knew that he had been exposed. There was no point in continuing to fight with the opponent when he couldn't defeat him in a short time. Thinking of this, he took out 3 black metal balls from his arms and threw them at Gu Fangchen. Boom! 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 The metal ball exploded in mid-air, and a large cloud of thick black smoke instantly covered the entire street. In the black smoke, visibility is less than half a meter, blocking most sensory detection. The figure of the man in black robe disappeared in the smoke in an instant. Want to run? Gu Fangchen's eyes narrowed. In front of him who possesses the scent detection, this kind of deception is completely meaningless. On the radar map in his mind, the red dot representing hostility was fleeing towards the depths of the ruins at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fangchen pulled up the long knife on the ground, and his body flashed like an arrow, and he chased into the thick smoke without hesitation. Tram! 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 At this moment, a team of fully armed security guards arrived at the scene. Report! The assassin has entered the smoke area. The leading security captain reported into the communicator. The moment he finished speaking, puff! A black shadow suddenly flew out from the thick smoke and fell heavily in front of them. It was the black-robed assassin. An alloy sword was stuck in his chest, and the blade was sticking out from his back. Blood was gushing out, and he was breathing less and more. Immediately afterwards, Gu Fangchen's figure slowly walked out of the smoke. He walked up to the man in black robe, ignored the stunned security guards around him, and stepped on the assassin's head with an expressionless face. Crack! A soft sound. Red and white things splattered everywhere. The whole audience was dead silent. The security guards and all the captains on the viewing platform watched the scene with their minds blank. Clean. Neat. Too strong. Compared to the shock of the others, Gu Fangchen looked calm. He pulled out the long knife that was stuck in the corpse, wiped the blood on his black robe, and then used the tip of the knife to pick up a small storage bag from the arms of the headless corpse. He opened the bag and peeked inside. A few bottles of pills and a secret manual of martial arts that looked quite old. A windfall of not too small a sum. Gu Fangchen laughed out loud with satisfaction. That laughter was unusually clear in the dead silent street. For some reason, the security guards around felt their scalps tingling and shuddered when they heard the laughter. Gu Fangchen raised his head, looked at the security guards who had been completely petrified, and asked calmly. These things are my spoils, right? Can I take it with me? The leading security captain finally came back to his senses from his shock. He swallowed hard, forced himself to calm down, walked forward, and took the storage bag from Gu Fangchen. He took a quick look and confirmed that there were no military secrets or items with special markings inside, then he immediately asked his superiors for instructions via the communicator. A few seconds later, he got a reply. Mr. Gu, he handed the storage bag back to Gu Fangchen respectfully, a hint of awe in his tone. My superiors have instructed that according to wartime regulations, since you killed the assassin, these spoils should belong to you. Thank you very much. Gu Fangchen took the storage bag and casually put it into his trouser pocket. Then he bent down again and picked up the dagger with a dark blue poisonous light from the black-robed assassin's hand. He glanced at the strange blue light on the blade, and swept his eyes over the assassin, and soon found a matching scabbard made of special animal skin on the outside of his thigh. He pulled off the scabbard, and with a slight clang sound, the poisonous blade returned to the sheath, fitting perfectly. He neatly tied this unexpected gain, along with its scabbard, to the outside of his thigh. After doing all this, he nodded to the security guards as a farewell. Then, without any hesitation, his figure flashed and turned into a shadow, rushing towards the direction of the king-level beast in the distance. Only a few security guards were left standing there, looking at the headless corpse and the ever-expanding pool of blood. He looked again at Gu Fangchen's back as he disappeared into the ruins. For some reason, I felt a chill running from the soles of my feet all the way up to the top of my head. At the same time, the northern area of the battlefield had already become a mess. Roar! Every time the Deinonychus roared, it would create a violent wave of air, blowing the examinees who rushed up to the ground. Every time it swung its 2 sickle-like claws, they would plow 2 deep grooves on the ground, and gravel and broken weapons would fly everywhere. The whole scene was in a mess. Sumei's figure was like a ghost. She used her agile body to go around behind the Deinonychus several times, trying to attack the weak points of its joints. But even if she tried her best, she could only leave a shallow blood mark on the tough flesh and could not cause any substantial damage. The Deinonychus seemed to be annoyed by this annoying fly and swung its tail violently. Bang! Sume felt an irresistible force coming at her, and she was swept backwards. She rolled on the ground awkwardly for several times before she was able to relieve the force, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. But more people don't even have the chance to get close. They were so frightened by the violent pressure that their hands and feet became weak, and they could only throw their weapons in vain from the periphery, but they could not even tickle the giant monster. In midair, the third-level warrior hovered boredly, looking at the group of examinees below who were like headless flies with an impatient look on his face. A bunch of rubbish. He cursed under his breath. This was such a waste of his time. On the viewing platform, the team captains were also watching with little interest. They picked up their teacups and started chatting, no longer holding out any hope for the farce below. At this moment, a figure appeared. He did not run like the others, but walked towards the chaotic battlefield with steady steps, one step at a time. He was covered in blood, but he did not look at all embarrassed. His eyes were as calm as a pool of deep water, and in his hand he held a long knife that was still dripping with blood. Wherever he passed, the examinees who were originally charging forward with roars stopped subconsciously, as if frightened by an invisible aura, and took the initiative to make way for him. Soon, Gu Fanchen came to the forefront of the melee. He looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him that was showing its might, and then looked at the examinees around him whose faces were filled with fear and greed, but who were in a dilemma. He spoke slowly. "Get out of the way." These two simple words stunned everyone around them. A warrior who had just been knocked away by a claw of the Deinonychus and fell to the ground was struggling to get up. Upon hearing this, he subconsciously roared. "Who the hell are you? Let's get out of the way?" But when he saw the other person's face clearly, he was stunned. "Oh shit. Gu Fanchen? Got to give in." The expression on his face suddenly changed 180 degrees. In an instant, anger turned into extreme flattery and awe. He didn't even care about the injuries on his body. He jumped up and waved wildly at the people around him, his voice louder than anyone else. "What the hell? What the hell are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what Brother Gu said? Get out of the way. Make way for Brother Gu." His shout made everyone around him turn around suddenly. When they saw clearly that the person coming was Gu Fanchen. Swish! All the examinees, like mice seeing a cat, had expressions of horror on their faces and retreated to the sides in a tumbling manner. In an instant, a huge fan-shaped open space was cleared. Amidst hundreds of complex gazes filled with surprise, fear, and confusion, Gu Fanchen, holding a knife, stepped into the death zone shrouded by the pressure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In mid-air, the third-level warrior's originally impatient face suddenly became energetic. The captains on the viewing platform all put down their teacups and leaned forward subconsciously. "Oh? Is it this kid? Interesting. What does he want to do? Challenge a king-level monster alone? Even if that Tyrannosaurus Rex is seriously injured, it's not something a first-level warrior can fight alone, right? Just watch, this kid is very evil." A playful arc appeared at the corner of Zhang Qingyu's mouth. At the same time, a hint of anticipation flashed in Xiao Liuli's eyes. Chapter 41 Perfect Breakthrough. On the battlefield. The Deinonychus's huge single eye was fixed on the tiny human who dared to challenge it alone. Roar! It let out an earth-shaking roar, and its huge body rushed forward. Its sickle-like claws, carrying a vicious wind that tore through the air, slapped Gu Fanchen on the head. This blow is enough to turn a tank into a discus. However, facing this thunderous blow, Gu Fanchen's figure suddenly shook before the giant claw fell. Shadow steps. His figure turned into a blurry afterimage, and at an angle that violated common sense of physics, he narrowly brushed past the violent claw wind. Boom! The giant claw smashed hard on the spot where he had just stood, creating a terrifying deep pit on the hard road and sending gravel flying everywhere. The attack missed, and the Deinonychus became even more violent. It turned around and swept across with another giant claw. Gu Fanchen did not retreat but advanced, tapping the ground with his toes. His whole body was like a weightless fallen leaf. He took advantage of the sweeping claw wind to elevate his body and landed lightly on the thick arm of the Deinonychus. He walked along the arm covered with hard scales as if walking on flat ground, and rushed towards the injured chest of the Deinonychus like lightning. Everyone on the viewing platform was completely stunned. Fuck, this kind of body movement, is he really just a first-level warrior? The Deinonychus obviously didn't expect this human to be so difficult to deal with. It twisted its body frantically, trying to shake off the ant. But Gufunction's feet seemed to be rooted in it, and no matter how it rolled, he remained as steady as a rock. At this moment, Gufunction's left hand flashed with cold light. The poisoned dagger seized from the assassin has appeared in his hand. He fixed his eyes on the gap in the scales on the chest of the Deinonychus that was broken by the third-level warrior, and his eyes fixed. He swung the long sword in his right hand upward suddenly, and with a domineering Pajuanchisha sword, he went straight to the jaw of the Deinonychus, forcing it to raise its head. Now is the time. The flaw in the chest is completely exposed. Gufunction's figure suddenly dived down, and the poisonous dagger in his left hand turned into a flash of lightning and pierced into the wound that was caused by the third-level warrior and was so deep that the bone could be seen. Puff! The sharp blade enters the flesh. Roar, ah! The Deinonychus let out the most shrill and painful roar in history. The deadly poison tempered on the dagger flowed madly into its blood and nerves through the wound. Its huge body began to tremble violently, and its originally violent movements became visibly slow and stiff. Success! Gufunction didn't give it any chance to breathe. He used the recoil force of the dagger to soar into the sky, and with a beautiful somersault in midair, he landed steadily on the broad back of the Deinonychus. Then, he gripped the long sword tightly with both hands and poured all the surging energy and blood in his body into the sword. After accumulating power, he aimed at the thick cervical spine of the Deinonychus and chopped it down fiercely with a posture as if he was splitting mountains and breaking peaks. Crack! A terrifying sound of bones cracking, enough to make everyone's teeth ache, resounded throughout the venue. The indestructible cervical vertebra was broken by this knife. The roar of the Deinonychus came to an abrupt end, and its huge head drooped weakly. The light in those scarlet animal eyes quickly dimmed. At last, with a loud boom, its huge body like a mountain slammed heavily to the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky, and it was completely silent. Ding! Killed the king-level beast, Demonclaw Tyrannosaurus, 1-1, plundered successfully, HP plus 150. Health value, 1825 plus 152,000 points. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Deinonychus race's core talent, Tyrant's Wrath. Tyrant's Fury, active talent. Upon activation, the host enters a berserk state within 10 seconds, increasing their strength and resistance by 30%. Cooldown, 24 hours. Violent? Gufunction was indifferent. At this moment, another panel appeared. Breakthrough of the second-order conditions has been completed. After reaching the peak of the first stage, you can choose a breakthrough method and directly break through to the early stage of the second stage, with a success rate of 100%. In the future, when breaking through from level 3 to level 6, the success rate will still be 100%. Normal breakthrough, kill a king-level monster 1-1. Elite breakthrough, kill king-level beast 1-3. Perfect breakthrough, kill a king-level monster 1-5. Breakthrough? Looking at the panel in front of him, Gufunction's mind suddenly flashed through the information he found on the military computer yesterday. According to the information he saw on the internet, every major realm of warriors in this world is divided into 4 small stages: early, middle, late and peak. Once a warrior's chi and blood have been cultivated to the peak of their current realm, they will encounter an invisible barrier, and their chi and blood values will no longer be able to advance at all. If you want to continue to become stronger, you must break through and enter the next great realm. And this breakthrough is precisely the terrifying chasm that has blocked countless warriors and trapped them in a certain realm for their entire lives. Take the example of breaking through the second level from the first level. Normal warriors need to prepare the extremely precious heart blood of king-level exotic beasts, and then use various natural treasures to refine it into a breakthrough pill. Then, by guiding the violent energy of the beast to flush one's own meridians, it will be possible to complete the transition of life levels. There are 3 generally recognized breakthrough methods based on the rarity and quantity of the materials used. Ordinary breakthrough, use the heart blood of an ordinary king-level monster, with the lowest risk and the highest success rate. However, after the breakthrough, his foundation will be unstable, his chi and blood will be mixed, his combat power will be at the bottom among the same level, and it will greatly increase the difficulty of the next breakthrough. This method is called low-grade second level. Elite breakthrough, using the heart blood of 3 king-level beasts with different attributes, with both risks and benefits, is the choice of most warriors. After the breakthrough, he had a solid foundation and good strength, and was called mid-grade second stage. Perfect breakthrough, using the heart blood of 5 top king-level beasts, supplemented by legendary spiritual objects, the risk is extremely high and the success rate is less than 10%. Once you fail, at best your meridians will be damaged and you will become a disabled person, at worst your body will explode and die on the spot. But if you succeed, you will be able to build the most perfect foundation of Taoism, your combat power will far exceed that of your peers, and your future path in martial arts will be smooth. This rare existence is called top grade second level. At the same time, once you choose this path, there is no turning back. For example, if you choose normal breakthrough, then in the future, if you break through from level 2 to level 3, or from level 3 to level 4, you can only continue with normal breakthrough, unless you abandon your cultivation and start over. The same applies to elite breakthrough and perfect breakthrough. Once you make a choice, you can only go down this path. Gu Fangchen remembered it very clearly. The information specifically mentioned that Xia Liuli was one of the few top-grade third-level warriors among the younger generation of the current military who had been promoted with a perfect breakthrough. At this moment, Gu Fangchen looked at the system panel in front of him, and his mind suddenly became clear. He finally understood what the most incredible thing about his killing and plundering system was. That's it. It can completely skip all the tedious material preparation and alchemy processes, and at the same time directly eliminate the terrifying failure risk of less than 10%. 100% success rate. This means that the road to perfect breakthrough that is said to be a life or death struggle and only the chosen ones dare to attempt has become a flat and open road in front of him. Is there any need to choose then? If you change the dog, it will definitely choose perfect breakthrough. In his heart, he made the only choice. So, that is, we still need 4 king-level beasts. Chapter 42 Chapter 42 The well-deserved number 1 scholar. The whole audience was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at the center of the dusty battlefield. Gu Fangchen was seen slowly walking down from the huge corpse, holding a knife, bathed in blood, looking like a devil. Pa! Pa! I don't know who it was, but the first person to recover from the extreme shock subconsciously clapped. The applause was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly causing thousands of ripples. Snap! 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 Thunderous applause exploded. All the examiners present, whether it was Yuan Tan who was jealous of him before, or Su Mei. At this moment, everyone gave the warmest applause from the bottom of their hearts to the young man in front of them. In their eyes, there was no more jealousy or calculation, only the purest awe and admiration for the absolutely strong. At this moment, Gu Fangchen conquered everyone present with his overwhelming strength. In mid-air, the third-level warrior also slowly descended. He put away his hoverboard and strode up to Gu Fangchen. The previous irritability and disdain on his face were no longer there, replaced by a kind of appreciation and admiration that came from the heart. Beautiful! Such a beautiful fight! He didn't hesitate to offer his praise, extending his hand with a bright smile on his face. My name is Lin Feng, captain of the Dawn Special Operations Team. Nice to meet you, Gu Fangchen. Hello. Gu Fangchen also stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Lin Feng patted his shoulder vigorously, his eyes full of admiration, yet with a hint of regret. What a pity, my Dawn team was just fully staffed a while ago, otherwise, I would have invited you over no matter what. Gu Fangchen laughed awkwardly and didn't say much. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and added, Don't worry, you killed this Deinonychus with your own ability, so the trophy will naturally belong to you. Here at the Dragon Country Military Region, we'll never ask you to hand in any extra materials other than what's necessary for the mission. I'll have the security guard help you collect the materials later and store them in the temporary warehouse at the base. As he spoke, he pulled out a metal card with special patterns on it from his pocket and handed it over. This is a temporary pass to the warehouse. The address is on the back. You can pick it up yourself when the time comes. Gu Fangchen took the card and felt a little surprised. He also thought that the military would confiscate the materials of this king-level monster for various reasons. I didn't expect it to be handled so neatly. This actually made him feel more favorable towards the military. At this moment, the broadcast sounded again, and the chief examiner's voice spread throughout the room. The final assessment is over. The champion is decided. Due to the appearance of a Japanese pirate assassin in the examination room, to ensure everyone's safety and to investigate the cause of the king-level beast appearance, this selection has ended early. The final results will be based on the current hunting rankings. First place, number 039, Gu Fangchen, total score, 638 points. Second place, number 021, Su Mei, total score, 68 points. Third place, number 007, Yuan Tan, total score, 53 points. All examinees, please return to the Central Martial Arts Arena immediately. As the announcement was over, Lin Feng immediately directed the security guards who had arrived and began to skillfully help Gu Fangchen dismember the body of the Deinonychus. The rest of the examinees began to return under the escort of several security guards. On the way back, the atmosphere was completely different from when we came. The examinees who had previously kept their distance from Gu Fangchen now all gathered around him, their faces filled with enthusiastic smiles. Brother Gu. That knife move you made just now was so cool. You're definitely my idol. Really? Handsome and capable. Brother Gu, are you still in need of a younger brother? The kind that can serve tea and water? Gu Fangchen was a little amused by this sudden enthusiasm and could only respond with a smile. Soon, everyone returned to the central training ground. As soon as he stepped out of the passage, Gu Fangchen saw that the platform in front was already full of people. Dozens of team leaders with strong auras and sharp eyes were standing there in a row, staring at him with burning eyes, like a group of hungry wolves who had seen a rare treasure. Gu brother Gu. A captain with a scorpion tattoo suddenly braked to a stop in front of him, gasping for breath, but his face was filled with an extremely enthusiastic smile. This person was the captain who had previously asserted that Gu Fangchen might just be a silly duck. Brother! Come to our scorpion. All resources will be given priority. Before he finished speaking, the people behind him also squeezed in. Don't listen to him. The Scorpion team lives outdoors every day. Come to our Thunderstorm team, we'll have the best logistical support. Brother Gu, although our Iron Wall team isn't very famous, the treatment we offer is definitely the best. For a moment, Gu Fangchen was surrounded by people, and all he could hear were all kinds of jaw-droppingly generous conditions. At this moment, the cold and sullen voice of the broadcast resounded throughout the venue again, instantly suppressing all noise. The assessment is over and the final results have been determined. Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked up at the big screen. Examiner, Gu Fangchen. The first item, Qi and Blood Quality Assessment, 100 points. Second item, Defense Pressure Assessment, 100 points. Third item, Comprehensive Assessment of Actual Combat, 638 points. When this series of perfect results were listed, the whole audience fell into silence again. The cold electronic sound paused, and then announced the final result in a tone that was emotionless but full of absolute authority. Total score, first place, Gu Fangchen. Reward, 3,000 military merit points, 5 million Dragon Nation currency. Boom! The whole audience was completely boiling. And after a brief shock, the captains surrounding Gu Fangchen became even more fanatical. A well-deserved top scholar. A crushing victory. The eyes of the whole audience were once again focused on him, waiting for his choice. On the viewing platform, Xiaolioli held her cheek with one hand, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. She also wanted to know what choice Gu Fangchen would make. Is it to join the Thunderstorm with the most abundant resources? Or join the Xinglong with the most outstanding military achievements? Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Gu Fangchen finally moved. He ignored the captains who were arguing fiercely in front of him, but just raised his head calmly. His eyes swept across the viewing platform, and finally fell on Zhang Qingyu, who had just come down from the platform. He raised his hand and pointed in the distance. I choose him. These 3 words were clearly heard by everyone. The noisy venue fell into an eerie silence again. All the captains were stunned and looked in the direction of his finger, confusion written all over their faces. Even Zhang Qingyu himself was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, pointing at himself with a look of disbelief. How did he know I was the captain? I clearly didn't say that? This kid. Brother Gu, you're not kidding, are you? Captain Scorpion was the first to react, his tone full of confusion. You chose Zhang Qingyu? Another captain also hurriedly advised, Brother Gu, you'd better think it through. Zhang Qingyu's pioneer team is not an ordinary combat team, they are a group of lunatics who specialize in taking on tough tasks. What? Many new warriors around exclaimed. That's right, the captain explained bitterly, their mission is to specifically eliminate the densest and most numerous beast hordes. They're the spearhead, the vanguard, and also the team with the highest casualties. They work almost all year round. They're either in the beast tide or on their way to it. They earn a lot of military merit points, but they don't have the life to spend them. A genius like you should be concentrating on cultivation. Spending all day on missions is such a waste of talent. For a moment, everyone looked at Gu Fangchen with regret. But in the face of everyone's persuasion, Gu Fangchen's face not only did not waver in the slightest, but he laughed out loud. That's great. Everyone? Chapter 43 Awesome. Everyone looked confused. I wanted to persuade him again, but Gu Fangchen was determined. Finally, Gu Fangchen joined Zhang Qingyu's Yan Luo team, causing the captain on the scene to wail and beat his chest. After the selection, Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu were on their way to the reward redemption office. Zhang Qingyu still hasn't recovered from the shock. He turned his head to look at Gu Fangchen and couldn't help asking, "No, brother, can I ask, how did you know I was the captain?" "I guessed," Gu Fangchen replied succinctly. "Yesterday in the training room, you and brother Lu Meng were clearly much stronger than the others. Furthermore, you knew everything about the base and were so concerned about the new recruits. So, what else could you be but captain?" "I'm not stupid." Zhang Qingyu was choked, touched his nose, and muttered in his heart, "So, doesn't that make me a fool?" The two quickly arrived at the reward redemption area. There was a young and beautiful female clerk sitting at the front desk. When she saw Zhang Qingyu, she immediately stood up and saluted. "Hello, Captain Zhang." "Yeah," Zhang Qingyu nodded and pointed at Gu Fangchen beside him. "Apply for the reward for him." Gu Fangchen handed over the red identity card that symbolized first place. As soon as the female clerk saw the bright red first place mark on the card, her eyes changed instantly and were filled with respect. When she raised her head and saw Gu Fangchen's handsome and delicate face, she was completely stunned and her cheeks turned red. So handsome. She quickly lowered her head to cover up her gaffe and started operating the terminal in a panic. Mr. Gu, your 3,000 military merit points have been successfully entered into your ID card." Her voice trembled. "Excuse me, do you have a designated bank account number for the 5 million cash reward? If not, we can deposit it directly into this red ID card for you." Gu Fangchen thought for a moment, then took out the pitch-black metal card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "Can you transfer money to this card for me?" There was a sudden deathly silence in front of the counter. Zhang Qingyu and the female clerk's eyes were glued to the black card as if attracted by a magnet. "Oh shit. Black card." Zhang Qingyu screamed in shock, and the female clerk suddenly jumped up from her seat, took the card with both hands, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. "But, yes. Of course." She placed the black card carefully on the reader with an almost pilgrim attitude, her movements so gentle as if she was afraid of damaging it. Zhang Qingyu looked at Gu Fangchen in shock. "You used this card to open the God of War number 1 training room yesterday?" Gu Fangchen nodded. "Yes, Xia Liuli gave it to me." "Xia Liuli?" Zhang Qingyu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Is she the type of person who would casually give out black cards?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard the trembling voice of the female clerk. It's done, Mr. Gu." Gu Fangchen took the black card and the red card and put them away. Zhang Qingyu also subconsciously turned around and wanted to say something else, but his voice was instantly stuck in his throat. Because. Not far behind them, Xia Liuli was standing there with 2 personal guards, her hands behind her back. Those cold phoenix eyes were staring at him motionlessly, with no emotion to be seen in them. Zhang Qingyu only felt a chill on his back, and a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Zhang Qingyu was frightened. It's over. I was caught red-handed talking about someone behind their back." Zhang Qingyu's body froze instantly, and he forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He was already wondering whether to apologize first or kneel down and beg for mercy. But Xia Liuli didn't even bother to give him a glance. She seemed to have not heard what was said just now. She stretched out her long legs, walked straight past him, and came in front of Gu Fangchen. Under the shocked gazes of Zhang Qingyu and the 2 red flame guards, a faint smile appeared on Xia Liuli's beautiful face, which was as cold as ice. She looked at Gu Fangchen, her voice still cold, but it seemed to have lost some of the icy warmth that kept people at a distance. "Come on." These 2 simple words were like 2 blockbuster bombs, exploding in the hearts of Zhang Qingyu and several red flame guards. They were all petrified in an instant. "Come on?" Xia Qianjin, she actually said come on? They have been in the army for many years, so they naturally know better than anyone that the word come on never appears in Xia Liuli's dictionary. Because in her opinion, the strong do not need encouragement, and the weak do not deserve encouragement. So, these 2 words, coming out of her mouth, were more incredible than seeing the sun rise from the west. After saying that, Xia Liuli smiled, and with a thought, she took out 3 bottles of high-grade qi and blood pills from her storage ring and gave them to Gu Fangchen. For you. Everyone. Miss Xia actually gave a gift. Still for men. Peers. Gu Fangchen didn't bother to say anything, he just took it and put it away. Thank you. Seeing this, Xia Liuli didn't say much. She just put her hands behind her back, like a queen patrolling her territory. With a cold and arrogant aura, she turned and left, leaving only a dashing back. It was not until her figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor that Zhang Qingyu let out a long breath as if he had been pardoned, and felt that his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. I felt like I had just walked through the gates of hell. Following behind Xia Liuli, the few Qian guards who usually had expressionless faces now looked at each other, and saw deep horror in each other's eyes. Awesome! Xia Liuli did not stop and left the base directly. As soon as she went out, a shrill noise came into her ears. Xia Liuli raised her head and her dark brows instantly furrowed. Not far ahead, next to an extremely eye-catching luxury sports car, she saw a figure that made her feel physically disgusted. He was holding a bouquet of flowers, with a hypocritical smile on his face, walking towards her quickly. Yi Liang. Xia Liuli frowned tightly. Liuli. Yi Liang's self-proclaimed gentle voice just sounded. Xia Liuli's eyes instantly turned cold. Don't call me that disgusting name. The smile on Yi Liang's face froze, but he still handed over the bouquet of beautiful flowers in his hand. Liuli, don't be angry, I just want to. Before he finished speaking, a hint of undisguised brutality flashed in Xia Liuli's eyes. Without any hesitation, she reached out and grabbed the bouquet of flowers. Then, in the shocked gazes of Yi Liang and everyone around him, he suddenly clenched his hand. Swish! The priceless bouquet of ice crystal roses was instantly crushed and torn in her hands. The petals flew everywhere like a broken butterfly, and the fragile branches were ruthlessly twisted by her and then thrown to the ground. Roll! The smile on Yi Liang's face completely froze, and a sinister glint flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he still said with all his strength, Liuli, why are you doing this? The marriage contract between our two families was decided by the old men. Engagement? Xia Liuli seemed to have heard some huge joke. She took a step forward and looked down at Yi Liang. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with extreme contempt and disdain. Are you worthy? After saying that, she didn't bother to look at him anymore and kicked the broken petals on the ground aside with her toes. Then he turned and left. But just as Xia Liuli's figure completely disappeared around the corner, Yi Liang's gentle and elegant smile gradually faded. All the warmth in those originally gentle and affectionate peach blossom eyes faded away, leaving only a possessive desire as cold as a poisonous snake. He slowly raised the tip of his tongue and gently licked his lips. He gave a meaningful smile. Chapter 44 I found a treasure. In the base canteen, Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu were eating together. The food here is obviously much better than that in the shelter. There are not only large pieces of exotic beast meat, but also fresh vegetables and various staple foods. As Gu Fangchen picked up some food, he casually asked, Brother Zhang, where's Brother Lu Meng? Why don't I see him? Oh, you mean old Lu, Zhang Qingyu explained with a smile, he's not from our base 7. He's the captain of the Lone Wolf team at Fortress 3 next door. He was just passing by yesterday with nothing to do, so he came to spar with me. Gu Fangchen nodded in understanding. After the two of them finished their meal, Gu Fangchen was about to take out his ID card to pay. A hand as big as a palm leaf fan suddenly pressed down his hand. I'll do it. Without giving any explanation, Zhang Qingyu took the lead and swiped his card on the sensor. Drop. Thanks, Captain. Gu Fangchen didn't act pretentiously. Hey, you're welcome. Zhang Qingyu smiled brightly, holding the plate and leading him to a seat by the window. From now on, we'll all be brothers eating from the same pot. Not long after the two of them sat down, several team leaders came over with plates in hand, smiling widely. Lao Zhang. Congratulations. You found a treasure. Of course you can. You managed to kidnap this year's top scorer without even saying a word. You must treat me tonight. Brother Gu, we have to take care of each other on the front lines. Zhang Qingyu's face was full of joy. He stood up and responded with a smile, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. After exchanging greetings for a while, the captains dispersed. Zhang Qingyu then sat down and said to Gu Fangchen, after dinner, go back to the dormitory and pack your luggage. I'll take you to our Yen Luo team's dormitory and introduce you to our companions. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and said, "Before I go, I want to go to the warehouse first." "Oh? Is it the material from that king-level monster? Are you planning to ask someone to make it into a weapon?" Zhang Qingyu asked. "Well, yes." Gu Fangchen replied. "Okay, no problem. I'll go to the warehouse with you later." Good. Just when the atmosphere in the cafeteria was peaceful, suddenly, a group of people walked in at the door. The leader was a young officer with a sturdy build and a faint smile on his face. Behind him, there were several team members with the same calm aura. There was a subtle hint of provocation in their eyes when they looked at Zhang Qingyu. "Hey, isn't this our king of hell, Captain Zhen?" The leading young officer ignored everyone and walked straight to Gu Fangchen's desk. He first looked Gu Fangchen up and down, with a seemingly kind smile on his face. "This must be Brother Gu Fangchen, the top scorer in this selection, right?" He offered his hand. "I'm Wang Wu, captain of the Goshawk team. I've long heard of your name." Gu Fangchen raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Finding that the visitor had no good intentions, he did not extend his hand, but just said him lightly. The smile on Wang Wu's face froze, but soon returned to normal. He calmly withdrew his hand and turned his gaze to Zhang Chang. There was a glaring hint of sarcasm in that seemingly kind smile. "Congratulations, Lao Zhang. I heard you're planning to recruit a few more new people this year to fill the gaps." He patted Zhang Qingyu's shoulder and said in a sarcastic tone, "But I have to remind you, don't lead our top scholar into trouble. He's a genius with a promising future, unlike us rough guys whose lives are worthless." The words fell. Bang! Zhang Qingyu slammed the chopsticks in his hand on the table. He slowly raised his head. His face, which had been full of smiles, was now as cold as ice, and his eyes were filled with suppressed anger. "Wang Wu, what do you mean?" The atmosphere in the cafeteria, which was originally bustling with people chatting, suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone felt the tense atmosphere and shut their mouths, even stopping their eating. Gu Fangchen didn't even look up at Wang Wu. He just slowly put down the dishes in his hands, his eyes calm, but the air around him seemed to become sticky. Seeing this, Wang Wu's smile became even wider. This is exactly the effect he wants. "It's nothing, I just feel sorry for Brother Gu." Wang Wu spread his hands and said innocently, "Let's go, brothers, don't disturb the top scholar's meal." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and turned around and walked away with his team members who also had sneers on their faces. The oppressive atmosphere in the cafeteria only eased slightly after their figures completely disappeared. Gu Fangchen raised his head, looked at Zhang Qingyu, whose face was still gloomy, and asked, "Who is he?" Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his chest, picked up the water glass on the table and took a big gulp, then said in a deep voice, "A fly that has been fighting with me since childhood. I've known him for almost 10 years. We used to have a good relationship. But ever since..." Zhang Qingyu paused, as if remembering something. A self-deprecating arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ever since the day the person he liked confessed his feelings to me, he has been holding a grudge until now." Gu Fangchen was stunned. Who does he like? When Zhang Qingyu heard this, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile. He looked at Gu Fangchen and grinned. Technically, she's your sister-in-law." Gu Fangchen was stunned again, and then couldn't help laughing. "Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things." Zhang Qingyu picked up the chopsticks again and ate the rice with big mouthfuls, regaining his generous appearance. "Eat. After dinner, I'll take you to the warehouse." Gu Fangchen nodded. After eating and drinking, the two walked out of the cafeteria side by side. The roads in the base are wide and smooth, with patrolling armored vehicles and hurried warrior teams passing by from time to time. Along the way, any warrior who saw Zhang Qingyu and Gu Fangchen, whether they knew them or not, would subconsciously stop and nod to them with undisguised awe in their eyes. "Captain Zhang. Congratulations. Brother Gu. You were awesome at the tryouts." Zhang Qingyu stood straight with a flushed face. He smiled and waved in response, enjoying this unprecedented glory. He turned his head, winked at Gu Fangchen, lowered his voice, and said proudly, "How about it, brother? Following me, isn't it enough to show off? Is this your first time?" Gu Fangchen said him lightly without commenting. Zhang Qingyu didn't care either. He was so happy that he felt like flying. Think about Lao Zhang, who has been working hard in base number 7 for so many years, and his Yen Luo team has made great achievements. However, because the casualty rate is too high, many people privately call it the short-lived ghost concentration camp, and people point fingers at them wherever they go. This was the first time he had enjoyed such treatment as being the center of attention. And all this is thanks to the brother next to me. The more he looked at Feng Chen, the more he liked him. I couldn't help but patted his shoulder again. Just then, a team of 4 came towards them. They were also wearing standard combat uniforms and were walking in a hurry, as if they were rushing to the mission assembly point. The target of this mission is the swamp crocodile. That creature has thick skin and is poisonous. I don't know what the old devil was thinking, but he sent the 4 of us. A young warrior in the team was complaining. Beside him, a hot female warrior was playing with the dagger at her waist out of boredom, her eyes casually scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on Gu Fengchen, who was walking side by side with Zhang Qingyu not far away. Ha! The female warrior paused abruptly and rubbed her eyes subconsciously, somewhat unable to believe it. What's wrong, Xiaoya? The tall captain noticed her abnormality and asked. Xiaoya pointed at Gu Fengchen, who was not far away, and said uncertainly, Captain, look at that guy, does he look familiar? Why does he look so much like the student we rescued from the public housing? As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 people also looked over. Really? The captain was also stunned, his face full of surprise. Why is he here? Chapter 45 Old Monster Qian. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 2 team members also looked over. Really? The captain was also stunned, his face full of surprise. Why is he here? Impossible? Afong frowned and took a closer look before shaking his head in disdain. Captain, you must be mistaken. I remember that kid clearly. He's just a liberal arts student with blocked blood and qi. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be a warrior. How could he appear at the frontline base? As he spoke, he glanced at his watch and urged, all right, stop looking. It must just be a resemblance. The gathering time is almost here. If we're late, the old devil will scold us again. When they heard the words old devil, a trace of fear flashed across the faces of the captain and Xiaoya. Xiaoya wanted to take another look, but found that Gu Fengchen and Zhang Qingyu had turned a corner and walked into a huge storage building. Let's go, the mission is important. The captain patted her shoulder and said in a deep voice. Xiaoya had no choice but to give up, nodded, and followed the team. The 4-member team passed by Gu Fengchen. Strategic Material Warehouse Number 1. As soon as you step through the door, a special smell mixed with metal, energy crystals, and various exotic animal materials hits you in the face. The space inside the warehouse is frighteningly large. Rows of shelves tens of meters high lead to the dome, filled with various supplies sealed in special containers. Various small suspended transport vehicles shuttled back and forth between the passages, making buzzing sounds, creating a busy scene. The appearance of Gu Fengchen and Zhang Qingyu instantly attracted the attention of everyone around them. It's Captain Zhang from Yanluo. Isn't the guy next to him? Gu Fengchen, the top scorer in this selection? Fuck. So handsome. Under the awestruck gaze of the staff, the 2 went straight to the service desk in front. Hello, come and get your things. Gu Fengchen handed over the temporary pass that Lin Feng gave him. The front desk staff took the card and swiped it on the reader. Drop. When the staff member saw the highest priority prompt pop up on the terminal, his face changed instantly and he stood up from his seat abruptly. He didn't dare to be negligent. He picked up the intercom on the table and reported in an extremely respectful tone, Supervisor. Warehouse number 1, we have a top-level VIP. Please come and receive him immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of an office not far away was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man in a neat uniform, who looked like a warehouse supervisor, came jogging over with a professional and enthusiastic smile on his face. Captain Zhang. What brings you here? The supervisor first greeted Zhang Qingyu enthusiastically. Then, his eyes fell on Gu Fengchen and the bright red first-place mark on the pass in his hand. When he saw the temporary pass representing the Deinonychus material that Gu Fengchen casually handed over, the smile on his face instantly became extremely bright, even with a hint of flattery. This must be the top scorer in this selection, Mr. Gu Fengchen, right? I've heard so much about you. The supervisor bowed repeatedly, his attitude extremely humble. Please follow me, both of you. Your spoils have been stored separately for you in the constant temperature cold storage A01, under the supervision of a dedicated person. As he spoke, he personally led the way, taking the two of them through the busy transport channel and arriving in front of a huge cold storage door made of heavy alloy that required triple password verification to open. Ding, authentication passed. As the door slid open silently, a cold air mixed with ice crystals blew in his face, which cheered Gu Fangchen up. Inside the warehouse, in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside, it is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Rows of constant temperature cabinets made of special energy crystals are neatly arranged, containing various rare materials that emit powerful energy fluctuations. Even the air is filled with a refreshing energy fragrance. The supervisor led them straight to the deepest part, where they came to an independent storage cabinet that was obviously several times larger than the surrounding cabinets. Through the translucent cabinet door, you can clearly see that the most essential parts of the Deinonychus are being perfectly divided and sealed. Two giant claws like black sickles flashed with a cold light. Several of the hardest chest scales were stacked together like a small hill. And the longest, thickest, and amazingly elastic main back tendon was completely peeled out and coiled on a special bracket, still emitting a faint sense of oppression. "Mr. Gu, your spoils are all here," the supervisor said with a smile. "The collection process was personally handled by our warehouse's top material handlers, ensuring that not a single bit is wasted." Gu Fangchen nodded and got straight to the point. "I want to use these materials to build a weapon." "No problem." "Of course not." The supervisor's smile widened upon hearing this. "Mr. Gu, you've come to the right place. We, Divine Workshop, are the largest military outsourced weapons customization company in the entirety of Base 7. The casting masters we work with are all top tier in the industry. Please come this way. I'll take you to see our master." The supervisor led the two to an independent building next to the warehouse, the reception desk of the Divine Workshop. He called up the light screen, and the portraits and profiles of several casting masters immediately appeared on it. "Mr. Gu, please look." The supervisor straightened his back, a look of pride on his face. Pointing at the screen, he boasted in a tone that bordered on chanting, "These guys are all among the best foundry masters in the entire Eastern Theater. Being able to hire them is our Divine Workshop's greatest asset." He pointed at the portrait of an old man with a ruddy face at the top and said, "This is Master Li Tiangong, the famous flaming hand of our base number 7. He's used at least 80, if not 100, A-rank weapons. The queues of people hoping to use him are already lining up outside the base gate." He scrolled to the next profile picture, which showed a middle-aged man with a serious face. "And this Master Wang Pan, have you heard of the nickname Unmovable Mountain? That's him. He specializes in crafting heavy armor and shields. Several generals' life-saving weapons were made by him." "Of course," the supervisor said, his smile full of confidence, "these masters are all big shots with eccentric tempers, but as long as they are in our Divine Workshop. Just say the word and we promise to make everything clear for you." Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu came over and said in a low voice, "Brother Gu, don't listen to his nonsense. That Master Li is addicted to alcohol, and 8 out of 10 times he does a terrible job. Master Wang's craftsmanship is good, but he's too slow. If you ask him to make you a knife, you won't get it in less than half a year." His finger finally touched the portrait of an old man in the corner who looked the most inconspicuous and even a little sloppy. "It's him, Master Qian," Zhang Qingyu said with a hint of admiration. "We all call him Old Monster Qian. He has a bad temper and charges high fees. But he's recognized as the best in the entire base at his job. Especially when it comes to processing materials from high-level exotic beasts like these, no one is better than him." Gu Fangchen said without hesitation, "It's him." Chapter 46 Longbow. A few minutes later, in the deepest part of the Divine Workshop, in an independent forging room filled with high temperatures and the sound of metal knocking, they saw this old monster Qian. The old man had messy white hair, was bare-chested, had muscular body, and his skin was tanned by the fire. He was hammering on a piece of red-hot metal. When the supervisor handed him the list of materials for the Deinonychus, he glanced at it impatiently and said casually, "What do you want to make?" "Long sword." Gu Fangchen replied. Upon hearing this, old monster Qian paused his movements, finally raised his head, and looked up and down at Gu Fangchen with his cloudy but sharp eagle-like eyes. He glanced at the list of materials on the screen again, especially the complete Tyrannosaurus Rex tendon, and then shook his head unceremoniously. "It's a waste of natural resources." He put down the hammer in his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "The essence of this Deinonychus Tyrannosaurus lies not in its bones, but in its tendons. Although its claw bones are strong, they lack toughness. If forged into a sword, it would be strong but lack versatility. At best, it would be a decent C-rank weapon. But this main tendon combines strength and resilience, making it the perfect material for making a strong bow. Xian Leagui's eyes flashed with obsession. Use its claw bones to make the bow arms, the main tendons as the bowstring, and equip it with a few arrows polished from its toe bones. I have the confidence to create a killing weapon that will allow you, a warrior in the late first stage, to threaten a warrior in the early second stage. You choose. Longbow? Gu Fangchen's heart moved slightly when he heard this. His current fighting style, whether it is rock body refining art or Prejuan 7 killing swords, is inclined towards close combat and is extremely fierce. But this also means that he is extremely lacking in means of long-range attacks. Just like when he faced the Thunder Leopard in the simulated battle before, if he had a strong bow at that time, the situation of the battle might have been completely different. Combining the near and the far is the best way. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen no longer hesitated. Okay, let's listen to the master and build a longbow. Great. Old Monster Qian showed a hint of approval in his eyes. The deposit is 5 million, come back a week to pick it up. Gu Fangchen paid with his card without saying anything. The remaining materials. The supervisor nearby took advantage of the opportunity and asked with a smile, Mr. Gu, do you plan to store it with us, or sell it to our divine workshop? We guarantee you the highest price in the market. Sell it. Gu Fangchen was about to agree. Etc. Zhang Qingyu grabbed him, dragged him aside, and whispered, Brother, don't sell it to them. Shin Gongfang is an outsourcing company. They only give you money. You can sell these materials directly to the base's logistics department. Although the price will be similar, the most important thing is that you can earn extra military merit points. He pointed at the empty scabbard on Gu Fangchen's waist and reminded him, aren't you still in need of a good sword? The good stuff in the military merit mall can only be discounted with military merit points. That thing is much more valuable than money. Gu Fangchen understood instantly. He turned around and gave the expectant supervisor an apologetic smile. Sorry, I'm going to sell the remaining materials to the military. The smile on the supervisor's face froze for a moment. But his years of experience in welcoming and seeing off guests allowed him to quickly adjust his expression. He sighed helplessly, then waved his hand and put on his professional smile again. Oh, I knew it would be like this. It's okay, Mr. Gu, we understand. It is an honor for our divine workshop to serve a genius like you. He turned sideways and respectfully gestured please, saying, I won't waste your time, so take care. These words were said perfectly, expressing regret without any intention of offending anyone. Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu nodded to him, then turned and walked out of the divine workshop. Under the leadership of Zhang Qingyu, the two passed through several heavily guarded passages and soon arrived at the material recovery area of the base's logistics department. The atmosphere here is completely different from the commercial atmosphere of the divine workshop, and is full of military solemnity and efficiency. They were received by an officer with the rank of lieutenant on his shoulders. Without any unnecessary greetings, the officer directly called in a professional appraiser to conduct a quick and accurate assessment of the Deinonychus material that Gu Fangchen had produced. A few minutes later, the final result came out. Comrade Gu Fangchen. The lieutenant officer looked at the data on the terminal with a hint of appreciation on his face. After evaluation, the total value of the batch of king-level exotic beast materials you submitted is 10 million dragon country coins and 1,000 military merit points. Are you sure you want to sell it? Confirmed. Gu Fangchen answered decisively. Okay. The lieutenant immediately operated on the terminal, and with a slight beep sound, the transaction was completed. Gu Fangchen's old cell phone vibrated, and a bank account arrival text message popped up. He glanced down, his mind racing. There was originally 30 million yuan given by Xia Liuli in the black card. The prize money for the selection competition is 5 million. I just spent 5 million to make the longbow, which is equivalent to no increase or decrease. Now, the sale of materials has brought in another 10 million. In other words, the total amount in his card has reached 40 million. And his military merit points also increased from the initial 3,000 to a new number 4,000 points. 40 million in cash, 4,000 points of military merit. Even though Gu Fangchen was a calm person, he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment when he looked at these two numbers. He felt that all this was like an unreal dream. Just in those few seconds when he was stunned. A large hand like a palm leaf fan suddenly slapped his shoulder, waking him from his thoughts. Hey! What are you thinking about, kid? Zhang Qingyu put his arm around his neck, a bright smile on his face, and winked. Are you overwhelmed by this long string of zeros? You're such a loser. This is just a small amount of money. If you follow me, you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn more in the future. He looked at Gu Fangchen's still somewhat confused expression, laughed out loud, put his arm around him and walked out. Let's go. Go back to the dormitory first. I'll show you around and explain how to use these military merit points. This thing is the foundation of our survival on the front line. Chapter 40:17 Dormitory. Gu Fangchen nodded. Then, he returned to the single dormitory, picked up his meager luggage, and followed Zhang Qingyu towards the accommodation area deep in the base. However, the direction they were heading was getting more and more off-center, gradually moving away from the standardized officers' apartments and soldiers' dormitories. We came to an independent area with green trees and quiet environment. Finally, Zhang Qingyu stopped in front of a 3-story building with an independent garden and fountain. We're here. This is our team's dormitory. Gu Fangchen looked at the small building in front of him, which looked more like a luxurious villa than a dormitory. There was a hint of unconcealable shock in his eyes. So big? Gu Fangchen couldn't help but ask. It has to be big. Zhang Qingyu patted his chest with a hint of pride on his face. The warriors who are favored by the A squad are different from the ordinary warriors in the army. We are the elite among the elite, so of course the base must use the best resources to train us. He led Gu Fangchen into the small building and continued to explain, our Yan Luo team is a heavily armed assault team, responsible for offensive missions all year round. A while ago, a brother died on the front lines, so the squad has been incomplete. At this point, his expression dimmed for a moment, but he quickly recovered and patted Gu Fangchen on the shoulder. We just happen to be lacking a strong secondary attacker. You're here to fill this gap. You're tailor-made for me. Including you and me, there are now 4 people in our team. As he spoke, he pushed open the heavy oak door. I'm back. I brought you a new brother. In the spacious and bright living room, a man and a woman were sitting. Hearing the voice, the girl raised her head first, and her eyes lit up instantly. She has dazzling blonde hair tied in playful and cute twin ponytails, and a bright smile on her face. She is like a little sun, full of energy. Wow! Captain! You really brought back this year's top scorer. She quickly jumped in front of Gu Fangchen and looked him up and down without hesitation, her big eyes full of curiosity. Hello, newbie. My name is Lin Kiki, and I'm the team's main attacker. I'd appreciate your guidance from now on. In stark contrast to her enthusiasm was the man on the sofa. He was thin, with a stern face, and exuded an aura of keeping strangers away. He just glanced at Gu Fangchen lightly, then continued to look down at the martial arts in his hand, paying no attention to the new teammate. Hey! Cao Yizhou. You're so rude. Zhang Qingyu frowned and shouted to the man on the sofa, new brother is here, come over and say hello. The captain had said so, so Gao Yizhou had no choice but to put down the book, stand up, walk to Gu Fangchen, and extend his hand, Gao Yizhou. After shaking hands, he turned back to the sofa and continued reading his book. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Lin Kiki quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. She leaned close to Gu Fangchen's ear and explained in a low voice, don't mind. His name is Gao Yizhou, and he's our team's shield guard. He's not targeting you, it's just, a while ago, one of our brothers died on the battlefield. That's his best friend, so he's been in a bad mood lately. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen looked towards the lonely figure on the sofa. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he nodded calmly, it's okay, I understand. His nonchalant attitude made Lin Kiki and Zhang Qingyu look up to him. Come on, I'll show you the room. Zhang Qingyu didn't say anything more and took Gu Fangchen to visit this luxurious villa. At this moment, Gao Yizhou, who was covering his face with a book on the sofa, stiffened slightly when he heard Gu Fangchen's calm I understand. He originally thought that this new top scholar genius would either be dissatisfied or dismissive of his cold treatment. But instead of doing that, the other party expressed his understanding in a very calm tone. This suddenly made him feel a little guilty, and he felt that his previous attitude of keeping people at a distance seemed a little too much. Just as Zhang Qingyu was about to take Gu Fangchen upstairs, Gao Yizhou finally put down the book, stood up from the sofa and called him. Wait a moment. Everyone turned around in surprise. Although Gao Yizhou's face remained expressionless, his eyes were much more sincere, and his voice was softer than before. I'm sorry. I had a bad attitude just now and was in a bad mood. I'm sorry. Gu Fangchen looked at him, a smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head, it's okay. Gao Yizhou didn't seem to be very good at dealing with this kind of situation. He was a little overwhelmed by his gentle smile. He just said but his ears turned slightly red without being noticed. Lin Kiki, watching from the side, covered her mouth with her hands and giggled. She walked forward and nudged Gao Yizhou gently with her elbow. Oh my, our big iceberg can actually feel embarrassed? It's really rare to see. Gao Yizhou's face turned even redder. He glared at Lin Kiki, said so noisy, then sat back on the sofa, picked up the book, and covered his face with it. Ha, ignore him, he's just a dull person. Zhang Qingyu laughed and said to Gu Fangchen, come on, I'll show you the room. As he spoke, he took Gu Fangchen to visit this luxurious villa. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, and tactical analysis room. The basement has a dedicated training room and medical cabin. The second and third floors are all bedrooms. Lin Kiki added on the side, with a hint of pride in her tone, how is our team's treatment? Gu Fangchen smiled and nodded. The three of them quickly reached the second floor. Zhang Qingyu pointed to a room with the best lighting at the end of the corridor and said, that's yours. My room is next to it. You can always come to me if you need anything. Come on, I'll show you the room. He pushed open the door and found the room spacious and bright. Besides the standard furniture, the most eye-catching thing was a high-performance dedicated computer connected to the military's internal network. With this computer, you can log in directly to the military merit mall, purchase equipment and supplies, and then a mechanical butler will deliver them to you. It's very convenient, Zhang Qingyu introduced. Having said that, he and Lin Kiki realized belatedly and turned their eyes to the cheap sportswear that was washed out on Gu Fangchen and the small, almost negligible luggage bag in his hand. By the way, Lin Kiki blinked her big golden eyes and asked curiously, you don't have your own equipment yet? Gu Fangchen nodded. Perfect. Zhang Qingyu slapped his thigh. Come on, sit down and take a look together. We'll give you some advice. That's right. Lin Kiki also came over with great interest. A newbie's first set of equipment is very important. Don't buy it carelessly. Let us help you with some advice. Okay. Gu Fangchen agreed. Okay. Lin Kiki was the first to respond. She pulled over a chair and skillfully turned on the computer. Don't rush to look at things. Let me check your authority level first. As she spoke, she inserted the ID card that Gu Fangchen handed to her into the card slot of the computer. Chapter 48 Selecting Equipment. With a ding sound, Gu Fangchen's personal information page popped up. Name, Gu Fangchen. Military rank, Private 6th Class Military Merit Points, 4,000. Special honor, Top Performer of the 2310 Selection Glittering Golden Dragon Badge. Lin Kiki pointed at the glittering golden dragon emblem on the screen, her eyes wide open, and exclaimed. Wow! Is this the Top Scholar's badge? So cool! 4,000 military merit points. Every 1,000 points adds 1 rank. So, 9, 8, 7, 6, straight to a 6th class private. So cool! Zhang Qingyu also came over to take a look, with an approving smile on his face, and explained to Gu Fangchen, boy, look carefully, this is your military rank. It's directly linked to your military merit points and is a symbol of your identity and status in the base. He pointed at the rank list on the screen and said in a deep voice, military ranks are divided into 5 major sections, and each section is further divided into 9 grades, with 9th grade being the lowest and 1st grade being the highest. Military merit points are the only criterion for promotion. Private rank, military merit points reach 1,000. Non-commissioned officer rank, military merit points reach 10,000. Lieutenant rank, military merit points reach 100,000. Colonel rank, military merit points reach 1 million. General rank, military merit points reach 10 million. Lin Kiki added, the higher your military rank, the greater the discounts you get in the mall, and the more privileges and goodies you can unlock. Gao Yizhou and I have been working hard for almost 2 years and have only just made it to the rank of 7th class non-commissioned officer. You're lucky. You arrived as a 6th class private, skipping the rookie stage and saving at least half a year of hard work. Zhang Qingyu nodded and continued, there aren't many ways to get military merit. The most important thing is to hunt exotic beasts and sell their crystal cores and rare materials to the military. We buy them back at the fairest price in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not only can you make money, but you can also gain military merit. Of course, if you don't want to sell materials or treasures you've obtained, it's fine if you don't hand them in. It's not forced, and the military is quite liberal in this regard. Secondly, you can also receive military merit rewards by completing various tasks issued by the base. Also, if you take first place in the selection like you did, the base will give you a special reward. Regarding your military rank, the military only counts the total number of historical merit points you've earned, so you can use them with confidence when shopping. At the same time, taking your current position as a private soldier as an example, if your historical military merit points reach 1,000, you will be a 9th class private soldier. If you reach 2,000, you will be an 8th class private soldier. If you reach 3,000, you will be a 7th class private soldier. If you reach 4,000, you will be a 6th class private soldier. By analogy, after reaching the level of non-commissioned officer, 10,000 is the 9th class non-commissioned officer, and 20,000 is the 8th class non-commissioned officer. This should not be difficult to understand. Gu Fangchen nodded. After introducing the mechanism, Lin Kiki opened the military merit mall with great interest. Okay, let's get back to business. Let's see what kind of luxurious equipment a top scholar with 4,000 military merits can wear. Xiaohu documents are protected from piracy. Choose Xiaohu if you want to search for books on the robot. It is stable and reliable and you won't fall into pitfalls. She clicked on the military special supply area. At the same time, a clear permission prompt box pops up on the screen. Military rank, private 6th class. Currently available, 15% off on C-level and below equipment. Unlocked, D-level equipment area, C-level equipment area. Unlocked, B-level equipment area requires reaching the rank of non-commissioned officer. Look, Lin Kiki pointed at the prompt box and said to Gu Fangchen, this is the benefit of military rank. As soon as we arrive, we unlock the C-level equipment area. Unlike when we first arrived, we could only shop in the E-level and F-level areas. Her large eyes darted across the screen before lighting up and pointing directly at a set of jet black, sleek soft armor. That's it. The Shadow Ocelot series. The pinnacle of C-tier equipment. This combat suit is made of mutant shadow cat leather mixed with memory fiber. It's lightweight and tough. Most importantly, it fits the body to the maximum extent possible without affecting high-speed maneuvers. It's very easy to use. She pointed at the price and said to Gu Fangchen, it's priced at 8 million, but since you're a 6th class private, you can get a 15% discount. It'll only cost 6,800,000. That saves over $1 million. Gu Fangchen understood and nodded. It really is the military special supply area. It's really good. The price is much cheaper than the public trading area. 6,800,000. He had seen it before. In the public trading area, the E+ level combat suit alone costs 15 million. After comparing them this way, it is better to join the military. This is it. Without hesitation, he confirmed the purchase directly on the screen. Payment successful. Dragon country currency 6,800,000 yuan. Current balance, 33,200,000 yuan. A cold electronic sound rang out, and Lin Kiki, who was watching from the side, opened her mouth slightly and her eyes widened. Wow! 6,800,000. You just bought it, without blinking an eye? And, how many zeros are there in your balance? 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. You have over 30 million? Isn't your top prize only 5 million? Gu Fangchen looked at her, looking as if she had seen a ghost, and explained calmly, oh, that money was shared when I killed a shadow leopard before. Shadow leopard? Lin Kiki was stunned at first, then her eyes widened. Wait. The shadow leopard you're talking about, isn't it the catastrophic shadow leopard? Gu Fangchen met her horrified gaze and nodded calmly. Boom! Lin Kiki felt her mind go blank, as if she was struck by a bolt from the blue. She froze in place, and her CPU started burning up on the spot. It took her several seconds to come back to her senses. The look in her eyes when she looked at Gu Fangchen had completely changed, from curiosity and admiration to extreme awe and disbelief. No, sorry. Her tone instantly became extremely respectful, even with a hint of caution. The captain, he just told me that you're this year's top scorer, but he didn't tell me your specific name. Excuse me, what's your name? Chapter 49. You are the one. Gu Fangchen found her expression a little funny, but he still replied calmly, Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen. Lin Kiki repeated subconsciously. Then, she jumped up from her chair like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her voice was so sharp that it almost pierced the ceiling. Are you the one who, along with Xia Liuli's daughter, teamed up to kill the catastrophic shadow leopard, Gu Fangchen? Her scream was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the entire villa. In the living room downstairs, Gao Yizhou, who had been hiding his face with a book, isolated from the world, suddenly shook. He also clearly heard the two keywords disaster-level shadow leopard and Gu Fangchen, and a stormy wave also arose in those calm eyes. He slowly put down the book in his hand, and his eyes involuntarily looked towards the second floor. Zhang Qingyu, who was standing aside, leaned against the doorframe, his arms folded across his chest, a smug smile on his face as if his plan had succeeded. He deliberately didn't tell Gu Fangchen's full name in advance, just to see their shocked expressions. Now it seems that the effect is surprisingly good, hee hee. Before Gu Fangchen could react, Lin Kiki rushed over, tightly grasped Gu Fangchen's hands, and shook them up and down vigorously, her big eyes full of admiring little stars. I've heard so much about you. I've heard so much about you. Oh my god, I never thought I'd see you in person. I never thought you'd actually join our Yin Luo team. This is like a dream. Gu Fangchen was completely stunned by her shaking. He looked at the overly enthusiastic blonde girl in front of him, and remembered the shocked reactions of the captains and officers when they heard his name, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. What did Xia Liuli say in the military report at that time? Okay, Kiki, calm down a little and don't scare our hero away. Zhang Qingyu laughed and walked forward, pulling Lin Kiki, who was still in an excited state, away with a helpless look on his face. After a brief greeting and excitement, the three people's attention finally returned to the computer screen in front of them and continued to look at the equipment. Several people kept looking at the weapons column. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyu asked Gu Fangchen, by the way, Xiao Gu, you are practicing the Puju and Qisha Dao now, right? Right. You got started overnight? Right. Zhang Qingyu and Lin Kiki. Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, his expression becoming more solemn. Since I'm practicing the Puju and Qisha Dao, the requirements for the weapon are even higher. This sword technique is incredibly powerful. An ordinary alloy sword simply can't withstand the full force of your qi and blood. It will become blunt after just a few uses, or even break on the spot. He quickly screened through the armory, and finally pointed to a long sword that was completely black and covered with fine scales on the blade. The black scale saber is a C+ grade weapon, forged from black iron or mixed with earth dragon scale powder. It's exceptionally strong and sharp. It costs 15 million, which is perfect for you right now. Gu Fangchen nodded and was about to place an order. But Zhang Qingyu's attention was attracted by an inconspicuous, custom upgrade option at the bottom of the product page. He clicked in for some unknown reason. An upgrade list popped up. C+ grade black scale saber price, 15 million. Handle upgrade, inlay with energy concentrating crystal, increasing qi and blood conduction efficiency by 5%. Price, 2 million. Blade upgrade, replaced with meteorite, sharpness plus 30%, toughness plus 50%, with built-in armor piercing properties. Price, 15 million. Behind the price, there is a line of small print. You can use military merit points to deduct. Each point of military merit can be deducted 2,000 Dragon Country coins. Full upgrade price, 32 million. Note, this product can only be deducted up to 20 million Dragon Country coins. When Zhang Qingyu saw the option of meteorite black iron, his breathing suddenly stopped. Captain! Forget it! Lin Kiki grabbed his arm as soon as she saw his expression and whispered, upgrading the blade alone will cost 15 million. 30 million? That's enough to buy him a regular B rank weapon. Too extravagant. Can't we just use your account to buy him a B rank weapon? What do you know? This is different. Zhang Qingyu shook his head without even thinking, his eyes extremely serious as he quickly explained, the equipment in the military merit mall can't just be bought and used. Each level of weapon is designed based on the qi and blood strength and output frequency of warriors of different classes. B-level weapons are made for second-level warriors. Their blood circulation circuits and energy resonance frequencies are completely different from those of private soldiers' first-level weapons. He pointed at the screen, his tone hurried and serious. Forcing Xiao Gu to use a B-level weapon now is like asking a child to swing a 100-gene hammer. Not only will it fail to unleash its full power, but it will also be counterproductive due to the poor flow of qi and blood. It may even backfire at the critical moment. This is harming him. But this black scale saber is different. His eyes gleamed. Its foundation is C+ grade, perfectly suited to his current strength. We simply replaced its blade with B-grade meteorite. This is like installing a nuclear-powered engine, the full power of which will only be unleashed in the future, on a car that's perfect for him. Perfect early game running in, and unlimited potential in the later stages. This is the growth weapon that best suits him. That's right. Lin Kiki was convinced, but Xiao Gu doesn't have enough money to upgrade. He still has other equipment to buy. Zheng Qingyu on the side folded his arms across his chest, thinking seriously. He knew that with Gu Fangchen's terrifying growth rate, the ordinary C+ grade black scale battle blade would be eliminated in no time. But if the blade can be upgraded to meteorite, the quality of this knife will directly soar to B grade. Enough to support him to the peak of the second level. A good knife means life on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Zheng Qingyu no longer hesitated. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he took out his ID card and swiped it hard on the computer's sensing area. "Captain! Are you crazy?" Lin Kiki screamed. Zheng Qingyu's personal account page popped up. His military rank was first-class non-commissioned officer, which was much higher than Lin Kiki and Gaoizhou. The military merit points in his account that he had painstakingly accumulated over a year amounted to more than 36,000 points. You can save up the military merit points later, but if you miss out on this ace who can carry the team's future, it will be gone. Thinking about it, he chose military merit deduction without hesitation. The payment details immediately popped up on the screen. Black scale saber base price, 15 million Dragon Nation coins. Upgrade blade meteorite, 15 million Dragon Nation coins. Total, 30 million Dragon Nation coins. Damn it, let's just do it in one go. Zheng Qingyu gritted his teeth and checked the option to upgrade the hilt as well. Upgrade the handle to Energy Crystal, 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Total, 32 million Dragon Nation coins. Then, he looked at the military merit points in his account and directly allocated a full 10,000 points to offset the amount. 10,000 military merit points have been deducted, converted to 20 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Remaining fees, 12 million Dragon Country coins. Do you want to continue payment? Looking at the remaining 12 million on the screen, Zheng Qingyu was about to use his savings. A hand reached out and gently placed the black card, which represented huge wealth, on the sensing area of the computer. It's Gu Fangchen. Captain, I'll remember this favor. Gu Fangchen looked at Zheng Qingyu with an extremely serious look in his eyes. I'll take care of the rest. He didn't make any pretentious excuses. Because he knew that this was the greatest recognition from the captain and the team. All he can do is to accept this investment calmly and repay it with 100 times more military achievements in the future. Payment successful. Dragon Country currency 12 million. Current balance, 21,200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Chapter 50, 9-turn Dragon Elephant Art. Lin Kiki and Zheng Qingyu praised Gu Fangchen a few words, chatted for a few more words, and after getting to know each other, seeing that it was getting late, Zheng Qingyu and Lin Kiki went back to their rooms to rest. Gu Fangchen took off his combat uniform and closed the door, not feeling sleepy at all. The captain said that the fighting on the front line has been stable recently, and there is a high probability that there will be no missions in the next half-month. I can't come into contact with strange beasts, but I can't stop practicing. Since you can't upgrade quickly through the system, you have to rely on yourself. Thinking of this, he opened the military merit mall again and directly searched in the martial arts area for the 9-turn Dragon Elephant Art, which is said to be the best chi and blood cultivation method for first-level warriors. When he saw the selling price of 25 million, Gu Fangchen couldn't help but smack his lips. So expensive. He glanced at his balance and saw that there was only 21.2 million left, which was not enough. Fortunately, this technique can also be deducted using military merit points. The price is also 1:2000. He is now a 6th-class private and can enjoy a 15% discount, which means his salary will be 21.25 million after the discount. Kung Fu, 9-turn Dragon Elephant Art, price, 25 million Dragon Nation coins. Military rank 6th class private C-level regional discount, 15% off. Discounted price, 21,250,000 Dragon Nation coins. Military merit point deduction ratio, 1 point equals 2,000 Dragon Nation coins. Gu Fangchen looked at his remaining military merit points, 4,000, and shows maximize deduction. 4,000 military merit points have been deducted, converting to 8 million Dragon Nation coins. Remaining payment, 13,250,000 Dragon Nation coins. Looking at this number, Gu Fangchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have enough money. Without any hesitation, he confirmed the payment. Payment successful. Dragon country currency 13,250,000. Military merit points 4,000. Looking at the 13.25 million and 4,000 military merit points that evaporated from his bank card in an instant, although Gu Fangchen felt pained, he was extremely determined in his heart. Although warriors spend money like water when purchasing weapons and skills, they can also make money quickly after hunting powerful monsters in the future. This investment can save your life and is totally worth it. Soon, the secret manual of martial arts was delivered via drone. Gu Fangchen picked up the thick ancient book, immediately sat cross-legged, and began to practice without sleep or food. Name, Gu Fangchen. Military rank, 6th class private military merit points, 0. Dragon currency balance, 7,950,000 yuan. At the same time, in a private estate outside base number 7. Zhao Tianhao sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Although the swelling on his face had subsided, the resentment in his eyes became more intense. A bodyguard in black walked in quickly and knelt on one knee respectfully. Master, I found it. Explain. That guy's name is Gu Fangchen. He's the top scorer in this selection and has just joined Zhang Qingyu's Yanluo team. Team Yanluo? Number 1? This guy is actually the number 1. Zhao Tianhao's eyes became more and more vicious. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the blood-red sunset outside the window, his voice cold and without a trace of emotion. Very good. Keep an eye on them. When he goes on his first mission, I want to know all his movements. Go contact the people at Rock and tell them I have a big business. I want that kid called Gu Fangchen to be killed without a complete body. Time flies, and half a month has passed in a flash. During the past half month, Gu Fangchen was completely immersed in cultivation, and his strength made another leap forward. Host, Gu Fangchen. Health value, 2,000 points. Realm, late stage 1 peak stage 1 new to be broken through. Kung Fu, rock body refining technique 8th level 30%, Pajuan 7 killing sword 3rd kill, Juexayan 9 turn dragon elephant technique no realm max level. During the half month when he had no contact with strange beasts, he had been practicing the 9 revolutions dragon elephant art. As for the top-grade Qi and blood pill given by Xia Liuli, he did not use it. After all, he was not far from the peak of the first level at that time. If he used it, it would be easy for his body to not be able to absorb it because of reaching a bottleneck, thus wasting most of the medicinal effects. He is not the kind of person who spends money lavishly. Therefore, he had kept the 3 Qi and blood pills carefully, ready to use them after he broke through to the second level. At the same time, his bodybuilding skills and swordsmanship have also made great progress. In half a month, both of them broke through 2 levels. Just then. Ding dong. The crisp ring of the doorbell interrupted Gu Fangchen's thoughts. He opened the door and saw a small hovering drone quietly hovering at the door. The mechanical arm under the belly of the drone was holding a long black metal box. The box is all black with a matte texture, and the word Divine Craftsmanship is printed on it. Gu Fangchen took the box and the drone automatically turned around and left. Closing the door, he placed the metal box on the carpet in the center of the room. With a click, the buckles on both sides of the box popped open. As the lid of the box slowly rose, a special smell mixed with cold metal and a faint smell of blood hit my face. Inside the box, covered with a thick layer of black velvet, a strangely shaped weapon lay quietly inside. It's a compound bow. It is in the storage form at the moment, so it does not look like a bow. It is more like a work of art composed of countless precision parts and full of violent aesthetics. The bow arm is made of the hardest clawbone of the Deinonychus, showing a deep bone white color, and the surface is covered with natural, lightning-like dark gold lines. The grip is wrapped with a layer of unknown black soft material, which feels warm and fits the hand perfectly. Even though Gu Fangchen was calm and composed, a hint of heat flashed in his eyes at this moment. He reached out and took the killing weapon, which had not yet awakened, from the box. It feels slightly heavy in the hand, and the weight is just right. He imitated the instructions and shook his wrist violently. Base. There was a crisp sound of the mechanism snapping. The bow arms in the retracted form instantly popped out and unfolded to both sides, locking firmly. At the same time, the dark golden bowstring made of the Tyrannosaurus tendon automatically tightened, emitting a low humming sound like a dragon's roar. A composite war bow with a ferocious yet graceful shape, full of primitive wildness and futuristic technology, has taken shape. On the other side of the metal box, 20 black honeycomb quivers were neatly stacked, each filled with bone arrows made from the toe bones of the Deinonychus. The arrow was snow white all over, the tip of the arrow flashed with a cold light, and the tail feathers were made of an unknown black feather, light and stable. 50 quivers in each quiver, for a total of 1,000. This is an extra gift from old Monster Chien. Gu Fangchen nodded with satisfaction. I'm really looking forward to trying out this new killer weapon. Thinking about it, without any hesitation, he picked up the bow and quiver and walked straight to the private training room in the basement. Chapter 51 Target Practice. It was different from the huge public training room on Ares 1 last time. There are 4 training rooms in the dormitory, which are just enough for each of the 4 members of the team to use individually. The private training room in the dormitory is not very big, only about 200 square meters. But all kinds of basic training facilities are available, which are completely sufficient for him to use alone. He walked to the shooting area and activated the holographic range system in front of him. Mode selection, fixed target, moving target, simulated combat. Gu Fangchen chose the most basic, moving target, mode. Soon, a virtual red bullseye appeared in the air 100 meters away and began to float around at a uniform, irregular trajectory. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath, held the bow in his left hand, pulled out a bone arrow from the quiver with his right hand, and placed it on the bowstring. Buzz! He exerted force with both arms and slowly pulled the bowstring. An astonishing toughness and strength emanated from the bow arm and bowstring, enough to daunt any ordinary first-level warrior. But in front of Gu Fangchen, who possessed the savage physique and the 9-turn dragon elephant art, it seemed effortless. Bow open to full moon. His eyes instantly became extremely focused, and all his thoughts were focused on the straight line between the bow, arrow, and target. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. He could clearly feel the flow of air and predict the trajectory of the target's movement in the next second. Now is the time. Let go. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The white bone arrow turned into a stream of light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, tearing through the air and drawing a perfect straight line in the sky. Next second. Bang! 100 meters away, the erratic red bullseye was hit accurately, exploded, and turned into light spots all over the sky. Hit the bullseye. Done. A hint of joy flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. Without stopping, he drew the arrow again, put the bow on, aimed, and shot. Swoosh! Bang! Swoosh! Bang! The whistling sound of the arrow leaving the bowstring and the blast of the bullseye shattering echoed continuously in the training room, forming a deadly melody. His movements became faster and smoother. From standing shooting at the beginning to moving shooting later. He activated his light body and moved at high speed in the venue, twisting and turning, but the bow in his hand was always as steady as a rock, and every arrow he shot would hit the target accurately. Gradually, he even stopped aiming with his eyes. He just relied on scent detection and the combat instinct that had been integrated into his bones to shoot casually. It can already be done. The arrow shot out and the target shattered. Every arrow hits its target. At this moment, he is a mobile and deadly turret. At this moment, a burst of crisp applause suddenly sounded from behind him. Snap, snap, snap. The applause was neither hurried nor slow, filled with undisguised admiration. Gu Fangchen paused, subconsciously tensed his bow-holding hand, and turned around abruptly. At the door of the training room, Lin Kiki was leaning against the doorframe with her arms folded across her chest. Those big golden eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Oh my god! Xiao Gu, you are a monster! She came over in 2 or 3 steps and circled around Gu Fangchen twice, as if she was looking at some rare treasure, and exclaimed in amazement, "It's so accurate! It's really so accurate! I dare say that even the best snipers in the base, even with an 8x scope and the most advanced ballistic assistance system, can never achieve your terrifying accuracy." Her big eyes flickered, and she curiously stared at Gu Fangchen's legs. And what kind of body movement was that just now? It was so fast and light, like a ghost. I could hardly keep up with it. Isn't that amazing? Facing her barrage of praise and questions, Gu Fangchen simply shook his head calmly and said modestly, "It's just luck. I'm just practicing casually." As he spoke, he swung his bow away, put it away, and asked, "Why are you here?" "I wanted to come down and practice, but I saw the lights were still on here, so I came over to take a look out of curiosity." Lin Kiki stuck out her tongue, a playful smile on her face. Who knew I'd see such an amazing shooting scene right after arriving? It's truly an eye-opener. Gu Fangchen smiled, said nothing more, turned around and walked forward, and began to retrieve the bone arrows that were deeply embedded in the target shield on the wall. Xiao Gu, you. Lin Kiki looked at his back, as if she wanted to say something. But she had just begun to speak. Buzz. A quick and loud assembly bell rang without warning throughout the dormitory. The playful smile on Lin Kiki's face froze instantly, replaced by a look of surprise. Is this an emergency assembly? It should be. Gu Fangchen frowned slightly, but his eyes remained calm. He glanced at the bone arrows on the wall that had not yet been collected, and said to Lin Kiki, "You go up first, I'll come after I collect the arrows." Good. Although Lin Kiki didn't know what was going on, seeing Fang Chen's calm appearance, she nodded subconsciously, thinking that it would be right to listen to him. Then hurry up. She gave him a warning, and without stopping, she turned around and ran out of the training room and headed towards the living room upstairs. Gu Fangchen walked to the target guard calmly, exerted force with his arms, and with a few puff sounds, he pulled out the bone arrows that were deeply embedded in the special alloy target guard one by one. His movements were quick and efficient. After putting all the arrows and bows back into the box, he turned around, picked up the box, and walked quickly towards the living room upstairs. As soon as he stepped onto the last step, he heard Lin Kiki's voice coming from the living room. I was so scared, I thought something happened. Lin Kiki was patting her chest and complaining with a look of fear on her face. However, just as she finished her words, Zhang Qingyu saw Gu Fangchen walking up. His sharp eyes swept over Gu Fangchen, and his originally calm face was instantly replaced by deep shock. Xiao Gu. You've reached the peak of the first level? As soon as the words came out, Lin Kiki nodded vigorously, looking at Gu Fangchen with eyes full of disbelief. I just discovered it too. I just saw him so focused on his archery practice that I didn't want to disturb him. This is too fast. It's only been half a month. Chapter 52. Why are you here? As she spoke, Lin Kiki stepped forward, stretched out her slender fingers, and rudely poked Gu Fangchen's chest, which was more than a circle firmer than before, and pinched the muscles on his arms that were as strong as cast iron. Her big eyes were filled with undisguised surprise and admiration. Also, I feel like he's a little stronger, and... She leaned closer, a sly smile on her face. You seem even more handsome than before. This is bad. From now on, all the girls in the base will probably have their eyes on you. Ahem. On the other side of the sofa, Gao Yizhou, who had been reading silently, suddenly coughed twice. He put down the book and made a slow joke. He was already handsome enough, and now he's even more handsome than before. How can that be? From now on, all the girls in the base will be picked up by Xiao Gu alone. What should we do? After he finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his usually stern face. Gu Fangchen looked at Gao Yizhou and couldn't help laughing. As it turned out, what Gao Yizhou said about being in a bad mood that day was indeed true. Since we got to know each other, this guy still doesn't talk much, but he has long lost his initial coldness and aloofness. He would take the initiative to joke and chat with me, and during training, he would generously teach me his most valuable power-generating techniques. It can be said that his rapid improvement is inseparable from the help of his family members from the Yan Luo team. Okay, let's stop being so rude. Zhang Qingyu looked at the happy faces of his team members and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Then he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back and his expression became serious. Let's get back to the point. He said in a deep voice, I just received an urgent mission from headquarters. A small-scale beast tide has broken out in the Black Stone Mine, 30 kilometers outside the city. We need to go and eliminate it immediately. Lin Kiki frowned when she heard this. Black Rock Mine? Isn't that place already abandoned? How could a beast tide suddenly break out? I'm not sure, Zhang Qingyu shook his head. But according to the intelligence sent back by the scouts on the front lines, although the scale of this beast tide is not large, the types of exotic beasts are very diverse, and we are not acting alone this time. He paused, his eyes becoming somewhat subtle. Command has asked us to go with another team and cooperate with them. Another team? Gao Yizhou raised his head and asked, who? Zhang Qingyu slowly uttered a name that was unfamiliar to everyone. It's the Blood Wolf team. Blood Wolf? Lin Kiki blinked her big golden eyes, confusion written all over her face. I've never heard of it. On the sofa, Gao Yizhou also slowly shook his head and said concisely, I don't know him. It's okay if we don't know each other, Zhang Qingyu grinned. If we do something together once, we'll get to know each other, right? He clapped his hands suddenly and roared with full force, all right, stop dawdling. Gather here in 5 minutes, fully armed. Let's go. Yes. Captain. Everyone responded in unison and took action immediately. Lin Kiki stopped laughing, skillfully put the 2 daggers back into the scabbards on the sides of her legs, and checked the throwing knives at her waist again. Gao Yizhou carried the C+ grade tower shield that was heavier than the door panel on his back, and his aura instantly became as steady as a mountain. Gu Fangchen also quickly put on the brand new Shadow Ocelot combat uniform. Then, he hung the upgraded black scale saber around his waist and picked up the black metal box containing the composite bow. With a click, the box opened. Without any hesitation, he directly put the bow in the storage form across his back with a special tactical strap. Then, he took out 2 honeycomb-shaped black quivers from the box and neatly attached them to the tactical hanging points on both sides of his combat uniform belt. One on the left and one on the right, easy to use without affecting movement. This time, he had a long sword hanging from his waist, a bow on his back, and a poison dagger tied to the outside of his thigh. He looked like a mobile arsenal armed to the teeth. Zhang Qingyu, Lin Kiki, and Gao Yizhou's eyes lit up, and their faces showed undisguised approval. Feeling the cold touch of the divine weapons on his body, Gu Fangchen's fighting spirit rose in his heart. Finally, I can kill strange beasts again. The killing and plundering system in his mind, which had been silent for half a month, seemed to have sensed the desire of its master and began to hum faintly. Next, it's just a matter of breaking through. Perfect breakthrough, kill a king-level monster 1-5? I hope I can encounter a few more king-level beasts on this mission. In this way, you can break through to the 2nd level. At this time, Zhang Qingyu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Are you all ready? All right. Ready. The 3 of them responded in unison. Okay then. Zhang Qingyu's eyes instantly became sharp, and the iron-blooded aura of the captain of the Ace team burst out. Team Yama, everyone. Target, Blackrock Mine. Set off. The 4 of them walked out of the villa, carrying their own tactical backpacks. Outside the house, a dark and ferocious modified military Hummer had been waiting quietly like a steel beast. Get in the car. Following Zhang Qingyu's order, the 4 of them filed in. The Hummer's engine let out a low roar, kicked up a cloud of dust, and sped towards the wilderness outside the base. The vehicle had been driving for about half an hour, and the scenery outside the window had long since changed from a steel barrier to a desolate and dilapidated Gobi desert. Finally, the Hummer slowly stopped in an area full of rugged rocks and abandoned mines. Blackrock Mine, here we are. In the distance, an equally modified off-road vehicle was already waiting there. There were 4 figures leaning against the car, 3 men and 1 woman. They were dressed in uniform wolf gray combat uniforms, exuding a tough and sturdy aura of being experienced in the battlefield. We're here, get out of the car. Zhang Qingyu was the first to open the car door and jumped out. He waved cheerfully at the tall man leading the group across from him and strode towards him. Old Wolf. Long time no see. Your team is here quite early. The captain on the opposite side heard the voice and prepared to respond with a smile. But at this moment, Gu Fangchen, Lin Kiki and Gao Yizhou also got out of the car one after another. The moment Gu Fangchen's handsome and stern face was completely exposed in front of the 4 members of the Blood Wolf team. Time seemed to have been paused. The bodies of the 3 men and 1 woman opposite suddenly stiffened. The female team member who originally had a charming smile on her face froze instantly, her red lips slightly opened, and her beautiful eyes widened. The younger male team member next to him looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Gu Fangchen with his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. Even the 4th person, who had been holding a sniper rifle and leaning against the car with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and his body tensed up instantly. They looked at the young man in black combat uniform, fully armed, and with a calm and restrained aura, and their minds went blank. The 4 of them exclaimed in almost unison, using a tone of shock, horror, and deep disbelief. Why you? Why are you here? Chapter 53. Are you kidding me? This sudden exclamation made Zhang Qingyu, who was about to go forward to greet him, pause, with a look of obvious surprise on his face. He looked at his own Gu Fangchen, then at the 4 members of the Blood Wolf team opposite him, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, with shock written all over their faces, and was completely stunned. What's going on? And when Gu Fangchen heard the familiar voice, he finally raised his eyes. His eyes calmly swept over the 4 people opposite him. Those faces, which were both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, instantly overlapped with the memory of the bloody escape more than a month ago. He recognized them. The captain, who was in charge, was calm and decisive, and was the backbone of the team at that time. The hot female team member with a shocked face was the female warrior named Xiaoya who had teased him and said she wanted to add his contact information. The young male team member next to him who was making a noise was Offing, who initially thought he was a nuisance but was later scared of him. As for the last person holding a sniper rifle, he should be the sniper who provided fire support in the dark. It was this team. In the original low-rent housing, he was rescued from the claws of a strange beast. I didn't expect that we would meet again here in this way. Well. Lin Kiki looked at Gu Fangchen, who had an expressionless face on her side, and then at the four Blood Wolf team members opposite, whose expressions were as colorful as the color palette, and her curiosity instantly exploded. She moved closer to Zhang Qingyu and asked in a low voice, "Captain, what's going on? Do they know Fang Chen?" Zhang Qingyu was also confused and shook his head. He could only step forward and ask the captain of the Blood Wolf squad tentatively, "Old Wolf, do you know each other?" Captain Blood Wolf, known as Old Wolf, finally recovered from his great shock. He swallowed hard, his eyes sweeping over Gu Fangchen's sophisticated combat uniform and the black scale sword at his waist, his expression extremely complicated. He didn't answer Zhang Qingyu, but stared at Gu Fangchen and asked in a dry voice, little brother, is it really you?" "You, how could you?" "It's me," Gu Fangchen nodded calmly as a greeting, "long time no see, everyone." His nonchalant attitude caused a huge wave of emotions in the hearts of the four members of the Blood Wolf squad. Is this still the ordinary student who was cornered by a black-scaled hyena and needed their help? How long has it been? More than a month? Besides, wasn't his chi and blood blocked at first? Isn't he an ordinary person? How did you end up here? They looked down, and when they saw the golden badge hanging on the other party's combat uniform, their brains stopped thinking on the spot. Wait. That is number 1 chapter. That's proof of being the top scorer. Not only did he join the Yen Luo team, he also became this year's top draft pick? Fuck. Even a cool novel wouldn't dare to write like this, right? Could it be that he has awakened the system? No. You. A Feng's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. He pointed at Gu Fangchen and stammered, "Aren't you the liberal arts student who is blood-clogged? How could you possibly become a warrior? And become the top scholar? And wear the uniform of Yen Luo? Something's not right, is it?" A Feng's face was filled with absurdity as he looked at his teammates. More than a month ago, he couldn't even deal with the weakest black-scaled hyena. "Affing, shut up." Lao Lang shouted at him in a low voice, but his voice was also trembling. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and looked at Gu Fangchen again with a serious look in his eyes. "Brother Gu, what is going on?" "Your meridians. I was lucky and encountered an opportunity, so I got through it," Gu Fangchen explained calmly. But to the Blood Wolf squad, these words sounded like a fairy tale. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity could allow a useless martial artist to be reborn in a month and even win the top spot in the most difficult and highest casualty selection competition at Base 7? Are you kidding me? Xiaoya suddenly remembered something. She looked at Gu Fangchen and remembered the fiery red figure that descended like a god outside the low-rent housing that day. Could it be Miss Xia? Didn't Miss Xia keep praising him after she came back? Could it be that she helped him? She guessed subconsciously. Only a powerful figure with great connections can have such a way to turn decay into something magical, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen just smiled and did not comment. The more he said this, the more the four members of the Blood Wolf squad felt that their guess was correct. The look they gave Gu Fangchen instantly changed from pure shock to a complex mixture of awe and inquiry. What the hell? He actually succeeded in hooking up with Miss Xia. The background is so great. Thinking of this, Offing's face turned red all the way to his ears. He recalled his impatient attitude towards Gu Fangchen when they were in the low-rent housing. Thinking of the nonsense I said to him out of fear, my face felt hot and I wished I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Under the subtle gazes of the crowd, Afong hesitated for a long time, but finally plucked up the courage and walked up to Gu Fangchen. He lowered his head, not daring to look into Fang Chen's eyes. His voice was as small as a mosquito, but full of sincere apology. "Gu, brother Gu, I'm sorry. Before, I didn't recognize you and said some nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Gu Fangchen. This scene made Zhang Qingyu secretly happy. This Offing is famous for his poor mouth. I never thought I would see him like this in my lifetime. Thinking about it, the corners of Zhang Qingyu's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Lao Lang and Xiaoya looked at each other helplessly inside. Gu Fangchen looked at the red-faced young man in front of him and said calmly, "It's all over." He is not a man who holds grudges. What's more, if they had not appeared in time, he would have died in the mouth of the hyena. There is no reason to be angry with your savior. All right, we're all brothers, don't be so formal. Zhang Qingyu stepped forward, smiling and smoothing things over. He patted Lao Lang on the shoulder and said, "Since we all know each other, it will be convenient for us to act later. Let's go, let's talk about the mission first." Old Wolf finally came to his senses, nodded, led everyone to the car, and opened the holographic map. According to intelligence, the core area of the beast tide is in the abandoned mine 3 kilometers ahead. Our mission is to work together to eliminate all the strange beasts. The key is to find the source of the beast tide. Zhang Qingyu looked at the map and said in a deep voice, "Okay, then we, the Yen Luo, will be responsible for the frontal assault, and you, the Blood Wolf, will support from the flanks and provide long-range fire cover. How do you think?" "No problem." Old Wolf agreed immediately. The two teams quickly completed the tactical deployment. Then, one in front and one behind, they sneaked towards the mining area that smelled of blood. Chapter 54 Battle preparation begins. The terrain of the Black Rock Mine is rugged, with abandoned railroad tracks and overturned mine cars everywhere, and the air is filled with a bleak smell mixed with rust and dust. The members of both teams were veterans who had experienced many battles. In this environment, they walked as if on flat ground, their steps were light and quick, without making any unnecessary noise. The mission was to clear out the swarms, not to carry out emergency rescue, so the atmosphere seemed relatively relaxed. Walking in the middle of the team, the captain of the Blood Wolf squad, Old Wolf Changyi, could not contain the turmoil in his heart. He moved closer to Zhang Qingyu, lowered his voice, but his eyes kept glancing at Gu Fangchen, who was walking at the back of the team and was responsible for guarding the rear. "Lao Zhang, I still can't believe it." His voice was filled with dreaminess. "Regarding Brother Gu, we only received a briefing from the military saying that he and Xia Qianjin teamed up to kill a catastrophic-level shadow leopard." He paused, a wry smile on his face. "At the time, we all thought that the military exaggerated his achievements a bit for propaganda purposes and to create a deity. We thought, with that astronomical bonus, he'd probably spend his life as a wealthy man in some major city, living a carefree life. Who would have thought?" Chang Ye's gaze turned to Gu Fangchen again, his eyes complicated to the extreme. Not only did he come to base number 7, but he also won the top prize? As soon as these words came out, Afeng and Xiaoya beside him nodded repeatedly, with the same shock written on their faces. They had witnessed with their own eyes how weak Gu Fangchen was at the time. An ordinary person who could be forced into a desperate situation by the lowest level hyena monster, actually completed a transformation in just over a month that these warriors might never be able to achieve in their entire lives. This can no longer be described by the word genius, it is simply a miracle. Zhang Qingyu listened to his old friend's sigh and a proud smile appeared on his face. He patted his chest, lowered his voice, and said in a boastful tone, "That's it. Don't you see whose brother he is? Our Xiao Gu is a monster among monsters. What's the point of being the top scorer?" Lin Kiki couldn't help but interrupt. Her big eyes sparkled with admiration, and she added in a gossipy tone, "You didn't see that Xiao Gu was simply a dimensionality-reducing blow in the tryouts. He got full marks on both the first and second tests. In the final combat test, he killed more monsters by himself than the remaining hundreds of people combined. Not only did he kill a Japanese pirate, but he also killed the half-crippled king-level monster Tyrannosaurus Rex that no one else could handle." Hiss. The 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad gasped in unison and felt their scalps tingling. The way they looked at Gu Fangchen had completely changed. If it was shocking before, that now. Just pure awe. By the way, speaking of monsters, Xiaoya suddenly remembered something. She blinked her beautiful eyes, a look of yearning and admiration on her face, and lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously to everyone. "Have you heard? The latest news about Miss Xia." "Miss Xia?" Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi were both stunned. "What happened to her?" Xiaoya took a deep breath and, in a tone almost like a dream, uttered a piece of news that would shock the entire Eastern Theater Command. "I heard from a friend in the military that Miss Xia seems to be in seclusion recently, preparing break through the 4th level." Boom! These 2 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's mind. Level 4? Zhang Qingyu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How old is she? She just turned 18? She's already planning on reaching level 4? This is too exaggerated. Chen Yi was also shocked. The path of martial arts becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. From level 3 to level 4, that's a huge chasm. It is another qualitative change in the level of life. Countless brilliant geniuses were stuck at the peak of the 3rd level, unable to make any progress throughout their lives. And Xia Liuli actually wanted to challenge this chasm before she turned 20? This isn't the scariest thing. Xiaoya looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd with a bitter smile on her face. Her tone was filled with extreme awe and yearning. Don't forget, Miss Xia took the arduous and life-threatening road to a perfect breakthrough. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling a little. A perfect breakthrough from level 3 to level 4. It's said that the difficulty is more than 100 times higher than a normal breakthrough. In the past 100 years in the entire Dragon Nation, the number of people who have successfully and perfectly broken through to the 4th level can be counted on one hand. If she succeeds, Xiaoya's eyes were completely filled with fanatical admiration. She will become the youngest. A top-grade 4th level warrior. The whole place was dead silent. Even Gu Fangchen, who had been following at the end of the team and seemed indifferent to the outside world, paused slightly when he heard the words top-grade 4th level. Top quality. Gao Yizhou's usually stern face rarely showed a trace of emotion. He muttered to himself, that is already the realm of legend. Oh my god. Lin Kiki covered her mouth, her face full of the enthusiasm of a little fan seeing her idol, top-grade 4th level. Doesn't that mean she can single-handedly face off against an entire horde of disaster-level beasts, one level higher than catastrophe level? Feng's eyes widened as he listened, his mind going blank. He subconsciously muttered, too awesome, is this still human? The shock in everyone's heart was beyond words. Only Gu Fangchen, after a brief moment of surprise, felt a stronger desire and fighting spirit in his heart. Perfect breakthrough. He remembered the option on his system panel. The thorny road that seemed to be a life-or-death situation to others was a smooth journey for him. Xia Liuli. He silently recited the name in his mind, and slowly clenched his fists in a corner where no one could notice. One day, I will stand at that height. Just when everyone was still immersed in the shock of Xia Liuli, Zhang Qingyu's voice brought them back to reality. Okay, cheer up. He pointed to a huge dark hole not far ahead, and his eyes instantly became sharp. We're here. Enough of the small talk, let's get to work. Chapter 55 I come alone. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gathered their minds, and the relaxed expressions on their faces disappeared, replaced by a solemn and murderous look. The two teams took turns covering each other, formed a battle formation, and carefully walked into the bottomless mine. The cave was cold and damp, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and decay. From time to time, one could even step on the broken bones of unknown beasts. I'm afraid this place has become the lair of strange beasts. Cheng Yi lowered his voice and gripped the sword in his hand tighter. After passing through a long and narrow passage, the view suddenly opens up. They came to the edge of a huge underground fault. Below is a huge natural cave that is 100 meters deep and looks like a meteorite crater. The scene at the bottom of the cave made everyone gasp. I saw densely packed strange beasts, like a wriggling colony of ants, occupying the entire bottom of the pit. At a rough glance, the number is at least over 300. Among them are the armored rhinoceros with tough skin and flesh, the poisonous earth dragon that climbs the rock wall like flying, and even the ghost-faced bloodbat hanging on the top of the cave, emitting bursts of shrill screams. This is a mixed group of beasts composed of various beast-level monsters. Damn it, this is trouble, Zhang Qingyu frowned instantly. With so many of us, if we charge in headfirst, even if we win, someone will definitely get hurt. We can only use the old method. Cheng Yi pointed to several narrow passages on both sides of the pit. Our two teams will split up, lure them out in batches, and slowly eat them away. This is undoubtedly the safest tactic at the moment. However, just as everyone nodded and prepared to act in groups. Standing on the edge of the fault, Gu Fangchen, who had been overlooking the herd of beasts below, suddenly had a light in his calm eyes that was hotter than magma. Experience pack. What a huge experience pack. His heart was burning with passion. Although his health is now full, he is temporarily unable to increase his health by killing strange beasts. However, the progress of plundering talents will not stop. Iron Rhino kill progress, 2100. It just so happened that during the last selection, the Iron Rhino's talent was still lacking and had not been completely plundered. And there just happened to be such a group below. Isn't this a coincidence? There are also those poisonous earth dragons and ghost-faced blood bats, which are obviously talents of agility and poison. How can this be a dangerous place? This is clearly a heaven-level copy tailor-made for him. Captain, Gu Fengchen suddenly spoke, interrupting everyone who was discussing tactics. I have a suggestion. Zhang Qingyu looked back at him and said, speak. Gu Fengchen's gaze was still fixed on the surging beast tide below. He licked his lips and said in a calm and heart-pounding tone, can you leave this group of strange beasts to me alone? The air seemed to freeze at this moment. At the edge of the fault, you can hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at Gu Fengchen, suspecting they were hallucinating. Lin Kiki was the first to react. She frowned and stepped forward to gently nudge Gu Fengchen with her elbow. Xiao Gu, are you kidding me? Alone? There are over 300 exotic beasts down there. I'm not kidding. Little brother, this is not the time to be a hero. Blood Wolf Captain Chang Yi also frowned and advised in a serious tone, I know you are strong, but ants can kill elephants. If you are surrounded, even a second-level warrior will suffer a lot. The rest of Ofeng, Xiaoya, Gao Yizhou and others looked at Gu Fengchen with their pupils dilated and looked confused. But in the face of everyone's doubts and persuasion, Gu Fengchen did not argue, but slowly turned his head and cast his gaze at Zhang Qingyu. His eyes were unusually calm. Zhang Qingyu looked at him. He could not see a trace of arrogance or conceit in those deep eyes. There is only a pure desire to fight and absolute confidence in one's own strength. He remembered the figure chatting and laughing amidst a sea of blood and corpses at the selection competition. He remembered the incredible full score. Finally, Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath and made a decision that stunned everyone. He nodded heavily at Gu Fengchen. Okay, I believe you. Captain. Lin Kiki and Gao Yizhou exclaimed in unison. Chang Yi also looked incredulous. Lao Zhan. Are you crazy? Zhang Qingyu raised his hand to stop everyone from talking. He looked at Gu Fengchen with a serious expression, but, we are watching from above. If any accidents occur, or if you can't hold on, we will immediately provide support. This is the bottom line. Sure. Gu Fengchen's answer was still so concise. He knew that this was the biggest concession the captain could make while trusting him, and it was also the greatest protection for him. Seeing this, Chang Yi opened his mouth, but eventually let out a helpless sigh. He glanced at his teammates, whose faces also had the word ridiculous written all over them, and shook his head. All right, since your captain has agreed, then we can't say anything more. To be honest, the Blood Wolf squad was also very curious. As an ordinary liberal arts student who was rescued by them before, what is Gu Fengchen's current strength? Therefore, everyone looked at Gu Fengchen and held their breath. Gu Fengchen, who got permission, smiled brightly. He turned around, facing the deep pit below, moved his wrists and twisted his neck. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked to the very edge of the fault. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward. His figure instantly fell like a stone thrown into the abyss, towards the dark sea of claws and fangs below. Chapter 56 Kill. Xiao Gu. Lin Keek's heart instantly rose to her throat, and she subconsciously rushed forward. But at this moment, Gu Fengchen, who was falling, moved. In mid-air, he twisted his body in an incredible posture, and the ferocious war bow in the retracted form behind him was instantly grasped in his left hand. Base. With a crisp click of the mechanism, the bow suddenly unfolded. Then, his right hand passed through the quiver at his waist like a phantom, and a shiny bone arrow was already placed on the bowstring made of Tyrannosaurus tendon. Bow open to the full moon. The whole movement was smooth and flowing in the state of weightlessness, without any stagnation. Below, the herd of beasts that had been in turmoil due to the intrusion of this uninvited guest also raised their ferocious heads. At the top of the cave, more than a dozen ghost-faced blood bats let out shrill screams, and flew towards the falling Gu Fengchen first, attacking him. But no matter how fast they are, Gu Fengchen's arrows are even faster. Call out. The bowstring vibrated, like a dragon's roar breaking through the air. That white bone arrow turned into a streak of death that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and it arrived first. Puff! The ghost-faced bloodbat that was rushing in the front didn't even have time to let out a scream before its huge head was pierced through and exploded. Gu Fengchen's movements did not stop at all. His fingers on the bowstring were so fast that after-images almost appeared. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows in a row. 3 white streams of light, in the shape of a Chinese character, blocked all the escape routes of the bloodbats. 3 more heads exploded in mid-air, turning into a bloody mist. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, ghost-faced bloodbat, 100, plundered successfully, HP plus 3. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, ghost-faced bloodbat, 100, plundered successfully, HP plus 3. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, ghost-faced bloodbat, 100, plundered successfully, HP plus 3. Since the host's chi and blood have reached the upper limit of the current realm, the excess chi and blood will automatically be converted into pure energy to temper the body. His falling figure seemed to have turned into a mobile aerial turret at this moment. Every time the bowstring vibrates, a strange beast will fall down. Whoosh! 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 In just a few seconds of falling, he cleared out nearly half of the terrifying group of bloodbats on the cave ceiling with just one bow. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, ghost-faced bloodbat, 17100, plundered successfully, HP plus 3. It was at this moment that his feet finally touched the ground. Boom! A dull thud like a drum. He bent his knees slightly and unloaded all the terrifying impact of falling from a height of 100 meters into the rocky ground beneath his feet. With him as the center, spider-web-like cracks spread wildly. The nearest strange beasts around were even staggered by the shock wave. On the fault, the 4 members of the Blood Wolf Squad were completely dumbfounded. This fuck. Affing's mouth was open enough to fit an egg, and his mind was blank. Shang Yi, Xiaoya, and the sniper were also horrified. They knew that they could never perform such precise and efficient long-range sniping while rappelling 100 meters. Is he really the liberal arts student with blocked chi and blood? Roar! After a brief silence, there was a roar of beasts like a tsunami. On the ground, hundreds of completely enraged beasts rushed madly from all directions like a black tide towards the human who dared to challenge their majesty alone. Claws, fangs, venom, horns. All kinds of attacks formed an impenetrable web of death, which was going to tear that tiny figure apart completely. But Gu Fangchen smiled. He slowly stood up, threw the bow behind him, and grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist with his right hand. Bass. A clear sound of a sword. The black-scaled sword, which was completely black and covered with fine scales on the blade, was finally unsheathed. A cold and domineering murderous intent burst out. His eyes turned cold, and instead of retreating, he stomped his feet hard, and his whole body turned into a black lightning, actively facing the rushing steel torrent. His first target was the group of thick-skinned and tough iron-clad rhinos. The first move of Puju and Shisha Dao breaking the formation. The black-scaled sword in his hand turned into a black streak that could split mountains and break peaks. With an unreasonable and brutal attitude, he slashed into the rhino herd. Bang! Wherever the blade passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The 2 iron-clad rhinos rushing in the front, with their hard cuticles that were strong enough to withstand artillery shells, became as fragile as tofu under his knife. 2 huge heads shot up into the sky, and boiling blood spurted out like fountains. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 21100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 22100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. The power of a sword is so terrifying. Gu Fangchen went completely crazy with killing. He completely gave up all attempts at dodging, and pushed the rock body refining technique and savage physique to the extreme, allowing the sharp claws and fangs of those strange beasts to attack his body frantically. Ding dang dang! A poisonous earth dragon swooped down from the nearby rock wall, and its sharp claws covered with venom grabbed his back fiercely. The sharp sound of metal clashing was heard, and not even a white mark was left on the Shadow Ocelot's combat uniform. Gu Fangchen didn't even turn his head. Stretch out your left hand. Grab the other person's throat. Then swing to the ground. Bang! Another backhand knife. Just chop off the earth dragon's head. Bang! Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, poisonous earth dragon, 100, plundered successfully, HP plus 6. Then, he stepped forward, spun around, and swept across with unparalleled dominance. Directly cut off the panel that just appeared in front of you. Call out. The blade tore through the air, bringing with it a sharp scream, and directly chopped the 3 iron-skinned rhinos that were rushing towards it from the front to death. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 23100, plundered successfully, HP plus 8. Ding! Killed the beast level beast, Iron Rhino, 24-100, plundered successfully, HP +8. Ding. Killed the beast level beast, Iron Rhino, 25-100, plundered successfully, HP +8. Broken limbs and arms, mixed with broken internal organs, were flying all over the sky. The entire bottom of the cave was completely transformed into a bloody Shura field. Gu Fangchen's figure was frantically shuttling through the sea of corpses and blood. The knife in his hand is the most efficient scythe of death. Every time he swings it, it will inevitably bring up a burst of hot blood and reap several lives. Sometimes he opened and closed his sword vigorously, and his sword came out like a dragon, chopping up groups of strange beasts into pieces. Sometimes he would take out the bow from behind and shoot the ghost-faced blood bats and poisonous earth dragons that tried to attack from a distance one by one at an incredible angle. Combine long and short distances, attack and defense in one. At this moment, he is a tireless killing machine without any weaknesses. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. The bottom of the cave. In that meat grinder paved with broken limbs and debris. As Gu Fangchen was killing, he couldn't hold it in any longer and couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. That laughter was wild and wanton, filled with the most primitive enjoyment and enthusiasm for killing. The hot blood dripped down the ends of his hair, making his handsome face look like a Shura walking out of hell. He was covered in blood, and his combat uniform had long been dyed a bottomless dark red. Only those eyes were frighteningly bright, burning with a fighting spirit hotter than magma. On the fault, Zhang Qingyu and others were already stunned, their scalps tingling and their minds blank. The scene before their eyes, which was comparable to the advent of the devil, completely overturned all their understanding of combat, genius, and even the creature called human. He's crazy. A Feng's voice was trembling, his face full of extreme fear. Kill him, he's crazy. Crazy? Xiaodao's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock, but more than that, a kind of shock that bordered on obsession. No, look at his eyes, he's very lucid. He's enjoying this. Chapter 57 Kill. Below, Gu Fangchen's laughter became the final death knell for the strange beasts. He completely gave up all unnecessary defenses. Savage physique, and the 8th level of rock body refining technique. The combination of dual defensive talents and skills made him a walking killing fortress in the world. Ding! 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 More than a dozen venomous earth dragons swooped down from the rock walls in all directions, their sharp claws filled with venom madly scratching at his body, but they could only create a string of dazzling sparks, unable to tear even the fibers of his combat uniform. Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold, his left hand was as fast as lightning, he grabbed the neck of the earth dragon that pounced on his face, and his arm muscles suddenly swelled. Crack! Broken cervical vertebrae. Then he clenched his left hand. He actually treated the corpse of the earth dragon weighing hundreds of pounds as a giant human-shaped mace, swung it hard, and swept towards the surrounding beasts in an unreasonable manner. Bang! 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 The dull sound of collision was heard continuously. The three strange beasts were smashed by this corpse hammer and their bones and tendons were broken, and they flew backwards. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, poisonous earth dragon, 15-100, plundered successfully, HP +6. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, poisonous earth dragon, 16-100, plundered successfully, HP +6. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, poisonous earth dragon, 17-100, plundered successfully, HP +6. At the same time, his right hand was not idle either. His 5 fingers formed into claws and suddenly grabbed the head of another earth dragon. Puff! The fingertips easily pierced through the hard skull, and red and white objects splattered everywhere. He casually threw the warm body away. Then, swing the black scaled sword in your right hand. Bang! Directly split the earth dragon into 2. Then, with a flash of his body, he rushed into the densest area of the beast herd again. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, poisonous earth dragon, 18-100, plundered successfully, HP +6. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, poisonous earth dragon, 19-100, plundered successfully, HP +6. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, poisonous earth dragon, 2100, plundered successfully, HP +6. His chi and health value had already reached the upper limit of 2000 points at the peak of the first level and could not advance any further. However, the energy plundered by the system was not wasted. Instead, it was transformed into the purest nutrients, constantly nourishing and tempering every cell in his body, making his endurance seem endless. Roar! At this moment, the leader of this group of strange beasts, the largest iron-skinned rhinoceros king, suddenly let out a roar. Its single scarlet eye was fixed on Gufangshan, and it was about to attack him with all four hooves, carrying a tremendous force. The momentum was like a heavy armored train out of control, ready to crush everything in its path into dust. Facing this terrifying momentum that was enough to knock down the city walls, there was no trace of fear on Gufangshan's face. Instead of dodging, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold and wild arc. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stomping his feet hard, and his whole body was like a black cannonball going against the trend, rushing head-on towards the rushing steel torrent. Is he crazy? He wants to fight head-on? Athling screamed on the fault, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. Clang! The next second, the black blade and the rhinoceros king's ferocious horn, which was powerful enough to smash rocks, collided with each other. The piercing sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the cave like thunder, making everyone's eardrums buzz. The violent airwave swept out with the impact point as the center, blowing away all the surrounding rubble and corpses of strange beasts. But the expected bloody scene of people being knocked away did not appear. Gufangshan's feet were like roots 10,000 meters deep in the ground, and he actually forced the rhinoceros king, which was running wildly, to stop on the spot. The black-scaled sword in his hand clashed tightly with the indestructible horn, sparks flew everywhere, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Buzz! Gufangshan's eyes were red, and he poured the 2,000 points of energy and blood that were already overflowing in his body into his arms without reservation. The powerful force of the 8th level of rock body refining art. The original power of savage physique. At this moment, perfect fusion. Crack! At this moment, a clear crack appeared on the horn that the iron-skinned rhinoceros king was so proud of. Moo! The severe pain made it let out a painful cry. But before it could retreat, Gufangshan's attack came like a storm. He didn't give the Rhino King any chance to breathe. The black-scaled sword in his hand turned directly into thousands of black lightning bolts that could not be captured by the naked eye. It chopped madly on the head of the Rhino King at an extremely fast frequency. Clang! 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 The dense rain of slashing sounds merged into one, turning into a harsh metal storm. Above the fault, everyone was stunned. I can't see his knife clearly. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were filled with horror. She could only see a blurry black blade shadow, like a tornado of death, completely enveloping the huge Rhino King. He is suppressing a king-level monster? Shangya's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg, and his brain completely shut down. Are you kidding me? That's a king-level monster. Although it is the lowest-level king-level early-stage monster, it is not something that a first-level warrior can confront head-on. But now, this iron-skinned rhinoceros king, which was famous for its defense and strength, was beaten back repeatedly in front of Gufangshan's unreasonable and violent sword force, and had no power to fight back. Its proud hard skull continued to burst with new wounds under the continuous blows, and dark red blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere. Roar! 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 The Rhino King roared in pain and helplessness. It shook its head frantically, trying to shake off the hateful ant on its body. But Gufangshan's knife was like a thorn in the flesh. No matter how it struggled, it was stuck on its vital points. Quick! Too fast! The talent of light body allowed Gufangshan's body coordination to reach an incredible level. Every time he swung his sword, he made subtle adjustments to his footwork, perfectly neutralizing the Rhino King's counterattack. Kill! 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 Under such high-frequency crazy slashing, Gufangshan felt that the blood in his body was boiling. The knife in his hand seemed to have become a part of his body, and every movement was smooth and natural. In his mind, the first three moves of Paju and Qisha Dao kept flashing, merging, and evolving. He felt as if he had touched an invisible barrier. A barrier to a higher realm of swordsmanship. Just a little bit. All that's missing is that final insight. Done. An unprecedented brilliance flashed in Gufangshan's eyes. He took a deep breath and threw all the complicated moves behind his mind. At this moment, all the thousands of sword intentions were concentrated on one point. The black-scaled sword in his hand no longer pursued speed, but was held high horizontally in a posture that returned to nature. All the strength, all the murderous intent, and all the insights were concentrated on that pitch-black blade. This knife seemed to drain away all the light and sound around. Buzz. The black-scaled sword let out a mournful cry as it could not bear the heavy weight. On the blade, a layer of black energy that was visible to the naked eye and rippling like water waves emerged. That was a power different from the sword light of a second-level warrior. It is a phenomenon in which power is concentrated to the extreme, causing resonance in space. Ding! With SSS-level mental power, you gain enlightenment while killing, and your Pujuan Shisha Dao breaks through. Understand the fourth killing, soul break. Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold. This knife slashed out with an earth-shattering momentum. Crack! A terrifying sound of bones cracking, enough to make everyone's teeth ache, resounded throughout the venue. The skull of the iron-skinned rhinoceros king, which was already covered with cracks, was like glass hit by a battering ram. It could no longer withstand the blow and exploded. The blade penetrates without a blade. A sword intent filled with a destructive aura burst out along the blade, instantly crushing all of his internal organs and even his soul. Moo! The Rhino King's wailing came to an abrupt end, and the light in its scarlet eyes quickly dimmed. Its huge body, as big as a mountain, was split into two parts and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky, and it was completely silent. Ding! Killed the king-level beast, Iron Rhino King, 1-1, plundered successfully. HP plus 200. Since the host's chi and blood have reached the upper limit of the current realm, the excess chi and blood will automatically be converted into pure energy to temper the body. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ironhide Rhino King's racial core talent, Barbarian Charge. Bull Charge, active talent. Upon activation, the host can triple their impact speed within a short distance, increasing the impact force by 100% and inflicting a brief stun effect. Cooldown, 1 minute. Perfect breakthrough, King level beast 2 plus 1 5. Chapter 58, Kill. 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 Another active skill. Gu Fangchen felt the new talent in his body, and his heart was burning with excitement. Above the fault, Zhang Qingyu and the other 7 were completely numb. They looked at the still steaming corpse of the king-level monster below, which had been split into 2 pieces, and at the young man standing with a knife, who looked like a demon god. I just felt my throat was extremely dry and I couldn't even utter a syllable. And in the cave, the remaining 100 or so strange beasts finally collapsed completely after witnessing the extremely tragic death of their big brother. Fear spread like a plague, instantly overwhelming their bloodthirsty instincts. Ouch! Hiss! They let out bursts of terrified roars that had changed their pitch, and no longer cared about the siege. Like ants whose nest had been poked, they turned around and fled for their lives towards the only exit of the cave. The black mass of beasts formed a chaotic torrent, and they only wanted to escape from this slaughterhouse that terrified them. Want to run? Gu Fangchen slowly raised his head, and a hint of cold sarcasm flashed in his eyes that were burning with fighting spirit. Did I let you go? His voice was not loud, but it was like the devil's voice from the underworld, and it was clearly heard by every strange beast. The next second, he moved. Shadow steps. Light body. 2 major speed talents are activated at the same time. His figure turned into an afterimage that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and rushed towards the entrance of the passage. But there are too many strange beasts. They crowded together and were about to rush into the passage first. A cold light flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes, and he activated the new talent he had just obtained. Bull Charge. Boom! His body suddenly sank downwards, and the muscles in his legs instantly stretched to the limit. He seemed to have turned into a siege shell, and his speed tripled again on the original basis. His entire body was almost touching the ground, drawing a straight line of destruction, and with an unreasonable and brutal attitude, he slammed into the flank of the crowded fleeing herd of beasts. Bang! 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 A series of dense, drum-like, teeth-grinding bone-breaking sounds rang out. The scene was like a heavy truck running at full speed, losing control and rushing into a large flock of sheep. The dozens of strange beasts blocking his charge path. No matter if it was the thick-skinned ironclad rhinoceros or the agile and poisonous earth dragon, they didn't even have time to scream before they were hit by the terrifying impact force that was increased by 300%, and they exploded and died on the spot. The hard bones turned into powder, and the internal organs mixed with blood, forming a shocking blood mist. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Iron Rhino, 46-100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Poisonous Earth Dragon, 21-100. Ding! Killed the beast-level beast, Iron Rhino, 47-100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Poisonous Earth Dragon, 22-100. A series of system notification sounds flashed across his mind like crazy. The powerful impact force allowed him to plow a death tunnel paved with flesh, blood, and broken bones in the crowded herd of animals. Finally, with a loud boom, Gufunction's figure landed steadily in front of the exit of the narrow passage, like a door god walking out of hell, blocking the only way of survival for all the strange beasts. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 men. When the fleeing beasts saw the bloody figure in front of them, their eyes were instantly filled with endless despair. There is a killer blocking the road ahead, and no way to retreat behind. The instinct for survival drove them into a final frenzy. They roared and crowded together, trying to use their numerical advantage to break through this defense line that seemed so tiny to them. Looking at the beast-level monsters coming in, Gufunction tilted his head, holding the knife in his right hand, stretched out his left hand, lifted the bangs that blocked his vision, grinned, revealing a row of teeth that were extremely white against the blood. The tyrant's wrath begins. Chapter 59, Kill. 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 Roar. An extremely suppressed low roar, as if coming from an ancient tyrant, suddenly erupted from the depths of Gufunction's throat. Boom. A dark red blood and energy storm that was visible to the naked eye and seemed to be tangible swept across with him as the center. Every inch of muscle in his body expanded and bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, with blue veins entwined around it like a coiled dragon. His originally handsome face was now covered with hideous blood-red lines. Those dark eyes were replaced by pure violent scarlet. A terrifying aura of brutality, domineering and destructive desire rose into the sky. On the fault, Zhang Qingyu and the other 7 people's faces turned pale. What the hell is this? Lin Kiki screamed, feeling a shudder from the depths of her soul, making her whole body cold. Below, the group of strange beasts that were already in fear completely collapsed after feeling the terrifying pressure from the superior predator that was superior to them. They screamed in fear, crowded together, and even began to trample on each other, just wanting to get away from the source of the breath of death. But the narrow passage became an insurmountable barrier for them. Gufunction's body shook. The next second, he took the initiative to rush into the group of beasts that were in complete chaos due to despair. The only exit, at this moment, became the most perfect meat grinder. And he is the core and coldest blade of this meat grinder. Puff. 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 The black-scaled sword in his hand, with the 30% power bonus of Tyrant's Wrath, its power skyrocketed to an incredible level. He no longer even needed any skills, just the simplest and most direct sweep. As the blade passed, the 3 iron-skinned rhinos that were blocking his way, their proud hard shells, became as fragile as paper and were cut in half in an instant. The boiling blood mixed with the broken internal organs splashed out like a waterfall, dyeing the entire passage into a sticky dark red. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Iron Rhino, 61-100. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Iron Rhino, 62-100. Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, Iron Rhino, 63-100. Kill 3 with 1 strike. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter resounded throughout the cave again. He was completely immersed in the ultimate pleasure of bursting power. A poisonous earth dragon suddenly jumped out from the crack in the rock wall and tried to attack his side. Gufunction didn't even look at it, but suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed its slime-covered head with such speed that he was able to arrive first. Then, use your 5 fingers to exert force and pinch hard. Bang! The hard skull exploded like a walnut crushed by a hydraulic press. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Poisonous Earth Dragon, 23-100. He casually threw the headless corpse away and smashed it onto the body of another Earth Dragon. The sword in his right hand followed suit and slashed upwards. Swish! The 2 bodies were split in half at the same time. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Poisonous Earth Dragon, 24-100. Brutal. Bloody. It's unreasonable. Above the fault, everyone had completely lost the ability to think and could only stare blankly at this one-sided massacre that was like an R-rated bloody movie. Gudong. Zhang Qingyu swallowed hard, feeling like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. No. This is even more intense than during the fucking selection. Miss Xia said that Gu Fangchen was the most powerful tactical genius she had ever seen. What is a tactical genius? Is your mom a tactical genius? Inside the passage, the killing has reached a fever pitch. Gu Fangchen's figure danced wildly in the narrow space. Every time he swings his sword, it will inevitably bring about a bloody storm. Every step he took would surely crush an unwilling head. He even felt that killing with a knife was not satisfying enough, so he started killing with arrows left and right. A left punch, with violent force, directly dented the chest of an iron rhinoceros, breaking its hard ribs and piercing its heart. A right whip kick, with a force of 1,000 pounds, hit the waists of the three strange beasts fiercely. The huge force directly shattered their spines. Sometimes he would grab the hind legs of a strange beast and swing it like a meteor hammer, smashing the surrounding beasts into meat paste. Sometimes he would jump high, slam his knees down hard, and step the head of a strange beast into his chest. Every punch hits the flesh. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. That was no longer a fight, it was the most primitive and brutal expression of violence. Every punch and every kick is full of destructive beauty. The duration of Tyrant's Wrath has long ended. But Gu Fangchen was still immersed in that violent murderous intent and couldn't extricate himself. He seemed to have transformed into a true war machine, tireless and insensitive to pain. Only one word remained in his mind. Kill. 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 Finally, when the last ghost-faced bloodbat let out a desperate wail, he pulled it down from mid-air and split it in half alive. The entire cave fell completely silent. The long and narrow passage had been completely blocked by the mountains of incomplete corpses of strange beasts. Viscous blood continuously seeped out from the mountain of corpses, gathering into a dark red stream that flowed slowly. Gu Fangchen stood on top of the mountain of corpses, his chest heaving violently and gasping for breath. The dark red aura on his body slowly faded away, and his scarlet eyes gradually regained their clarity. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Iron Rhino, 100-100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Poisonous Earth Dragon, 100-100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, Ghost-Faced Bloodbat, 100-100. Meet the conditions and start plundering racial talents. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Iron Rhino race's core talent, Unwavering as a Mountain. Mobility, passive talent. Significantly increases the stability and impact resistance of the host's lower body, allowing you to withstand fierce attacks like a rock rooted in the earth, difficult to be repelled or knocked down, greatly enhancing your advantage in head-on combat. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Poisonous Earth Dragon race's core talent, Poison Resistance. Toxin resistance, passive talent. Significantly increases the host's resistance to common biological toxins, chemical agents, and corrosive liquids. This allows you to ignore most threats from enemies with highly toxic attacks, greatly increasing your survival and combat tolerance. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ghost-Faced Bloodbat race's core talent, Ultrasonic Wave. Ultrasound, active talent. Can emit infrasound waves inaudible to ordinary humans, condensing them into an invisible mental shock, causing temporary dizziness and mental trauma to the target. Cooldown, 30 seconds. He slowly exhaled a foul breath with a strong smell of blood, and cast his gaze above the fault. The 7 statue-like, motionless figures grinned. Nailed it. Help me harvest the spoils. Chapter 60. What nonsense? Gu Fangchen's voice was not loud, but it was like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, instantly waking up the 7 completely unconscious souls on the fault from their extreme shock. Ah. Oh. Okay. Xiao Gu. Zhang Qingyu was the first to react. He responded subconsciously, but his movements were still a little stiff. He glanced blankly at Team Yan Luo and Team Blood Wolf, who were also in a downtime state. Lin Kiki and Gao Yizhou were pinching their thighs hard, as if to confirm whether they were dreaming. Chen Ye's brows were furrowed, his mouth was slightly open, and his cerebellum shrank on the spot. Xiaoyao blinked constantly, almost 20 times in 1 second. Afeng kept scratching his scalp numbing with fear. Snipers too. Even his fucking brain stopped thinking. Just then. Hey! Everyone! Get to work! Get to work! Zhang Qingyu shouted loudly, and finally everyone came back to their senses. Oh my god! I'm done killing. I'm really done killing. Lin Kiki patted her chest, which was heaving due to her tachycardia, and gasped for breath. Those big golden eyes were still filled with a dreamy sense of unreality. He actually slaughtered an entire beast nest by himself. Is this ridiculous? Blood Wolf Captain Changye's voice was extremely dry. He felt that he had been hit harder today than in the past 10 years combined. Everyone hurriedly took out high-strength alloy rope ladders from their tactical backpacks and fixed them to the edge of the fault. Then, one by one, they carefully slid down the rope ladder to the bottom of the cave, which looked like a picture of hell. When their feet actually stepped on the carpet made of sticky blood and minced meat. The strong and disgusting smell of blood instantly filled his nostrils. Even these veterans who had been through many battles could not help but frown. But when their eyes... The focus once again shifted to the young man standing on top of the pile of corpses, slowly wiping the blade with a rag. All the discomfort was replaced by a stronger emotion. Awe. Absolutely. Awe from the depths of the soul. It's too fierce. He is not a human being at all. Xiao Gu. Zhang Qingyu walked to Gu Fangchen, looked at his face which was still stained with blood but seemed a little too calm, and opened his mouth. Thousands of words finally boiled down to one heartfelt sigh. You kid, you're a fucking monster. Captain, you're too kind. Gu Fangchen smiled and slowly sheathed the cleaned black scaled sword. Thank you for the compliment? Lin Kiki also came over. The way she looked at Gu Fangchen had completely transformed into the enthusiasm of a little fan looking at her idol. That's not an exaggeration. When you were blocking the door just now, you were so handsome. I almost knelt down for you. Gao Yizhou also came over. A rare expression of complex admiration flashed across his icy face. He nodded solemnly at Gu Fangchen. You're incredible, buddy. You've got all the girls. On the other side, the 4 members of the Blood Wolf Squad also gathered around, their expressions even more exciting. A phone looked at Gu Fangchen with his tongue tied. There was only pure admiration on his face. Brother Gu. Awesome. Too powerful. The sniper who had been silent all the time couldn't help but speak at this moment. He uttered a few words in a hoarse voice, and his eyes when he looked at Gu Fangchen were full of respect for the strong. Xiaodia's eyes were even more beautiful and shining. She walked up to Gu Fangchen, her breath as sweet as orchid, and teased him in a charming voice, handsome boy, now I believe you. Back then in the low-rent housing, it wasn't us who saved you, it was you who was too lazy to help. Give us a chance to show your abilities, okay? Cheng Yi listened to the team members' praise and nodded repeatedly in agreement. He walked forward, patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder vigorously, his eyes sincere. Brother Gu, today, we have broadened our horizons. With this strength, not only in base number 7, but even in the entire Eastern Theater, no one among the first-level warriors can match you. Well, I personally think that even Xia Qianjin couldn't beat you when she was at the first level. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Zhang Qingyu said with a smile, don't let Miss Xia hear this, she will hold a grudge. As they spoke, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Facing the unstinting praise from everyone, Gu Fangchen simply smiled calmly and waved his hand. Okay, stop praising me. If you continue praising me, I'll get carried away. He pointed to the piles of beast carcasses around him and said, we still have a lot of spoils. Let's deal with the business first. Yes. Business is more important. Everyone immediately took action, took out professional dissection tools, and began to skillfully collect the most valuable materials from the strange beast. Peeling off crystal cores, cutting scales, extracting animal tendons. 8 people divided the work and cooperated with each other, which was extremely efficient. Looking at the busy figures, Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and said, the spoils this time are too much. I can't handle it all by myself. How about this, apart from the materials from the king-level exotic beast and half of the beast-level materials, which belong to me, the remaining beast-level materials will be divided equally between our 2 teams. This will be considered as your hard work fee. As soon as he said this, everyone who was busy stopped their actions. Zhang Qingyu was the first to shake his head. He said with a serious expression, no. This is absolutely not possible. Xiao Gu, we are a team. It's my duty to help you deal with the spoils. How can I take away your things? Cheng Yi also expressed his opinion immediately. His face was filled with determination, unyielding to the point of arguing, yes. Brother Gu, that's really too polite. This battle, from beginning to end, was all yours alone. The rest of us just watched from above the stage the entire time, without even a hair on the ground. If we share your spoils, what's the difference between that and looting? If word gets out, will we, the Blood Wolf, still have any face? That's right. Afeng and Xiaoya echoed in unison, Brother Gu, you killed all of these with your own ability, so they all belong to you. We're honored to be able to help you. Looking at the resolute attitude of the crowd, Gu Fangchen felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that these people were protecting him sincerely and were not just trying to gain such petty benefits. He no longer insisted and nodded, okay, then I'll remember this favor. Seeing that he agreed, everyone smiled again and worked even harder. At the same time, several kilometers away from the Black Stone Mine, in a hidden valley, four figures wearing khaki camouflage combat uniforms were surrounding a portable holographic surveillance device with serious expressions. They were the bounty hunter Team Rock that Zhao Tianhao had hired with a huge sum of money. They were well known in the Magic City and consisted of a low-grade second-level mid-stage warrior and 3 low-grade second-level early-stage warriors. The screen was clearly playing the thrilling video of the massacre in the cave. This monitoring. They arrived here a few days in advance after receiving the details of the mission objectives of the Yen Luo team and deployed it using micro-drones. The leader of this group was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face. He is the captain of the rock team Shi Jian. At this moment, he stared at the devil-like figure on the screen who was fighting bloody battles. His forehead was already covered with fine beads of cold sweat, and the kettle in his hand was creaking because of his squeezing. Captain. Captain, what should we do? Next to him, a thin man, his voice trembling, his face full of fear. This guy is a fucking tough guy. The information young Master Zhao gave us is completely wrong. How can this guy be called a fresh-faced recruit? What bullshit. Chapter 61 Outsmarting. At the same time, Alan, the only female member of the team, also looked pale. She watched the scene on the screen where Gu Fangchen was battling the Rhino King, and swallowed hard. His physical strength is probably no less than that of a mid-level second-stage warrior. And look at his speed and reaction, if a fight really breaks out. Blood Wolf and the rest of Team Yen Luo will definitely help us. There's so many in number, it'll be hard for us to defeat them. And the fourth member of the team, a taciturn strong man named Tainyo who was responsible for covering the rear, finally spoke. His voice was low, but filled with fear. This kid killed the monster and laughed while doing so? I've never seen such a person before. The entire team fell into dead silence. Originally, in their view, hunting down a newly minted top selection candidate, a slightly more powerful first-rank warrior. It is a simple task that can be accomplished easily. But now, reality has given them a loud slap in the face. How is this hunting? This is clearly a suicide mission. After a long silence, Captain Shi Jian slowly exhaled, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness and greed. Indeed, forcing it is a dead end. His voice was low and hoarse, but Master Zhao has invested a lot of money this time. 300 million. As long as we can bring that brat's head back, we won't have to deal with this dangerous business for the rest of our lives. But Captain. The thin man wanted to say something. No buts. Shi Jian slammed the table, his eyes becoming incomparably cold. Since we can't defeat him by force, we can only outsmart him. He looked at the light spots on the holographic map that represented the locations of Gu Fangchen and others, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Inside the mine, the terrain is complex and it's difficult for us to take action. But they always have to come out and always have to go back. He slowly ran his finger across the map. Finally, the point was located between the mining area and the base, on an abandoned urban area marked in red. This is the only way they can go. Shi Jian's eyes flashed with madness. If we don't take action, let the strange beast do it. Monkey, he said, looking at the thin man, you must immediately go to the rotten swamp in the east and use the pheromone we obtained last time to lure a group of rotten swamp crocodiles over to me. The more the better. Alan, he turned to look at the female team member, go to the Wind-Weeping Canyon in the north and lure the pack of two-headed wine demon wolves over here. Iron Ox, he finally looked at the burly man, go to the Stonehenge in the south and lure those stone-armored monitor lizards over here. After hearing the task assignment, Monkey, Alan and Tenia looked at each other. Then, the monkey asked hesitantly, Captain, what about you? Upon hearing this, Shi Jian showed a sneer of confidence on his face. He slowly shook his head, his voice hoarse but full of confidence. The beast-level beasts are just appetizers, used to consume their physical strength and disrupt their formation. The only one who can truly kill that brat is a king level 1. He tapped his finger heavily on the holographic map, landing precisely on the center of the abandoned city area, a half-collapsed clock tower. You three just need to push those three beast hordes to the outskirts of this city, forming a huge encirclement and trapping them inside. Then, Shi Jian's eyes flashed with the brilliance of a hunter. Among the four of us, I have the best agility and the fastest speed. I will personally take action and lure the three beast kings, the swamp crocodile king, the two-headed wind wolf king, and the giant rock lizard king, to me. Lead them to this bell tower. That is the burial place I carefully prepared for that kid named Gu Fangchen. As for Yan Luo and the rest of the Blood Wolf squad, kill them if you can, and forget it if you can't. Upon hearing the captain's crazy plan, the other three team members were stunned at first, and then their eyes burst into unparalleled enthusiasm and conviction. The captain personally took action and led the three king level. This is the real big deal. This is the style of the rock team. Clear. Receive. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The three of them no longer hesitated. They each took out a hideous demon mask from their tactical backpacks and put it on their faces, covering up all their identifying features. Then he nodded heavily at Shi Jian. Then, as if three ghosts merged into the wilderness, they rushed away in different directions. Shi Jian was the only one left in the valley. He turned off the monitoring equipment, slowly stood up, and looked towards the black stone mine in the distance, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Number 1 scholar, so what if he's a genius? I want to see if your two teams can still smile when facing 3 king-level monsters and 3 waves of beast-level monsters. After saying that, he also put on the same style of evil ghost mask, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared among the rugged rocks. Inside the cave, harvesting continues. Although the number of strange beasts was huge, the efficiency was extremely high due to the concerted efforts of the 8 warriors. Soon, all valuable materials, including the corpse of the Rhinoceros King, were divided and processed, and then packed into specially made high-strength tactical backpacks according to categories. Looking at the dozen or so huge backpacks piled up in front of him, Gu Fangchen took the initiative to step forward and prepared to carry a few of them on his back. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, a big hand like a palm leaf fan pressed down on his shoulder. "Xiao Gu, what are you doing?" Zhang Qingyu frowned, his face serious and unyielding. "These rough jobs are not your turn to do." "But..." Gu Fangchen wanted to say something. "But what but?" Lin Kiki also put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and looked like she was really angry. "You are the ace of our team. You are the sharp knife. You are the nuclear weapon. How can we allow nuclear weapons to be carried around with their own launch pads?" She pointed at Gao Yizhou, who was already silently shouldering the 2 largest backpacks, and said matter-of-factly, "We'll be able to assist and serve as human shields when it comes to carrying heavy loads. Your mission is to stay in top condition and be ready to plunge a knife into the enemy's heart at any time." On the other side, the Blood Wolf squad also expressed their opinions. "Brother Gu, Sister Kiki is right." Changyi smiled and threw a backpack over his shoulder. "You are the main C, and we are the tools. The division of labor is clear and it's only natural." "Yes, yes, yes." Ah Feng nodded vigorously, with a flattering look on his face. "Brother Gu, just hold it. We'll take care of this little bit." Looking at the resolute attitude of the crowd, Gu Fangchen felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that it would seem hypocritical to refuse again. He could only smile helplessly and nodded. "Okay, then I'll trouble you all." Then, a strange picture appeared. Gu Fangchen, who has the strongest strength and talent in the team, walks in front with nothing in his hands and looks relaxed. Behind him, Zhang Qingyu, Gao Yizhou, Chang Yi and 7 others were all carrying tactical backpacks as high as a mountain. They were like 7 hard-working worker ants, following their queen ant closely. "Alright, intelligence shows there should be a few scattered herds deep within the mining area." Zhang Qingyu opened the tactical map and confirmed the direction. "Let's go all out and take them all down so we can call it a day and go home." "Good." Everyone responded in unison, morale high. Chapter 62 Prepare for battle. With Gu Fangchen's scent detection, which was like a full map plug-in, they took almost no detours and quickly found the remaining waves of beasts. Unfortunately, the rest are just some insignificant minions. The first wave consisted of more than 20 ghost-faced blood bats. Before they could get close, Gu Fangchen shot them into sieves in the air with his bow. The second wave was a nest of more than 30 poisonous earth dragons. Gu Fangchen was too lazy to do it himself and directly commanded 2 teams to take advantage of the terrain and fight a beautiful annihilation battle, which made everyone feel satisfied. The last wave consisted of more than 40 iron-skinned rhinos. The characteristics of the iron rhino have been obtained. Therefore, killing again is boring. Soon, they were successfully annihilated by the pincer attack of the two teams. Iron Rhino kill progress, 100-100. Poisonous Earth Dragon killing progress, 100-100. Ghost-faced Blood Bat kill progress, 100-100. Looking at the progress bar on the system panel that had already been completed, Gufunction put away the knife with a lack of interest. These ordinary beast-level monsters can no longer provide him with new talents. Continuing to kill them is just pure physical labor. Oh, so boring. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. These words happened to be heard by Lin Kiki, who was standing next to him. Lin Kiki? She looked at the rhino carcasses scattered all over the ground, then at Gufunction's expression that said today's work is a bit boring, and felt that her worldview had been impacted like never before. Why is the gap between people so big? After clearing out all the strange beasts and confirming that there were no more threats in the mining area, everyone returned the same way. They climbed up the fault one by one along the rope ladder and returned to the ground. As the sun sets, the entire wilderness is bathed in a blood-red afterglow. Everyone returned to the two Hummers, filled the trunks and back seats with the mountains of loot, and then got into the cars contentedly. Go home. Let's drink. Zhang Qingyu stepped on the accelerator, and the Hummer of his Yen Luo team roared, taking the lead and galloping towards base number 7. Following behind was the Blood Wolf team Hummer driven by Chang Yi. Inside the car, the atmosphere was relaxed and lively, with everyone bragging and chatting through the in-car communicator. But after the two Hummers drove for about half an hour, one in front and one behind, they drove into an abandoned urban area. Gufunction, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the first car, suddenly frowned and opened his eyes in an instant. Something is wrong. The radar in his mind sensed it clearly. In this seemingly dead ruin, there are 3 huge and chaotic energy torrents, rapidly converging towards their location from 3 different directions. Captain! Stop the car! Gufunction's voice instantly broke the relaxed atmosphere in the car. Although Zhang Qingyu didn't know what happened, he had absolute trust in Gufunction. Without thinking, he slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The Hummer left 2 long tire tracks on the ground and stopped just barely in the abandoned urban area, right under a half-collapsed clock tower. What's wrong, Xiaogu? Zhang Qingyu's expression suddenly became serious. Everyone in the car fell silent and looked at Gufunction in unison. When the Blood Wolf team following behind saw the leading car brake suddenly, Chang Yi reacted immediately, turned the steering wheel sharply, and stopped the car steadily 10 meters away. Lao Zhang! What's going on? Chang Yi asked urgently through the communicator. Gufunction did not answer immediately. He slowly rolled down the car window, and his dark eyes, like the most sophisticated radar, scanned the dilapidated buildings around him that cast huge shadows in the setting sun. There's an ambush. He slowly uttered 3 words. His voice was not loud, but it made everyone in the car's heart sink suddenly. Ambush? Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi were stunned at the same time. They immediately tightened their weapons beside them and their eyes became alert. At this moment, Gufunction's expression changed again. Because on his radar map, behind where they parked, that is, on the way they came, a 4th, even larger and more chaotic energy torrent appeared without warning. Moreover, they were encircling them at an extremely fast speed. 3 king-level beasts. Moreover, it is a king-level beast that is at least 1 level stronger than the iron-skinned Rhino King. They should all be mid-level kings. Damn it! We're surrounded. Gufunction's voice instantly turned icy. There are waves of beasts coming from all directions. They're coming for us. There are also 3 king-level beasts. King-level beasts that are even stronger than the iron-skinned Rhino King. What? Everyone's face changed drastically. Zhang Qingyu slammed the steering wheel and yelled, "Back up! Get out!" However, it was too late. Can't back out. Roar! Hiss! Deafening roars of beasts sounded simultaneously from 4 directions, approaching rapidly from far away. The earth began to shake violently. The already shaky buildings around groaned under the heavy weight of the shaking, and large chunks of cement and steel bars fell from the sky. Everyone's faces looked extremely ugly. Something's wrong. Chang Yi is experienced. He looked at the 4 beast hordes in the distance that were stirring up clouds of dust, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. These beast hordes are so targeted. It's like they were deliberately guided here. He had just finished speaking. Whoosh! 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 For sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out above their heads. Everyone looked up suddenly and saw the top of the dilapidated clock tower above them and the rooftops of several tall buildings around them. At some point, four mysterious figures appeared, their bodies covered in khaki combat uniforms and wearing ferocious evil masks on their faces. In their hands, they were holding a device similar to a grenade launcher. Four special warheads with scarlet tail flames streaked across the sky, passed over their heads, and landed precisely in the four directions around their vehicle. Bang! 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 The warhead landed and did not explode. But it burst open in an instant. Then, a scarlet mist filled with a strong smell of blood and pungent smell spread out violently. It's the alien beast attractant. Zhang Qingyu's eyes instantly turned red when he saw the scarlet mist. Damn it! Someone is trying to kill us. Roar! As expected, the four waves of beasts that were originally hesitant and just wandering around the periphery went completely into a frenzy the moment they smelled this scent. In their scarlet eyes, all rationality faded away, leaving only the most primitive desire for blood. Regardless of everything, they launched a suicidal charge towards the source of the four inducements, the location of the two Hummers, like four black waves of death. And on top of the tall building, the four mysterious men wearing devil masks did not stop at all after completing the bombing. They glanced at the two Humvees below that were about to be submerged by the beast tide. The leader sneered silently and gestured to the others. The next second, the four of them raised their grappling guns at the same time and fired at the building in the distance. Whoosh! Four figures, like nimble monkeys, rose and fell between the buildings a few times, and then quickly disappeared into the shadows of the ruins, hiding their achievements and fame. Son of a bitch! Zhang Qingyu looked at the four receding figures, his eyes bloodshot with rage, and punched the steering wheel hard. Who is it? Why do you use this method to deal with us? Chang Ye's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. It's no use talking about this now. Gu Fangchen's voice was cold and calm, pulling everyone back to reality from their anger. Prepare for battle. Boom! Before he could finish his words, the beast tide consisting of hundreds of swamp crocodiles in the east had already rushed forward. Chapter 63 Mud Monkey. Boom! Before he could finish his words, the beast tide consisting of hundreds of swamp crocodiles in the east had already rushed forward. These strange beasts are huge in size, covered with tough dark green shells, and emit a disgusting fishy smell. They took heavy steps, crushing the already dilapidated road into cracks, like a moving city wall, pressing down fiercely. In the back seat of the lead car, Gu Fangchen's eyes showed no trace of panic. He kicked open the car door suddenly, and at the same time, his left hand grasped the ferocious compound bow behind him. Bass. The crisp sound of the bow's mechanism unfolding was unusually clear amidst the deafening roar of the beast. He didn't even get out of the car, but just sat inside with half of his body leaning out. His right hand passed through the quiver at his waist like a phantom, and a shiny bone arrow was already on the bowstring. Bow open to the full moon. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The white bone arrow turned into a stream of death, drawing a perfect straight line in the air, and accurately shot towards the largest swamp crocodile rushing in the front. Puff! The hard skull that the swamp crocodile was proud of was as fragile as paper in front of this arrow infused with Gu Fangchen's terrifying power. The bone arrow shot into its eye socket, and the huge kinetic energy directly blew its entire head into pieces. Red and white objects mixed with dark green blood burst out. The huge body rushed forward a few more steps under the action of inertia, and then with a boom, it slammed heavily to the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky. Killed with one arrow. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, rotten swamp crocodile, 1/100. This clean and neat arrow instantly bought everyone a precious moment of respite. Get out of the car. Form a formation. Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi roared at the same time. The two of them had perfect tacit understanding. They kicked open their car doors and jumped out almost at the same time. Gu Fangchen didn't want to fight anymore. He swung his hand, put away his bow, drew the black scale sword from his waist, and also jumped out of the Hummer and landed steadily. Without any hesitation, he braved the foul wind and rushed towards the crocodile sea that was already within reach. Puff! Puff! The knife flashed, and the heads of the two swamp crocodiles flew up. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, rotten swamp crocodile, 2/100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, rotten swamp crocodile, 3/100. At the same time, the others also got out of the car and quickly formed a defensive formation using two sturdy Hummers as cover. Boom! Gao Yizhou roared angrily and slammed the tower shield, which was thicker than a door panel, to the ground. He was like a mountain nailed to the ground, standing at the forefront of the formation. Bang! Bang! The two swamp crocodiles slammed into his tower shield, making a dull thud, but it only caused his body to shake slightly, failing to shake him at all. Court death. Gao Yizhou's eyes focused, and he pushed the tower shield forward suddenly. The violent power burst out, and actually pushed the two behemoths to stagger, revealing a huge flaw. Coco! Here I come! Lin Keek's figure rushed out from behind Gao Yizhou like a golden lightning, and the double swords in her hands turned into two deadly cold rays, accurately passing through the soft necks of the two swamp crocodiles. Two huge heads shot up into the sky. On the other side, the Blood Wolf team also cooperated well. Afeng! Left wing! At Chang Ye's command, Afeng immediately raised the Gauss rifle in his hand and fired wildly at the herd of beasts rushing towards him from the left. Da-da-day! Although high-energy bullets cannot cause fatal damage to the swamp crocodiles, the powerful impact force effectively slows down their charging speed. Xiao Ya! Xiao Ya's figure was like a ghost, and the double daggers in her hands drew deadly arcs in the herd, specifically attacking the weakly defended joints and abdomen of the swamp crocodiles, constantly causing wounds. The sniper in their team provided fire support on the side. In the center of the battlefield, it is time for Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi, two second-level powerhouses, to perform. Get out of my way! Zhang Qingyu roared. A layer of crimson blood and energy flames suddenly ignited on the giant axe in his hand. Then, step! Chop forward! Buzz! A condensed axe blade several meters long broke away from the axe body directly, like the scythe of the god of death, and slashed fiercely into the herd of beasts. Puff! 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 Wherever the axe blade passed, the hard shells of 3 or 4 swamp crocodiles became as fragile as paper and were split in two in an instant. This is a second-level warrior. This is the power of the release of chi and blood. Chang Yi was equally unwilling to be outdone. The sword in his hand shook, and a layer of light green energy and blood instantly enveloped his whole body, repelling all the attacks. The two ace teams with tacit cooperation, plus Gu Fangchen who could be called a BUG, actually withstood the crazy impact of the first wave of beasts. However, there was no sign of relief on anyone's face. Because they know that this is just the beginning. Roar! Sure enough, the beast tides from the other 3 directions were also roaring in. To the north, there are hundreds of two-headed wind demon wolves with agile bodies that come and go like the wind. To the east is the stone-armored giant lizard covered with rock armor and with amazing defensive power. And from behind them came 3 terrifying pressures from king-level monsters that made their scalps tingle. Attacked from both sides. Besieged on all sides. At the same time, on a tall building 100 meters away from the battlefield. Wang Wu, who had a grudge against Zhang Qingyu because his goddess was robbed and had mocked Zhang Qingyu in the cafeteria, was leading his eagle team, leisurely watching the tragic bloody battle below. Captain, they seem to be unable to hold on any longer. A team member said gloatingly. Another female team member giggled. Isn't that little girl named Lin Kiki usually so arrogant? Why is she like a mud monkey now? She's so embarrassed. Should we go down and help? One of the yellow-haired men in the team asked. Help? Wang Wu slowly put down the telescope and turned around. What can I help you with? Zhang Qingyu, that idiot, dared to steal my woman. He deserves what he has become. His gaze once again turned to the chaotic battlefield below, his eyes filled with morbid pleasure. Die. Die all of you. He muttered to himself, as if he had already seen the scene of Zhang Qingyu being torn to pieces by the strange beast. Don't worry, Zhang Qingyu, if you die, I will take good care of your beautiful wife. Chapter 64 Bastard. Wang Wu's vicious words and his undisguised gloating. It happened to be captured clearly by Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi, and others who were struggling on the battlefield below, using their excellent hearing as second-level warriors. Wang Wu. Are you even a human being? Zhang Qingyu was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly chopped down a swamp crocodile with his axe, raised his head towards the tall building, and roared angrily. Chang Yi was so angry that he was shaking all over. You watched someone die without helping. Aren't you, the Goshawk squad, afraid of being court-martialed? On the top of the building, Wang Wu heard the roar from below, and the smile on his face became even wider. He scratched his ears, pretending to understand something, and shouted to the people below, "Oh my, we just happened to pass by and saw you. So you guys need help? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Look at my memory. I was only busy cheering you guys on." The charming female team member beside him also giggled, her voice sharp and piercing. "That's what I mean, Captain Zhang, you guys are so powerful, we thought you were just enjoying the battle, we were just ignorant." Okay. Considering our past friendship, how can we just stand by and watch him die? Wang Wu nodded sincerely. Then, a hint of playful coldness flashed in his eyes. "Dude, fuck them. Give them help." "Okay, Captain." The team members behind Wang Wu immediately responded with strange smiles and took off the long-range weapons behind their backs. There are compound bows and Gauss energy rifles. Below, Zhang Qingyu and others saw this scene, and the glimmer of hope that had just ignited in their hearts was instantly extinguished. They knew Wang Wu's character and knew he would never be so kind. Really? The next second, the 4 members of Wang Wu's team opened fire at the same time. But the target of their attack was not the strange beasts that were rushing towards them crazily. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 arrows, like the fangs of poisonous snakes, tore through the air, but did not hit any of the strange beasts. Instead, it shot accurately at Gao Yizhou, who was resisting the attack of the beast group, at an extremely tricky angle. Puff! Gao Yizhou was using his tower shield to resist the charge of 3 swamp crocodiles. He had no time to return to defend. The 2 arrows instantly penetrated into the gap in the armor on his left thigh. Gao Yizhou let out a muffled groan, his face turned pale instantly, his left leg went limp, and he almost fell to one knee. "Oh Joe!" Lin Kiki screamed and quickly turned around to support him. Bang! Bang! At the same time, 2 beams of blazing Gaussian energy also flew past Zhang Qingyu's scalp and slammed heavily into the ground in front of him, creating 2 charred deep pits. The flying gravel hit his cheeks painfully. "Wang Wu! I fuck your mother!" Zhang Qingyu went completely crazy, his eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. How is this helping? This is clearly kicking someone when they are down, taking advantage of the situation, and trying to put them to death. On top of a tall building. Wang Wu looked at the battle situation below, which had instantly become more chaotic because of his help, and an extremely comfortable smile appeared on his face. He even pretended to shout to the people below, his tone full of regret and self-blame. "Oops. Sorry. My hand slipped. Captain Zhang, you know this beast is so fast, and with our long-range attack, there will inevitably be some casualties. Please bear with us. The female team member next to him was laughing so hard that her body was shaking with laughter. "Captain Zhang, you have to hold on. We are still cheering you on." Puff! Zhang Qingyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Of course he knew that Wang Wu and his gang of bastards did it on purpose. This is an abandoned urban area, the surveillance network has long been paralyzed, and there are no video records at all. Even if they report it afterwards, they can easily explain it as an accidental injury on the battlefield. There is no evidence to prove the truth. What's more, Wang Wu himself is a strong man in the middle stage of the 3rd level. With his strength, if he really wants to help, not to mention these hundreds of beast-level monsters, even the 3 king-level ones at the back can be easily dealt with by him in the blink of an eye. So, it was obvious that they didn't want to help. It was obvious that they wanted to watch their group of people being torn to pieces by the beast tied in despair. Just when Zhang Qingyu was agitated and distracted and cursing. Call out. On top of the tall building, the yellow-haired man from Wang Wu's team pulled the bowstring again. This time, his target was directly Zhang Qingyu's heart. The arrow was even wrapped in a faint layer of blood and energy, which clearly showed that a killing move was used. "Captain Zhang, be careful." Chang Ye's eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to rescue, but he was entangled by 3 stone-armored giant lizards and couldn't get away at all. The fatal arrow was about to pierce Zhang Qingyu's chest. Clang! A black blade light, like lightning striking out from the void, arrived first. At the critical moment, he struck the arrow's tip with incredible precision. Sparks flying. The arrow that was infused with the power of qi and blood was actually split into 2 halves by this knife. It's Gu Fangchen. He had appeared in front of Zhang Qingyu without knowing when, and the blade of the black-scaled sword in his hand was still humming slightly. He slowly raised his head. Those dark eyes pierced through the chaotic battlefield and the smoke and dust, and accurately locked onto the yellow-haired man on the top of the tall building who was looking stunned. And beside him, Wang Wu, whose smile was gradually freezing. There was no expression of anger on Gu Fangchen's face. He spoke slowly. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. I'll remember you. When I reach the third level, you. Not one will survive. All must die. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. On the high building, the 4 members of Wang Wu's team were stunned when they heard these ice-cold words. Then, as if they had heard some huge joke, they all burst into unbridled laughter. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wu laughed so hard that he almost cried. He pointed at Gu Fangchen below and shouted in a tone filled with pity and sarcasm, "Little Gu, I admit that you are a perfect top scorer. You are awesome. But, are you talking in your sleep? I went back and checked your background. My parents died young, and I grew up in an orphanage. My only background might be Xia Qinjin. Everyone thought you and Xia Lioli were very familiar with each other, but the results I found were very surprising. Because, in reality, you've only met her twice. Not even ordinary friends. And wait until you reach the third level? Do you know what that means? Do you know how many geniuses are stuck at the peak of the first level their entire lives? Even if you are gifted, it will take a long time for you to climb to the third level after hard work. A humble scholar like you with no background, you still want to kill me? Ha, dream on. The yellow-haired man beside him also laughed strangely and said in a disgusting tone, "That's right. Do you think we will wait for you here while you improve, little Goo Goo? By the time you reach level 3, our captain might be almost level 4. By then, crushing you to death will be as easy as crushing an ant. Can you catch up with his speed? It's ridiculous." The smile on Wang Wu's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold cruelty. He looked down at the already precarious team below and shook his head slowly, his tone full of hypocritical regret. Besides, it's even a question whether you can survive today. Oh, forget it, judging from your situation, you probably don't need our help. He spread his hands and made an expression of helplessness. We have other tasks to do, so we won't bother you here anymore. Everyone, just wish you the best. After saying this, he waved to the 3 team members behind him without stopping. The 4 of them turned around at the same time, like 4 victorious eagles. After a few takeoffs and landings, they quickly disappeared into the shadow of the ruins, as if they had never appeared. Bastard! Beast! Zhang Qingyu and Shang Yi looked at their receding backs, shaking with anger, but they could do nothing. Chapter 65 The Only Way. And on another high-rise building nearby. The 4 members of the rock team saw everything that had just happened clearly. Captain, isn't that Wang Wu from Goshawk? A mid-level 3rd-grade warrior. How could he appear here? Monkey was filled with surprise and confusion. I thought our plan was going to fail. Alan patted his chest with lingering fear. Captain Shijian looked at the departing backs of Wang Wu and others, and the hideous scar on his face twitched. Fortunately, Wang Wu left. All 4 of them were only low-grade, 2nd-level warriors. If they really fought with Wang Wu, who was of the 3rd level of intermediate grade, they would be killed instantly. Thinking of this, he showed an extremely cruel smile. It seems that even God is helping us. He slowly stood up, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness of a hunter, his voice hoarse and excited. I was worried that they would do something bad. I didn't expect that Wang Wu, this 3rd-level expert, actually had a personal grudge against Zhang Qingyu. Ha 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 ha. Not only did he not help, he even consumed a wave of them for us. Great. This is a godsend. Tainyo said in a muffled voice, his face full of ecstasy. That's right. Shijian nodded heavily. He glanced at the map and saw that the 3 huge red dots representing king-level monsters were getting closer and closer. He licked his dry lips, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, and he slowly gave the order. Everyone, pay attention. The fish is already in the net and has taken a bite. It's at its weakest now. It's time to close the net. Act as planned. Yes. Bastard. Beast. Zhang Qingyu and Shang Yi looked at their receding backs, shaking with anger, but they could do nothing. The enemy's despicable behavior, coupled with the betrayal of the friendly forces, made the already precarious battle situation even worse. Puff. Gao took advantage of the gap when a swamp crocodile pounced and suddenly pulled out the 2 arrows stuck in his thighs, causing a spray of blood. He took a look at the arrow and saw that there was no poisonous glow on it, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, luckily it's just a flesh wound. If it was poisoned, I would really die here today. He gritted his teeth, his forehead covered with cold sweat, and his left leg became noticeably slower. But even so, he still did not retreat a single step. The tower shield in his hand was held tightly in front of him, creating output space for Lin Kiki behind him. A boat. Zhang Qingyu was so angry that his eyes were about to burst into tears and he was about to rush over to support. Captain! Leave me alone! Gao Yizhou roared, hold the line! At this moment, a black lightning suddenly came from the flank. Puff! 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 The knife flashed, and the 3 swamp crocodiles that tried to break through the defense line through Gao Yizhou's gap, their huge heads flew up. It's Gu Fangchen! Ding! Killed the beast-level monster, rotten swamp crocodile, 26-100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, rotten swamp crocodile, 27-100. Ding! Kill the beast-level monster, rotten swamp crocodile, 28-100. Are you okay? Gu Fangchen came to Gao Yizhou's side, glanced at the wound on his leg, and frowned slightly. The front line was tight just now, and I didn't have a chance to help you block that arrow. It's okay, brother, I don't blame you. Gao Yizhou grinned, struggled to stand up, and took out a roll of bandage from his tactical backpack. He quickly wrapped it around the wound, his movements skillful and swift. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. I can still fight for another 300 rounds. Gu Fangchen nodded and said nothing more. He knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense. Then he looked around and frowned. The war situation has completely collapsed. The few accidental injuries caused by Wang Wu's team seemed insignificant, but they accurately disrupted their originally stable defensive formation. Gao Yizhou was injured, and a gap appeared in the front defense. Zhang Qingyu and Shang Yi were distracted by cursing, which aggravated their energy and blood consumption. In addition, their mentality was messed up, so their offensive at this moment was obviously not as fierce as before. The rest of the team members had already been caught up in a bitter struggle of fighting on their own, being tightly entangled by the endless tide of beasts, and their physical strength was being rapidly depleted. Just then, roar! A roar that was far more terrifying and oppressive than all the previous beast roars combined suddenly exploded from behind them. Everyone turned around suddenly, their pupils suddenly shrinking. At the entrance of the ruins dyed blood red by the setting sun, 3 forces of pressure that were far larger and more terrifying than those of the surrounding beast-level monsters were seen, like 3 moving mountains, walking side by side and gradually approaching. Far left. It is a huge monster that is 3 times the size of an ordinary swamp crocodile, with poisonous mucus constantly dripping from its mouth. Swamp Crocodile King. In the middle, there is a ferocious giant wolf with 2 heads and an equally huge body. 2-headed Wind Wolf King. On the far right is a giant lizard covered with armor as hard as obsidian and with hideous bone spurs growing all over its back. Giant Rock Lizard King. 3 genuine mid-stage king-level monsters. No matter which one it was, its aura was far superior to that of the iron-skinned Rhinoceros King killed by Gu Fangchen. Behind them, there was a 4th black tide of beasts, which completely blocked their last retreat. It's over. A Afong looked at the 3 huge monsters that exuded a breath of destruction. The blood color on his face instantly faded, and he almost couldn't hold the Gauss rifle in his hand. Despair. Endless despair, like cold seawater, instantly drowned everyone present. There are 3 waves of beasts blocking in front, and 3 kings running side by side behind. This is no longer a hard battle, this is a desperate situation where death is inevitable. Damn it! Let's fight them! Zhang Qingyu's eyes were red, and he looked crazy. The energy and blood in his body burst out without reservation, ready for the final fight. However, at this moment when everyone was in despair, Gu Fangchen slowly closed his eyes. Perfect breakthrough, king-level beast 2-5? 3 more to go. He felt the vast energy and blood in his body that had reached the peak of the first level but could no longer advance an inch. An extremely crazy, yet extremely clear thought arose in my mind. Want to win. If you want to survive. The only way. It's right here. Immediately. Immediately. Breakthrough. Create the perfect foundation of superior grade 2. Chapter 66 Take a gamble. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. In those dark eyes, all the despair and fear were swept away, leaving only a madness as calm as the abyss. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi, who were ready to fight to the death. His voice was not loud, but it clearly drowned out the roars of beasts in the audience. Captain Zhang, Captain Chang, please do me a favor. Zhang Qingyu was stunned and looked back at him. What? Gu Fangchen's gaze slowly turned towards the 3 king-level beasts in the distance that exuded a destructive aura. Let's go and kill those 3 king-level beasts. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi stared at Gu Fangchen blankly, wondering if they were experiencing auditory hallucinations due to excessive blood loss. What did you say? Chang Yi's voice was trembling. After chopping off 2 more stone-armored giant lizards, he continued, kill them? 3 of them? They're standing together, how are we going to fight them? He looked at Gu Fangchen as if he were a madman. Brother Gu, I know you're strong, but that's a mid-stage 3-headed king. And he's not weak at all. Let alone our current state, even in our heyday, with our 2 teams combined and the 3 of us standing together, it would be a miracle if we could defeat 2 of them. We're not going to kill them all at once, Gu Fangchen shook his head, a hunter's glint in his eyes. We're going to try to separate them and kill them one by one. You 2, plus me, will form a hunting team. The rest of you, form a defensive line. We don't aim to kill the enemy, but only to delay them. You'll be responsible for distracting and restraining the other 2 king-level enemies to buy us some time. Then, we'll go and kill the lone king level as quickly as possible. Then go back to the defense line and kill the remaining 2 one by one. When Zhang Qingyu heard this plan, he refused without thinking. He pointed at the beasts surging around him like a tide, as well as the wounded team members, his face extremely solemn. No. If the 3 of us go to hunt the king level, what will happen to them? They are all just warriors in the late first stage. The beast tide alone can tear them apart. Yes, Brother Gu. This plan is too risky. Chang Yi also hurriedly advised. Just then, a steady voice came from behind them. Just do it. Everyone turned around suddenly. I saw Gao Yizhou limping over, leaning on a tower shield. His usually stern face was now filled with unquestionable determination. Listen to Xiao Gu. He looked at the 2 captains with stunned expressions, slowly exhaled, and a self-deprecating arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, we are already dancing on the brink of death. Take a gamble, there's still a chance of survival. If you don't gamble, you will die. Gao Yizhou's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Yes. We're going to die anyway, so why not take a gamble? I agree. Lin Kiki was the first to stand up. She gripped the 2 swords tighter in her hands, and her big golden eyes burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. I believe in Xiao Gu. We agree too. Xiaoya, Athing and the sniper also chose to support without hesitation. They are all people who have witnessed Gu Fangchen create miracles with their own eyes. In the end, Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi looked at each other and saw the same determination in each other's eyes. All right. Zhang Qingyu slapped his thigh fiercely, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. Damn it. I'll go crazy with you just once. Tell me, how do we fight? Chang Yi also asked in a deep voice. A hint of approval flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He didn't waste any time, his brain worked rapidly, and he worked out a perfect tactic in an instant. That swamp crocodile king is the slowest and poses the least threat. Kill it first. His finger pointed precisely at the back of the battlefield. Gao Yizhou, Afam, Lin Kiki, Xiaoya. The 4 of you will form a frontal defense line, with the Humvee as the core. We won't aim to kill the enemy, only to delay them. Withstand the onslaught of the 3 beast hordes ahead. At the same time, do your utmost to contain the 2-headed Wind Wolf King and the Giant Rock Lizard King. Upon hearing this task, Gao Yizhou and others turned pale. For first-level warriors, holding off an endless tide of beasts, and even holding back 2 king-level beasts? Although they were terrified, they didn't hesitate at all and roared in unison, yes. Then, Gu Fangchen turned his gaze to the sniper from the Blood Wolf squad. Sniper. Gu Fangchen's voice was steady and powerful. Search for the high ground immediately. Your mission is not to kill, but to suppress. Use your sniper rifle to precisely strike the leading beast in the beast tide. At the same time, cover both flanks of the defense line. Keep your eyes on the 2 king-level beasts, focusing on their eyes and joints to relieve the pressure on the defense team. When the sniper heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and without any hesitation, he nodded heavily at Gu Fangchen. Then his body shook, and the grappling gun in his hand shot out. The whole person climbed quickly towards a dilapidated high-rise building in the distance like a clever monkey. Captain Zhang, Captain Chang, Gu Fangchen's gaze finally fell on the 2 second-level experts. The three of us will form a hunting team. Target, the Swamp Crocodile King. We must fight quickly and decisively. Okay. Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi roared in unison. Action. At one command, the 8 people instantly turned into 2 torrents. Roar. Just as Gao Yizhou and others retreated to the side of the Hummer, the giant rock lizard king came roaring. Its huge body suddenly shrank and turned into a huge rock ball, slamming into the defense line. Hold on. Gao Yizhou roared, slammed the tower shield heavily to the ground, and withstood this terrifying blow. The whole person was shocked to the point that his arms were numb and his knuckles were cracked. At the same time, the 2-headed Wind Wolf King on the other side also launched an attack. The blue and white wind blades poured towards Lin Kiki and Xiaoya like a storm. The 2 men turned into phantoms, dangerously weaving through the gaps in the attacks, and the double knives in their hands kept leaving shallow wounds on the Wolf King to attract hatred. Bang! High in the sky, the sniper was in position. A crisp gunshot was heard, and an armor-piercing bullet accurately hit the eye socket of the giant rock lizard king. Although it failed to cause any substantial damage, it made it roar in pain, slowing down its attack. The defense line instantly fell into a tough battle and was surrounded by danger. Every second, I am madly testing the brink of death. On the other side, Gu Fangchen, Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi seized the precious time bought with their lives and took the initiative to confront the Swamp Crocodile King. Zhang Qingyu took the lead. The blood and energy rose from the giant axe in his hand, and a condensed axe blade several meters long slashed fiercely on the back armor of the Swamp Crocodile King with the force of splitting a mountain. Clang! Sparks flying. The hard shell was split open with a huge wound so deep that the bone was visible, and dark purple blood gushed out. Chang Yi followed closely behind. His body turned into a green whirlwind, and the sword in his hand danced tightly. Countless sharp sword lights, like maggots on the tarsal bones, all cut into the joints and abdomen of the Swamp Crocodile King where the defense was weak. Sizzle! Sizzle! Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Roar! The Swamp Crocodile King roared in pain, then swung his long tail, which was like a giant steel whip, towards the 2 of them. But at this moment, Gu Fangchen's figure had quietly appeared above the head of the Swamp Crocodile King like a ghost. Ultrasound. An invisible mental shock suddenly burst out from his eyes and slammed heavily on the huge head of the Swamp Crocodile King. Buzz. The Swamp Crocodile King's movements suddenly froze, and a trace of obvious confusion and dizziness flashed in his scarlet eyes. Chang Yi and Zhang Qingyu were both stunned. Ah? What the hell is that? But Gu Fangchen obviously had no intention of explaining. Now is the time. The huge wounds created by the 2 second-level warriors, coupled with the momentary dizziness, constituted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill. Die. A cold light flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes, and the black-scaled sword in his hand turned into a black lightning that tore through the space. With incredible precision, it penetrated the huge wound that Zhang Qingyu had split open without a handle. Puff! The blade pierces the heart. The huge body of the Swamp Crocodile King twitched violently twice, and the light in its scarlet eyes quickly dimmed. Finally, there was a loud boom and it fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Ding! Kill the king-level monster, Swamp Crocodile King, 1-1. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Swamp Crocodile King's core racial talent, Corroded Blood. Corrosive Blood, active talent. Once you learn to release your chi and blood, you can activate it. The blade's light can cause continuous corrosive damage. No cooldown. Perfect breakthrough, King level beast 3+1 5. Chapter 67 Affinity of Wind. Looking at the panel in front of him, Gu Fangchen was stunned. After the release of chi and blood, can it cause persistent corrosive damage? Does that mean it can only be used at level 2? Okay. Without thinking too much, he prepared to go back to support the defense line. Just then. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp sounds of breaking through the air burst out without warning from the shadow of the ruined high-rise building in the distance. 3 pitch-black crossbow arrows with blue poisonous light flashing on their arrowheads were arranged in the shape of a Chinese character, blocking all of Gu Fangchen's escape routes and aiming directly at his three vital points, his head, heart, and dantian. Xiao Gu, be careful. Zhang Qingyu's eyes were bloodshot and he wanted to rescue him, but it was too late. The attackers were none other than the rock team. What they have been waiting for is the moment when Gu Fangchen's mind is most relaxed. It seemed that the three deadly poison arrows were about to pierce Gu Fangchen. There was no trace of panic on Gu Fangchen's face. A hint of cold sarcasm flashed in his dark eyes. Finally coming out. His scent detection had already locked onto these rats hiding in high places. His focused look just now was just a deliberate flaw to lure the enemy out of their hole. Shadow steps. His figure shook violently, leaving only a shadow on the spot. Puff. 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 Three poisonous arrows penetrated the afterimage unhindered and were deeply nailed into the ground behind, corroding three sizzling black holes. Damn it! How did he dodge it? In the distance, Shijian watched the scene and his face instantly became extremely ugly. He never expected that after such an intense battle, the opponent still had the energy to make such an incredible evasive move. At the same time, Gu Fangchen's true body appeared 10 meters away like a ghost. He did not pursue the attacker. There are two reasons. First, it's his teammate. The defense line formed by Gao Yizhou and his team was already precarious, and everyone was risking their lives to buy time for them. If we don't deal with the other two king-level beasts quickly, but go to chase the attacker because of our superiors, then, facing the attack of two king-level monsters and 4 waves of beasts, the defense line will collapse in an instant. Everyone will die. Second, on his scent detection radar chart, the 4 rats were now mixed in with the huge red dots of the beast tide, constantly changing their positions, making it difficult to accurately lock onto them. But as long as all the strange beasts on this battlefield are cleared, then these 4 mice will have nowhere to hide in this empty ruin. By then, having broken through to the upper grade second level, it would be easier for him to crush these flies than to breathe. No rush. Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold. Let them live a little longer. Having figured this out, he no longer paid attention to the threats in the dark. Instead, he directed his icy gaze towards his next target, the two-headed Wind Wolf King who was being held back by the defensive line. He turned his head abruptly and shouted at the 2 second-level warriors. Captain Chang. Captain Zhang. Switch positions. Come with me and kill the Wolf King first. Good. The 2 second-level strong men did not hesitate at all. They turned into 2 arrows and followed Gu Fangchen closely, rushing towards the two-headed Wind Demon Wolf King who was frantically attacking the defense line. Roar! Gao Yizhou looked at the murderous backs of the 3 men, then looked at the giant rock lizard king that was already close in front of him, his eyes red. He slammed the tower shield to the ground and roared at Lin Kiki and the others behind him who were almost collapsing. Buy them some time. Hold on even if it means death. Clear. On the other side, Gu Fangchen and the other 2 had already plunged into the wolf pack like 3 sharp knives. Zhang Qingyu took the lead, with his blood and energy rising from the giant axe in his hand. An axe blade that could split mountains and cut off peaks swept out, clearing a bloody passage through the dense wolf pack. Shengyi followed closely behind, fully activating his body-protecting chi, and danced the sword in his hand with impenetrable force, killing all the fish that had escaped the net. Gu Fangchen followed behind the 2 of them, and the ferocious composite bow in his hand was unfolded again. The arrows were as fast as lightning, specifically sniping those strange beasts that tried to attack from the flank. The 3 of them cooperated with each other tacitly, like an efficient killing machine, advancing rapidly towards the two-headed Wind Wolf King with unstoppable momentum. Seeing that there was less than 50 meters left to the Wolf King. Just then. Whoosh! 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 3 more poison crossbow arrows tore through the air, and at a more tricky and ruthless angle, they went straight to the back, knees and neck of Zhang Qingyu who was charging at full speed. Old Zhang, be careful. Chang Ye's eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Qingyu was bursting out with all his strength, his old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, so he had no time to return to defense. But at this critical moment, a black figure appeared behind him like a ghost. It's Gu Fangchen again. With the speed of being the first to arrive, he used his back to block the 3 fatal arrows for Zhang Qingyu. Ding! 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 3 crisp sounds of metal clashing were heard. The poisonous arrow that was powerful enough to penetrate steel plates hit his Shadow Ocelot combat uniform, but it only produced 3 strings of dazzling sparks, without even leaving a white mark. The brains of Shi Jian and the other three shrank on the spot. What the hell? Isn't that combat uniform C+ grade? When did the quality become so good? You bastard! Zhang Qingyu cursed inwardly. But he still did not choose to let anger devour his reason. After calming down, he vented all his anger on the Wolf King in front of him. Roar! The two-headed wind demon Wolf King obviously also noticed the intentions of the three ants, and his two wolf heads opened their bloody mouths at the same time. The wolf head on the left spewed out dozens of green wind blades. The wolf head on the right spit out a white ice ball the size of a human head. Wind and ice attacked together, blocking all the attack routes of the three people. Old wolf! Clear! Cheng Yi roared angrily and pushed his body's protective energy to the extreme. He did not dodge or evade, but took the initiative to face the violent wind blade, buying a precious half-second for Zhang Qingyu and Gu Fangchen. Knock, knock, knock. Countless wind blades slashed at his chi, making a harsh friction sound, and his protective chi became thinner and dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now is the time. Zhang Qingyu and Gu Fangchen, one on the left and one on the right, bypassed the deadly ice ball, and the giant axes and swords in their hands burst out with the brightest light at the same time. But just when they were about to succeed, on the top of the tall building, a hint of cruel sarcasm flashed in Shi Jian's eyes. Get started. Whoosh. 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 This time, it's no longer 3 crossbow arrows. But there are exactly 12. From 4 different directions, like a dragnet, it enveloped Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu at the same time. That tricky angle and that cruel timing clearly meant to shoot the two men and the Wolf King together. Damn it! Zhang Qingyu's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to return to defense, but his strength was gone and he couldn't change his tactics at all. And Gu Fangchen, after a cold sigh, activated his 2 active talents at the same time. Ultrasound. Wrath of the Tyrant. An invisible spiritual shock, mixed with a roar from an ancient tyrant, erupted. Buzz. The two-headed Wind Wolf King, who was already in an attacking state, suddenly felt his brain shaken. The 2 wolf heads fell into a brief dizziness at the same time. The dark red aura on Gu Fangchen's body suddenly exploded. He did not return to defend, but poured all the violent power into the black-scaled sword in his hand. The 4th move of Pujuan 7 killing swords, soul-breaking. He spun around suddenly, and the sword in his hand turned into a black full moon that tore through space. This single blow not only chopped off both heads of the dizzy Wolf King. In an unreasonable and tyrannical manner, he shot all the 12 poisonous arrows that were shot from all directions. Knock, knock, knock. Chop into pieces. 1 sword, 3 kills. Plop. 2 huge wolf heads, mixed with broken arrows in the sky, rolled to the ground. Ding. Kill the king-level beast, 2-headed Wind Wolf King, 1-1. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2-headed Wind Wolf King's racial core talent, Wind Affinity. Wind Affinity, passive talent. Permanently increases the host's attack speed. Perfect breakthrough, king-level beast 4 + 1 5. Chapter 68 Fight violence with violence. Gu Fangchen ignored the mice. Those scarlet eyes burning with dark red flames turned to the last king-level beast on the battlefield. The giant rock lizard king was forcing Gao Yizhou and others to retreat step by step. Captain Zhang. Captain Chang. Gu Fangchen's voice was cold and calm, the last one. Kill it and let's go home. Good. The 2 second-level strong men, who had already been ignited by frustration and anger, roared in unison when they heard the words. The 3 of them no longer held back, and turned into 3 arrows that shot out of the bowstring, forming a V-shape, and rushed towards the last behemoth. Roar! The giant rock lizard king obviously also sensed these 3 deadly threats. It suddenly gave up the prey that was within its reach, and instead used its lava-like eyes to lock onto Gu Fangchen, who was rushing in the front. Then, the huge body suddenly shrank and turned into a huge rock ball covered with hideous bone spurs, which slammed into him with the force of a landslide. Zhang Qingyu's face changed. Be careful. This guy's defense is stronger than that of the Rhino King. But there was no trace of fear on Gu Fangchen's face. He took a deep breath, and the muscles in his legs instantly stretched to the limit. Bull charge. Boom. At this moment, his figure turned into a human-shaped siege artillery, and his speed increased again on the original basis. Directly and proactively faced the rock chariot that was powerful enough to crush everything. Tit for tat. Fight violence with violence. Boom! A deafening and terrifying sound, enough to make the mountains and rivers pale in comparison, exploded. The violent shockwave was like a Category 12 hurricane, blowing away all the surrounding animal corpses. Zhang Qingyu and Shang Yi were shocked and retreated repeatedly. The people and strange beasts who were struggling to hold on to the defense line in the distance were blown to and fro by this gust of wind. In the center of the impact, filled with smoke and dust, the huge rock ball was forced to stop in place. And on its indestructible rock armor, spider-web-like, shocking huge cracks appeared centered on the impact point. The smoke and dust cleared, and Gu Fangchen's figure appeared. He knelt on one knee with his arms crossed in front of him. The road beneath his feet had already turned into powder, forming a deep pit with a diameter of several meters. He actually used his own strength to confront and block the full force of the king-level mid-stage monster head-on. Although a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes, burning with dark red flames, were frighteningly bright. Captain Zhang! Captain Chang! He suddenly raised his head and roared. Kill! Zhang Qingyu and Shang Yi, who had been ready for a long time, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and transformed into two streams of light. The giant axe and sword in his hands burst out with the brightest light of energy and blood at the same time, and slashed fiercely on the broken rock armor. Crack! The rock armor is broken. Roar! The giant rock lizard king let out a painful roar, and its huge body was forcibly knocked out of the rolling form. But before it could fight back, a black figure came forward like a thorn in its flesh. It's Gu Fangchen. The black-scaled sword in his hand turned into a deadly lightning that tore through space. Without the slightest hesitation, it penetrated through the gap in the broken armor without a handle. Puff! The blade accurately pierced the heart of the giant rock lizard king. Time freezes at this moment. The light in the giant rock lizard king's lava-like eyes quickly dimmed. Finally, with a loud boom, it fell heavily to the ground, completely ending its sinful life. Ding! Kill the king-level beast, giant rock lizard king, 1-1. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the giant rock lizard king's core talent, rock armor body. Rock armor, active talent. Upon activation, a layer of hard rock armor condenses on the body, significantly increasing physical defense. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Perfect breakthrough, king level beast 5-5. If you meet the conditions, you can make a perfect breakthrough at any time. Looking at the golden prompt on the system panel, Gu Fangchen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air with a bloody smell. He slowly raised his head, his scarlet eyes piercing through the smoke-filled battlefield, and locked onto the four figures on the distant tall buildings, who were trembling like seeds due to endless fear. This silent threat directly penetrated a distance of hundreds of meters and was imprinted deep into the souls of the rock. Their location has been discovered. Captain. Monkey's voice trembled, and his hand holding the crossbow shook uncontrollably. He seems not right. Shi Jian was just about to order a retreat. But before he could speak, in the center of the battlefield, Gu Fangchen had already made up his mind. Breakthrough! Bite! Breakthrough! At the moment the system panel appeared, a strong wind suddenly swept over without warning, with Gu Fangchen as the center. The wind carried an indescribable heaviness and pressure, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Gravel and dust were swept high into the sky, forming a slowly rotating gray cyclone. The sky had darkened at some point, with dark clouds covering the sun. What is this? On the high building, the faces of the four members of the rock team changed drastically. This is a breakthrough phenomenon of the upper grade second level. Shi Jian's voice was trembling, his eyes filled with extreme horror and disbelief. How could it be? Who the hell would break through in a place like this? Below, Gao Yizhou and his companions had just dealt with several strange beasts that pounced on them. Seeing that all the king-level strange beasts had fallen, they were just about to take a breath when they were blown to and fro by the sudden strong wind. What's going on? Lin Kiki exclaimed, looking up at the sky with a confused look on her face. Shang Yi and Zhang Qingyu were also confused. They could feel that this strange vision contained a terrifying energy that made their hearts palpitate. Even those crazy beasts seemed to feel some kind of fear coming from deep in their blood. Their attack slowed down, and they pawed their hooves restlessly, emitting low whimpers. At this moment, everyone saw that the cyclone in the sky was madly converging towards the bloody figure in the center of the battlefield. It's Xiaogu! Zhang Qingyu exclaimed in surprise. Ah? Not my buddy? Is there such a breakthrough? Chang Ye's eyes almost popped out. On the top of the building, Shi Jian finally reacted after a brief shock. He looked at the figure below that was shrouded in the gray cyclone, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. Monster! This guy is absolutely a monster. Retreat! Shi Jian no longer had any hope or greed. He roared at the three completely stunned team members behind him, retreat quickly. Before he breaks through. Run! At the same time, in base number 7, dozens of kilometers away. Several officers on duty in the watchtower also noticed the strange phenomenon in the distant sky. What is that? Such a strong energy fluctuation. Judging from the signs, someone is breaking through to the second level. An experienced old officer looked solemn. No! Another young officer holding a high-powered telescope said with a trembling voice, This kind of pressure, this scale of mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. It's a top-grade second level. It's definitely a top-grade second level. What? Base number 7, inside the highest command tower. A middle-aged man with the rank of 9th-class colonel and a dignified face stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back. His gaze penetrated a distance of dozens of kilometers and landed precisely on the gray cyclone rising into the sky. A rare ripple appeared in his calm eyes. The breakthrough phenomenon of superior grade 2. He murmured to himself, his voice steady and powerful, interesting. How long has it been since such a good seedling emerged from this barren war zone of base 7? Go check it out. He ordered calmly into the air, I need to know who he is. Yes. A respectful voice came from the shadows behind him. At the same time, several kilometers away, at the other end of the ruined city, Wang Wuzheng led his Goshawk team, moving at high speed between the buildings, with a gloating smile on his face. But at this moment, an indescribable terrifying pressure came from behind without any warning. The sky darkened at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the strong wind blew up dust, as if the end of the world was coming. Captain! What is that? The yellow-haired man in the team looked back in horror, and his voice was trembling with fear. Wang Wu turned his head suddenly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at the gray cyclone in the distance that connected the sky and the earth. The smug smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by extreme horror. It's a breakthrough phenomenon. It's a heavenly phenomenon that only appears when a top-grade breakthrough occurs. It's top grade, second level. Upper grade, level 2? The alluring female team member beside him screamed, who would choose to break through in a place like this? Huang Mao's face instantly became extremely ugly. He remembered the direction he had just left and stammered, that direction seems to be Zhang Qingyu and the others. Impossible. Wang Wu denied it without even thinking, his tone full of disdain and contempt. Those two losers, Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi, have been stuck in the middle stage of the second stage for how many years? It can't be them. As for the remaining few, he snorted sarcastically, they are just a bunch of late-stage first-order trash. It's even more impossible. Upon hearing this, the female team member also giggled, covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were filled with contempt. Captain, you're right. I guess he's the disciple of some old monster who just happened to choose such a shabby place to retreat. Poof. Wang Wu looked disdainful. Then, without looking back, he led a few people and continued to move towards the mission target. On the battlefield, Gu Fengchen's body was completely enveloped by the gray cyclone that was so dense that it was almost tangible. He could clearly feel his bones breaking and reorganizing, and his meridians widening and becoming tougher. Every inch of flesh and blood is undergoing a complete transformation under the impact of this enormous energy. Boom! Finally, when the last bit of energy merged into the body, the gray cyclone suddenly shrank inward and then exploded. A visible shockwave swept out, blowing away all the strange beasts around. The smoke and dust cleared, and a brand new figure appeared before everyone. Gu Fengchen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, those dark eyes were as deep as the starry sky. A powerful pressure far exceeding the previous one, belonging to a second-level strong man, emanated from his body. Realm, peak of level 1 early level 2 new. Rank, none top grade maximum level new. Health value, 2001 3,500 points. This. Zhang Qingyu and the others were stunned, their minds went blank. What happened? Chapter 69, Broken Soul. Gu Fengchen felt the new power surging like a river in his body, and a great passion surged in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi, who were already frightened, and asked curiously, Captain Zhang, Captain Chang, how do you use qi and blood release? The two of them came back to their senses from their shock after being asked this question. Zhang Qingyu subconsciously explained, it's just to condense the energy in blood, and then transmit it through the weapon. Oh, I see. Gu Fangchen nodded. Then he pulled out the black-scaled sword that was stuck in the ground. With a thought, he poured the new power in his body into the blade. Buzz! The black-scaled sword let out a mournful cry as if it could not bear the heavy burden. Next moment, a dark red blade light that was 30 meters long and as condensed as a substance instantly extended from the tip of the blade and shot straight into the sky. The blade's light was so strong that it even cast an eerie blood-red hue on the surrounding dim sky. The entire audience fell into dead silence again. Everyone stared blankly at the terrifying blade light that pierced through the sky and earth, their brains completely shut down. Well, let us not talk about why Gu Fangchen was able to suddenly break through to the upper grade second level while standing. No one would explain why Gu Fangchen was able to learn to release his qi and blood just by Captain Zhang's casual suggestion. Just this blade light, which is 10 times longer than that of an average second-level warrior. It was enough to confuse the seven of them. Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Gu Fangchen's terrifying sword light that was 30 meters long, and then looked at their own small toothpicks that could only be condensed into 3 or 4 meters long even with all their strength. A deep sense of powerlessness and frustration surged in my heart. The two looked at each other and saw the same bitterness in each other's eyes. No, buddy. Zhang Qingyu's voice was trembling. How is his so much bigger than ours? Is this the difference between top grade and mid grade? While everyone was still immersed in the shock that was enough to subvert their worldview, the 4 members of the rock team who were fleeing for their lives on a tall building in the distance also subconsciously looked back. Just one glance and they were scared to death. The 30-meter-long blood-red blade light that pierced through the sky and earth was like a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads, emitting an aura of destruction that made their souls tremble. Fuck! Tainyo, who was in charge of the rear guard, felt his legs go weak and he almost peed on the spot. He used up all his strength and roared in a distorted tone. Run! Run! Damn it! Don't look back! Don't look back! Captain Shurjian's scalp exploded and his heart and liver were broken. He no longer had any hope, and only one thought remained in his mind, which was, escape! Run away! Get as far away from this monster as possible. But in the center of the battlefield, Gu Fangchen didn't even look at them. His deep eyes just calmly swept across the beast tide in front of him, which was in chaos because of the death of the 3 kings, but was still huge in number. Then, he slowly raised his head and calmly spoke to his teammates who had been completely petrified. Everyone, get down. Zhang Qingyu and others were stunned when they heard this. But out of absolute trust in Gu Fangchen, they all fell to the ground in almost an instant, pressing their bodies tightly to the ground. The next second after they lay down, Gu Fangchen moved. He held the knife in both hands and slowly placed the terrifying 30-meter-long blade across his chest. The blade of the black-scaled sword began to emit a mournful cry of being overwhelmed because it could not withstand the enormous energy that far exceeded its grade, and fine cracks spread wildly on the blade. But Gu Fangchen seemed not to hear it, and a hint of cold determination flashed in his calm eyes. He integrated the sword intent of the 4th killing move of the Pujuan 7 killing sword to soul breaking that he had just comprehended, into this devastating sword without reservation. Then, he slashed at the dark tide of beasts in front of him with one sword. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar. The world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. A pure, red and black crescent-shaped energy blade that seemed to be able to swallow all light silently broke away from the tip of the knife and swept towards the torrent of thousands of strange beasts. Wherever the black half-moon passed, time seemed to freeze. All the strange beasts' movements suddenly froze in place. Whether they were running away or roaring, they were like sculptures frozen in an instant. Immediately following. Laugh. A sound so subtle that it was almost inaudible. The bodies of thousands of strange beasts were broken into 2 pieces at the waist. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, without a trace of blood splattering. The upper half of their bodies still maintained their last posture before death, while the lower half collapsed to the ground due to the loss of support. Dead silence. After 3 seconds of silence. Crack! The black-scaled sword in his hand, after completing this devastating blow, finally reached its limit, shattered into pieces, and turned into iron chips all over the sky. Then, boom! Scalding blood and broken internal organs gushed out from the thousands of broken corpses like a flood that broke through a dam. A torrential rain made of flesh and blood fell across the entire abandoned urban area. One knife. Clear the area. Ding. Killed the beast-level monster, rotten swamp crocodile, 100-100, plundered successfully. Ding. Killed the beast-level monster, two-headed wind wolf, 100-100, plundered successfully. Ding. Killed the beast-level monster, stone-armored giant lizard, 100-100, plundered successfully. Ding. 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 Summing up. Ding. Plunder successful. A total of 1,038 beast-level monsters of 3 types were killed, and a total of 5,190 HP points were plundered. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the swamp crocodile's racial core talent, Breath of the Swamp. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the two-headed wind wolf racial core talent, Double Strike. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the stone-armored lizard's racial core talent, Power of the Earth. A series of system notification sounds as dense as raindrops were flashing across his mind like crazy. Huge and pure torrents of energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, rushed madly into his limbs and bones. Then, his chi and blood values skyrocketed at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In front of my eyes, the translucent blue panel was flashing wildly. Health value, 2001 3,500 points. This number only stayed for less than 1/10 of a second. The next moment, it was like riding on a rocket, soaring upwards madly in an irrational manner. 2,500. 3,000. 3,500. Boom. Directly broke through an invisible barrier. Realm, early stage 2 mid stage 2 new. Health value, 3,500 6,000 points. But this is just the beginning. Instead of weakening in the slightest, the torrent of energy became even more turbulent. 4,000. 5,000. 6,000. Another roar from the depths of the soul. Realm, second stage mid stage second stage late new. The rise in chi and blood values finally slowed down. 6,500. 7,000. 7,191. Gu Fengchen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still calm, but those deep pupils seemed to contain a sea of stars. He could clearly feel that he had an unprecedented close connection with the world. Every breath you take can attract energy particles around you. This is the power of the upper grade second level. Host, Gu Fengchen. Realm, early stage 2 late stage 2 new. Health value, 7,191 plus 5,199,999 points. Grade, top grade. Talent new, Breath of the Rotten Swamp active, Double Strike active, Strength of the Earth passive. Breath of the Rotten Swamp, active talent. Once activated, the host will continuously emit an invisible corrosive aura, causing a continuous defense weakening effect on enemies within range. No cooldown. Double Strike, active talent. Within 0.5 seconds after any attack hits the target, you can launch a pursuit attack that ignores defense, dealing 30% of the original attack's damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Earth Power, passive talent. When the host's feet are on the ground, their strength and defense will receive an additional 10% increase, greatly improving their lower body stability. Chapter 70 Clear the scene with one sword. Fucking. Zhang Qingyu's lips trembled, and after a long time he squeezed out 2 words, one knife? Just one knife? Cleared? Chang Yi beside him. This mid-level, second-order, mid-stage warrior, who has also experienced many battles, is not in much better condition at the moment. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his throat felt so dry that it seemed like it was about to catch fire, but he couldn't utter a word. He could understand the release of chi and blood, and he could understand the blade light. But I just can't fucking understand it. Why did Gu Fengchen suddenly break through? I also don't understand why a warrior who just broke through to the second level can create a 30-meter-long sword light that seems to be able to split the sky? Are you kidding me? Lin Kiki Yigao Ijo and everyone in the Blood Wolf squad were still lying on the ground, motionless. It's not that they don't want to get up. It was their bodies that had been shocked by the devastating blow, and had lost all their strength. Their brains were blank, and they were completely unable to process the information before them that was beyond the scope of reality. The whole world seemed to be left with only the dripping blood rain and the figure standing on the top of the mountain of corpses, like a god or demon. Gu Fangchen felt the unprecedented powerful force in his body and let out a long breath. He slowly turned around and looked at the 7 teammates lying on the ground motionless behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, get up." His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable force that instantly woke everyone from their trance. "There are still a few rats that haven't been cleaned up." "Mouse?" Zhang Qingyu and others were stunned when they heard this. Then he reacted immediately. It was those beasts who shot the hidden arrow just now and attracted the beast tide. They struggled to get up from the ground, their faces burning with rage. But when they thought of the opponent's elusive movements and tricky arrows, everyone's heart sank again. The terrain of this ruined urban area is complex, with broken walls and ruins everywhere. If the opponent is determined to escape, they, a group of warriors who mainly use close combat, will not be able to catch up at all. Just when everyone was at a loss, Gu Fangchen took a step forward and walked straight to the high-rise building where the sniper of the Blood Wolf squad was located. The sniper's eyes were dull at the moment as he looked downstairs. It was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the shock of the knife attack. "Sniper, lend me your grappling rifle." Gu Fangchen's voice sounded under him. "Ah." The sniper suddenly shuddered and woke up from his dream. He looked at the young man downstairs, who was covered in blood but had a deep and powerful aura, and his brain was still a little confused. He glanced blankly at the intricately designed tactical grappling rifle on his waist, then looked at Gu Fangchen and said with a stutter, "Oh. Okay, Gu, brother Gu." He first used the grappling hook to quickly descend to the ground, then hurriedly untied the grappling hook and handed it to Gu Fangchen with both hands. But just when Gu Fangchen was about to take it, he realized belatedly that he seemed to have never introduced himself to this great god from beginning to end. This is so rude. The other party doesn't even know his own name. So, we can only call the sniper Sniper. I was a little ignorant. The sniper's face turned red. He straightened his back suddenly and said nervously to Gu Fangchen in a tone that was almost like reporting, report to Brother Gu. My name is Lin Mo. I'm the observer and sniper of the Blood Wolf squad. Seeing him so nervous that he was almost at a loss for words, Gu Fangchen couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and took the heavy grappling gun, then nodded at Lin Mo. That smile was like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the tension in Lin Mo's heart. Lin Mo, I remember. These 6 simple words brought a warm feeling to Lin Mo's heart. He felt that all his nervousness and awe turned into pure honor at this moment. He quickly stepped forward, pointing to the complicated trigger and air pressure regulating valve on the grappling gun, and prepared to explain the key points of operation to Gu Fangchen. Brother Gu, the operation of this gun is a bit complicated. Its ejection force and rope recovery speed are both adjustable, and need to be predicted based on distance and angle, especially when turning. Before he could finish his words, Gu Fangchen had already taken the grappling hook in his hand and waited casually. His deep eyes just glanced at the complex structure. With his SSS-level mental power, this piece of equipment was instantly disassembled into countless parts in his eyes. Its working principle, mechanical structure, and even the best operating method. In less than a second, he had completely understood and grasped it. Under Lin Mo's stunned gaze, Gu Fangchen raised his arm and casually pulled the trigger at the roof of a dilapidated building 100 meters away. Base. With a slight sound, a stream of compressed air spurted out of the muzzle, and the alloy hook turned into a silver lightning, drawing a perfect parabola in the air, biting the edge of the roof with incredible precision. Immediately afterwards, Gu Fangchen shook his wrist and pressed the recycle button. Whoosh! The powerful motor started instantly, and a huge pulling force came, almost lifting him off the ground. But his feet seemed to be rooted in the earth, not moving at all. He felt the pull, tried to adjust the air pressure valve, retracted the hook line, and nodded. I've learned it. Lin Mo. Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi, and others. They looked at Gu Fangchen's expression of it's so simple, and their cerebellums atrophied. To learn this, a normal person would need at least a month of training. Gu Fangchen hung the grappling rifle on his waist, turned to the crowd and said, You guys take the spoils back to the base first. I'll be back after I deal with those rats. Xiao Gu, we. Zhang Qingyu was about to say we'll go with you. But Gu Fangchen simply waved his hand and interrupted him. His eyes swept over the injuries, some minor, some serious, and the tired expressions on everyone's bodies. His tone was calm, but it contained an order that brooked no room for questioning. You are not in a good condition to pursue us, and Ijo is injured. You should go back and rest first. Wait till I come back for a drink. When everyone heard this, their hearts warmed and all their rebuttals were stuck in their throats. They knew that Gu Fangchen was protecting them in his own way. Okay. Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath and nodded heavily. You, be careful. Gu Fangchen said no more and nodded with a smile. He slowly closed his eyes. Scent detection, start. In an instant, 4 red spots representing hostility appeared clearly on the radar map in his mind. At this moment, they were like frightened birds, fleeing for their lives towards the depths of the ruins. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his dark eyes. The next second, he raised the grappling gun in his hand, aimed at a tall building in the distance, and shot out suddenly. Whoosh! A strong pulling force came. His figure soared into the sky, like a falcon hunting in the dark night. After a few rises and falls between the buildings, he quickly disappeared from everyone's shocked sight. Chapter 71 Death is coming. At the other end of the abandoned urban area, in a hidden underground parking lot. The 4 members of the rock team were leaning against a load-bearing pillar covered with cracks, gasping for breath, their faces filled with the fear of surviving a disaster. Captain, we should have gotten rid of him, right? Monkey's voice trembled as he looked around in fear, afraid that the devil-like figure would suddenly emerge from some corner. Captain Shijian's expression was also extremely ugly. He leaned against the wall, his chest heaving violently, and the fierceness in his eyes had long been replaced by endless fear. He did not answer his men, but with trembling hands, he took out an encrypted satellite phone from his pocket and dialed the number he least wanted to contact. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Hello? Zhao Tianhao's voice, with a hint of impatience and laziness, came from the receiver. How's it going? Where's that kid's head? When Shijian heard this voice, he felt a surge of anger rising to his head. But he still forced himself to suppress the anger and fear in his heart, and said in a hoarse voice. Master Zhao, the mission is failed. Failed? Zhao Tianhao's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly turned cold. Shijian, I've already paid you the deposit. I just asked you to kill an idiot who just debuted, and you tell me you failed? Are you fucking kidding me? No. Master Zhao. Let me explain. Shijian's voice became sharp due to his excitement. The information you gave is completely wrong. That kid is not even a fucking human. He's a monster. A complete monster. He roared incoherently, as if he wanted to vent all the fear in his heart. He slaughtered the entire beast nest by himself. There were 3 king-level beasts. In less than 10 minutes. He killed them all by himself. No. He didn't kill them all by himself. But it's almost the same. The main thing is, he broke through. In front of us, suddenly. It was sudden. From the peak of the first level, he broke through to the upper grade second level. Then, the chi and blood were released, and the blade light condensed out. That blade light was over 30 meters long. And then he struck again. Just one damn strike. He killed all the remaining 1,000 or so beasts instantly. Instantly. Shijian was so shocked that he was incoherent. But the general situation was conveyed to Zhao Tianhao. There was dead silence on the other end of the phone. Zhao Tianhao was completely stunned when he heard Shijian's madman-like roar in incoherent words. What the hell? One man slaughtered the beast nest? Killed 3 king-level heads in less than 10 minutes? Killing more than 1,000 heads with one strike? Breakthrough to the upper grade second level on the spot? A blade light more than 30 meters long? Zhao Tianhao's brows were furrowed tightly, his face filled with absurdity and confusion. Shijian, did a beast chew your brain? What nonsense are you talking about? If you failed your mission, just tell me straight away. There's no need to make up such a ridiculous lie to deceive me, right? You take me for a fucking idiot, don't you? I'm not talking nonsense. I'm not lying to you. Everything I said is true. Shijian roared in despair. Master Zhao, we can't do this deal. We will return the money to you. Wait. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Swoosh. Swoosh. A sharp sound, like the sound of the Grim Reaper's scythe cutting through the air, suddenly rang out from the entrance of the parking lot. The bodies of Shijian and the other 3 suddenly stiffened. They mechanically turned their heads, inch by inch, toward the direction of the sound. I saw a slender figure standing quietly at the entrance of the parking lot. The moonlight fell from behind him, stretching his shadow very long. In his hand, he was holding a grappling hook gun that was still humming slightly. Those dark eyes, like two burning will-o'-the-wisp flames in the darkness, were fixed on them motionlessly. He is coming, he is coming. The satellite phone in Shijian's hand fell to the ground with a click. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhao only heard a burst of rapid breathing and Shijian's dreamlike murmurs filled with endless fear. Who's coming? Zhao Tianhao asked subconsciously. But the response he got was a bone-chilling voice. Come out, no need to hide anymore. Shijian and the other three trembled all over, like prisoners sentenced to death. They looked at each other and saw endless fear and despair in each other's eyes. In the end, Shijian was the first to put down his weapon, raised his hands high, and walked out from the shadow of the supporting column. We surrender. Seeing this, the other three followed suit, walking out tremblingly, with their hands raised above their heads, not daring to even breathe. Gu Fangchen's gaze swept calmly across the four people's faces. He glanced at the satellite phone on the ground that was still on the line, then looked at Shijian who was in the lead, and he had already made a judgment in his mind. The person who called was the boss. His gaze immediately fell on the three team members next to him, who were so scared that they were pale and trembling like sieves. Ants. Gu Fangchen gave the coldest judgment in his heart. Big brother. Spare my life. The skinny man named Monkey was the first one who couldn't bear the pressure of the dead silence. His knees gave way and he fell to the ground with a plop, tears streaming down his face. We also get paid for our work. Before he could finish his words, a black lightning suddenly shot out from the side of Gu Fangchen's leg. It's the dagger with poisonous light. The black scaled sword has been broken. At this moment, the confiscated poison blade became the only sharp weapon in his hand. Gu Fangchen pulled out the dagger with his backhand, released his energy and blood, and condensed the blade light. Then, slash with the sword. A condensed blade light that was tens of meters long flashed by. Puff. 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 3 uniform, light sounds. Monkey, Alan, and Tiniu. That begging and terrified expression. It froze on his face instantly. A thin line of blood appeared on their necks at the same time. Immediately following, 3 large human heads soared into the sky, drew 3 bloody parabolas in the air, and rolled to the side. Plop. 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 3 headless corpses fell to the ground with a loud bang. Flash sale. Then, click. The poisoned dagger, which was not designed to withstand such violent force, finally reached its limit after delivering the fatal blow, shattered into pieces and turned into powder. Gu Fangchen looked at the 3 corpses in front of him with a calm expression. I don't care whether you do it for money or not. You just fucking tried to kill me and my teammates. Then die. Chapter 72. Congratulations, Zhao Tianhao. Shijian stared blankly at the bloody scene in front of him, and at the bodies of his 3 companions that were still oozing blood. His mind went blank. He didn't even see how the other party made the move. The next second, endless fear, like an icy tide, completely submerged him. Ah! He let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, and turned around to run away. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhao heard the sudden scream and scratched his head anxiously. Hello? Hello? Shijian. What happened? Speak. How could Shijian care about him? Just lift your feet and run. But just as he took a step, a dark shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. Gu Fangchen no longer has any melee weapons. So, he just calmly raised his fist. 1 punch, blast out. Bang. Shijian only felt an irresistible force hitting his face. The next moment, the whole person was knocked back instantly and hit the load-bearing column behind him hard, causing spiderweb-like cracks in the hard cement. Then, he felt a salty taste in his mouth, and several teeth mixed with blood foam flew out of his mouth. The severe pain and humiliation instantly ignited the last bit of blood in his heart. Fuck. Don't underestimate me. Shijian struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes red and he looked like a madman. I'm going to fight you. He suddenly pulled out a heavy alloy shield from behind him and used it to protect himself. With his other hand, he drew the sword from his waist, let out a roar, and rushed towards Gu Fangchen. But what responded to him was still that simple, direct, yet destructive fist. Tyrant's Wrath. Bull Charge. Power of the Earth. Triple Strength Talents, superimposed. Boom. Gu Fangchen's fist collided with the heavy alloy shield with a loud bang. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of breaking was heard. The B-grade alloy shield that was strong enough to withstand the fierce attacks of king-level monsters was as fragile as glass in front of Gu Fangchen, who was in the late second stage of the upper grade. At the moment of collision, it began to crack inch by inch from the center point and exploded with a loud bang. Countless metal fragments flew out like shrapnel, making the surrounding walls full of holes. Shi Jian was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the half-broken shield handle in his hand, his mind going blank. Before he could react, a large hand like a pair of pliers had already grabbed the blade of the sword in his hand. Immovable as a mountain. Rock armor body. A faint rocky luster appeared on Gu Fangchen's palm. Shi Jian subconsciously wanted to draw his sword, but found that the sword in his hand seemed to be welded and could not move at all. He gripped the hilt of the knife in disbelief and pressed it down with all his strength. Try to cut the opponent's palm with a sharp blade. But that blade is strong enough to cut through steel bars. In the palm of the other person's hand. Surprisingly, not even a white mark can be left. Shi Jian? What the hell? Is your mother a human being? Shi Jian completely collapsed. He looked at Gu Fangchen's face, which was a little too calm, and felt a chill running from his tailbone to the top of his head. The sword in his hand was twisted into a dough twist by Gu Fangchen's terrifying power. Final. Bang. Turned into a pile of powder. Exploded with a loud bang. Plop. Shi Jian was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. All the ferocity and madness on his face disappeared, leaving only endless fear. He crawled backwards using his hands and feet, wailing incoherently, Don't kill me. I was wrong. I've said everything. Please, spare my life." His wailing was only halfway through. A foot kicked him in the face without mercy. Bang! Shi Jian's nose bridge broke with a sound, and his whole body was kicked so hard that the back of his head hit the ground and bounced back up. Blood gushed out of his nose like a fountain, instantly covering his face. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhao was completely stunned by the endless screams and muffled sounds. What the hell happened? Shi Jian. Say something the fucking way. Fuck. At this moment, the chaotic sound came to an abrupt end. A hand picked up the satellite phone on the ground. Gu Fangchen looked indifferent and put the phone to his ear. He looked down at Shi Jian, who lay like a dead dog at his feet, and asked slowly in a calm, emotionless tone. Who sent you? Shi Jian's entire body trembled. His instinct for survival made him no longer dare to hide anything. He shouted out hoarsely, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube, It's the Zhao family in the west of Demon City. Zhao Tianhao. It was Zhao Tianhao who asked us to come. Oh? Gu Fangchen tilted his head, his tone unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. Where's the evidence? Yes. Yes. Of course there is evidence. Shi Jian nodded repeatedly, as if grasping at a lifeline, his voice filled with pleading, contract, deposit transfer records, call recordings. I have backups of everything. As long as you spare my life, I will find it for you immediately. Okay. Gu Fangchen nodded. Then, he put the phone back to his ear and slowly spoke to Zhao Tianhao, who was still roaring madly on the other end. Zhao Tianhao, congratulations. Your Zhao family is going to perish. Wait for the court-martial. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhao's roar suddenly stopped, replaced by a deep confusion and puzzlement. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you? Gu Fangchen didn't give him any chance to explain. He threw the phone to the ground. Then. Lift your foot. Step down heavily. Bang. The sturdy satellite phone, under his feet infused with energy and blood, burst like a fragile biscuit in an instant, turning into a pile of parts emitting sparks. In a private manor dozens of kilometers away, Zhao Tianhao only felt a shrill scream in his ears, which almost burst his eardrum. Immediately. All that was left was the busy tone. He stared blankly at the phone in his hand, his face full of confusion. What's going on? Is the Zhao family going to perish? Go to military court? He frowned, then sneered disdainfully. A piece of crap pretending to be a ghost. He didn't take the threats seriously at all. In his opinion, this was nothing more than the impotent rage of the kid named Gu Fangchen before his death. However, what he didn't know was, When Gu Fangchen said that the Zhao family was going to be destroyed and would be brought to a military court, it was never a joke. Chapter 73 The whole family was executed. In Dragon Country, there are many special regulations for warriors. One of them is a protection bill for superior warriors. Any warrior who is promoted through perfect breakthrough will be regarded as the most valuable strategic resource of Dragon Country. It is the backbone of mankind against alien beasts and the hope for the future. Their files will be classified as top secret and will be protected and trained by the military. Therefore, any assassination, frame-up, or even malicious suppression against top-grade warriors, as long as it is verified, the evidence is conclusive. No matter who the mastermind is or how deep his background is, it will be considered treason. What awaits them will be the most severe trial by the military court. The entire family will be executed, and 9 generations of their clan will be implicated, with no room for defense. This is the iron rule that the Dragon Kingdom learned from the blood and tears of countless geniuses who died. In the parking lot, Gu Fangchen looked at Shi Jian, who was still trembling at his feet, with calm eyes. Shi Jian also looked up at him. On his bloody face, he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and his eyes were full of pleading. Evidence, Gu Fangchen said concisely. It's in my tactical watch. Shi Jian didn't dare to delay at all and quickly raised his intact wrist. Gu Fangchen squatted down and operated his watch skillfully. Soon, he copied an encrypted electronic contract, several clear screenshots of bank transfers, and several processed call recordings to his watch terminal. After confirming that the evidence was sufficient to completely wipe out the Zhao family, Gu Fangchen nodded with satisfaction. He slowly stood up and said to Shi Jian at his feet, "Very good, I keep my word and spare your life." Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's face instantly erupted with ecstasy as if he had survived a disaster. But before he could say anything to thank him, Gu Fangchen had already walked to the body of the strong man Iron Ox who was left behind, and pulled out a relatively intact C-grade alloy sword from his waist. The ecstasy on Shi Jian's face froze in an instant. What are you going to do?" He moved backwards in horror. Gu Fangchen walked up to him step by step, holding a knife, with a faint smile on his face. Then, raise the sword. Bang! 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 4 clean and sharp knife lights flashed by. Ah! Shi Jian's scream, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, resounded throughout the entire underground parking lot. His limbs were cut off at the root. After doing all this, Gu Fangchen didn't look at him again. He walked over to the 3 headless bodies. They skillfully searched their tactical backpacks, weapons, and all valuables, and packed them up and took them away. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. What's more, it is the entire wealth of 3 second-level warriors. At last. Then he picked up Shi Jian, who had fainted from the severe pain and blood loss and only his torso was left, with one hand, just like dragging a dead dog. Base. The grappling hook gun fired, and he soared into the sky, carrying the important witness, ready to leave the parking lot. But at this moment, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes, which had just regained their calm, suddenly shrank. I saw it dozens of kilometers away, in the direction of the Magic City Base City. Above the inky black sky, without any warning, an extremely bright golden glow appeared. The glow was magnificent and sacred, yet it also carried a terrifying pressure that was above all things and made even the soul tremble. In the golden light, a huge and lifelike phantom of a fire phoenix slowly spread its gorgeous wings and let out a clear and loud phoenix cry towards the sky. The sound of the phoenix seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space and reached Gu Fangchen's ears clearly, causing the blood in his body to resonate and boil. This pressure. It was 100 times more terrifying and vast than the vision he had just experienced when he broke through to the upper grade 2nd level. That is a leap of life to a higher level. Gu Fangchen's mind was shaken violently. Someone. Breakthrough to the 4th level of upper grade. At the same time, 5 minutes ago, in the center of the abandoned city. Under the half-collapsed bell tower. The deafening roars of beasts and the clashing of weapons had long since subsided, replaced by an eerie and busy silence. The 7 members of the Yen Luo and Blood Wolf teams did not follow Gu Fangchen's instructions and return first. Instead, he began to deal with the corpses and materials of the strange beasts on the spot. Help Gu Fangchen bring all these materials back to the military area as much as possible. After all, no matter what, there are more than 1,000 beast-level beasts and 3 king-level beasts here. It is worth a lot of money and military merit. So, even if Gu Fangchen didn't ask them to help deal with it, they still stayed voluntarily to help Gu Fangchen process the materials. Of course, in addition to Gao Yizhou, he currently has a leg injury. Although it is not serious, it is not appropriate to ask him to help, so he is allowed to rest aside. Just then, boom! A dull and powerful roar of an engine came from the direction of the road they came from, getting closer and closer. Everyone's heart trembled, and they subconsciously tightened their weapons. The expressions on their faces, which had just relaxed, became alert again. Soon, 3 heavy armored personnel carriers, all black and ferocious in shape, came roaring over like 3 steel beasts, stirring up a cloud of dust. Finally, it came to a sudden stop 100 meters away from the ruins of the bell tower. Crack! 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 The car door opened, and more than a dozen fully armed elite soldiers, exuding an iron-blooded aura, jumped out of the car in unison and quickly set up a cordon around it. Immediately afterwards, the rear door of the leading troop carrier slowly opened. A guard captain with the rank of third-class lieutenant and a stern expression jumped out of the car first. He was tall and had a strong aura like a mountain. With a casual glance of his eagle-like eyes, a suffocating and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire place. He was the captain of the command's direct guard, Wei Xinghe, who was ordered by Colonel Zhou Hai to investigate the strange phenomenon. A mid-level 4th-stage warrior. Satellite River's gaze slowly swept across the battlefield in front of him, which looked like a picture of hell. When he saw the thousands of corpses of strange beasts piled up like a mountain, and the 3 corpses of king-level strange beasts that had died in the same miserable state. Even he had a look of surprise that was hard to conceal on his stern face. His gaze finally fell on Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi, and others who were busy processing materials, and his brows were furrowed. What's going on here? Chapter 74 Fire Phoenix. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi looked at each other, immediately stepped forward, and gave a standard military salute together. Report to the commander. Zhang Qingyu spoke first, his voice booming. Teams Yama and Bloodwolf were ambushed by a large-scale beast tide here. We have now annihilated all the beasts. Ambush? Annihilate them all? Satellite River's frown deepened. He looked at the 17 members in front of him, who were in a mess but not seriously injured, and then looked at the corpses on the ground, his eyes full of inquiry. We're here to investigate the Level 2 breakthrough phenomenon, Wei Xinghe said in a steady and powerful voice. Based on analysis of energy fluctuations, the person who caused the breakthrough is among you. Who is it? An adjutant beside him couldn't help but snort coldly, sweeping a sharp gaze over the crowd. Don't try to play tricks. Before we came here, we had already confirmed that there were thousands of beast-level monsters in this battlefield, plus 3 king-level ones. It's impossible for you guys to escape unscathed. Who helped you? Tell me the truth, maybe I can even give you some credit for your assistance in the battle. Faced with this rude and derogatory question, Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi's faces turned red. But what the other party said was indeed correct. If it weren't for Gu Fangchen, they would have been wiped out long ago. At this moment, Lin Kiki couldn't help but stand up. She pointed in the direction Gu Fangchen left, her voice clear and full of pride. It's not us. It's him. He alone killed all the strange beasts here. Him? Weixing's brows frowned instantly. His eagle-like eyes followed the direction of Lin Kiki's finger, but he only saw an empty space and a mountain of strange beast corpses. He? Who is he? There's no one there, sister. Nonsense. The adjutant next to Wei Xinghe's face darkened, and he shouted coldly, this is a war zone, not a place for you to play house. Sir. I'm not messing around. Lin Kiki puffed out her chest, pointed at the sea of corpses and blood, and said with pride, it's our team's newcomer. Gu Fangchen. He killed all the strange beasts here by himself. Gu Fangchen? Is it the top scholar? It seems that he is the tactical genius that Xia Chenjin has praised highly. Satellite River held his chin and thought. I also watched the video of the selection, it was really amazing. But isn't he at the peak of the first level? How is it possible to trigger a top-grade second-level phenomenon? Lin Kiki continued to recount the events at a rapid pace. After he, Captain Chang, and Captain Zhang teamed up to kill 3 king-level beasts, he experienced a breakthrough on the spot, advancing from the peak of the first rank to the upper-grade second rank. Finally, just one knife. Lin Kiki stretched out a white finger and gestured, her eyes full of fanatical admiration. With just one strike, the remaining 1,000 or so beasts were all killed instantly. The direct guards. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Wei Xingha and the dozen or so elite soldiers behind him all looked at Lin Kiki as if she were a madman, with absurdity written all over their faces. A warrior's breakthrough is a leap in the level of life, and it is extremely dangerous. All of them would look for an absolutely safe place for retreat, supplemented by various precious natural treasures, and protected by elders or companions before they dared to try it cautiously. Even Xia Qianjin, a rare martial arts genius, is currently in seclusion in the Magic City base, preparing to reach the 4th level. Although they had heard of Gu Fangchen's name, they also admitted that he was very awesome. But a breakthrough on the battlefield? Or is it the extremely dangerous superior grade 2? Are you bragging? Commander! She is telling the truth. Seeing that several people did not believe him, Chang Yi immediately stepped forward and quickly repeated everything that had just happened in an extremely solemn tone. From Gu Fangchen's solo adventure into the beast's lair, to the 3 kings' simultaneous appearance, to his on-the-spot breakthrough, to his final cleanup with one strike. The adjutant laughed angrily. He stepped forward and said in a tone full of sarcasm, "Hey, hey, hey! Stop, stop, stop! Old Chang, there should be a limit to your bragging, right? We know Gu Fangchen is awesome. We also know Miss Xia loves him. But a breakthrough on the battlefield? And a top-grade 2nd level one? Condensing a 30-meter long blade energy, killing thousands of exotic beasts in seconds? Do you know what you're talking about? Why don't you say he blew up Gaia Star with one punch?" Enough! Weixing's face also turned gloomy. He looked at the group of people in front of him who, in his opinion, were talking nonsense to grab the credit and forcibly linking themselves to the beast tide, and he felt extremely disappointed. "I'll ask you one last time. What is the truth?" His voice was icy, filled with unquestionable authority. Anyone who dares to tell even a single lie will be charged with misreporting military intelligence. Faced with this terrifying pressure from a 4th-level strongman, Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi and others turned pale, felt their legs go weak, and even breathing became difficult. But even so, they still didn't change their words. "Report to the commander." Zhang Qingyu roared under tremendous pressure, "Every word we say is true." "That's right." Chang Yi gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Sir, it was Gu Fangchen who did it all." "You are so stubborn." A cold murderous intent flashed in Weixing's eyes. Just when he was about to give the order to arrest all these guys who lied about military intelligence, a technical soldier in charge of investigating the scene suddenly ran over quickly with an expression as if he had seen a ghost on his face. "Report to the commander. The on-site investigation results are out." "Explain." The technician swallowed hard, his voice trembling. These beast-level beast corpses were indeed severed at the waist by the same move. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. He was killed instantly by an extremely domineering sword energy. He paused, and added something that made everyone's scalp tingle. Furthermore, based on our analysis of the residual energy fluctuations at the scene, the aura of the attacker. He is indeed a 2nd-level warrior who has just broken through. He is very pure and very domineering. He is completely consistent with the energy fluctuations that caused the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth before. The whole place was dead silent. The expressions on Weixing's and the dozen or so elite soldiers behind him froze in an instant. The adjutant's face turned the color of liver. He pointed at the technician and stammered, "No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone could achieve a breakthrough in battle, especially as a 2nd-level warrior, and kill thousands of exotic beasts in one blow?" "Filming?" Weixing's body also shook violently. He stared at the technician, then looked at the neatly arranged corpses in the distance. For the first time, that usually stern face revealed extreme shock and disbelief. The technical soldier's report perfectly matched the seemingly absurd story. Could it be that the one who caused the breakthrough phenomenon was really Gu Fangchen? He slowly turned his head and looked at Zhang Qingyu and others again, his voice extremely dry. "Gu Fangchen, where are you now?" Before Zhang Qingyu could answer, "Xie." A clear and high-pitched phoenix cry came from the distant sky without any warning. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, in the direction of the Magic City base city, above the inky black sky, a dazzling golden glow appeared without any warning. In the golden light, a lifelike phantom of a huge fire phoenix made of pure energy slowly spread its gorgeous wings and let out a clear cry that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Weixing's body shook violently. He looked at the flaming phoenix that spanned the sky, his voice trembling. This is a breakthrough phenomenon of the upper 4th level. It's Miss Xia. She succeeded. Chapter 75 Return to Nature. In the base city of Modu, deep inside the Xia family manor. A retreat room made of special alloy, strong enough to withstand the full force of a disaster-level monster, was already filled with people. All of these people are big shots who can shake the entire Eastern Theater Command with just a stomp of their feet. There are senior military officials who carry the rank of general on their shoulders and have an aura as profound as the sea. There are tycoon family heads who are as wealthy as a country and control countless resources. There are also ancestors of martial arts families with hundreds of years of inheritance and profound heritage. Now, everyone held their breath, looking nervously and expectantly at the tightly closed alloy door and the golden glow above the door that had not yet completely dissipated. The fire phoenix cries, and the rays of light are endless. This is a breakthrough phenomenon of the 4th level of the upper grade. She succeeded. Squeak. Under the scorching gazes of the crowd, the alloy door weighing 100 tons slowly slid open to both sides. A fiery red figure slowly walked out from it. Still wearing that tight combat uniform, still that cool and beautiful face. But at this moment, Xia Liuli's entire temperament had undergone a drastic change. If we say that she was a sharp sword drawn from its sheath before, her edge was exposed. So now, she is a magic weapon hidden in a sheath. All the sharp edges are restrained, but they exude a terrifying pressure that makes the soul surrender, as if returning to nature. Her skin was more crystal clear than before, as if a faint glow was flowing beneath her skin. When those cold phoenix eyes opened and closed, there was a faint golden divine fire flickering, as if it could see through people's hearts. Congratulations to Miss Xia. Congratulations to Miss Xia. After a brief silence, a group of high-ranking officials and dignitaries swarmed forward, their faces filled with sincere smiles. Miss Xia is truly a rare talent in our dragon country that only appears once in 100 years. She has been promoted to the 4th level of the upper grade at such a young age. Her future is limitless. A military leader laughed and clapped his hands in a loud voice. Yes. Now that my dragon country has such a genius, there is no need to worry about the extinction of strange beasts. Another Chable family head also bowed repeatedly, with a very humble attitude. Facing everyone's compliments, Xia Liuli simply nodded calmly and responded one by one, with a dignified attitude, neither humble nor arrogant, yet with an innate sense of alienation. At this moment, the crowd automatically separated to both sides. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with a dignified face and a majestic aura, walked side by side with a lady in Cheongsam, with a gentle and graceful temperament. They were Xia Liuli's parents, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command of Longhua Xia Zhan, and his wife. Good. Xia Zhan looked at his daughter, and a rare smile of great relief appeared on his usually stern face, and he said okay 3 times in a row. Liuli, you've worked hard. Her mother walked up to her with concern and gently tidied up a strand of her messy hair at her temples. Dad, Mom. A trace of ice and snow finally melted on Xia Liuli's cold face, revealing a faint smile. She looked at her father and said solemnly, this success is thanks to Major Zhou Hai of base number 7. If he hadn't sent me the 9-aperture exquisite route in time to help me stabilize my mind, I would have had to go through a lot more trouble to pass the last level. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhan nodded approvingly. Well, Zhou Hai is good. I will personally reward him later. Xia Liuli looked around, a hint of doubt flashing in her phoenix eyes. Huh? Where is Major Zhou Hai? I remember inviting him to the ceremony. Xia Zhan had a strange look on his face when he heard this, and replied, he has a temporary mission. He said there's a small anomaly at base 7, and he needs to investigate. An officer nearby who knew the situation immediately stepped forward and added respectfully, reporting to Miss Xia and Commander Xia. According to the latest intelligence from the front lines, it seems that a superior grade 2 phenomenon has appeared near base 7. It is currently speculated that it was caused by a warrior who had just joined the military district. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Dragon Country has produced another top grade, 2nd level weapon? Even Xia Liuli's beautiful dark eyebrows wrinkled slightly, barely perceptible. Top grade 2nd stage. I just joined the military. Could it be him? Can't it? Is the progress of cultivation so fast? Thinking about this, she turned her head and nodded slightly to Xia Zhan and the guests. Father, mother, uncles, I have just broken through and my realm still needs to be stabilized, so I won't stay with you for long. Major Joe has done me a favor. I plan to go to Base 7 and thank you in person. It just so happens that I'm also curious about the identity of this new warrior, so I'll take my leave first." Upon hearing this, no one dared to object, and they all bowed and saluted. "Miss Xia, you were so polite. Take care." Xia Liuli said no more, nodded to her parents, turned around and walked towards her own independent attic. On the top floor of the attic, in an extremely luxurious bathroom, the air was filled with steam. Xia Liuli took off the combat uniform that was tainted with the aura of seclusion, revealing the perfect body that made countless gods jealous. Warm water flowed from the shower head, washing her smooth and jade-like skin. The water droplets slid down the tip of her upturned nose, passed over her delicate collarbone, and flowed across her tight belly. The pair of straight and slender legs, faintly visible in the hazy mist, are full of explosive power and beauty. After a while, she dried herself and changed into a new, more fitted fiery red combat uniform. She tied her long hair, which was like a waterfall, up high again and into a neat ponytail. In an instant, the lazy and gentle girl disappeared. Instead, it's the heroic and domineering red flame dragon spear. She walked to the attic terrace without summoning any aircraft. Just take a light step forward. The next moment. Buzz! A tremendous force of energy and blood burst out from under her feet. Flying in the air. This is the iconic ability that only a 4th-level strongman can master. In an instant, she turned into a red streak of light that pierced the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Below, all the people in the manor who witnessed this scene cried out in shock, their eyes filled with extreme awe and fanaticism. However, in just a few minutes, Xia Liuli's figure appeared above base number 7. She slowly landed at the gate of the base. "It's Miss Xia. Oh my god. Miss Xia is here." After a brief moment of shock, the guards at the base gate suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. All the soldiers looked at her with an almost pilgrimage-like gaze and gave a standard military salute in unison. Xia Qianjin. Faced with the enthusiasm of the crowd, a rare gentle smile appeared on Xia Liuli's cold face. She raised her hand in return, her voice clear and resonant, echoing throughout the room. "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Fight for the Dragon Kingdom." "It's not hard," everyone responded. "Good. Very good." Xia Liuli nodded and encouraged, "I hope that one day you can soar into the sky like me." After saying that, she didn't stop and walked straight into the base. "Excuse me, where is Major Joe Hai?" Chapter 76 Monster. "Miss Xia, please wait a moment. I will inform you right away." A guard saluted excitedly and immediately reported to his superiors through the internal communicator. Soon, a civilian officer with the rank of 2nd lieutenant came trotting over with an extremely respectful smile on his face. "Miss Xia, I'm so sorry for not welcoming you. Major Zhou is in the combat analysis room on the top floor of the command tower. I'll take you there right away." Xia Liuli nodded, and without saying much, she followed the 2nd lieutenant's lead, passed through the heavily guarded passage, and stepped into the command center of base number 7. Along the way, all the officers and soldiers who saw her stopped, stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with the purest awe and fanaticism. Soon, the two arrived outside a huge office made of special alloy. The lieutenant stopped in front of the door and respectfully opened it for her. "Ms. Xia, please." Xia Liuli stepped in and immediately saw the figure standing in front of the huge holographic sand table with his back to her. The man looked to be around 40 or 50 years old, with a tall figure, broad shoulders and back. He looked very handsome in his well-ironed major's uniform. At this moment, he was supporting his chin with one hand and holding an old mobile phone in the other, seemingly looking at something. Cough. Xia Liuli coughed lightly. Zhou Hai's body shook violently, and he woke up as if from a dream. He quickly put away his phone and turned around. When he saw that the person coming was Xia Liuli, his usually dignified face instantly revealed an expression of great surprise, and then turned into a gentle smile from the heart. "You little girl, why did you suddenly come to me?" His voice was steady and powerful, yet it also carried a hint of the doting that only an elder could have. "Did you succeed in breaking through?" "Yeah." Xia Liuli nodded, and a faint smile appeared on her cold face, like an iceberg thawing. She walked to the sofa nearby and sat down, her posture casual, without any of the coldness that kept strangers at a distance. "Busy?" she asked casually. No hurry, Zhou Hai smiled and waved his hand. He walked to the water dispenser nearby, poured her a cup of warm water, and handed it to her. "What could be more important than our Miss Xia's business?" He walked over to the sofa opposite Xia Lioli and sat down. Looking at her increasingly unfathomable aura, his eyes were filled with undisguised praise and emotion. Indeed, your foundation is solid, your aura is harmonious, and there's not a trace of vanity. You're worthy of being old Xia's daughter, and you're even better than your father. Xia Lioli took the water cup, took a sip, and got straight to the point. Uncle Zhou, thank you for your 9-aperture exquisite root this time. I'll remember this favor. Hey, girl, why are you being so polite to me? Zhou Hai glared at her in feigned displeasure after hearing this. That thing would be covered in dust even if it were placed in my place. Only in the hands of a true genius like you can its greatest value be brought into play. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. The 4th rank of the upper grade, this hurdle has stumped countless heroes throughout history. The fact that you've made it at this age is truly a milestone in history. Your father will probably be so happy he won't be able to sleep for 3 days. Xia Lioli smiled and said, yes, my dad just said that he plans to open a separate page for me in the family tree. Hearing this, Zhou Hai was stunned. Is this true? Just kidding. Xia Lioli waved her hand. The two smiled at each other. As she spoke, Xia Lioli cast her gaze towards the phone Zhou Hai had placed on the table, and deliberately changed the subject. I just saw you, Uncle Zhou, engrossed in your phone. Is there something tricky going on at the front line again? When this was mentioned, the smile on Zhou Hai's face instantly became a little subtle. He glanced at Xia Lioli, his eyes filled with amazement and a hint of helplessness. It's not that difficult, it's just. He considered his words, as if thinking about how to describe it. It seems that a monster has appeared in our base number 7. Monster? Xia Lioli raised her eyebrows slightly. Anyone who can be described as a monster by Zhou Hai, the base commander who has seen many storms, must be no ordinary person. Yes, it's a monster. Zhou Hai nodded heavily, and the expression on his face became extremely solemn. He didn't check his phone again. Instead, relying on his amazing memory, he began to recount. Just an hour ago, Captain Wei Xinghe, the guard I sent to investigate the breakthrough phenomenon in the abandoned city, sent back an urgent report. He looked at Xia Lioli, his voice low, but every word thunderous. The Yan Luo and Blood Wolf teams were ambushed in the Black Stone Mine. They were surrounded by 4 waves of beasts and 3 king-level beasts, and they were trapped in a deadly situation. Xia Lioli's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard this. And then, she asked. Zhou Hai took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. Then, a newcomer from the Yan Luo team who had just passed the selection stood up. Xia Lioli paused slightly. The Yama team. Zhang Chengyu. Newcomer. Gu Fangchen? Is it really him? Xia Lioli's pupils trembled, but she did not ask any further questions. Instead, she let Zhou Hai continue talking. Based on the battle reports that Weixing received from Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi, which were almost like fantastic stories. Zhou Hai continued in a somewhat dry voice, that newcomer single-handedly slaughtered a den of over 300 exotic beasts, including a king-level one. Afterwards, he teamed up with the 2 captains and killed 3 king-level monsters in 10 minutes. Xia Lioli's slender hand holding the water cup suddenly tightened. That's not the most exaggerated thing, Zhou Hai said with a wry smile, shaking his head. The most exaggerated thing is that after beheading 3 king-level monsters in a row, that kid broke through on the spot. On the battlefield, a breakthrough was achieved, and I was promoted to upper grade 2nd stage. Boom! Xia Lioli felt her mind go blank, as if she was struck by a bolt of lightning from the blue sky, and she froze in place. A breakthrough on the battlefield? Or a top grade one? How is that possible? When a warrior breaks through, the most important thing to avoid is a restless mind. Any mistake will cause the blood and qi to flow backwards, causing the body to explode and die. It's almost impossible to break through on a battlefield filled with murderous intent. No. Wrong. Not almost. It's simply impossible. But before she could recover from the shock, Zhou Hai's dreamlike voice sounded again. Wei Xinghe also said that after the boy completed the breakthrough, he successfully condensed a 30-meter-long sword light, and then, with one sword. Zhou Hai stretched out a finger, his eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. With just one strike, the remaining thousands of beast-level monsters were all killed instantly. And you know that person. It's the Gu Fangchen you mentioned before. Dead silence. The analysis room was dead silent. Chapter 77 Lucky. It's really him. Listening to the words in her ears, Xia Lioli was completely distracted. She asked herself, even when she was in the early stage of the second level, she would never be able to achieve such a terrifying and unreasonable record. This is no longer a genius, this is a monster. Gu Fangchen. Could it be a being even more evil than me? That being said, it's no wonder that he was able to lead me forward and kill the shadow leopard. If what Major Joe said was true, he was indeed very talented in combat. So, maybe. A hint of unprecedented solemnity and expectation flashed across Xia Liuli's cold phoenix eyes. Perhaps in the near future, on that vaster and more dangerous overseas battlefield, he could really come in handy. Even, he can become a key figure fighting alongside you. Thinking of this, an inexplicable emotion quietly grew in her heart, without even her noticing. Just then. Boom! 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 There was a rapid and forceful knock on the door. Zhou Hai frowned and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The office door was pushed open, and a guard walked in quickly, standing at attention and saluting nervously. "Report to the major." "What's wrong? You're so flustered, how disgraceful." A trace of displeasure flashed across Zhou Hai's face. "This is the highest command center of the base. Who dares to enter without his order?" "Report." The guard, under immense pressure, reported at a breakneck speed. "A new recruit, who just returned from a mission, claims to have urgent military intelligence involving a top-grade warrior and requests a face-to-face report." A new recruit? A top-grade warrior? Zhou Hai's brows furrowed even deeper. Just report, but what's the point of just barging into the command tower? Didn't the officer who brought him here teach him the rules? Although he was unhappy, when he thought of the keywords top-grade warrior and the miraculous battle report just now, Zhou Hai's curiosity eventually overwhelmed the rules. He glanced at Xia Liuli, who was also looking puzzled, and finally waved his hand impatiently. "All right, let him in." "Yes." The guards turned around and left immediately as if they had been pardoned. Soon, the office door was pushed open again. A slender figure walked in slowly. He was covered in blood, and his combat uniform was full of torn and charred marks. In his hands, he was holding a bloody man with all his limbs cut off, leaving only the torso, who had already fainted, as if he was dragging a dead dog. The cold murderous aura that had emerged from the sea of corpses and blood and had not yet completely dissipated made the temperature in the entire office seem to drop a few degrees. Bang! He casually threw the bloody man onto the cold alloy floor with a dull sound. Then, he slowly raised his head. When Gu Fangchen's face, still stained with blood but a little too calm, met Xia Liuli's eyes full of shock and disbelief on the sofa in the air. Time seemed to have been paused. The two of them looked at each other. Pupil tremors. Looking at the expressions of the two, Zhou Hai was completely confused. He looked at his niece, who always remained calm even in the face of adversity, but now she showed a rare expression of loss of composure. He looked at the handsome young man who was full of murderous aura and looked like he had walked out of hell, and the bloody man on the ground who was not aware of his own life or death, and his mind was in a mess. He had been busy dealing with the war on the front line. Although I learned about Gu Fangchen from the excited Xia Liuli half a month ago. But because the situation on the front line was always tense, he had no time to get to know this person, nor did he have time to understand the specific circumstances of this selection, and naturally he had never seen what Gu Fangchen looked like. Therefore, now, he looked at the two of them with a confused look on his face. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, then at Xia Liuli, his face full of confusion. "Why? Do you two know each other?" Xia Liuli slowly stood up from the sofa, her cold phoenix eyes fixed on Gu Fangchen. "It's more than just acquaintance. I know him very well." She looked at Zhou Hai, who was stunned, and said word by word. "Uncle Zhou, he is Gu Fangchen." Boom! Zhou Hai felt as if his brain was struck by a bolt of thunder, and he suddenly jumped up from the sofa. "What? He is that Gu Fangchen?" He stared at the young man in front of him, and his majestic face was instantly filled with extreme shock. All his previous impatience disappeared without a trace at this moment. Instead, there was a kind of ecstasy and excitement as if seeing a rare treasure. He rushed to Gu Fangchen in 2 or 3 steps, not caring about the dignity of a major anymore. He tightly grasped Gu Fangchen's shoulders with both hands, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Good boy. Good boy. Come on. Tell me. What's going on?" Faced with the base commander's sudden enthusiasm, Gu Fangchen was a little puzzled, but he remained calm. He nodded slightly to Zhou Hai and Xia Liuli and gave a standard military salute. "Report to the commander, report to Miss Xia. Gu Fangchen, a member of the Yen Luo team, is here to report on the military situation." He pointed at the bloody figure still twitching slightly on the ground and said concisely, "This man is Shi Jian, the captain of the bounty hunter organization Rock. He and his team ambushed us in the Black Rock mine and attracted a wave of beasts, intending to silence us. All the evidence is in my watch terminal." Gu Fangchen's report was very clear and organized. Zhou Hai and Xia Liuli listened and their faces instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, Gu Fangchen looked at Zhou Hai and added a sentence in a tone that was so calm that it made people's heart palpitate. "Also, report to the commander. I was lucky in the battle just now. Luckily, I broke through to the upper grade second level." The air seemed to be sucked out at this moment. Xia Liuli and Zhou Hai. Is this human language? Do you know what these 4 words, superior grade 2, mean to the entire dragon nation? Do you know how many geniuses have dedicated their entire families and half their lives to these 4 words, only to end up exploding and dying? You call this good luck? You call this a lucky break? And breakthrough in battle? Are you serious? Chapter 78 Geniuses and evildoers are as numerous as crushing carp crossing the river. Zhou Hai's lips trembled. He pointed at Gu Fangchen and wanted to say something, but found that his throat was as dry as if he had walked in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights, and he couldn't utter a word. Xia Liuli's beautiful eyes widened. For the first time, that beautiful face that had been frozen for thousands of years revealed an expression called absurdity. Before they could recover from the shock that was enough to overturn their cognition, Gu Fangchen seemed to think that they didn't believe it. Thinking of this, he slowly raised his right fist. A thought came to my mind. Buzz. A dark red energy and blood force that was visible to the naked eye and condensed-like substance suddenly burst out from the tip of his fist. That power was pure, overbearing, and full of destructive aura, burning the surrounding air and causing it to slightly distort. The overwhelming pressure from a top-grade, second-level expert instantly filled the entire analysis room. Really, it's top-grade, level 2. Moreover, it is a perfect top-grade second level with an extremely solid foundation and a flawless aura. Zhou Hai and Xia Liuli were completely dumbfounded. Although Zhou Hai is also a top-grade 4th-level peak warrior. I have seen so many geniuses and evildoers. But he can be 100% sure of himself and even those geniuses who can be called evil. At the second level, the condensation of qi and blood was definitely not as terrifying as the young man in front of him. Xia Liuli was even more shocked. She could also conclude that the foundation Gu Fangchen displayed at this moment was stronger than her own back then. You? Zhou Hai swallowed hard and asked in a dry voice, "How on earth did you do it? Why were you able to make a breakthrough on the battlefield?" This is what most subverts their cognition. Facing the inquiring and shocked gazes of the 2 4th-level warriors, Gu Fangchen slowly retracted the energy and blood power on the tip of his fist. He knew that this problem was unavoidable. Naturally, system matters must never be exposed. But how about putting it another way? Gu Fangchen's brain was working rapidly. What if the system's ability was disguised as an unheard-of special physique, a physique that could increase qi and blood by killing strange beasts? So, with the help of the military, the speed at which you can obtain experience packages is definitely tens of millions times faster than fighting alone. This is a huge opportunity. As for the risks, almost none. Add. Top-grade warriors are 1 in a million, so it seems reasonable that they have special physiques. Not to mention, the 2 people in front of me, one is the base commander and the other is the commander-in-chief's daughter. Both are people standing at the top of power in Dragon Country, and their vision and pattern are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Show them some of your talents in exchange for the military region's greatest support. This deal is a sure win. It's not like he can just yell in the street and make his systematic affairs known to the public. It seems that it is not a bad idea to package some information and then reveal it to senior executives at this level in exchange for greater benefits. There's nothing to hide. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen had already made a decision in his heart. He glanced at Xia Liuli, a hint of gratitude and reminiscence on his face, and slowly spoke. Actually, I'm not quite sure what's going on. Everything started from when I teamed up with Xia Qianjin to kill that shadow leopard. He paused, as if trying to organize his words. After that, Miss Xia saw that I had a special physique and my qi and blood were blocked, so she gave me a copy of The Art of Rock Body Refining. But upon hearing this, Xia Liuli nodded subconsciously. True. Gu Fangchen continued, after arriving at the shelter, I was assigned to the kitchen. Every day there are a large number of exotic beast carcasses brought back from the front lines that need to be processed. I had nothing to do, so I tried practicing the body refining technique just for fun. Then, I discovered something very strange. Gu Fangchen's face showed a trace of confusion. Whenever I kill those strange beasts with my own hands, I feel an inexplicable warmth flowing into my body. My whole body feels comfortable, and the originally blocked meridians seem to be cleared a little. Later, during the actual combat assessment of the selection competition, I accidentally discovered that as long as I killed the strange beasts with my own hands, I could absorb a stream of pure qi and blood from them, which I could directly use to improve my own cultivation. And Gu Fangchen looked at the two of them and dropped the final bombshell. This kind of absorption seems to be able to help me break through the barriers of my realm. So, in the battle just now, after I killed 3 king-level beasts in a row, I suddenly felt that the power in my body reached a critical point, and then, it naturally broke through. What he said was half true and half false, true and false. He not only explained the strange phenomenon of his rapid increase in cultivation and breakthrough in battle, but also attributed all of this to its special physique and miraculous effect of martial arts that sounded incredible but seemed reasonable. The most important thing is that he only mentioned 2 points, absorbing qi and blood and helping with breakthroughs. He didn't mention a single word about the system's core ability, the plundering talent. This is his biggest trump card. There is no need, and we cannot expose all of it. After all, killing strange beasts can make you stronger. These 6 words are shocking enough. Really? After listening to Gu Fangchen's explanation, which was like a fairy tale, Zhou Hai and Xia Liuli felt that their brains had completely stopped thinking. After a long time, Zhou Hai slowly emerged from a bizarre dream. He looked at Gu Fangchen. Those majestic eyes, which had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, were filled with extreme shock and incomprehensible confusion. Killing strange beasts will make you stronger? Never heard of it, never seen before. This has completely exceeded his understanding of martial arts and the world. If what he said was true, the young man in front of him is the ultimate trump card of the Dragon Nation who can grow infinitely and even change the future situation of the war. We can beat Sakura country. You can really win. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai's heart, which had long been as hard as a rock, couldn't help but beat wildly. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart, and his eyes became more solemn and burning than ever before. Although I have never heard of this physique, but Zhou Hai's eyes were fixed on Gu Fangchen. His voice was low, but every word was like thunder. If that's the case, the military district can prepare exotic beasts for you to hunt freely. What type of exotic beast do you need? Zhou Hai's word has unconsciously changed to you. As soon as these words were spoken, an unprecedented brilliance suddenly burst out from Gu Fangchen's eyes. This is exactly what he was waiting for. This is a good opportunity to break through to the 3rd level in one fell swoop. His thoughts instantly sank into the system panel. Health value, 7,191 9,999 points. Chapter 79 Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill him. Health value, 7,191 9,999 points. There are still 2,808 points away from the peak of the 2nd level. Previously, when the Iron Rhino King was killed, 200 points of health were given. This means that a 2nd stage early king level monster can provide about 200 points of qi and blood. So, in other words, at least 15 king level creatures are needed to fill up the qi and health value and reach the peak of the 2nd level. After reaching the peak, Gu Fangchen's gaze fell on the new breakthrough task. Perfect breakthrough level 3, kill a disaster level monster 1-5. How come there is already one? Could it be that the shadow leopard that Xia Liuli and I killed was also included in it? So this system calculates historical records? Well enough. Then ask for more. After all, after breaking through to the 3rd level, one also needs to improve qi and blood. Having made up his mind, Gu Fangchen raised his head, met Zhou Hai's burning gaze, and spoke calmly. I need 50 king-level beasts and 30 disaster-level beasts. The air seemed to be sucked out at this moment. The expression on Zhou Hai's face froze instantly. Xia Liuli, who was standing by, suddenly narrowed her eyes, which had just regained their composure, and was once again filled with shock. 50 king-level beasts? 30 disaster-level monsters? Where are you putting this dish? Do you know what this means? Any one of these is enough to destroy a small base and a city if released. Even though Zhou Hai was the base commander, the corners of his mouth twitched violently when he heard this crazy request. So much. He fell into deep thought. After a long time, he slowly exhaled, and his eyes became more complicated as he looked at Gu Fangchen. King-level exotic beasts are easy to deal with. Several war zones near the base capture some living creatures every year for research. I can use my authority to transfer them from various research laboratories for you. As for the disaster level, Zhou Hai frowned tightly. This thing is too dangerous. It's extremely difficult to capture it alive. In the entire Eastern Theater Command, there are no more than 5 living individuals left. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. But don't worry. I will personally report this matter to Commander Xia. With your talent and potential, I believe that the higher-ups will spare no expense to meet your request. But it will take time. Currently, within 2 hours at the earliest, we can mobilize 30 king-level beasts and 5 disaster-level beasts. Is that okay? Hearing this, Gu Fangchen sighed inwardly. Really? It's not that simple. I originally thought I could just ask for a high price and make a fortune. As it turned out, it seemed I was overthinking it. That's normal. A disaster-level monster could easily destroy a small town. This kind of thing is too difficult to capture alive. Most of them are killed directly. Most of the research is done on corpses, and there is very little research on living people. It seems that it is not so easy to catch disaster level or above disaster level. Wrong. It's even hard to encounter. Never mind. Let's take it one step at a time. At least, I should be able to break through to the 3rd level today. His improvement speed is already fast enough. If you keep complaining and people find out, you might get beaten. Thinking about it, Gu Fangchen nodded. Okay, thank you, sir. Hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Zhou Hai's face again. He pointed to the sofa beside him, his tone full of love for talent. Fangchen, please sit down first, don't stand, I'm afraid you will be tired. As he said this, he turned around and prepared to make a cup of tea for Gu Fangchen. But he had just taken a step. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Etc. It's Xia Lioli. Zhou Hai and Gu Fangchen both looked back in surprise. I saw Xia Lioli slowly standing up from the sofa. She didn't look at them. Her cold phoenix eyes were fixed on the bloody man on the ground who was still twitching and dying. What's his condition? You just said he wanted to kill you? Killing a top-grade warrior is a heinous crime. Talk to us. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen didn't say anything nonsense. He raised his leg and gave Shurjian a clean and sharp whip kick in the face. Ouch! Shurjian let out a scream of pain and was kicked awake from his coma by the severe pain. Immediately, Gu Fangchen retrieved the evidence he had copied long ago from his tactical watch and projected it directly onto the holographic screen in the center of the analysis room. Clear contract terms, huge transfer records, and several phone recordings filled with vicious murderous intent. All kinds of evidence are available. Employer, the Zhao family in Magic City, Zhao Tianhao. Gu Fangchen's voice was calm. The moment they saw these irrefutable evidences, Zhou Hai and Xia Lioli's faces instantly turned gloomy. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Zhou Hai's eyes. When Xia Lioli saw and heard the name Zhao Tianhao, her beautiful eyes turned cold. Zhao Tianhao. It was the loser who was beaten to death and thrown out in front of everyone at the selection site. This loser, humiliated by me in public, didn't dare to seek revenge from me, but actually set his sights on Gu Fangchen? Court death. The aura around Xia Lioli suddenly turned cold, making the temperature of the entire office seem to drop by several degrees. Shurjian, who was lying on the ground, was instantly frightened out of his wits after feeling this terrifying murderous intent that was enough to freeze his soul. He frantically shook his head in denial, trying to buy himself a chance of survival. I didn't know. I really didn't know that Lord Gu was a top-grade warrior. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to accept this mission even if I had 100 guts. Spare me. Miss Xia, spare me. Xia Lioli was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Base. Accompanied by a clear dragon roar, the familiar red spear appeared in her hand. She shook her wrist, and the red spear flashed like a dragon. Puff. The indestructible tip of the gun pierced through Shurjian's eyebrows without any hindrance, came out from the back of his head, and nailed him to the alloy floor. The expression on Shurjian's face froze instantly, and only endless fear and disbelief remained in his eyes. Xia Lioli looked at Gu Fangchen and asked slowly, "Why keep someone like this?" Gu Fangchen looked at the still twitching corpse and spread his hands helplessly. "I was thinking of leaving a witness." I was worried that no one would believe me because I don't have any background. When Xiao Liuli heard this, a hint of imperceptible tenderness flashed across her cold phoenix eyes. She put away her spear, walked up to Gu Fangchen, and said in a tone that brooked no argument. From now on, just kill them directly. From today on, you can kill anyone you want. Just tell me when you're done. Longhua and I are your biggest backers. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch you. Chapter 80 Hummingbird. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen blinked, thinking he had heard it wrong. But Xiao Liuli spoke very seriously. There was no hint of joking in those beautiful eyes. She continued, "Come on, now, you accompany me to destroy the Zhao family." Hearing this, Zhou Hai, who was standing by, glanced at the irrefutable evidence on the screen, then looked at the body on the ground that was still bleeding slightly, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Gu Fangchen and Xiao Liuli and said in a deep voice, "That's perfect. After you wiped out the Zhao family, the strange beasts will probably be delivered to you when you return." Hearing this, Gu Fangchen nodded to the two of them, "No problem, let's go." Seeing that he agreed, Xiao Liuli said no more. She turned her head and nodded slightly to Zhou Hai, "Uncle Zhou, we'll go first." Zhou Hai looked at the two people in front of him who could be described as a perfect match, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he nodded, "Go, be careful on the road." Xiao Liuli didn't respond, but just said to Gu Fangchen calmly, "Let's go." Then she turned around and walked straight towards the exclusive passage leading to the apron on the top floor of the control tower. The red flame guards who had been waiting quietly in the exclusive passage immediately followed, their movements in unison, without a trace of worldly airs. When they saw Gu Fangchen following behind Xiao Liuli, a look of surprise flashed across their faces. "Why is he here too?" The leading guard captain, Shen Feng, stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Miss Xia, why is he?" "He's going with us to the Zhao family in Magic City." Xiao Liuli's answer was concise and full of unquestionable authority. "Yes." Chen Feng immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He just looked at the blood-soaked boy again with a more surprised and suspicious look. On the tarmac. A hummingbird attack helicopter with a completely black body and smooth lines has already been roaring its propellers, ready to take off. This was the special plane ready to pick up Xiao Liuli at any time. The two stepped into the cabin side by side. Buzz. The hatch closed, and the noise from the outside world was instantly isolated, leaving only the huge roar of the engine and the whistling of the airflow. It was Gu Fangchen's first time riding in a helicopter. He found a seat somewhat unfamiliarly, first observed the complicated 5-point safety belt, and after roughly understanding it, prepared to buckle himself. As soon as he picked up the buckle, a white and slender hand reached out and naturally took the seatbelt from his hand. Xiao Liuli leaned over and skillfully passed the seatbelt over his shoulders. With a click, it was buckled accurately into the buckle. After doing all this, Xiao Liuli sat up straight again. "Okay." After saying that, Xiao Liuli began to fasten her seatbelt. After confirming that Xiao Qianjin's seatbelt was fastened, the helicopter suddenly rose high, turned into a black lightning, and rushed towards the direction of the Demon City base city. Looking at the rapidly receding ruins outside the window, Xiao Liuli suddenly spoke in a calm tone, "When I come back this time, it's time to apply for a hoverboard for you. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient for you." Gu Fangchen's heart moved slightly when he heard this, and he nodded, "Okay." He turned his head and looked through the porthole at the building below that was as tiny as an ant, and a myriad of emotions surged in his heart. Hoverboard. Once upon a time, he was still an ordinary person hiding in a low-rent apartment, watching those warriors stepping on flowing lights and moving like the wind between buildings. At that time, his eyes were filled with shock and envy. He never thought that one day he would also have the qualifications to soar into the sky. "I didn't expect that. Now, all of this will become a reality." Gu Fangchen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At the same time, in a private estate dozens of kilometers away. In a luxurious basement with precious swords hanging on the walls. Trash. A bunch of trash. Zhao Tianhao slammed the satellite phone in his hand to the ground, and the expensive device shattered into pieces in an instant. His chest heaved violently, and his handsome face, still bruised, was distorted with anger. Damn it! 100 million yuan deposit. And they hired a bunch of good-for-nothings. He paced back and forth, cursing disdainfully, "Fucking upper grade, second level? 30-meter blade light? Make it up. Keep making it up. A worthless bastard from a poor family got lucky and won the top prize. Does he really think he's a big shot? You think I'm stupid, don't you?" You think I'm easy to fool, don't you? The Zhao family is going to perish? Screw you. Even if the Dragon Kingdom perishes, my Zhao family may not perish. Zhao Tianhao didn't believe Shi Jian's nonsense at all. In his eyes, it was just a clumsy lie made up by the other party to shirk responsibility after the mission failed. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why on earth is that boy so arrogant? He clearly sent people to investigate thoroughly. Gu Fangchen is an orphan whose parents died early. He grew up in an orphanage and has no background at all. As for Xia Liuli, they had only worked together once to kill a strange beast, so they were not familiar with each other at all. He originally thought that it was Xia Liuli who deliberately protected him at the selection site last time. But then I thought about it carefully. The military district has strict discipline and does not allow colleagues to mock each other. I must have been unlucky at that time, so I was humiliated in public by that crazy woman, and she was just taking advantage of the situation. And what about Gu Fangchen? After all, he is just an orphan at the peak of the first level. A fool with nothing dares to threaten my Zhao family? I'm really tired of living. Just wait, you loser, Zhao Tianhao said with a cruel smile. Since these losers can't handle you, I'll play with you myself when I have time. He tugged at his collar in annoyance, ready to leave this basement specifically used for venting his emotions. The reason he hid here was that he didn't want his family to find out that he had hired someone to kill someone. It's not that I'm afraid of being punished. The Zhao family would not get angry over a new recruit with no background. But if my family knew about this, they would definitely nag me. He was too lazy to explain or listen. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked up the stairs leading to the first floor. But when he stepped onto the last step and pushed open the heavy soundproof door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. The whole person was frozen in place as if under a spell. I saw the exit of the basement. A middle-aged man wearing a black tang suit, whose face was 70% similar to his and full of majesty and calmness, was standing there quietly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were calm, and he just looked at him peacefully. The terrifying aura that was so intimidating without even being angry made the air around them seem to freeze. The gloom on Zhao Tianhao's face disappeared instantly, replaced by respect and subtle fear. Dad. Chapter 81, Writing a Novel? The gloom on Zhao Tianhao's face disappeared instantly, replaced by respect and subtle fear. Dad, why are you here? The person who came was Zhao Tianhao's father, the helmsman of the Zhao group in Magic City, Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji did not answer immediately. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, just looked at his son calmly, and the terrifying aura that made him look powerful without even being angry made the air around him seem to freeze. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but with an air of authority that brooked no argument. Where have you been? Do you know that your family has been looking for you for a long time? Zhao Tianhao's heart trembled and he lowered his head subconsciously. Before he could speak, Zhao Wuji continued. Also, I just looked at the accounting report. Why are there 300 million missing from our family's account out of nowhere? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Hearing this number, Zhao Tianhao's face turned pale instantly. He knew that this matter could no longer be concealed. In front of his father who was so resourceful, any lie seemed so clumsy. He took a deep breath, then decided to throw in the towel. Gritting his teeth, he vented all his resentment and unwillingness. Dad. It's all because of that kid named Gu Fangchen. It's him. He made me look like a fool in public during the selection competition, got beaten like a dog by that crazy woman Xia Liuli, and even permanently disqualified me from entering the Magic City military district. I couldn't swallow this. So I found someone to kill him. Zhao Tianhao's voice was filled with resentment. 300 million, 100 million, I used as a deposit to buy his life. The remaining 200 million is still in my bank account. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. A nameless anger also surged in his heart. But what made him angry was not that his son secretly embezzled 300 million yuan. What made him angry was that the Magic City military actually didn't take his Zhao family seriously. What's the difference between publicly humiliating his son and humiliating the Zhao family? Therefore, instead of being angry about his son's behavior, he felt somewhat relieved. This is a manifestation of bloodiness. If you are bullied, you must fight back. Isn't it? Not to mention, it's because of this Gu Fangchen. This resulted in the plan that he had worked hard on for several years being completely disrupted. Zhao Wuji's eyes turned cold instantly. Everyone knows it. His Zhao family is extremely wealthy, and when it comes to money, they are unrivaled in the entire Dragon Kingdom. But when it comes to the word power, there is always a half step missing. The military is the area he has always wanted to infiltrate but has no idea where to start. This selection competition was the most important part of his plan. He spent countless resources to pave the way for Zhao Tianhao. As long as he can successfully join an ace team, with the financial support of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianhao will be able to quickly gain a foothold in the army and continue to climb up. In less than 3 years, the Zhao family will be able to extend its tentacles into the core of power of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, all of this has been completely ruined by this poor boy named Gu Fangchen. What he destroyed was not only Zhao Tianhao's future, but also the grand blueprint that Zhao Wuji had planned for his family for 10 years. Thinking of this, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of Zhao Wuji's eyes. But his face remained calm. He looked at his son, who was blinded by anger, and said slowly, and then, "Is the person dead?" "No. No." Zhao Tianhao's face became even uglier. He repeated word for word the incoherent and crazy words that Shi Jian had said on the phone. "The man I sent to kill him said that boy was a monster. He broke through on the battlefield and became some kind of upper-grade second-level cultivator. His blade was over 30 meters long, and he killed over 1,000 alien beasts with a single strike." The more Zhao Tianhao spoke, the more absurd it seemed to him, and he almost stopped believing it. "Dad, I think that guy failed in his mission and deliberately made up this outrageous excuse to fool me." "Really?" After hearing this, Zhao Wuji was also puzzled. He waved his hand, a hint of impatience on his face. "Nonsense. You believe this kind of nonsense? A breakthrough on the battlefield? Top grade second level? 30-meter blade light? Writing a novel? Alright, Zhao Wuji obviously didn't want to waste any more time on this topic. I'll take care of this matter. Come with me to the living room first. We have guests at home." After saying that, he turned around and walked upstairs. Although Zhao Tianhao was unwilling, he had no choice but to follow. The two walked down the corridor, one in front of the other, when Zhao Wuji suddenly said, "You can't go to base number 7 for the time being. However, I have used my connections to help you contact a second lieutenant in Xiantang City. He agreed to allow you to join Xiantang City's frontline garrison as a special recruit." "Xiantang City?" Zhao Tianhao's brows furrowed instantly, his face filled with reluctance. "Dad, I'm not going. I'm not familiar with the place. That loser Gu Fangchen is still alive. How can he be willing to leave the magic city in such disgrace? Besides, he grew up in Shanghai and his social circle is all around this area. Going to Qiantang is like going to a completely unfamiliar environment. Who would want to do this? It's none of your business." Zhao Wuji's tone left no room for argument. Seeing his son's reluctance, he seemed to feel a little bit sorry for it and slowed down his tone. "You might get bored if you go alone. But what if someone goes with you?" Zhao Tianhao was stunned and still didn't understand what his father meant. At this moment, a clear and pleasant laughter, like that of an oriole, suddenly came from the study in front. "Uncle Zhao, you're back?" Chapter 82. Everyone is shocked. Hearing this voice, Zhao Tianhao's body shook violently, and his eyes, which were originally filled with unwillingness and resentment, were instantly replaced by endless surprise and passion. He subconsciously quickened his pace and rushed into the study room in just a few steps. He saw a young girl in a white dress, with a gentle and charming temperament and beautiful appearance, sitting on the leather sofa in the study. She was holding a cup of black tea and looking at him with a smile. "Tianhao, you're back." "Sure, Shiyu." Zhao Tianhao's breathing suddenly stopped, and his voice was a little stammering. Why are you here?" The girl in front of him was none other than his fiancée, Su Shiyu, the daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai. "I heard from my uncle that you have been in a bad mood recently, so I came to see you." Su Shiyu put down the teacup and walked in front of him, her big watery eyes full of concern. I'm fine." Zhao Tianhao looked at the beautiful face in front of him that was enough to make any man fall in love with her, and felt that all the worries and resentments in his heart disappeared at this moment. Zhao Wuji, who was standing by, took it all in. He walked forward and patted Zhao Tianhao on the shoulder with a smile. "I just mentioned to Shiyu that you were going to Qiantang City to train for a while." Zhao Wuji looked at his son, a sly look in his eyes. "Shiyu said that she also wanted to go to Qiantang City to relax and was willing to go with you." "Really?" Zhao Tianhao's eyes lit up instantly. Su Shiyu blushed and nodded shyly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Very good. Zhao Tianhao could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy. He grabbed Su Shiyu's hand and said excitedly, "Xiantang City is great. Xiantang City is great. Xiantang City has beautiful mountains and clear waters, it's the perfect place to relax. Dad. When do I leave? Tomorrow? No. Now." Seeing his son's 180-degree turn, Zhao Wuji showed a wise smile on his face. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the living room. Many people are here today, almost all of our Zhao family are here." Zhao family manor, in the reception room. The magnificent hall was already bustling with people and toasting each other. Dozens of core members of the Zhao family and elites from the side branches gathered together. They were all dressed in suits and had extraordinary demeanor, and their every move showed the confidence of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. And sitting in the guest of honor seat was a young man wearing a neat officer's uniform. He was none other than Second Lieutenant Lu Feng, from the Qiantang City frontline garrison. At this moment, the focus of everyone's discussion was the two strange phenomena in heaven and earth that shook the entire demon city today. Have you heard? Just now, the daughter of the Xia family successfully broke through to the 4th level. And it's the top-grade 4th level. The strange sight of the fire phoenix crying can be seen clearly from dozens of kilometers away. An elder of the Zhao family stroked his beard, his face full of amazement. Hiss. Top grade, 4th level. 18 years old. TSK TSK TSK. With this Qilin girl, the Xia family's status will be as solid as a rock for the next 100 years. It's not just the Xia family. Didn't you sense another strange phenomenon? It's right over at base 7. Although it's a bit smaller in scale, the pressure is definitely upper grade too. I wonder which family's genius has suddenly appeared. Everyone was talking about it, and their words were filled with awe and yearning for the genius. Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately raised his glass with a smile and complimented the Zhao family elders present. "My uncles and aunts are right. The Magic City base city is blessed with outstanding people and talents. But in my opinion, no matter how strong a genius is, he can't compare to the Zhao family's rich heritage. Although my nephew Tianhao encountered some setbacks in the selection this time, he has a solid foundation and the full support of the Zhao family. His future achievements may not be inferior to that of the Xia family's daughter." These words made everyone happy and they nodded in agreement. At this moment, the door of the reception room was slowly pushed open. Zhao Wuji walked in with his hands behind his back, followed by Zhao Tianhao and Su Shiyu. As soon as the three of them appeared, they instantly became the focus of the whole audience. The head of the family is here. Young Master Tianhao and the Su family's daughter are here too. They are truly a match made in heaven. Greetings to the patriarch. Greetings to the young master. For a time, the sound of flattery was endless. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then led the two of them to sit in the main seat. In the reception room, all the members of the Zhao family gathered together, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. As everyone was chatting, the topic suddenly turned to Zhao Tianhao. "I think it's a good thing for Tianhao to go to Qiantang this time." A middle-aged man with a rosy face who bore some resemblance to Zhao Wuji raised his glass and said with a smile, "The waters of the Magic City are too shallow to support a true dragon like him. It would be a good idea to go to Qiantang to gain some experience. It will pave the way for taking over the family business in the future." Third uncle is right. Another young collateral disciple immediately echoed, a flattering smile on his face, who was brother Tianhao. "A mere tryout at base number 7 is just a formality. Even if we don't go, with the strength of our Zhao family, isn't it just a matter of asking for a spot on any of Dragon Country's ace teams?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their words full of praise for Zhao Tianhao. "Humph, that Gu Fangchen is just a poor boy who got lucky. Small bluff BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select small bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits." A glamorously dressed noblewoman curled her lips and said sarcastically, "If he wasn't relying on that somewhat talented crazy woman from the Xia family to back him up, who would he be? How could he be compared to our Tianhao?" Another person immediately chimed in, "Exactly. I heard that kid is an orphan, raised in an orphanage. What kind of future can a fatherless and motherless bastard like him have? He's got a poor, mean streak in his bones, and he doesn't know his place." For a moment, the reception room was filled with verbal criticism of Gu Fangchen, as if denigrating him could wash away the humiliation Zhao Tianhao suffered in the selection competition. Seeing this, Su Shiyu gently poured a cup of tea for Zhao Tianhao, her voice as soft as a feather. "Brother Tianhao, don't listen to them. I believe you just don't want to bother with that kind of people. You still understand me. Zhao Tianhao listened to his fiancée's comfort and the flattery of his clansmen, and the depression in his heart was swept away, and a complacent smile appeared on his face again. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, who was sitting in the main seat, turned his gaze to the young officer sitting below Zhao Tianhao and asked with a smile, "Second Lieutenant Liu, you have been in the army for many years and have seen a lot. In your opinion, how far can a recruit like this, who's so arrogant just because of his background, get in the army?" When Lu Feng, the second lieutenant of Qiantang City, was called, he immediately stood up flattered. He didn't know much about the situation in the Magic City, and he had no idea who Gu Fangchen was. But at this moment, the head of the Zhao family was questioning him personally. He thought it was a godsend opportunity for him to show his loyalty and build connections. So, he quickly revealed an expression of righteous indignation and said righteously, "General Zhao. In our army, what matters most is discipline and rules. I've seen many such thorny soldiers who, relying on their talent, don't know their place and don't even take their superiors and seniors seriously." He raised his glass and saluted Zhao Tianhao from a distance, his tone filled with disdain. People like this, no matter how amazing their early performances are destined not to go far. A truly powerful person relies on accumulated military merit and connections, not just a momentary luck. Young people have a little talent, but they don't even know their last name. I've seen a lot of people like that. Young Master Tianhao is a noble man, and Gu Fangchen is just a commoner. How dare he offend the young master? He is ignorant. Don't worry, Master Zhao. When we get to Qiantang City, I promise to make every possible arrangement for you. As for that ignorant loser, he'll cry sooner or later. These words made Zhao Tianhao feel extremely comfortable, as if he had already seen the scene of Gu Fangchen kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy. He burst into laughter, picked up the wineglass, and was about to drink it all with Lu Feng. But at this moment, boom! A terrifying roar, loud enough to shake the entire villa, came from the door of the living room without any warning. The heavy hall door, made of century-old golden Nanmu wood and weighing hundreds of pounds, exploded in front of the horrified gazes of all the Zhao family members. Countless sawdust mixed with violent airwaves swept inward, blowing the wine and delicacies on the table into a mess. Everyone in the room was shocked. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly, and they all looked towards the door, their faces filled with horror and anger. Who is it? How dare you? Do you know where this place is? As everyone stared in shock and anger, they saw a slender figure standing against the light between the broken door frames. He was wearing a neat military uniform, and the rank of Private 6th Class on his shoulder gleamed brightly under the light. That handsome and delicate face was now as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. Those dark eyes were like two bottomless abysses, sweeping calmly across the entire audience. Most of the Zhao family members present immediately turned their shock into rage when they saw that the visitor was just an unknown young private. Where did this wild boy come from? How dare an ordinary private soldier break into my Zhao family manor? Are you fucking idiot? Are you fucking tired of living? Someone come. Catch him for me. But beside the main seat, Zhao Tianhao's handsome face, which was originally wearing a smug smile, suddenly lost all color the moment he saw the face of the person who came. The wineglass in his hand fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. The whole person jumped up from his seat as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at the figure at the door, his voice becoming sharp and distorted due to extreme fear. Gu Fangchen? Chapter 83 is too weird. Gu Fangchen? Zhao Tianhao has cerebellar atrophy. The complacency and arrogance on his face were replaced by endless horror and disbelief at this moment. How come he is here? How dare he come here? Zhao Tianhao's mind went blank. Sitting in the chair, his body trembled slightly due to extreme shock. That out-of-control look was completely different from the young master of the Zhao family who was full of vigor and ambition just now. In the reception room, the other members of the Zhao family, after a brief moment of shock and anger, all turned their gazes to Zhao Tianhao. They looked at their young master's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and then looked at the young private soldier with a cold breath at the door, their faces full of confusion. Tianhao, is this that? Sitting in the main seat, Zhao Wuji frowned tightly, and a barely perceptible sinister glint flashed in his eyes. He also didn't expect that the culprit who ruined his entire plan would be so bold as to break into the heartland of his Zhao family alone. Or did you come alone? As he spoke, his eyes wandered up and down Gu Fangchen. No weapons were found. This guy didn't even bring a weapon? How is that possible? How did he get in? The security system of the Zhao family manor is comparable to that of a military fortress. There are high-voltage power grids and infrared scanners on the periphery, and inside there is a guard team composed of dozens of retired Special Forces soldiers, patrolling 24 hours a day. Not to mention a living person. Even if a fly flies in, it will be locked within 3 seconds. But the boy in front of him not only came in, but also kicked the door of the living room to pieces. During the entire process, he didn't even receive a single alert. This is so abnormal. So weird. Just when everyone was in confusion, Gu Fangchen moved. He ignored everyone and walked slowly into the magnificent and luxurious reception room. He put his hands behind his back, and his eyes slowly scanned the entire audience. He glanced at the Zhao family members who were all in shock, at Zhao Wuji who was sitting in the main seat with a gloomy face, and at Zhao Tianhao who was looking terrified. In an instant, the Zhao family members around him who were clamoring to take him down swallowed their saliva involuntarily and lowered their heads. Everyone seemed to be shocked by an invisible aura, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward to stop it. That posture, that aura, how could he look like an intruder? It's clearly like the emperor, inspecting his own territory. This look of indifference completely ignited the anger of all the Zhao family members present. Presumptuous. Finally, a middle-aged man who looked to be Zhao Tianhao's uncle was the first to recover from his shock. He slammed the table, pointed at Gu Fangchen, and shouted, "What are you doing here, kid? Do you know where this place is? You dare to trespass into my Zhao family manor and destroy my home. I think you are tired of living. Are you here to die?" "That's right." Another glamorously dressed noblewoman also screamed, her voice harsh and piercing, "Where did this bastard come from? He doesn't know any manners at all. Where's the security guard? Are the security guards employed by our Zhao family just there to do nothing? Hurry up and drag this fool out and break his legs." For a moment, the crowd was outraged and shouts and curses were heard one after another. Although they didn't know how Gu Fangchen got in. But in their perception, a poor boy wearing ordinary military uniform and with the lowest rank of private. In front of the wealthy and powerful Zhao family, he is no different from an ant that can be crushed to death at will. After the initial panic, Zhao Tianhao finally recovered. "Yes. What am I afraid of? This is my home. This is my Zhao family's territory. No matter how good he is at fighting, can he really overthrow our entire Zhao family by himself? What's more, he didn't even bring a weapon." Thinking of this, the fear in Zhao Tianhao's heart was instantly replaced by endless anger and humiliation. He looked at Gu Fangchen, who looked calm and composed, as if everything was under control, and felt a surge of evil fire rising to his head. "Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Zhao Tianhao pointed at Gu Fangchen and burst into a morbid laughter. Gu Fangchen, should I say you are stupid or foolish?" His eyes were filled with extreme contempt and sarcasm, as if he was looking at a clown. "I admit, you do have some skills. I was lucky enough to have Xia Liuli eliminate me early, so I won the first place in the selection competition without me, and even got a bit of attention. But you don't really think that with just this little bit of strength, you can show off in front of my Zhao family, right?" In Zhao Tianhao's opinion, Gu Fangchen is just a poor guy who has had bad luck. He has some strength, but he is only a first-level warrior after all, with a shallow foundation and no background. As for Xia Liuli, that crazy woman was just taking advantage of the situation to scare others. It is simply impossible for him to fall out with the Zhao family just for such a poor boy. Therefore, in his opinion, Gu Fangchen's behavior of breaking into the Zhao family manor alone at this moment is tantamount to seeking death. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianhao became even crazier. He slammed the table and stood up. "I was thinking that when I got to Qiantang City, I would slowly kill you and make you wish you were dead. I didn't expect that you would come to me on your own initiative." "What? You dare to break into my Zhao family alone without even a weapon? Are you here to die? Idiot." At the same time, everyone in the Zhao family joined the group immediately. They all slammed the table and stood up. "That's right. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there's no door to hell but you break in. Today, I'll let you know what happens if you offend our Zhao family." In the main seat, Zhao Wuji's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. He looked at Gu Fangchen, and in his calm eyes, there burned an undisguised murderous intent. It was this kid who ruined the plan he had been planning for 10 years. It was this kid who made the Zhao family lose face in front of the entire upper class of the Magic City. And still so crazy? Why the fuck do you do that? Thinking about it, he spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was like 10,000-year-old black ice, which made the temperature of the entire reception room drop a few degrees. It's a good thing for young people to have some talent. But talent shouldn't be the reason you don't know your place and act recklessly. Zhao Wuji looked at Gu Fangchen as if he were a god judging a mortal. You should never, ever, offend my Zhao family, and even more so, you should never have ruined my son's future. Today, since you came to me on your own, I don't have to bother with anything. Break your legs, kneel down, kowtow and apologize to my son. Perhaps, I can spare your life because you are a soldier of the Dragon Nation. Su Shiyu, who was sitting next to Zhao Tianhao, didn't say anything. He just held the teacup, took a sip, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. She crossed her legs and didn't even bother to look Fang Chen in the eye. In her opinion, this farce can now end. It is ridiculously stupid for a brainless, reckless man to challenge a martial arts family with a century-old tradition by relying on his brute force. And he indirectly caused his fiancée to be unable to enter the military area. Damn it! At this moment, Lu Feng, the second lieutenant of Qiantang City who had been standing next to Zhao Tianhao, finally found an opportunity to show himself. He took a step forward and stood in front of Gu Fangchen, his face showing the look of an elder who was heartbroken and speaking in a serious tone. Chapter 84 Eat more and take it away. Gu Fangchen, right? Lu Feng looked down at Gu Fangchen's epaulets. Oh. Private 6th class. What a waste. Thinking about this, he looked at Gu Fangchen with a tone full of superiority and slowly said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. I just heard from young Master Zhao that you won the top prize? That's not surprising. I know you're young, you climbed up from the bottom, and finally became the top scholar. It's normal for you to be a little arrogant. But you have to understand that in this world, problems cannot be solved simply by fighting and killing." Lu Feng's tone was full of preaching. As a human being, you must know how to be grateful and respectful. Do you know what kind of existence the Zhao family is? As a young man, even if you have some minor friction with young Master Tianhao, you should take the initiative to come and apologize. Instead of using such a crude method to intensify the conflict like we are doing now. Look at yourself, what a disgrace. He looked at Gu Fangchen, shook his head slowly, and a disappointed expression of "this kid is incorrigible" appeared on his face. If you do this, not only will it not solve the problem, but it will make your own path narrower and narrower. Gu Fangchen looked at the second lieutenant in front of him who was spitting all over the place and feeling good about himself. A hint of impatience finally flashed in his calm eyes. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Because he was too lazy to get angry with such an idiot. Seeing that Gu Fangchen refused to budge, Lu Feng finally lost the kindness on his face. His face darkened and his tone became stern. What? You're not talking? Do you think what I said is unreasonable? I'm telling you. I'm teaching you a lesson. I'm doing this for your own good. You're such a fool. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Zhao and young Master Tianhao right now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise. A cold light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Don't blame me, your senior, for not giving you face. I will personally break your legs for the Zhao family. You will have no choice but to pay the price. He took a step forward, and the energy and blood of an early-stage third-order warrior in his body exploded. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped Gu Fangchen. I'll give you one last chance. Lu Feng's voice boomed like thunder in the living room. Kneel down. Apologize. He is ready to take action. In his opinion. As a second lieutenant in Qiantang City and a senior, he personally took action to teach a lesson to a new recruit from the Magic City. It makes sense. No one can say no. This would not only earn the Zhao family a huge favor, but also demonstrate his own authority. Kill two birds with one stone. Zhao Tianhao and Zhao Wuji looked at this scene with satisfied smiles on their faces. They seemed to have seen Gu Fangchen's miserable appearance kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. In the reception room, the rest of the Zhao family members were whispering to each other, their faces filled with gloating sarcasm. Look at how arrogant this brat is. A bastard without a father or mother dares to act wildly on our Zhao family's territory? Serves you right. This is what you deserve for offending young Master Tianhao. Lieutenant Lu, please don't show any mercy. Beat him to a cripple. The charming lady who had made sarcastic remarks before even covered her mouth with her handkerchief and laughed sweetly as if she was gloating. Her eyes were full of malicious pleasure as she looked at Gu Fangchen. Although Su Shiyu was still sitting calmly on the sofa, a barely perceptible hint of pleasure and coldness flashed across her big watery eyes. A commoner who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth should also taste the bitter fruit of offending a noble family. Faced with this threat that could be called an ultimatum, and the pressure from the third-level strong man that was coming towards him. In the reception room, all the members of the Zhao family subconsciously straightened their backs, with gloating smiles on their faces. However, there was no trace of fear or panic on Gu Fengchen's face. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, but just calmly looked at the spit-filled, self-satisfied lieutenant in front of him, and slowly spoke. "I'm not here to listen to your nonsense." He paused, his eyes slowly sweeping across the room. Finally, it fell on the gloomy-faced Zhao Wuji, who was sitting in the main seat. "I'm just following orders to inform you. The Zhao family is finished." The air seemed to freeze at this moment. You could hear a pin drop in the entire living room. The sarcasm and gloating on the faces of all the Zhao family members froze in an instant, as if someone was strangling them. They stared blankly at the indifferent young man, wondering if they were hallucinating. Even Zhao Wuji, who was sitting in the main seat, had a hint of surprise in his calm eyes. After a brief silence. Puff. I don't know who it was, but the first one couldn't help laughing. This laughter was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly causing thousands of ripples. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of fucking laughter. This kid. Is there something wrong with his brain? The unbridled laughter was like a volcanic eruption, instantly igniting the entire reception room. Zhao Tianhao laughed the most wildly. He pointed at Gu Fengchen, almost laughing until tears came out. He staggered forward and backward, gasping for breath. On orders? On whose orders? Holy shit. Did you fucking wreck your brain at the tryouts? You came to my Zhao family alone, saying you want to destroy us? Who the hell do you think you are? The commander-in-chief of the Dragon Nation? The charming lady beside him was laughing so hard that her body shook uncontrollably. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief and said in a sharp and piercing voice, "Oh my, you really scared me to death. A bastard without a father or a mother, yet he's so arrogant. Where does he get the confidence from? Master, listen to this, has this kid gone crazy?" Zhao Tianhao's third uncle also stroked his beard and shook his head and laughed at Zhao Wuji. Even Su Shiyu, who had always maintained an elegant posture on the sofa, couldn't help but cover the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Those big watery eyes were filled with undisguised sarcasm and pity. Madness. It's ridiculously stupid. She didn't even bother to look at Fengchen again, as if looking at him any longer would be an insult to herself. Lu Feng, who was standing in front of Gu Fengchen, was stunned for a moment, and then the expression on his face changed from the initial majesty to pure contempt. He looked at Gu Fengchen as if he was looking at a hopeless madman, and slowly shook his head. It's over, this kid has gone completely crazy. He turned around and clasped his fists towards Zhao Wuji, who was sitting at the main seat. A look of deep sorrow and anguish appeared on his face. "Boss Zhao, you see, it's not that I didn't give him a chance, it's that this kid is courting death. If we keep this kind of lunatic who disrespects his elders and is arrogant, he will sooner or later become a scourge to the army. Today, let me clean up the mess on behalf of the army. And teach him a lesson on behalf of your Zhao family." Sitting in the main seat, Zhao Wuji watched the farce in front of him, and a cold arc finally appeared on his gloomy face. He slowly picked up the teacup, blew away the hot air, and said to Lu Feng in a calm tone as if he was talking about the weather. "Second Lieutenant Lu, thank you for your help." He paused and added, "Get started, focus. Don't beat him to death, leave him a breath. I want him to see with his own eyes how he is thrown out of my Zhao family like a dog." "Yes. Mr. Zhao." When Lu Feng heard this, his face instantly broke out into ecstasy. He knew that he had made the right bet today. As long as he can accomplish this task, he will not only be able to board the Zhao family's big ship, but his status in Xiantang City will also rise in the future. He turned around suddenly, and the eyes that looked at Gu Fengchen were filled with undisguised cruelty and a hideous grin. And Gu Fengchen, faced with the ridicule and murderous intent in the room, the expression on his face did not change at all from beginning to end. He just quietly watched this group of clowns, who looked like dead people in his eyes, as they performed their final carnival to their heart's content. He shook his head slowly, a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he sighed softly. "Laugh. This is the only time you will laugh in your life. Wait, you won't be able to laugh anymore. These extremely calm words were like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan, instantly making Lu Feng's anger burn to the peak. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be stubborn. Lu Feng roared, unable to hold back any longer. The energy and blood in his body exploded. The whole person turned into an arrow shot from a bow, with a layer of light red blood halo wrapped on his right fist. With a tremendous force, he smashed towards Gu Fangchen's face. Today, I will let you know what it means. His threatening words were not yet finished. Boom! A bang that was far more terrifying and 100 times louder than the one when Gu Fangchen kicked the door before came from outside the manor without any warning. Chapter 85 God Slayer Number 3. Sensation. A roar of an engine, even more terrifying and violent than the one when Gu Fangchen kicked the door just now, came from outside the manor without any warning. The sound was not like that of a sports car, nor that of an ordinary vehicle. That was a roar unique to the military's heavy armored forces. Immediately afterwards, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the Zhao family manor. Warning! Warning! Large-scale armed forces detected approaching. Repeat. Large-scale armed forces detected approaching. In the reception room, the smiles on the faces of all the Zhao family members froze instantly. Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up from his seat, his face full of surprise and confusion. Armed forces? What is going on? Before he could react. Boom! 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 6 dull noises came simultaneously from 6 different directions of the manor. The whole villa shook violently, and even the crystal chandelier on the ceiling made a rattling sound, as if it would fall down at any time. What's going on? Zhao Wuji's face turned pale and he was the first to rush to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The rest of the Zhao family also followed, their faces filled with shock, anger, and confusion. Suddenly, 6 black heavy tanks with hideous muzzles appeared on the neatly trimmed lawn of the manor. They formed a siege and surrounded the entire villa tightly. Seeing this scene, most of the Zhao family members were stunned at first, and then an absurd expression appeared on their faces. Tank? A young member of the side branch couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you kidding me? What era is it now? They're still using these old-fashioned iron lumps? Do they think these things can hurt us warriors? That's right. I can bend this broken gun barrel with just one punch. Another person echoed, his tone full of disdain. However, just as everyone was talking about it and not paying any attention, the color on the face of Lieutenant Lu from Qiantang City instantly faded after he saw the models and paint schemes of those tanks. His pupils suddenly shrank and his body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Second Lieutenant Lu, what's wrong with you? Zhao Tianhao frowned, looking at his frightened face with a flash of disdain in his eyes. It's just a few broken tanks, right? Why are you so frightened? Broken tank? Lu Feng's voice was trembling. Master Zhao. Master Zhao, that's not an ordinary tank. He pointed at the 6 steel beasts outside the window, his voice sharp and distorted. That's the military's latest development, the God Slayer 3. It's anti-warrior armor specifically designed to target warriors. Its armor is made from the shell powder of the catastrophic level monster Black Tortoise mixed with a Class B memory alloy. It can withstand the full force attack of a 3rd level warrior. The most terrifying thing is its main gun. They're not using ordinary shells, but special armor-piercing shells filled with a high concentration of qi and blood annihilation fluid. One shot can directly kill any warrior below the peak of the 3rd level. Not even a trace of him will be left. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire reception room fell into dead silence. The disdain and sarcasm on the faces of all the Zhao family members completely froze at this moment, and were replaced by endless horror and disbelief. What? Zhao Wuji's face turned pale. This thing. How did this thing get here? Even Su Shiyu, who had been sitting quietly, could no longer maintain her elegance and composure. Her delicate hands holding the teacup trembled suddenly, and the warm tea spilled out, soaking her white dress. Her big watery eyes, the pupils were shaking violently and uncontrollably. God Butcher Type 3. She had seen the description of this ultimate weapon in the family's top secret files. That is a thundering measure that will only be used when facing a catastrophic beast tide or suppressing a serious crime of treason. But now, this God Slayer Type 3 actually appeared in the Zhao family's manor? There's no beast tide here. Could it be that Su Shiyu guessed something? She looked at Zhao Tianhao with a look of horror on her face, unable to control her emotions. Just when the entire reception room was shrouded in silence and fear, and everyone forgot to even breathe. A pair of footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, suddenly sounded. Gu Fangchen, who had been like an outsider from the beginning to the end, actually walked leisurely to the coffee table next to him at this moment. Then, he picked up a clean white porcelain teacup, picked up the valuable purple clay teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of steaming Biluakan tea. He blew gently on the hot air from the rim of the cup, held the cup in his hand, and then slowly turned around. Those calm eyes swept across the Zhao family members who were already frightened, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Laughing? Keep laughing? Why aren't you smiling? You can't even laugh anymore? That's not right. I saw you guys were quite smiling just now, didn't you? These 5 light words were like loud slaps in the face, slapping every member of the Zhao family present. Swish. Moment. Everyone's gaze, like rusty gears, turned inch by inch to the calm and composed young man holding a teacup. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock, terror, and a hint of belated disbelief. Tank. Is all this because of him? How is that possible? Isn't he a bastard without a father or a mother? Isn't he just a poor private soldier who can be manipulated at will? Why does he do that? Just as a huge wave was set off in everyone's minds and the worldview was repeatedly crushed and reorganized. Tram. 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 A sound of footsteps like thunder came from far away and approached rapidly. Under everyone's horrified gaze, they saw hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers swarming in from the broken gate like a black tide. Their movements were coordinated and well-trained, and within just a few seconds, they had surrounded the entire reception room. This is... Zhao Wuji looked at the familiar golden dragon armbands on the soldiers' arms, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The headquarters direct guards. And the red flame guards. Second Lieutenant Lu from Qiantang City was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. These two are the most elite ace troops in the entire Eastern Theater Command. They take orders directly from the Supreme Command and have the privilege of executing first and reporting later. How did they get here? Just as everyone was in confusion, the guards automatically separated to both sides, making way for a passage. A fiery red figure walked in slowly. It's Xia Lioli. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Are you arrogant? Xia Lioli was still wearing the fiery red combat uniform, but her cold and beautiful face was now covered with a layer of frost that was enough to freeze the soul. When they saw this great man who came like a god, the entire reception room fell into complete silence. Xia Qianjin. Xia Lioli ignored everyone, her phoenix eyes burning with anger slowly sweeping across the entire audience. In the end, it fell on Zhao Wuji and Zhao Tianhao, who had already been frightened silly. She spoke slowly, her voice was not loud, but every word was as cold as a knife, piercing the bone. You can. I gave you the chance just now just to see what your attitude would be when you faced Gu Fangchen alone. If you behave well, I can only take Zhao Tianhao's life. But now it seems. The corners of Xia Lioli's mouth curved up. That's not necessary. The entire Zhao family will be buried with him. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Buried with him? Why be buried with him? Everyone stared at Xia Lioli blankly, their minds blank, completely unable to process the information that was beyond the scope of reality. What's going on? What did Zhao Tianhao do? Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with absurdity and confusion. Could it be because I just secretly cursed Xia Lioli and she heard it? But this shouldn't be the case, right? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss just for such a trivial matter? Not only did they mobilize the command center's direct guards and the red flame guards, they also drove in 6 God Slayer tanks that were specially designed to slaughter high-level warriors surrounding the entire Zhao family manor? Is it necessary? In the main seat. Zhao Wuji's face looked extremely ugly. He turned his head suddenly, and his eyes, as sharp as an eagle, were fixed on his son, his eyes full of surprise and uncertainty. Zhao Tianhao also subconsciously looked at his father, his face full of innocence and confusion. In his walnut-sized brain, he couldn't figure out what terrible disaster he had caused to cause such thundering wrath. In this dead silent and oppressive atmosphere, Second Lieutenant Lu from Qiantang City finally couldn't withstand the suffocating pressure. He looked at Xia Lioli's beautiful face that looked as if it was frozen in time, and then looked at the surrounding god-killer tanks with ferocious muzzles. He felt a chill running from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. No. You must ask clearly. He suppressed the trembling in his legs, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out of the crowd. He forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and bowed to Xia Liuli. Xia Qianjin. His voice trembled slightly with extreme fear. Is there some misunderstanding here? The Zhao family has always been loyal to the military in the Dragon Kingdom, and President Zhao is even more. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Xia Liuli's phoenix eyes, burning with anger, slowly turned, like two invisible swords, and instantly fell on him. Lu Feng felt his whole body stiffen, as if he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, and even his breathing stopped. Were you arrogant just now? Xia Liuli spoke slowly. Her voice was not loud, but it was so cold that the temperature in the entire reception room seemed to drop by several degrees. When Lu Feng heard this, his face turned pale and his mind went blank. Arrogant? When did I become arrogant? Xia Liuli didn't give him a chance to think. She stretched out her long legs, stepped forward, and walked in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Early stage 3, pretty awesome, huh? Want to beat Gu Fangchen? Want to teach the younger generation a lesson? I heard that you're trying to find a backdoor for the young master of the Zhao family and let him enter your Qiantang City military district? What do you think of the Dragon Country military region? Is this your vegetable market? These few words, like the cold wind from the underworld, instantly blew away all the luck in Lu Feng's heart. He finally understood. The nonsense he just said to please the Zhao family was heard by this young lady without missing a word. Aye. Lu Feng's lips trembled. He wanted to explain, but found that he couldn't say a word. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead like raindrops, instantly soaking his collar. His legs went weak, and he could no longer bear the fear that came from the depths of his soul. Like a quail with its bones pulled out, he retreated uncontrollably, trying to get away from the source of the breath of death. No. Xia Qianjin. Please listen to my explanation. I was just joking. He backed away, waving his hands frantically, his face filled with extreme panic. But just as he took 2 steps back, a pressure that was 100 times more terrifying than before suddenly descended from Xia Liuli's body without any warning. Boom! Lu Feng felt as if a 1,000-foot-high mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. That pressure was vast and majestic, filled with the absolute crushing of higher-level life forms over lower creatures. The energy and blood in his body were as fragile as a candle in the wind in the face of this pressure, and were instantly suppressed and unable to move. This is the strength of a 4th-level warrior. Just the pressure released casually can make warriors of level 3 and below lose all ability to resist in an instant, like lambs to be slaughtered. Plop! Lu Feng could no longer hold on, and his knees slammed heavily on the cold ground, causing the hard marble tiles to crack. He was forced to kneel on the ground with his whole body pressed to the ground, unable to even lift his head. Xia Miss Xia, please spare me. Please. Endless fear completely devoured all his sanity and dignity. He lay on the ground like a dog, tears streaming down his face, begging incoherently, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it again. Please. I'm sorry. Xia Liuli was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. A trace of cold disgust flashed across her phoenix eyes. She slowly turned her head and spoke softly to a straight-limbed red flame guard behind her. Knife. Yes. The red flame guard didn't hesitate at all. With a swish, he drew out the standard sword from his waist and presented it with both hands. Xia Liuli took the sword and casually made a sword flower in the air. The blade hummed and emitted a cold light. Lu Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, felt the cold murderous aura coming towards him, and was frightened to death. He suddenly raised his head, and on his face covered with snot and tears, there was only extreme fear. Xia Liuli looked at Lu Feng, who was shaking like a sieve, and was too lazy to say another word. The sword in his hand swept out directly and cleanly. Puff! A soft sound. Lu Feng's wailing stopped abruptly. A huge human head soared into the sky, drew a bloody parabola in the air, and rolled to the side. There was still endless fear and confusion in those wide-open eyes. Plop! The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and boiling blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain, staining the gorgeous carpet around it into a shocking dark red. Xia Liuli casually threw the sword, which was still dripping with blood, back to the Qi Yin guard behind him. The whole process was smooth and flowing, as if he was just casually swatting a fly. In the reception room, all the Zhao family members, as well as the daughter of the Su family sitting on the sofa, were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 87 A bunch of idiots. In the reception room, all the Zhao family members, as well as the daughter of the Su family sitting on the sofa, were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the headless corpse that was still gushing with blood, and at the head that rolled on the precious Persian carpet with its eyes open, their minds blank. Dead? Just die? A genuine third-level warrior, a second lieutenant from Xintang City, was killed by Xia Liuli with just one blow on the Zhao family's territory? He couldn't even finish a complete beg for mercy. The charming lady who had previously threatened to break Gu Fangchen's legs was now so frightened that her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground with a plop. An unpleasant, foul smell emanated from under her skirt. I was scared to death. On the sofa, Su Shiyu, who had always maintained an elegant posture, could no longer maintain that composure. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, and her beautiful face was completely bloodless and pale. You know, Xia Liuli is not joking. They were all killed directly by the third-rank second lieutenant of the military district. If he really got angry, it would be easy to kill her as well. If she was still sitting on the sofa with a cup of black tea and her legs crossed. Isn't that too pretentious? Isn't that asking for a beating? I was just pretending to be cool in front of my fiancé and his family to maintain my ladylike image. In this situation, if you continue to pretend to be cool, you will really be struck by lightning. Even if she was given 10,000 courages, she wouldn't dare to continue pretending. Just when the entire reception room was shrouded in silence and fear, and everyone forgot to even breathe, Xia Liuli slowly turned around and lightly hooked her finger at a straight-statured red flame guard behind her. The red flame guard immediately understood, stepped forward, and took out a cowhide document bag made of special animal skin from his arms, and pulled out a confidential document with the highest red seal of the Dragon Kingdom military. He cleared his throat, and under the dead silence, he read aloud in a cold tone without any emotion. Following the joint order from the Dragon Kingdom Eastern Theater Supreme Command and the military court. It has been verified that the core members of the Zhao family group in Modu are suspected of multiple serious crimes. The list of the main persons involved in the case is now announced as follows. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuji. The eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianhao. The head of the Zhao family's side branch, Zhao Wuliang. The head of the Zhao family's side branch, Zhao Wuda. A series of names were read out one after another, and each name represented a big shot who could cause a stir in the business world of Shanghai with just a stop of his feet. The list was so long that it almost included all the core members of the Zhao family in the living room at the moment. The list of affiliated families involved in the case is as follows. The Wang Group in the Magic City, headed by Wang Fugue. The Demon City Li Group, headed by Li Jianguo. Modu Sun Group. As the familiar names were called out one by one, the faces of the guests who were still holding on to a glimmer of hope instantly turned as pale as paper. After finishing the reading, the red flame guard slammed the document in his hand shut with a snap. In a tone cold enough to freeze the soul, he slowly added. It has been verified that the aforementioned individuals are suspected of hiring someone to assassinate a top-grade warrior who is under the key protection of the Dragon Nation's military, with the intention of shaking the morale of the Dragon Nation's military and subverting the foundation of the Dragon Nation. He deserves death for his crime. According to Article 7, Section 3 of the Dragon Nation Warrior Regulations, the ruling is treason. All the above-mentioned principal offenders, core family members, and collateral branches. A total of 5,312 people. Leave no one behind, leave all. Qianwei paused, and finally squeezed out the last 4 words from between his teeth. Kill without mercy. After saying that, he put the documents away and retreated behind Xia Liuli with an expressionless face. He and Xia Liuli and the others looked indifferent. But when they heard the word treason, all the Zhao family members were stunned. They feel like even their cerebellum has shrunk. What is going on? Hiring a killer? A top-grade warrior? Subvert the country? What the hell is going on? Zhao Wuji's body shook violently, and his usually dignified and calm face now only showed extreme horror and disbelief. No, impossible. He was the first to recover from his shock. He pointed at Xia Liuli, his voice shrill and distorted with excitement. Miss Xia. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. My Zhao family is loyal to the Dragon Kingdom and has been engaged in business for generations. We have never colluded with any foreign forces. Not to mention assassinating any top-grade warriors. This is slander. It's blatant slander. He turned his head abruptly, his hawk-like eyes fixed on his son, and roared, Tianhao. What the hell is going on? Zhao Tianhao was also completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Xia Liuli, then looked at his furious father, his mind going blank. I don't know. His voice trembled, his face full of innocence and confusion. Dad. I just found someone to kill Gu Fangchen. Bang! A crisp slap sounded. Zhao Wuji was so angry that he was shaking all over. He slapped Zhao Tianhao hard in the face, causing him to stagger, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You bastard! Zhao Wuji pointed at his nose, his voice trembling. Besides hiring someone to kill Gu Fangchen, what other bastard things have you done? No. Zhao Tianhao covered his face, his eyes filled with grievance and confusion. Dad. I swear. I really only did this one thing. I admit that I hired someone to kill someone, but wasn't Gu Fangchen just a poor kid with no background? Look, he's still standing here fine. Even if it was my fault, it's at most attempted murder. How can it be considered treason? This doesn't make sense. Hearing this, the other members of the Zhao family in the reception room also reacted. Although they had just learned that Zhao Tianhao had hired someone to kill someone. But at this moment, it concerns the life and death of the entire family and themselves. So, I can't care about so many things. Yes, Miss Xia. Zhao Tianhao's third uncle was the first to stand up, forcing a smile uglier than crying. Tianhao is still young and acts impulsively. Even if someone really hired someone to kill someone, that's just a fight between young people. Besides, the person is still alive, isn't he? His crime is not serious enough. How can it be linked to a crime as serious as treason? That's right. Our Zhao family is a major taxpayer and creates so many jobs for Longhua every year. Just for such a small matter, you have to put such a big hat on us? This is unfair. Another lady also screamed, her voice harsh and piercing. For a moment, the entire reception room became noisy again, filled with doubts and resentment about the charges. They couldn't understand it and couldn't accept it. How can killing a poor boy with no background be considered treason? This is simply ridiculous. Beside the sofa, Su Shiyu looked at the absurd scene in front of her, and a hint of deep confusion flashed in her big watery eyes. She also felt that Xia Liuli had gone too far this time. Just as everyone was talking and trying to use public opinion to put pressure on Xia Liuli, Xia Liuli seemed to have heard some huge joke. She slowly turned her head, her cold phoenix eyes filled with extreme sarcasm and pity. No background? She looked at the group of Zhao family members who were still clamoring as if they were a group of hopeless idiots. She slowly raised her hand, and her slender fingers pointed at Gu Fangchen in the distance. Do you know who he is? At this moment, Xia Liuli's voice was so cold that it contained no trace of emotion. Do you know what the 6 words top-grade second-stage warrior mean in Dragon Country? You bunch of idiots, you don't even know what kind of existence you have provoked. You still dare to talk to me about fairness here? A bunch of idiots. P.S. Sorry, I saw that many people said that the story was a bit watered down. I will correct it later. At the same time, as an apology, I will add an extra chapter today. Also, after this incident, other incidents will no longer be laid out for too long, and the pace will be accelerated. Sorry. I apologize 3 times. It is indeed my fault. I am sorry, everyone. Chapter 88 Biluakan Additional Update. Boom! The 6 words top-grade second-level warrior were like a 9-day black thunder, striking fiercely on the top of the head of everyone present. All the noise and shouting in the entire reception room came to an abrupt end. The expressions on the faces of all the Zhao family members froze in an instant. They stared blankly at the indifferent young man, their minds went blank and they completely lost the ability to think. Top grade. Top grade, second level? What does the second grade upper grade have to do with Gu Fangchen? Thinking of this, they all looked at Gu Fangchen at the same time. At this time, Gu Fangchen seemed to have noticed their gaze. So, he slowly raised his right hand. A thought came to my mind. Buzz. A dark red energy and blood force visible to the naked eye instantly gushed out from his palm. That power is pure and domineering. He is not at all as frivolous and unstable as an ordinary second-level warrior. Instead, it flowed and swirled slowly in his palm like living lava. The overwhelming and unreserved pressure from a top-grade second-level warrior instantly filled the entire reception room. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. In the reception room, all the noise and shouting came to an abrupt end. The expressions on the faces of all the Zhao family members were completely frozen at this moment. Even the red flame guard standing by was stunned. They had met Gu Fangchen half a month ago. At that time, he was only in the middle stage of the first level. I had only heard that he had broken through to the upper second level. I thought he was bragging or joking. Unexpectedly. Is this for real? Not buddy. Are you cheating? The entire audience stared blankly at the powerful energy and blood in Gu Fangchen's palm. Their minds went blank, and they completely lost the ability to think. Top grade second stage. Such condensed chi and blood. It's really a top grade second level one. At this moment, an idea that was enough to make everyone's soul tremble was spreading wildly in their minds like a virus. That upper grade second stage breakthrough phenomenon that shook the entire demon city. That mysterious being they regarded as a genius from some unknown family. It turned out to be Gu Fangchen? Everyone in the audience stopped thinking. No. Impossible. Zhao Tianhao's third uncle, Zhao Wuliang, felt his legs go limp and he slumped down on the chair behind him. The face that was originally rosy was now as pale as paper, and he was muttering to himself. Assassinating a top-grade warrior is a heinous crime. It's over. It's over. The charming lady rolled her eyes and was so frightened by the shock that was enough to overturn her worldview that she fainted. The rest of the Zhao family members looked ashen, their bodies trembling like sieves, and they could hardly stand. As for Zhao Tianhao, the moment he saw the dark red ball of blood in Gu Fangchen's palm, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, his face distorted by extreme fear. He retreated uncontrollably and sat down on the ground, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. How is that possible? How is it possible? He was clearly only at the peak of the first level when he went on the mission. How could he possibly break through? How could it be a high grade, second level one? What Shi Jian said, is actually true. It was not until this moment that Zhao Tianhao realized it. In the main seat, Zhao Wuji's body also shook suddenly, and the only emotion left on his usually dignified and calm face was fear. He glanced at Gu Fangchen, then at his frightened son, and the defenses in his heart completely collapsed. Treason! A roar filled with endless anger and despair suddenly erupted from the depths of Zhao Wuji's throat. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, and for the first time, his calm eyes ignited with undisguised murderous intent. But this murderous intent was not directed at Gu Fangchen, but at his own son, who was more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. He rushed forward in a flash, not giving Zhao Tianhao any chance to react. Lift your foot. A powerful whip kick. He kicked Zhao Tianhao hard in the chest. Bang! Aha! Zhao Tianhao let out a painful groan. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and slammed hard into the wall behind him, smashing the precious murals to pieces. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he curled up on the ground like a dead dog, unable even to scream. But Zhao Wuji's anger did not subside at all. He rushed forward and started punching and kicking Zhao Tianhao on the ground wildly. I'll let you get into trouble. I'll let you get into trouble. My Zhao family's century-old foundation. A century-old foundation. And it was fucking destroyed by a loser like you. Zhao Waoqi looked like a madman. He used every punch and kick with full strength, as if he wanted to vent all his anger and despair on this rebellious son who had ruined the family's future. In the reception room, the rest of the Zhao family members watched the bloody scene of father and son killing each other, and finally came back to their senses from their extreme fear. Survival became their only thought. Plop! Zhao Tianhao's third uncle, Zhao Wuliang, was the first to react. He rolled and crawled off the chair, crawling on his knees like a dog towards the indifferent boy, tears streaming down his face, begging incoherently. Gu, Master Gu. Spare me. Spare me. We were wrong. We were truly wrong. We were blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. We must have been blind to have dared to offend you. His kneeling was like pushing down the first domino. Plop. 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 In the reception room, all the core members of the Zhao family, regardless of gender, age, or status, no matter how arrogant and domineering they had been before, were present. At this moment, they all threw away all their dignity and decency, scrambling to kneel on the ground, kowtowed frantically to the young man and begged for mercy. Master Gu, spare my life. We were all deceived by that beast Zhao Tianhao. We knew nothing. Please. Please give us a way out. We are willing to give up all our property. Just ask you to spare our lives. For a moment, the entire reception room was filled with wailing and ugly scenes. However, in the face of the pleas and wails in the room, Gu Fangchen's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He slowly gathered the energy and blood in his palm, picked up the cup of biluakun that was still warm, took a sip, and said nothing. Chapter 89. What on earth have you done? Gu Fangchen's silence carries more weight than any words. It was like an invisible mountain, pressing down heavily on the hearts of every member of the Zhao family present, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Zhao Wuji, who was teaching Zhao Tianhao a lesson, saw Gu Fangchen's indifferent look, and the last bit of luck in his heart completely turned into cold despair. He knew that there was no room for maneuver in today's matter. The only hope for survival lies in this rebellious son who was beaten half to death by him. The person who tied the bell must untie it. A hint of determination flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. He turned around suddenly, grabbed Zhao Tianhao's hair on the ground like dragging a dead dog, and dragged him up from the pool of blood and in front of Gu Fangchen. Bang! He kicked Zhao Tianhao in the groin, forcing him to kneel heavily at Gu Fangchen's feet. Apologize. Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse and full of orders that left no room for questioning. Kowtow and apologize to Master Gu. Zhao Tianhao felt severe pain all over his body, and tears of humiliation mixed with the blood from the corners of his mouth covered his face. He subconsciously raised his head, his eyes past Gu Fangchen, and saw the beautiful figure not far away who was looking at him with eyes full of disbelief and disappointment. It's Su Shiyu. The person he loved, his future wife, was now watching him kneeling in front of another man like a dog. This glance was like an invisible sword, instantly piercing through all the pride and self-esteem in his heart. He saw the relatives around him again, all kneeling on the ground, looking at him, their eyes full of pleading and despair, and many of them had already cried red eyes. The entire Zhao family, their century-long foundation, and the lives of countless clansmen, now all rest on his shoulders. Zhao Tianhao's lips trembled. Final. He slowly lowered his once proud head. He squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth in a voice as small as a mosquito, full of endless resentment and unwillingness. Sorry. But what responded to him was Gu Fangchen's extremely calm voice. I don't accept it. The entire reception room fell into silence again. Everyone stared at Gu Fangchen blankly, with absurdity written all over their faces. Don't accept? Did I hear that wrong? Just then. Trample. Trample. A straight-statured red flame guard, holding a cowhide briefcase, walked quickly to Xia Liuli's side, leaned over to her ear, and quickly reported a few words in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Xia Liuli's cold phoenix eyes suddenly shrank the moment she heard the report. A cold murderous intent that was 100 times more terrifying than before suddenly erupted. The temperature of the entire reception room seemed to drop to freezing point at this moment. Give me the thing. Xia Liuli's voice was so cold that it contained no emotion at all. Yes. Qianwei immediately handed over the cowhide document bag in his hands with both hands. Xia Liuli took the file bag, pulled out a file from it, and looked through it quickly. Her face turned from cold to ashen at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the ashen blue, it turned into a raging rage that was enough to burn the entire world. In the reception room, the Zhao family members kneeling on the ground did not notice the changes here. They were still immersed in the despair brought about by Gu Fangchen's words, no acceptance. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji's legs went weak and he knelt heavily on the ground with a plop. He kowtowed to the indifferent young man again and again. Master Gu. We were wrong. We were blind. Please be magnanimous and spare the Zhao family's life. The rest of the Zhao family members were terrified when they saw the head of the family kneeling. They all kowtowed and wailed incoherently. Yes, Master Gu. We were wrong. We will never dare to do it again. We are the ones who are mean-spirited. We are the ones who look down on you. We shouldn't call you a bastard or a poor boy. We are animals. We are not human beings. Please treat us like shit and let us go. For a moment, the entire reception room was filled with the sounds of kowtows and pleas for mercy, forming a stark contrast to the previous arrogance. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice interrupted the noise. No need to apologize. Everyone was stunned when they heard this and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. When they found out that it was Xia Liuli who was speaking, they were all stunned. No need to apologize? Are you going to let them go? Very good. But the next second, Xia Liuli's action completely crushed the glimmer of hope that had just ignited in their hearts. She just threw the file in her hand away. Call out. With the help of her terrifying energy and blood power, the thin file was like the sharpest flying knife, tearing through the air and stabbing into the ground in front of Zhao Tianhao with incredible precision. 3 points into the ground. Zhao Tianhao. Xia Liuli's voice, like a cold wind from the underworld, resounded throughout the entire venue. We haven't settled the score for hiring someone to assassinate a top-tier warrior yet. How dare you collude with Sakura Country and sell them the information about our Dragon Country's number 7 base selection? No wonder Japanese pirates showed up at our team selection at base 7. Turns out you were the fucking traitor. If Gu Fangchen hadn't killed him then, the consequences would have been disastrous. Do you know that? What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding, booming throughout the entire reception room. All the Zhao family members present, including Zhao Wuji who was sitting in the main seat, looked up suddenly. Their eyes were wide open, and their pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip due to extreme shock and disbelief. Colluding with Sakura Country? Selling out military secrets? How is this possible? At this moment, Su Shiyu's pale face was instantly filled with horror. Her big watery eyes stared at Zhao Tianhao who was kneeling on the ground, and her body began to tremble violently uncontrollably. Incredible! Her fiancé is actually this kind of person. Zhao Tianhao felt Su Shiyu's gaze filled with shock, disappointment, and even disgust. I just felt like my heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and it hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. He shook his head violently, his face filled with panic and despair, and he argued incoherently, No. Shiyu. Listen to my explanation. I didn't. I really didn't. But his excuse seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. He could clearly feel that the gazes of the tribesmen around him, who had originally had a little sympathy for him, had completely changed. It was no longer just fear and despair. It was a look that was mixed with contempt, spitting, and deep disgust. It's like looking at a disgusting, dirty bug. For someone like Zhao Tianhao who has lived under the halo since childhood and has a pathologically strong self-esteem, the humiliation of having your darkest and ugliest side exposed in public. It's 1,000 times more painful than killing him directly. He felt as if his soul had been stripped naked, exposed to everyone's scrutiny, and subjected to the most cruel torture. Every glance was like a sharp knife, cutting back and forth at his dignity. No, don't look at me like that. He held his head and growled like a trapped beast, his whole body shaking violently from the extreme humiliation and pain. Zhao Wuji, who was kneeling beside him, looked at his son's ugly appearance. Listening to Xia Liuli's words that sounded like the sentence of death, I felt dizzy and my vision went dark. All the anger, fear, and unwillingness in his heart. At this moment, everything turned into endless despair and murderous intent. He can't bear it anymore. He grabbed Zhao Tianhao by the collar, staring at him with those bloodshot eyes. What have you done? Chapter 90 You still dare to be stubborn? Zhao Tianhao was so frightened by his father's murderous look that he trembled all over. But he still subconsciously turned his gaze to Su Shiyu not far away. He saw that his beloved fiancé was looking at him with eyes he had never seen before. There was no longer the tenderness and adoration in his eyes. All that is left is deep disappointment. This glance was like a poisonous thorn, piercing into the most vulnerable part of Zhao Tianhao's heart. His morbid self-esteem overwhelmed all his fears at this moment. He can't say. I must never admit in front of Shiyu that I have done something worse than pigs and dogs. I didn't do anything. Zhao Tianhao pointed at Xia Liuli with his neck stiffened, roaring fiercely, I didn't do anything. It's all her who's slandering me. You still dare to be so stubborn? Zhao Wuji was so enraged by his unrepentant behavior that he could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He raised his fist, and with that punch, which was infused with the powerful energy and blood of a third-level warrior, he mercilessly smashed it into Zhao Tianhao's face. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhao Tianhao's nose bridge broke, and he flew backwards again, with a mouthful of blood foam mixed with his 2 front teeth spurting out of his mouth. Su Shiyu looked at this scene, her big watery eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, without blinking, as if her brain had stopped thinking. Zhao Tianhao struggled to get up from the ground, and when he saw Su Shiyu's appearance, the defense in his heart completely collapsed. He let out a roar that was not human. "Don't look at me! Shiyu! I told you not to look at me!" But Su Shiyu seemed to be heartbroken, and seemed to want to see with her own eyes how unbearable this man she once loved deeply was. She still stood there motionless, her eyes cold and empty. "Rebellious son! Why don't you say anything?" Zhao Wuji rushed forward again, grabbed his collar, lifted him up from the ground, and swung his big hands like a palm fan to the left and right, hitting him hard in the face. Bang! Bang! "Speak or not? What on earth did you do?" After being hit by 2 heavy punches in succession, which made him see stars and lose consciousness, all of Zhao Tianhao's tough talk and self-esteem were finally completely defeated. He was held in Zhao Wuji's hand like a dead dog, and he cried out everything in a halting manner. I said. Yes, some time ago, I went to an underground casino outside the city, and gambled, and lost." His voice became smaller and smaller, filled with endless shame and fear. "How much did you lose?" Zhao Wuji's voice was cold and emotionless. 1,500 million. "What?" All the Zhao family members present screamed in surprise. 1.5 billion. That is almost the Zhao Group's net profit for 3 years. I didn't dare let my family know." Zhao Tianhao's voice was filled with fear, "So I borrowed money from a loan shark. But the interest kept compounding. I couldn't pay it back at all. Just then, a mysterious man in a mask found me. He said that if I revealed some inside information about the selection process for base number 7, like the assessment process and the list of participants, they would help me pay off all my gambling debts. I was blinded by greed at the time, so I gave them all the notifications and messages I received. I really didn't know they were from Sakura country. I thought they just wanted to recruit some promising newcomers in advance." The more Zhao Tianhao spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, as if he was the biggest victim. After hearing this extremely stupid explanation, Zhao Wuji was completely furious. He stared at his son blankly, and for the first time, an expression of bewilderment appeared on that dignified face. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. How could I have given birth to such a idiot? In the reception room, all the Zhao family members were completely stunned. They looked at Zhao Tianhao, who was still crying, and felt an extremely absurd feeling in their hearts. After hearing these words, Su Shiyu's empty eyes could no longer hold back and 2 lines of tears rolled down. She felt worthless. "I feel sad for my past blindness." After revealing all the secrets, Zhao Tianhao seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He lowered his head and never dared to look anyone in the eye again. In the dead silence and despair in the hall, Xia Liuli's cold voice rang out again. "Okay, that's all. Then let's get going." As soon as she finished speaking, the red spear in her hand reappeared, and on the tip of the spear, a golden divine fire that was enough to burn everything was ignited. She was ready to take action. But at this moment, an old and powerful voice came from outside the reception room without any warning, exploding in everyone's ears like thunder. "Wait a minute." Everyone's heart trembled, and they subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the living room, a figure was seen, ignoring the gravity and slowly floating in the air. The person who came was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a gray robe and with a gaunt face. As his eyes opened and closed, a gleam of light flashed, and a pressure far more terrifying and vast than that of anyone present emanated from his body. A strong man in the middle stage of the 4th stage. Ancestor! It's the ancestor! In the reception room, the moment all the Zhao family members saw this figure, their faces instantly burst into ecstasy as if they had survived a disaster. They seemed to have seen the last straw, and the flame of hope rekindled in their eyes. Zhao Tianhao suddenly looked up, and his eyes, which had been dull, were instantly filled with endless surprise and excitement. Great-grandfather! Chapter 91 I don't buy this plus more. The person who came was none other than the Zhao family's mainstay, the ancestor of the Zhao family who had been in seclusion for many years and had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. Zhao Wuya. Zhao Wuya has doted on Zhao Tianhao since he was a child and treated him like the apple of his eye. He not only personally laid a solid foundation for Zhao Tianhao in martial arts, but also taught him the family's unique skills. He generously spent all the countless rare treasures he had collected throughout his life on his only grandson. It can be said that the reason why Zhao Tianhao developed such an arrogant character is inseparable from the doting of this ancestor. In Zhao Tianhao's heart, his great-grandfather is an omnipotent god. As long as grandpa shows up, even the biggest disaster can be easily resolved. At this moment, looking at that familiar and majestic figure, all the fear and despair in Zhao Tianhao's heart were instantly dispelled. He seemed to have turned back into the arrogant eldest son of the Zhao family, and there was even a hint of smug grin on his face. He seemed to have seen the scene where Xia Liuli and Gu Fangchen were trembling and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy under the terrifying pressure of their grandfather, a mid-4th-level cultivator. In the reception room, all the members of the Zhao family also turned their gazes to Xia Liuli, their eyes full of anticipation. Maybe you don't have to die. The ancestor has come forward. Very good. At the same time, after seeing the ancestor appear, Xia Liuli's handsome brows wrinkled slightly, as if he was thinking about something. There's hope. There is definitely hope. The people of the Zhao family smiled in their hearts. The ancestor is a powerful mid-level 4th-order warrior who has been famous for many years and is a big figure in the entire demon city. Even if it was Xia Liuli, it was impossible for her to completely ignore the ancestor's face, right? Just as the fire of hope was burning in everyone's hearts, Zhao Wuya in midair slowly spoke. His cloudy yet sharp eyes fell on Xia Liuli. His voice was old, but carried an authority that brooked no room for questioning. Xiao family's little kid, I know it was Tianhao, that rebellious grandson, who was at fault first. But for the sake of this old man's kindness, could you please show some mercy and let the rest of my Zhao family go? He paused, his tone changed, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. As for Tianhao, I will personally destroy all his meridians and make him. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Xiao Liuli's icy voice interrupted him directly. Face? Do you have any dignity? Fire. She waved her hand suddenly and gave the order on the spot. Boom. 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 Outside the Zhao family manor, the 6 god-killer tanks that had already locked onto their targets suddenly burst out with destructive light from their gun muzzles. 6 special armor-piercing bullets filled with high-concentration chi and blood annihilation liquid, dragging scarlet tail flames, were like 6 roaring fire dragons, instantly blocking all of Zhao Wuya's evasive routes in an unreasonable manner. No! The majesty and confidence on Zhao Wuya's face were completely replaced by endless fear at this moment. He wanted to escape, but the speed of those 6 shells had already exceeded the speed of sound. He wanted to block it, but 6 shells were enough to kill a peak-level 3rd-level warrior, and firing simultaneously, how could a mid-level 4th-level warrior like him withstand it? 1 god-killer tank is enough to pose a fatal threat to a 3rd-level warrior. The 6 vehicles fired simultaneously, forming a crossfire network. The instantaneous burst of power was enough to kill an unsuspecting peak-level 4th-level warrior on the spot. Kill. Boom. A terrifying explosion, loud enough to dim the entire sky, rang out. Zhao Wuya's old figure was instantly swallowed up by the 6 destructive beams of light before he could even utter a scream. Next moment. Bang! The violent shockwave was like a Category 12 hurricane, sweeping across with the explosion point as the center. The heavy bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows in the reception room were as fragile as paper in the face of this devastating force. With a crash, they instantly exploded into billions of crystal powders. The destructive airwaves mixed with glass fragments rushed back inwards frantically. Fortunately, Zhao Wuya was suspended in the air over 100 meters away at the time, still some distance away from the villa. Together with the red flame guards behind Xia Liuli, at the moment of the explosion, they all mobilized the energy and blood in their bodies, forming a huge protective chi outside the house, which barely relieved most of the impact force. Otherwise, the aftermath of the explosion alone was enough to raze this luxurious villa and all the people inside it to the ground. Even so, the entire reception room was still in a mess, with tables and chairs flying around and cups and plates shattered, as if it had just experienced a doomsday catastrophe. And the ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuya? He is in trouble. His flesh, blood, bones, and even his soul were instantly evaporated and annihilated by the terrifying chi and blood annihilation bomb. It was directly blasted into a pool of blood mist, scattered on the floor of the living room. There's not even a complete corpse left. In the reception room, the ecstasy and hope on the faces of all the Zhao family members completely froze at this moment. They stared blankly at the air outside the window that was distorted by the explosion, and at the ancestor who was like a god in their hearts. Just like that, he was sent to be reincarnated on the spot. Their minds went blank. Hope is shattered. The last straw of life was ruthlessly shattered into dust. At this moment, all the Zhao family members finally understood. Xia Liuli, I'm not kidding. She really wanted to wipe out the entire Zhao family. Plop. Zhao Wuji could no longer hold on, and his knees slammed heavily on the ground covered with glass fragments. All the pride and confidence on his usually dignified and calm face disappeared without a trace, leaving only endless despair and despair. But he hasn't given up yet. For the last bloodline of his family, he is willing to abandon all his dignity. He raised his head, and his eyes, once as sharp as an eagle, were now filled with pleading and humility. Xia. Miss Xia, my Zhao family has been good citizens for generations. We have donated money to support education and built bridges and roads for the Dragon Kingdom. We have never done anything that would harm the national dignity. All of this was done by my rebellious son alone. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Zhao family. He pointed at the tribesmen behind him who had already been frightened and cried, They are all innocent. They don't know anything. Please, for the sake of my Zhao family's past merits, please show some mercy. He pointed at Zhao Tianhao, who was already pissing and shitting himself, gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. I am willing to destroy him with my own hands. Waste all his cultivation, expel him from the family, and let him become a useless person and fend for himself. I only beg you to leave a trace of bloodline for my Zhao family, leave a way for them to survive. After saying that, he knocked his head heavily on the cold ground, making a dull sound. Bang! 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 Seeing this, the Zhao family members behind him also woke up from their dreams. They knelt on the ground, crawling and cowed out frantically to Xia Liuli and Gu Fangchen, begging for mercy. Their cries filled the entire reception room. Yes, Miss Xia. Lord Gu. We are innocent. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a 3-year-old child crying for food below me. I can't die. Please. We are willing to give away all our wealth. We are willing to work like slaves on the front lines. We only ask that you spare our lives. For a moment, the entire reception room was filled with wailing and ugly scenes. But in the face of the crying and pleading in the room, Xia Liuli's cold and beautiful face slowly curved into a beautiful and cruel arc. She smiled. Then, he slowly spoke. Are you trying to blackmail me? Sorry. I don't buy that. Chapter 92 No One Left Behind. These light words were like a basin of ice water poured over their heads, instantly extinguishing the glimmer of hope that had just ignited in the hearts of all the Zhao family members. They knelt on the ground blankly, the pleading and sorrow on their faces frozen, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. Xia Liuli looked at their confused expressions, and the sarcasm on her lips became even stronger. She stretched out her long legs, step by step, and walked up to Zhao Wuji, who was still kowtowing. She looked down at him with an icy voice. Isn't Zhao Tianhao the one spoiled by all of you? Zhao Wuji's body suddenly stiffened, and he subconsciously wanted to deny it. But Xia Liuli didn't give him a chance to speak. Have you forgotten the expression you made just before I appeared? You all surrounded him, fawning over him, praising him as some true dragon among men, exaggerating his meager abilities to the skies. He's arrogant, and you think that's domineering. He bullies others by taking advantage of his power, and you think that's powerful. Xia Liuli's gaze slowly swept across the entire room, sweeping over the Zhao family members who had already turned pale. Her voice grew colder. You regard him as the hope of the family's future and pour all your resources into him. I personally raised him into a lawless, fearless piece of shit. Let's talk about your so-called ancestor. Xia Liuli's eyes flashed with undisguised contempt. After learning that his great-grandson had committed treason and other heinous crimes that could wipe out the entire clan, your first reaction wasn't to clean up the family and kill his relatives for the sake of justice. Instead, he came over here, relying on his seniority and asking me to give him face. Ha ha. Xia Liuli laughed angrily. You can imagine what kind of a mess Zhao Tianhao has become after being spoiled by a bunch of crooked guys like you. Her gaze finally fell on Zhao Wuji. That look was like looking at a hopeless piece of trash. And you, Zhao Wuji. As the head of the family and a father, if you don't teach your son well, it's the father's fault. You failed to manage your son properly, allowing him to stumble step by step into the abyss, ultimately leading to this catastrophic disaster. Do you truly bear no responsibility at all? You can't even look after your own son, and now that your crime has been exposed, you come running over, kneeling before me, crying and telling me you're good citizens. Are you trying to blackmail me? Are you kidding me? Zhao Wuji was speechless after hearing these words. His old face turned purple and he felt ashamed. Xia Liuli showed no intention of stopping. She paced slowly, her voice echoing in the empty living room. Also, you said that your Zhao family are good citizens? Okay, even if you are good citizens. But the Dragon Kingdom also has its own laws. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable majesty. If every criminal family in our dragon country were to be given a break because they had done a few good things in the past, then what would happen? Then isn't the cost of crime a little too low? Today I forgive your Zhao family. Then next time, if the Li family, the Lin family, or the Chen family commit the same crime, should I also forgive them? If that's the case, where is the majesty of Dragon Nation's laws? Where is the ironclad rule of the military? Are you kidding me? If you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you get beaten, you must stand at attention. Xia Liuli turned around abruptly, her eyes burning with anger fixed on every member of the Zhao family present, her voice icy cold. Each of you, kneel here now, crying harder than anyone else, pretending to be more innocent than anyone else. But have you lost your memory? Don't you remember what you did to Gu Fanchen just half an hour ago? You are all so arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone. You keep talking about common people, poor boy, and bastard. I can see your condescending faces clearly. People like you are worthy of calling yourselves good citizens? Are you guys over-glamorizing yourselves? You are not good citizens at all. You are just a bunch of selfish, bullying scumbags. You are not innocent. You, all of you, are complicit. These words, like the sharpest knife, tore the last fig leaf of all the Zhao family members into pieces. They knelt on the ground in a daze, their minds blank, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. Yes. That's what I thought, and that's what I did. At this moment, Gu Fangchen, who had been silent all the time, slowly put down the teacup in his hand. He stood up and walked to Xia Liuli's side, his calm eyes sweeping across the entire audience. He looked at Zhao Wuji, who was still kowtowing, at Su Shiyu, who was already scared silly, and at the ugly scene in the room. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly heard by everyone, putting an end to this farce. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. These extremely calm words, like an invisible hammer, hit the hearts of every member of the Zhao family present. Completely shattered the last bit of hope in their hearts. Woo woo woo. The suppressed sobs gradually turned into desperate howling. They collapsed to the ground, shedding tears of regret for their past arrogance and stupidity. But it's all too late. Amidst the wailing and despair, Xia Liuli slowly turned around, and her cold phoenix eyes fell on the girl in white dress who had been standing in the corner from beginning to end, as if she was out of the matter. You don't seem to be from the Zhao family? Su Shiyu's body trembled suddenly, and she woke up from her dream. She subconsciously raised her head and met Xia Liuli's inquiring gaze. In the living room, all the Zhao family members stopped crying subconsciously. They all turned their gazes to Su Shiyu, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Zhao Tianhao, who was lying on the ground, stared at his fiancée with a look full of hope and pleading. Poetry reign. Shiyu will definitely plead for us. She is so kind. She loves me so much. Su Shiyu felt everyone's gaze focused on her, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. She raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears and snot on her face with a handkerchief. A trace of the calmness and composure that belonged to a lady from a noble family returned to her pale face. She bowed slightly to Xia Liuli and performed a standard lady's greeting. Although her voice was still a little trembling, it was clear and powerful. Replying to Miss Xia, my name is Su Shiyu, and I'm from the Su family in the Magic City. The Su family? Xia Liuli raised her eyebrows slightly, as if remembering something. I remember that your Su family seemed to have an engagement with the Zhao family? She looked at Su Shiyu and asked calmly, what's your relationship with them? Why are you here? This question, like a thunderclap, exploded in Zhao Tianhao's mind. He once again cast his hopeful gaze at Su Shiyu, waiting for her answer. But Su Shiyu didn't even give him a spare glance. She slowly stood up, and in her big watery eyes, all the tenderness and love had disappeared without a trace, leaving only indifference and determination. She looked at Xia Liuli and uttered 3 words, one by one. It's irrelevant. Boom. Hearing this, Zhao Tianhao felt his mind go blank, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Irrelevant. 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 We have been childhood sweethearts. We made a vow. We are getting married soon. In an instant, endless regret swallowed up all his sanity. He regretted it. He really regretted it. He regretted why he went to gamble. Regret yourself, why did you do those extremely stupid and treasonous things? I regretted even more why I had provoked Gu Fangchen. If I could do it all over again. If. Zhao Tianhao finally realized how stupid he was. Meanwhile, Xia Liuli looked at Su Shiyu's resolute expression and said nothing more. She simply waved her hand and said, "You can go now." Su Shiyu felt as if she had been pardoned. She bowed deeply to Xia Liuli and Gu Fangchen again and said, "Thank you both." Without stopping, he turned around and walked quickly towards the door. Shiyu! Don't go! Don't go! I'm sorry! Don't go! Please! Zhao Tianhao burst into tears and let out a desperate roar. He cried and struggled, trying to get up and chase the figure that was getting farther and farther away from him. But what responded to him was a cold flash of a knife. Puff! Behind Xiaolioli, a red flame guard swung his sword and slashed down with an expressionless face. Zhao Tianhao's roar stopped abruptly. A huge human head soared into the sky. In the last moments of his life, what he saw was Su Shiyu's cold back without even turning her head. Xiaolioli looked at the Zhao family members in the room who were already scared silly, without any expression on her face. She slowly turned around and gave her final orders to the hundreds of direct guards who had been on standby behind her. Get started. Leave no one behind. Chapter 93, Destroying the Family. The words fell. Behind Xiaolioli, the dozen or so red flame guards who had been standing still like sculptures suddenly moved. Like a dozen red lightning bolts, they blended silently into the crowd that was in complete chaos due to despair. Puff! The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Wuji, who was still kneeling on the ground with a dazed look on his face. Before he could even recover from the cold verdict, a flash of cold knife light appeared. A huge human head soars into the sky. Scalding blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain, staining the surrounding gorgeous carpet into a shocking dark red. There was still endless horror and disbelief in his wide-open eyes. Ah! This bloody scene was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan, instantly setting the entire living room ablaze. The shrill screams, desperate cries, and the dull sound of sharp blades entering flesh instantly intertwined into a symphony of death. Those members of the Zhao family who usually acted high and mighty and lived a life of luxury had now completely lost all their dignity and respect. They cried and screamed, running around the living room like headless flies, trying to find a chance of survival. But the only response they got was the cold and ruthless blade of the red flame guard. They are like emotionless harvesting machines. Every time they swing their knives, they will inevitably bring up a cloud of hot blood and harvest a life with precision. The charming lady who had previously threatened to break Gu Fangchen's legs had just gotten up from the ground and had not taken 2 steps when she was caught up by a red flame guard and beheaded with a single blow. The head with exquisite makeup rolled to the ground, and the expression on the face was forever frozen in extreme fear. Zhao Tianhao's third uncle, Zhao Wuliang, was about to mobilize his energy and blood to resist, but his tiny strength was as fragile as a baby in front of the red flame guards. With a flash of the knife, he was cut in half. The upper half of the body was still crawling on the ground in pain, making a ho-ho sound from its mouth, but the lower half of the body had already been trampled into meat paste. The entire reception room completely turned into a hell on earth. Broken limbs and debris flew everywhere, and blood plasma wailed everywhere. Gu Fangchen and Xia Liuli, like spectators, stood quietly in the middle of the sea of corpses and blood. There was no ripple on Xia Liuli's cold and beautiful face, as if she had just stepped on a nest of annoying ants. Gu Fangchen even had the leisure to slowly drink the last sip of the still warm biluakan in the cup. His eyes were calm as he looked at those superior people who behaved in an ugly manner in the face of death, without any pity in his heart. Finally, when the last member of the Zhao family let out a desperate wail, he was stabbed through the heart and nailed to the wall. The entire reception room fell completely silent. The only thing left in the air was the nauseating smell of blood and the corpse that had not yet completely cooled down. In the reception room, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. Reporting to Miss Xia, the leading guard captain, Chen Feng, walked up to Xia Liuli, sheathed his sword, and saluted expressionlessly. "The targets have all been eliminated, no one is left alive." "Yes," Xia Liuli nodded calmly, "you go and eliminate all the remaining collateral families and the like." "Yes." Chen Feng nodded and turned to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Liuli slowly turned around and looked at Gu Fangchen. Let's go. Good. Gu Fangchen put down the teacup in his hand and nodded. The two walked side by side, through the sea of blood and corpses, and walked out of this luxurious hall that was completely shrouded in death. The door behind him was silently closed by the red flame guard, blocking out the blood and wailing that was rising into the sky. In front of him was the long, luxurious corridor of the Zhao family manor, covered with precious carpets, which formed a sharp contrast with the Shura field behind him. But just as they took 2 steps, a white figure made them stop at the same time. It's Su Shiyu. She did not walk far, but stood at the end of the corridor in a daze. The moonlight shone on her through the glass windows of the dome, making her look extremely lonely. Her pretty face was pale, and her gorgeous dress was stained with dust and blood. Those big watery eyes no longer had any of their previous calmness and elegance, leaving only deep fear and awe. When she saw the two of them coming out, her body trembled violently like a frightened deer, but she still mustered up her last bit of courage and walked forward quickly. Under the slightly surprised gazes of Gu Fangchen and Xiao Liuli, she came in front of Gu Fangchen, and with a thump, she knelt heavily on her knees. Gu! Lord Gu! She raised her beautiful face, which was covered in tears, and her voice was nasal and tearful. Before, Shiyu was blind and her words were offensive. Please be magnanimous and don't treat a mere woman like me with such leniency. As she spoke, her hands trembled as she took out a crystal-clear ring and held it high above her head. A faint spatial fluctuation was emanating from the ring. Storage ring. Gu Fangchen's eyes narrowed. Seeing this, Su Shiyu continued. This is one of our Su family's heirlooms, the Songhai ring nut. There's 10 cubic meters of space inside. Although it's not big, it's a token of my Su family's appreciation. Shiyu knows that her sins are grave, and she dare not ask for your forgiveness. I only pray that this thing can dispel the anger in your heart. I hope you can show mercy and let the Su family go. P.S. I believe the advice of some teaching bloggers who said that one should write a story as long as possible, and keep dragging it out, at least 30,000 words. At that time, the story was already written and the first half was also written and posted. In order to avoid disrupting the continuity, I had to bite the bullet and post the second half. Oh, no more words, it's my fault, sorry brothers and sisters. From now on, the subsequent rhythm will remain the same as before Chapter 80. Chapter 94 Storage Ring Additional Update. Xiao Liuli, who was standing by, took it all in. She looked at Su Shiyu, who was kneeling on the ground with an extremely humble posture, and didn't say much. He just turned his gaze to Gu Fangchen standing beside him, waiting for his decision. Gu Fangchen glanced at the storage ring that was emitting faint spatial fluctuations, and he had already made a decision in his heart. What he really needs now is a storage device that is convenient for carrying the spoils. Storage rings are also in short supply in the military merit mall. Even if you want to buy it, you may not be able to buy it. As for the Su family, although Su Shiyu was a bit pretentious inside, she didn't say anything from beginning to end. He would not vent his anger on a family that had just distanced itself from the Zhao family. If it were the two Su family, it would be easy for the younger ones to be killed and the older ones to come. If this continues, there will be no end to it. That's it. Thinking of this, he reached out and took the ring from Su Shiyu's trembling hand. I've accepted the things. His voice was calm and there was no emotion in it. When Su Shiyu heard this, her face instantly burst into ecstasy as if she had survived a disaster. As if she had been pardoned, she kowtowed deeply to the two of them again, her voice thick with nasal sounds and tears. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Miss Xia. Shiyu. Shiyu will take her leave. After saying this, she didn't dare to pause for a moment and quickly got up from the ground, not even bothering to tidy up her messy skirt. She turned around, staggered, and disappeared at the end of the corridor as if escaping. Xiao Liuli glanced at her hurried back, then turned around and looked at Gu Fangchen, who was looking at the ring in his hand. You don't know how to use this thing yet, right? Gu Fangchen nodded. The Su family made their fortune from this. Their storage rings are different from those on the market. Xiao Liuli stretched out her slender finger and touched an inconspicuous bump on the inside of the ring. See this little hook? Use it to cut your finger, drip a drop of blood on it, and you will recognize the Lord. She paused and added, because of this master recognition function, the Su family's storage ring is more than 3 times more expensive than ordinary ones on the market. The lowest end one costs hundreds of millions. When Gu Fangchen heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not hesitate at all. He picked up the ring and gently scratched his fingertip with the small hook. A drop of bright red blood oozed out and fell accurately on the crystal surface of the ring. Buzz. The ring made a slight humming sound, and the blood beads were instantly absorbed. The entire ring surface was covered with a faint red light, which then disappeared. A faint spiritual connection was instantly established between Gu Fangchen and the ring. His mind moved, and his mental power probed into it. An independent space of about 10 cubic meters appeared clearly in his perception. And in that empty space, a narrow, pitch-black weapon box was quietly floating in the center. Gu Fangchen was stunned. With another thought, the weapon box appeared out of thin air in his hands. With a click, the box opened. The box was covered with a thick layer of black velvet. A long knife was lying quietly in it. The blade is long and narrow, and as black as ink. The moment Xia Liuli saw the knife, her pupils suddenly shrank and her face was filled with shock. Nightfall. It's actually nightfall. She quickly stepped forward, looking at the black knife in the box, and said with a hint of disbelief, "This knife is forged from meteorite iron supplemented with void obsidian. It is indestructible and can even devour the energy of chi and blood, and slash the souls of people. It's a quasi-A-grade, non-standard divine weapon." She looked at Gu Fangchen with an extremely complicated expression. But this knife requires extremely high blood and energy from the user. It must be at least at the early 3rd level to be able to activate it. Only the 4th level can unleash its full power. Su Shiyu actually gave you this thing. It seems like she was really scared by you and is cutting off her own flesh to survive. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Fangchen. Only then did he realize that Gu Fangchen had been unarmed from beginning to end. A hint of doubt flashed across Xia Liuli's cold phoenix eyes, and she suddenly asked, "By the way, why don't you have a weapon with you? Where's your black scale saber?" Gu Fangchen did not answer immediately, but picked up the pitch-black night meteorite in the box and casually made a knife flower. It feels heavy in the hand, with a strange dragging sensation. It is exactly as Xia Liuli said. This knife needs to be at the early 3rd level to be effective. As he thought about it, he suddenly thought about it and put the sword and the weapon box back into the storage ring. Then, he replied calmly, "It's broken." Broken? How did it break? Xia Liuli asked. A C+ grade standard battle sword would not break so easily even when facing a king-level monster. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "It broke when I was using the sword light. It seems that it couldn't withstand my blood and energy." Upon hearing this, Xia Liuli didn't say much, but just nodded. After all, this matter is a fantasy to others. But when it happened to Gu Fangchen, it seemed reasonable. She glanced at the luxurious yet blood-soaked hall, her eyes sweeping over the priceless antiques and decorations, and suddenly spoke. "According to the rules, everything the Zhao family owns must be turned over and confiscated. But..." She changed the subject and looked at Gu Fangchen. "I give you special permission to go to their treasure house and take away whatever you like." Gu Fangchen was stunned when he heard this. "Really? Really?" Xia Liuli answered decisively. She looked straight into Gu Fangchen's eyes. "This is for your sake." Before Gu Fangchen could react, a soft yet powerful hand had already grabbed his wrist. "Let's go. Don't just stand there. If you go too late, the place might be cleared out by those guys from the logistics department." After saying that, Xia Liuli's face showed a rare hint of playful urging. She pulled him and ran towards the depths of the manor. Behind them, the red flame guards looked at their daughter running in the corridor with a person of the same age. They looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. A young red flame guard couldn't help but approach Captain Chen Feng and whispered in a dreamy voice, "Captain, why do I feel like Nis and Master Gu are quite a good match?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng, the leader, shook his head helplessly. Thinking of Yi Liang, the Yi family member who had previously proposed marriage to the Xia family, he quickly shouted in a low voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone cheer up and deal with the scene." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent, calmed down, continued to deal with the scene, and said no more. Chapter 95 Zhao Family Treasure House. Xia Liuli held Gu Fangchen's wrist and walked through the luxurious Zhao family manor, which had turned into a purgatory. Along the way, many logistics personnel were busy. But when their eyes fell on the two people walking side by side, they would stop what they were doing and salute them. For a moment, greetings came one after another, and everyone took the initiative to make way for them, not daring to stop them in the slightest. Soon, the two came to a secret area under the manor. Before I got close, I saw a huge gate half a meter thick, standing open. Several civilian staff members from the logistics department were coming in and out with instruments, apparently conducting a preliminary inventory and registration. Ha! When the logistics staff saw the two of them, they were all stunned. They quickly put down their work and saluted respectfully. "Leave this to us, you go and deal with the matters outside first." Xiao Liuli's tone was calm. Although it was an order, there was no trace of scolding in it. "Yes." The logistics staff immediately saluted and retreated, and considerately closed the door again from the outside. In an instant, they were the only two left in the empty treasure house. Gu Fangchen couldn't help but look around. The treasure house is extremely large, covering over 1,000 square meters. Rows of shelves lead up to the dome, with all kinds of exotic items neatly arranged on them. There are rare elixirs sealed in constant temperature cabinets, emitting a fragrant medicinal aroma. There are scrolls of martial arts placed on the bookshelf, and there are countless weapons and combat uniforms. I have to say that the Zhao family is indeed wealthy. Xiao Liuli glanced at Gu Fangchen's already tattered Shadow Ocelot combat uniform and frowned slightly. "You should change your clothes." After saying that, she strolled over to a row of shelves displaying combat uniforms. Dozens of combat uniforms of various shapes are displayed here, ranging from lightweight ones suitable for reconnaissance and stealth to heavy assault ones for frontal attacks. But Xiao Liuli just glanced at it casually and shook her head, as if she looked down on it. Suddenly, her gaze focused on a certain place, a booth that was protected by a special glass cover. Unlike the full combat suits below, it's on display there. It is a matte black metal bracelet with a dark blue crystal in the center. That's it. Xiao Liuli did not look for the key or switch, but simply raised her slender fingers and flicked the thick glass cover casually. Bang! A crisp, muffled sound. The special glass that was strong enough to withstand a full-strength attack from a peak-level third-level warrior was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and then with a crash, it shattered completely. She looked indifferent as she casually took the bracelet out of the broken glass cover and handed it to Gu Fangchen. Starry Sky Phantom and a rank combat suit made from the shell powder of the catastrophic level peak-level beast Void Dragonfly blended into liquid memory metal. Gu Fangchen took it and it felt cold to the touch, but he could feel a strong energy flowing through it. He was stunned and looked at Xiao Liuli in confusion. "Is this a combat uniform?" Xiao Liuli nodded, a faint smile on her lips, and explained, "Put it on and press the crystal in the middle." When Gu Fangchen heard this, a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The Shadow Ocelot suit he was wearing now, although also a good C+ grade item, was no different from ordinary clothes in putting it on and taking it off, and needed to be put on manually piece by piece. "But what I see in front of me is just a bracelet? Has technology really developed to this point?" With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, he put the matte black bracelet on his wrist. Then, he raised his hand and gently pressed the blue crystal in the center of the bracelet with his thumb. Buzz! With a slight buzzing sound, the crystal instantly lit up. The next moment, countless streams of light like liquid metal suddenly gushed out from the bracelet. They were like living creatures, rapidly climbing and spreading along Gu Fangchen's arms. In just 1 second, it covered his entire body. Then, those liquid streams of light solidified in an instant, transforming into a streamlined combat suit that was matte black and fit his body curves perfectly. The joints and torso of the combat suit were dotted with faint blue energy lines that flowed slowly, as if the entire deep starry sky was worn on the body. Gu Fangchen stretched his body. "I just felt that this combat suit was as light as a feather, yet extremely tough. But the new uniform fits perfectly, but..." He was still wearing the tattered Shadow Ocelot suit. 2 layers of clothes stacked together are somewhat cumbersome. He couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. In the past, you could only take off the new uniform, take off the old one, and then put it on again. But now... He raised the finger wearing the Songhai ring and a thought came to his mind. The next second, the feeling of being restrained by wearing 2 layers of clothes disappeared instantly. The tattered Shadow Ocelot suit actually turned into a stream of light and was sucked into the ring on his finger through the air and disappeared. Not bad. Xiao Liuli looked at the refreshed Gu Fangchen and nodded. "I still lack a handy knife." Although you have Nightfall in your hand, you still need a transitional weapon. She led Gu Fangchen to the weapons rack, her eyes swept over the exaggerated weapons inlaid with gold and jade, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Gaudy! She picked and chose from the shelves, and seemed not very satisfied with these so-called treasures. Finally, her eyes fell on an inconspicuous long sword. This is it, the Dragon Fong, AB grade standard warblade. It's forged from the spine and tusk of a peak-level second-grade red-backed dragon lizard. It's best suited for conducting chi and blood power, and is much more powerful than these fancy ones. Gu Fangchen took the long sword and felt that it was indeed extraordinary. His expression was calm, and with a thought, he put the dragon fang into the Tsanhai ring. Anyway, I will break through to the third level soon, and then I can use Night Meteorite directly. To put it bluntly, this dragon fang is just a spare tire. Quality doesn't matter. The two continued to walk through the treasure house and came to the area where elixirs were displayed. Rows of constant temperature cabinets are filled with various bottles and jars emitting rich medicinal aromas. Just smelling the scent is enough to lift one's spirits. Do you need any medicine? Help with cultivation or something? Xiao Liuli asked casually. Gu Fangchen shook his head. After hearing this, Xiao Liuli remembered that the physique of the guy in front of him could not be judged by common sense. Killing strange beasts can directly level up, so there is really no need for these conventional elixirs. She smiled self-deprecatingly and led him to the bookshelf where the scrolls of martial arts were kept. Although there are quite a few martial arts secret manuals here, most of them are common stuff. Xiao Liuli just flipped through 2 books casually and put them back without interest. It's low-class stuff, can't compare to the military stuff, there's nothing good to see. She took Gu Fangchen and continued to wander aimlessly in the depths of the treasure house, as if they were strolling in their own back garden. The two walked through the rows of shelves. Just when they thought there was nothing left and were about to leave, suddenly, their eyes swept across a password door made of a whole piece of unknown dark golden metal. Chapter 96 Basalt Alloy Safe. The two looked at each other and read the same thoughts in each other's eyes. That is, the Zhao family's real treasure is definitely hidden behind this door. Xiao Liuli walked to the door and did not bother to study the complicated combination lock. She just raised her straight and slender beautiful legs and condensed a wisp of golden chi, blood, and divine fire. Then, just kick it up. Boom! The heavy metal door caved in violently as if it had been hit by a cannonball. The door lock system instantly emitted countless sparks and was completely scrapped. Behind the door was a small secret room. There were no dazzling treasures inside, only rows of metal filing cabinets filled with various documents. The two walked in and looked through it. It was discovered that most of them were Zhao Group's confidential business documents. It doesn't seem to be of particular value to the military. Just when Gu Fangchen thought there was nothing here, Xiao Liuli's attention was attracted by a huge black cube in the corner of the room. It was a huge safe with a side length of more than 2 meters, made entirely of an unknown black alloy. The surface is seamless, without any gaps or keyholes, and there is only a small energy input port on the front. Basalt alloy safe. Xiao Liuli walked around it, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. This thing is said to be able to withstand the full force attack of warriors below level 5. The cost of this box alone is probably over $1 billion. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen couldn't help but frown. To be able to store things in a safe of this level, the things inside must be extraordinary. Xiao Liuli stretched out her fingers and tapped on the box. However, at the moment, we can't open this box with just the two of us. After she finished speaking, she turned around and continued to Gu Fangchen in a matter-of-fact tone, "This safe belongs to you." Me? Gu Fangchen was stunned. There must be good stuff in here. Don't you want it? Logically speaking, shouldn't this kind of stuff belong to the upper level? Upon hearing this, Xiao Liuli burst out laughing as if she had heard something funny. She looked at Gu Fangchen and asked, "Do you think my family is short of good things?" This one sentence left Gu Fangchen stunned. Xiao Liuli patted his shoulder and said, "Take it. This is your trophy." After returning, I asked Uncle Zhou to find a technical expert from the military to open it. Gu Fangchen was stunned again, a little worried. Isn't this something from the Zhao family? Is it appropriate to let Major Zhou know about it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Liuli playfully stuck out her tongue. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who will know? I'll just say that you captured it on the battlefield. What can they do to me? She paused, her tone becoming more serious. Besides, Uncle Zhou is not that kind of person. You are our Dragon Nation's trump card now. What's wrong with giving you some special treatment? What are you afraid of? Hearing this, Gu Fangchen stopped being pretentious and felt a warmth in his heart. He nodded solemnly to Xiao Liuli, "Thank you." After saying that, he waved his hand and directly put the huge creature into the Tsanhai ring. The moment the words fell. "Ha!" Xiao Liuli raised an eyebrow and took Gu Fangchen's arm in a familiar manner. There was a hint of mischievous smile in her clear phoenix eyes. I didn't expect you to say thank you? Looking at your previous expression as if everyone owed you 8 million, I thought I would never hear you say these two words again in my life. Gu Fangchen glanced at her helplessly. We weren't familiar with each other at the time, and we'd only met twice at most. It's normal for you to be a little aloof, right? That's right. Xia Liuli nodded thoughtfully, but she had no intention of letting go of his hand. The two of them walked around the treasure house again, and after confirming that there was nothing worth paying attention to, they walked out. Xia Liuli calmly instructed the logistics personnel waiting outside, I'll leave this to you. Count carefully. Anyone missing will be dealt with by military law. Yes. Xia Qianjin. Then, she took Gu Fangchen and returned to the manor villa under the awe-filled gazes of the logistics staff. Now. The villa has been thoroughly cleaned inside and out. All the bodies were put into special body bags, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of disinfectant. Guard Captain Chen Feng quickly stepped forward, saluted Xia Liuli, and reported expressionlessly, Miss, the manor has been completely cleared. In addition, according to your previous order, a crackdown on all individuals and families involved in the case on the list has also been launched simultaneously. Xia Liuli nodded without saying anything more. She slowly raised her head. Taking a look at the magnificent and luxurious manor in front of him, which symbolizes the Zhao family's century-old glory, a hint of cold determination flashed in his cold phoenix eyes. Have all the supplies inside been emptied? She asked calmly. Miss, Chen Feng replied immediately, the logistics department has already counted and loaded all the supplies in the main house 10 minutes ago. Very good. Xia Liuli was very satisfied. She ordered Chen Feng, notify all the brothers still inside to evacuate immediately. Yes. Chen Feng issued the evacuation order through the communicator without any hesitation. Soon, the last group of soldiers responsible for clearing the area withdrew from the manor in an orderly manner like a tide and regrouped in the distance. At this moment, the huge Zhao family manor was completely transformed into a magnificent tomb with no one in it. Xia Liuli looked at the empty building in front of him and slowly raised his hand. Pass on my orders. Fire. Yes. Chen Feng's eyes flashed, he straightened his body suddenly, and gave the final order into the communicator. Attention, God Slayer Units 1 to 6. Target, the Zhao family's main residence. Fire. The moment the words fell, destructive light immediately burst out from the muzzles of the 6 God Killer tanks. Then, boom, 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 boom. 6 special armor-piercing bullets, instantly trailing scarlet flames, like 6 roaring fire dragons, slammed heavily into the magnificent villa from different angles. Boom! In an instant, that luxurious building that cost tens of billions and was built with countless precious materials was as fragile as a sandcastle in the face of this devastating force. The solid load-bearing walls were torn apart in an instant, the magnificent dome collapsed, and countless precious works of art and furniture were reduced to dust in the moment of the explosion. Immediately afterwards, an even more terrifying chain reaction occurred. The Qi and blood annihilation liquid contained in the 6 shells was completely activated at the moment of the explosion. The next moment, a dark red energy shockwave visible to the naked eye swept across the villa with its center. Wherever the shockwave passed, no matter it was hard steel or precious marble, they were all silently decomposed and annihilated, turning into the most primitive particles. Final. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the place where the luxurious villa once stood was revealed. All that was left was a huge charred pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters, bottomless, and thick smoke still billowing from the edge. Zhao family. This family that had been passed down in the Magic City for hundreds of years, along with their proud century-old foundation, was completely wiped out from a physical perspective at this moment. The evening breeze blew, stirring up charred dust and the pungent smell of gunpowder, brushing across the faces of the people who had already been shocked to numbness. Xia Liuli looked quietly at the huge man-made Tianking in front of her, without a trace of emotion on her cold and beautiful face. She slowly turned around, her cold phoenix eyes falling on Gu Fangchen, who was also calm beside her. Let's go back to the base. Gu Fangchen nodded and never looked back. Chapter 97 Sleepless Night Additional Update. At the same time, in the abandoned city, under the clock tower. Finally finished cleaning up. A Feng sat down on the ground, threw the scalpel in his hand away, and lay on the ground in a big shape, gasping for breath. He looked at the dozens of huge tactical backpacks piled up like a hill next to the Hummer and felt like his waist was about to break. Who would have thought that it would take us almost 6 hours just to process these spoils? Those guys all ran away after seeing Miss Xia advance to the 4th level. I don't know how many of them stayed to help us. Hearing the words in her ear, Xiaoya rubbed her aching shoulders and said with a smile, but this harvest is too terrifying. If we sell all this material to the military district, I'm afraid our military merit points will double. Double? That's all, Brother Goose. Ah Feng immediately jumped up from the ground, looking as if it was a matter of course. We are just helping out, it's good enough if we can share some soup. Chang Yi and Zhang Qingyu, who were standing by, listened to the team members' conversation and laughter, and a gratified smile appeared on their faces. At this time, Lin Kiki walked up to Gao Yizhou and asked with concern, "Yizhou, how is your leg?" Gao Yizhou moved his left leg. The hideous wound had scabbed and healed under the effect of the military advanced healing spray, and he could move around without any problems. A rare smile appeared on his usually stern face, and he nodded at Lin Kiki, "It's okay." Seeing this, everyone finally felt relieved. "Okay, now that we've finished cleaning up, it's time for us to go back." Chang Yi stood up and dusted himself off. But just as he finished speaking, Ah Feng's noisy voice rang out again. Only this time, his tone was filled with undisguised anger and murderous intent. "Captain! Are you going back just like that?" He suddenly stood up from the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. "That bastard named Wang Wu. And those bastards from his Goshawk team. Are we just going to let this score go like this? If they hadn't shot me in the back, Yizhou wouldn't have been injured at all. Besides, if it weren't for Brother Gu, we would have been wiped out. I really can't swallow this." His words were like a spark, instantly igniting the suppressed anger in the hearts of everyone present. "That's right." Lin Keek's eyes widened, her pretty face frosted. "On the battlefield, it's a big taboo to attack your colleagues. These scum are simply unfit to be soldiers." Zhang Qingyu and Shan Yi looked at the excited team members, looked at each other, and saw the same determination in each other's eyes. "Don't worry," Zhang Qingyu said slowly, "this matter is not over yet." Chang Yi also snorted coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. "I will immediately submit a complaint to the headquarters when we return to the base. Even if there's no evidence, I'll fight him to the end. I won't let this villain off easy." After hearing this, everyone felt that the anger in their hearts was slightly relieved. Just then, boom! A terrifying roar, dull enough to shake even the soul, came from the distant sky without any warning. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw that in the direction of the Magic City base city, above the inky black sky, an extremely huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up. Even though they were dozens of kilometers apart, they could still clearly see the center of the explosion, where flames shot up into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky in a shocking blood red. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble violently, and a visible shockwave spread out like ripples, making the gravel under their feet buzz. "What's going on?" Zhang Qingyu and Chang Ye's expressions changed drastically. They were the first to react, their faces filled with horror and confusion. "That's the sound of the God Butcher's main guns firing." Lin Mo, the sniper from the Blood Wolf squad, said with a trembling voice, "And there are at least 6 of them." "Modu, what happened in Modu?" "In the Demon City base city, in an alley near the Warrior Guild." Ma Dong was squatting in front of a shabby stall, happily counting the few large denomination banknotes he had just received that day. Ever since he received Gu Fangchen's guidance, his life seemed to have been on the rise. With his eloquence and the insight he had acquired from years of working at the bottom of society, he managed to carve out a name for himself in this mixed circle in just 1 month. From running errands and delivering letters in the beginning, to helping people gather information later. Now, he has his own fixed intelligence network and several loyal younger brothers, specializing in reselling various second-hand equipment and rare information. Life is going well. Big brother is big brother. Ma Dong carefully put the money into his arms, looking at the brightly lit city night scene in the distance, his heart filled with emotion. I wonder how Big Brother is doing now in base number 7. He was thinking about whether he should save some money and send some good equipment to his elder brother. Just then, boom! A loud noise came from the distant sky. Ma Dong felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly shake and he almost fell to the ground. He suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the voice, and his shrewd face was instantly filled with horror. I saw that the sky in the east direction of the city was burning into a blood red. Dong, brother Dong. Look! A lookout nearby pointed at the eerie red light, his voice trembling. That's the direction of the Zhao family. Zhao family? Ma Dong's pupils suddenly shrank. Of course he knew what kind of existence the Zhao family was. They were one of the local tyrants in the Magic City. But now, he felt the terrifying energy fluctuations in the air that had not yet subsided. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Something happened to the Zhao family. And something big happened. After a brief moment of shock, an incomparable scorching light suddenly burst out from Ma Dong's shrewd little eyes. Crisis. It's also an opportunity. The fall of the Zhao family will inevitably lead to a reshuffle of the entire power in the Magic City. How much intelligence can be mined from here? How much muddy water can you fish in? How many chances are there to soar into the sky? Walk. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and directly sat on the shabby electric scooter next to him. He shouted at the few equally stunned brothers behind him. What the hell are you all standing there for? Hurry up. Follow me to the scene. Remember. Listen more. Watch more. Don't miss any clues. Whoever can get first-hand information tonight will be rewarded with 100,000. At the same time, west of the city, Li Family Manor. An old man with white hair and beard suddenly stood up from the tea table, and the purple clay teapot in his hand fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. He stared blankly at the eerie red light outside the window, and for the first time, an emotion called fear flashed in his cloudy old eyes. East of the city, that's the direction of the Zhao family. He muttered to himself, his voice dry. What happened? North of the city, Wang family's top-floor apartment. A middle-aged man who was playing with his beautiful concubine, after feeling the earth-shattering energy fluctuation, suddenly pushed the woman in his arms away and rushed to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the slowly rising mushroom cloud, and the lustful look on his face was instantly replaced by a solemn look. Someone come here. He roared without even turning his head. Check it out immediately. What on earth is going on? In the south of the city, the Su family mansion. Su Shiyu had just returned to her boudoir, which was filled with the atmosphere of a young girl, and had not yet recovered from the huge shock she had suffered today. The deafening explosion made her tremble again, and all the blood disappeared from her pretty face. She staggered to the window and looked at the familiar area completely engulfed by the destructive flames. In her big watery eyes, there was only endless fear and terror. That night, the entire upper class of the Magic City was completely sleepless. Countless gazes, some filled with shock, some with fear, and some with suspicion, were cast towards the area reduced to ruins, and towards the once mighty century-old family that was reduced to ashes overnight. They don't know what's going on. But they knew that the sky in the Magic City was about to change. Chapter 98 Strange Beast Research Institute. Zhao Family Manor. Gu Fangchen and Xia Liuli walked side by side, stepping through the ruins that were completely soaked in blood and gunpowder. Behind him was the luxurious manor that was burning fiercely and gradually turning into ashes. The pitch-black hummingbird attack helicopter had already been waiting on the lawn outside the manor. The propeller stirred up a strong wind, making the two men's clothes rustle. Several red flame guards had already lined up outside the cabin door, standing straight, like emotionless sculptures. Just when Xia Liuli was about to take Gu Fangchen on board the plane. Buzz. The military encrypted cell phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Xia Liuli frowned slightly and took out her cell phone. On the screen was an encrypted text message from Major Zhou Hai. The message content is simple, with only a real-time shared location coordinate. Xia Liuli clicked on the coordinates, and the moment she saw the location, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because. Positioning location. It was not the base number 7 they came from. But. On the outskirts of Magic City, there is an area marked on the map as the highest-level military restricted area. Xia Liuli was stunned at first, then she understood Zhou Hai's intention. Uncle Zhou does things perfectly. The strategic value of a top-grade warrior who can grow infinitely has long exceeded the scope of an ordinary genius and is even enough to be listed as the top secret of the Dragon Kingdom. Although base number 7 is heavily guarded, it is ultimately a frontline war zone with many people and eyes. Once the news leaks out and is known by foreign forces lurking in Dragon Country, the consequences will be unimaginable. And that military restricted area is a secret base directly under the Eastern Theater Command's Supreme Command. The level of defense is comparable to that of a national treasury and is absolutely foolproof. Thinking of this, Xia Liuli no longer had any hesitation. She turned slowly and her eyes fell on the guard captain Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Exist. You will drive the hummingbird. Let the original driver get off. Xia Liuli's orders were concise and to the point, without a trace of emotion. Yes. In the cabin, the pilot who was already ready heard the words. Although he was full of surprise, he did not dare to disobey in the slightest. He immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, jumped out of the plane, and gave Xia Liuli a standard military salute. Xia Qianjin. Xia Liuli nodded, then his eyes swept over the dozens of red flame guards. In the end, it fell on the three most calm and reserved team members. You three, follow me. The rest of you, stay here and coordinate with the logistics team to handle follow-up matters. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices loud and full of absolute obedience. Gu Fangchen took all of this in, and gained a better understanding of Xia Liuli's decisiveness and meticulousness. Soon, the helicopter took off from the ground, and the propeller stirred up a strong wind, completely blowing away the last bit of dust belonging to the Zhao family on the ground, turning it into a black lightning and disappearing at the end of the night. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was quiet and solemn. The three red flame guards named by Xia Liuli personally sat upright, their breathing barely audible. Gu Fangchen looked at the city night scene rapidly receding outside the window, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. At this moment, a cold voice came from beside him. Nervous? Gu Fangchen turned around and saw Xia Liuli looking at him with her head tilted to the side. In her cold phoenix eyes, there was a hint of concern that he had never seen before. He was stunned for a moment, then answered truthfully, "Not bad, about one." He paused and added, "But it's more of an expectation." When Xia Liuli heard this, a rare, faint smile appeared on her beautiful face that had been frozen for thousands of years. That smile was like a snow lotus quietly blooming on the frozen snowfield, cold yet touching. Me too. 10 minutes later, the helicopter slowly landed. The hatch opened and a gust of cold wind blew in my face. What comes into view is a huge base lurking underground like a giant steel beast. Major Zhou Hai had already been waiting in front of the helipad with several personal guards. The usually dignified face was now filled with an extremely gentle and warm smile. His gaze passed over Xia Liuli, who was the first to step out of the cabin, and fell precisely on the calm-looking young man. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and excitement. Mrs. Xia, Xiaogu, thank you for your hard work along the way. Xia Liuli nodded slightly to Zhou Hai as a return gesture. Gu Fangchen followed closely behind with a calm expression and nodded to the base commander. The personal guards behind Zhou Hai straightened their bodies in unison and gave the two of them a very standard military salute, their eyes filled with the purest awe. Let's go. Everything is ready. I'll take you there. Zhou Hai was very humble, even taking the initiative to lead the way, and respectfully made a pleased gesture. Several people followed Zhou Hai and walked into the underground base that was like a steel behemoth. Along the way, security was extremely tight. They passed through 3 gates made of heavy alloy in succession. Each one requires dual authentication of iris scanning and genetic verification to open. Both sides of the passage are covered with sensing matrices invisible to the naked eye. Any unauthorized lifeform that breaks in will be locked and annihilated in an instant. After passing through the cold and solemn metal passage, the view suddenly opened up. The core area of the base was completely different from the dark style that Gu Fangchen had imagined. The whole place is a pure white color without any impurities, the light is bright and soft, the walls and the floor are integrated into one, full of futuristic technology, very much like those top-secret research institutes in some science fiction movies on Blue Planet. At this moment, at the entrance of the institute, a middle-aged man wearing a white research coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and looking gentle and refined, had already been waiting there. He is the person in charge of this secret base and one of the top exotic animal biologists in Dragon Country, Dr. Li. Ms. Xia, Mr. Gu. Dr. Li had a gentle smile unique to scholars on his face and took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with the two. Director Li, thank you for your help, Zhou Hai introduced. This is the director of our institute. Zhou Hai then looked at Gu Fangchen and said, this is one of the most important exotic beast research institutes in Dragon Country. We usually study the corpses of exotic beasts. Here, living specimens are more precious than gold. But after learning about you, Xiaogu, Director Li said nothing and immediately took out all the dozens of living exotic beasts he had in his station. Hearing this, Dr. Li quickly waved his hand, a sincere smile on his face. Major Zhou, you are too kind. For the future of Dragon Country, let alone a few dozen live specimens, even if we have to empty our entire research institute, it would be worth it. After some greetings, Dr. Lee personally led the way and led the group to a huge circular code door. Zhou Hai's expression also became serious. He turned around and said solemnly to the personal guards and the red flame guards behind him, except for Dr. Lee, Miss Xia, me, and Xiao Gu, everyone else should wait outside. Chapter 99 must be guarded. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and immediately set up a second cordon outside the door. Ding, authentication passed. The heavy password door slid open silently, and 4 people stepped in. The moment they entered, the gate behind them slowly closed. And in front of them, there was another identical, even thicker, huge password door. Double insurance. It can be seen that in order to prevent information from leaking, Zhou Hai is really cautious to the extreme. There's nothing we can do. Zhou Hai seemed to see the doubt in Gu Fangchen's eyes and took the initiative to explain, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Longwa seems peaceful now, but undercurrents are surging. The enemy, especially the agents from Sakura country, are omnipresent. We have to be on guard. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen nodded to show his understanding. After all, he had personally dealt with 2 Japanese pirates. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked, Uncle Zhou, is our Dragon Country now at wartime? When Zhou Hai heard this, the expression on his face froze for a moment. He was silent for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly and nodded slowly. Although the country is relatively stable, the overseas battlefield. Our battle situation is not very good. He seemed unwilling to talk more about this heavy topic. After patting Gu Fangchen on the shoulder, he forced a smile and changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things for now. After saying that, he walked to the second password door and performed the third identity verification again with Dr. Lee. Squeak! As the last gate slowly opened, a terrifying aura mixed with dozens of strange beasts came crashing towards us. Without any hesitation, Gu Fangchen was the first to step in. Suddenly, the view became clear. This is an extremely huge rectangular space. The pure white walls reach up to the sky, and the dome is so high that you can hardly see the end. Not far from them, dozens of fully automatic suspended cameras were operating quietly, recording everything that happened here with their cold lenses. In the center of the test field, a huge energy shield emitting a light blue halo divided the entire space into 2. And behind the shield is a terrifying scene that is enough to make anyone with trypophobia faint on the spot. Densely packed strange beasts crowded together, like a black tide, constantly impacting the energy shield, making muffled bang-bang sounds. Ferocious head, scarlet eyes, sharp fangs. The low roars and roars they emitted merged together to form a suffocating and terrifying sound wave. Even through the shield, it was still clearly audible. It feels so oppressive. Zhou Hai looked at Gu Fangchen's eyes that were burning with fighting spirit, and a smile of great satisfaction appeared on his face. 30 king-level beasts, plus 5 disaster-level beasts, all present. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen's eyes widened. Even Xia Liuli, who was standing by, couldn't help but flash a hint of shock in her eyes when she saw such a grand gesture. At this moment, as the 4 of them entered, the second gate behind them clicked, slowly closed, and was completely locked. Zhou Hai explained, this matter is of great importance and is the highest secret of our Dragon Nation. So, to avoid being noticed by hidden enemy agents due to the large number of people, we won't be arranging for anyone else to observe on site this time. Instead, we'll record the entire process via video. Is that okay? No problem. Gu Fangchen nodded. However, after he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and frowned slightly. With his current strength, at the late second level of the upper grade, it is naturally more than enough to deal with the king-level monsters. Disaster level. That's comparable to a third-level warrior. In a one-on-one fight, he might be able to manage with his many trump cards, but here, there are 5 of them. It's not easy to kill. Thinking about it, he was just about to ask. At this time, a soft and strong hand gently patted his shoulder. Turn around and take a look. Only then did I realize it. Xia Liuli had walked to his side without him noticing, and as if she had guessed his thoughts, she slowly spoke. It's okay, I'll help you suppress them, you just have to chop them and that's it. After saying that, she pulled Gu Fangchen aside and began to discuss the combat matters in a low voice. Looking at the 2 well-matched figures, Dr. Lee walked over to Zhou Hai, looked at Gu Fangchen with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, I hope everything he said is true. Zhou Hai nodded heavily, his eyes filled with infinite longing for the future. If it is true, the future of Longwa will all depend on him. But, Dr. Lee pushed up his glasses and poured a basin of cold water on him. What if it's not? What if his physique isn't what he says it is? Zhou Hai laughed when he heard this. He looked at the young man in the distance who was listening attentively to Xia Liuli's explanation, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and confidence. Even if he's not, he's still a genuine upper-grade second stage. We in Dragon Country are still making a huge profit. At this moment, Xia Liuli and Gu Fangchen also finished their discussion. The two walked over and nodded to Zhou Hai and Dr. Li in unison. We can begin now. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li looked at each other and nodded heavily. Dr. Li took out a testing instrument without any hesitation and gently probed Gu Fangchen. Soon. With a beep, a line of words appeared on the instrument screen. Realm, late second stage. Dr. Li pushed his glasses up, then raised the instrument and walked to the camera to demonstrate it. After confirming that the camera had captured the text on the instrument, he turned and walked to a pure white wall at the edge of the testing area. He stretched out his hand and tapped the smooth wall rhythmically a few times. The next moment. Buzz. A virtual operation panel popped up on the wall. Dr. Li's fingertips quickly slid across it and pressed the bright red shield release button. Then. Sizzle. The huge hemispherical energy shield disappeared into thin air in an instant, like a pop soap bubble. Roar. In an instant, a roar like a tsunami broke out. The scarlet eyes of the dozens of king-level and disaster-level beasts that had been suppressed for a long time were instantly filled with endless rage and murderous intent. They were like a black torrent that broke through a dam, carrying a terrifying momentum that could flatten mountains, and rushed towards Gu Fangchen and Xia Liuli frantically. Just then, Xia Liuli moved. She flashed and flew into the air. Then, he raised his right hand and then pressed it down. Boom! A pressure far more terrifying and vast than that of all the strange beasts below combined, like an awakening ancient god, burst out from her tall body. That pressure, like a solid golden mountain, pressed down fiercely. 30 king-level and 5 disaster-level creatures were unable to even resist in the face of the absolute crushing of their life levels. Their huge bodies froze at once, and then they fell to the ground uncontrollably with a thump, thump. The huge head was pressed firmly against the ground, its whole body was shaking like a sieve, and it was whimpering with extreme fear. Xia Liuli hovered in the air, like a queen looking down upon all living beings. She slowly lowered her head, and her cold phoenix eyes fell on Gu Fangchen below. It's your turn. Gu Fangchen nodded. With a thought, the B-class standard sword Dragon Tooth appeared in his hand. Base. With a clear sound of sword, the long sword was unsheathed. Then, he took a deep breath and poured the powerful second-grade energy and blood power in his body into the blade without reservation. Buzz. The black Dragon Tooth sword let out a mournful cry as if it could not bear the heavy burden. Next moment. A terrifying blade light that was 30 meters long, as condensed as a substance, and flashing with dark red light, instantly extended from the tip of the blade, like a pillar that penetrated the sky and the earth, reflecting a strange blood-red color on the entire pure white space. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Zhou Hai, Dr. Li, and even Xia Liuli, who was hovering in the air, all froze in their movements at this moment. They looked at the terrifying sword light that pierced through the sky and the earth, and their brains stopped thinking. Chapter 100 Second Level Peak. Additional update. The descriptions in the report are, after all, just cold words. When one witnesses with one's own eyes the 30-meter-long blade light that is powerful enough to tear the sky apart, the shock that comes from the depths of one's soul is indescribable in any words. For a moment, the three of them stood there in a daze. Gu Fangchen ignored the shock of the three people. His eyes slowly swept over the king-level beasts beside him that were suppressed and unable to move. He discovered that these 30 king-level beasts could be roughly divided into 5 types, with 6 of each type. Pity. Not many varieties. Otherwise you can get more entries. But, without thinking too much, he simply grasped the knife with both hands and held the terrifying 30-meter-long blade across his chest. Buzz. With the mad infusion of the majestic energy and blood, the blade light became more and more condensed, and the aura of destruction it emitted made the entire space tremble. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Charging completed. The next moment. Dragon Fong swept directly towards the group of king-level monsters huddled together in front. Bang! A pure dark red crescent-shaped blade light flashed past the ground. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The dozen or so king-level beasts that were swept by the sword light all froze. Immediately following. Laugh. Accompanied by a uniform light sound. Their bodies were smoothly cut into two pieces from the waist. The boiling blood and broken internal organs gushed out. With one strike, nearly half of the king-level soldiers were wiped out. Ding. Killed 15 king-level monsters, and looted 3,000 HP points. Realm, late stage 2 peak stage 2 new. Health value, 9,999 plus 2,808 9,999 points. The chi and blood value has reached the current realm limit of 9,999 points. The remaining 192 points of chi and blood will automatically be converted into pure energy to temper the body. Ding. Killed a total of the king-level beast, melting iron armor bear, 1-1. Ding. Killed a total of the king-level beast, phantom blade mantis, 1-1. Ding. Cumulatively killed the king-level monster, abyss frost python, 1-1. Meet the conditions and start plundering racial talents. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the melted iron bear racial core talent, diamond bone. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the phantom mantis racial core talent, blade soul. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the abyss frost python racial core talent, glacial aura. Adamantium bones, passive talent. Permanently increases the density and hardness of the host's bones, making them indestructible and greatly enhancing their resistance to blows and structural stability. Blade soul, passive talent. Permanently increases the host's attack speed when using knife weapons, making your knife skills even faster. Glacier aura, active talent. Once activated, a deceleration aura forms with a radius of 10 meters centered on the host, inflicting a continuous frost deceleration effect on enemies within the range. Gu Fangchen stood there, feeling the boiling blood in his body surging like a river, and a satisfied arc involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. More powerful than ever. Just then, a burst of hurried and messy footsteps came from behind. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li, with shock still on their faces, ran over quickly. They looked at Gu Fangchen with extremely complicated expressions. How is it? Zhou Hai's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Is it working? Dr. Li also pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. His eyes, which were always calm and rational, were now filled with a scientist's pure curiosity and expectation about the unknown. Yeah, it works. Gu Fangchen nodded, turned around, and said something in a calm tone as if he was talking about the weather that was enough to shock the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's already the peak of the second level now. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The expressions on Zhou Hai and Dr. Li's faces froze instantly. They stared at Gu Fangchen blankly, their minds blank and completely losing the ability to think. Level 2, peak? From the late second stage to the peak of the second stage. Just that one knife strike just now? This. Dr. Li was the first to react. He hurriedly took out the testing instrument from his arms again and staggered to Gu Fangchen. His hands were shaking violently due to extreme excitement, and he even tried several times before he was able to aim the instrument at Gu Fangchen. Drop! With a slight sound, a new line of golden characters appeared clearly on the instrument screen. Realm, peak of level 2. The moment he saw this line of words, Dr. Li's body shook violently. He seemed to have been drained of all his strength, his legs went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He stared at the words on the screen, then looked at the indifferent young man in front of him, with endless fanaticism in his eyes. It's actually true. His voice was trembling, his lips were shaking, and he roared incoherently, God bless my Dragon Kingdom. God bless my Dragon Kingdom. He shouted excitedly, his whole body trembling, and pointed the instrument in his hand at the camera next to him. It's true. It's true. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Hai, who was standing by, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the result. He looked at Gu Fangchen, and on that face that was always dignified and calm, there was only endless horror and disbelief. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. In midair, Xiaoliuli's phoenix eyes, which had always been calm, now stirred up huge waves. Just then, Dr. Li's laughter suddenly stopped. He turned his head suddenly and stared at Gu Fangchen with his bloodshot eyes due to extreme excitement, as if he was looking at a rare treasure that could overturn the entire world. Quick! He strode forward, tightly grasping Gu Fangchen's arms with both hands, his voice becoming sharp and distorted with excitement. Strike while the iron is hot. And those disaster-level monsters. Kill them. Let me see. Let me see if you can really kill Tubo. He was so excited that his speech was incoherent, and he looked like a madman. Because he spoke too fast, he even bit his tongue and pronounced the word breakthrough incorrectly. Chapter 101, The Power of the Earth Dragon. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around, and his eyes, which had just regained clarity, were once again filled with cold fighting spirit. He fixed his gaze on one of the 5 disaster-level beasts, a gigantic creature covered entirely with a thick black shell, its appearance resembling a combination of a pangolin and a dragon. Black Armor Earth Dragon. A disaster-level monster known for its defensive power. That's it. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he stopped his feet hard. The next moment, Gu Fangchen rushed towards the black armored earth dragon like a cannonball. At the same time, buzz! The 30-meter-long dark red blade light condensed again, carrying the power to destroy the world, and chopped towards the head of the black armored earth dragon with a posture like splitting mountains and breaking peaks. This knife is fast, accurate, and ruthless. However, the black armored earth dragon only let out a disdainful growl. Then, he suddenly retracted his head and used his extremely thick carapace to block the fatal blow. Clang! A terrifying roar, enough to make the mountains and rivers pale in comparison, exploded. The violet airwaves swept over, plowing deep grooves in the surrounding ground. But the expected scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. The terrifying blade light that was powerful enough to kill thousands of beast-level monsters in seconds, slashed on the thick black carapace, but it only brought up a string of dazzling sparks several meters long, and could not even break the opponent's defense. What? The expressions on Zhou Hai and Dr. Li's faces froze instantly. In mid-air, Xia Liuli's pupils suddenly shrank. Even Gu Fangchen was stunned. Can't break the defense? He subconsciously examined the status of his own entry. Savage physique, immovable as a mountain, diamond bones, all increase defense. Wind affinity, blade spirit, all increase attack speed. He understood instantly. Almost all of his passive talents are focused on increasing defense and speed. He doesn't have any pure talent that can directly increase his attack power. Although he has already comprehended the 4th move of his Pujuan Qisha Dao, and its power far exceeds that of his peers, it is still not enough to bridge the gap between the two realms. Facing a calamity-level beast that was a realm above him and renowned for its defensive power, it was indeed a bit. It's a wild idea. Seeing this, Xia Liuli frowned. It seems that he alone cannot kill the disaster-level monster. Thinking of this, the energy and blood in her body instantly burst out, ready to help. But at this moment, Gu Fangchen suddenly turned his head and shook his head gently at her. That look was calm, yet full of unquestionable confidence. Xia Liuli's movements suddenly froze. It was at this moment that Gu Fangchen smiled. All the solemnity in his dark eyes disappeared. Instead, it's pure battle frenzy. Can't break the defense with one sword? That's $1,000. $10,000. Next moment. Affinity of wind. Blade soul. He pushed the 2 passive attack speed talents to the extreme. The dragon tooth sword in his hand no longer seeks to kill with one powerful blow. Instead, he gave up the flashy 30-meter blade light and concentrated all his energy and blood on the blade. The next second, he moved. His entire body, in mid-air, transformed into a black phantom that could not be captured by the naked eye. The knife in his hand turned into thousands of black lightning bolts as dense as raindrops. Clang! 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 A series of intensive and hair-raising slashing sounds rang out with a bang. This scene stunned Zhou Hai, Dr. Li, and even Xia Liuli, who was in mid-air. At this moment, they only saw a blurry black knife shadow, like a tornado of death, completely covering the black armored earth dragon. What a fast knife! What kind of speed is this? Dr. Li was shocked. The instrument. The instrument's motion capture can't keep up. The data shows that his number of sword strikes per second has already exceeded 300. 300 times? Hearing this, Xia Liuli and Zhou Hai were both shocked. This data is not something a normal warrior can produce. Center of the battlefield. The black armored earth dragon was completely stunned by the beating. Although its absolute defense, which it prides itself on, can block a single attack from the opponent, it is completely unable to withstand this continuous and crazy slashing attack that is like a violent storm. It only felt that its carapace was being drilled by thousands of high-speed rotating electric drills at the same time, sparks flying and severe pain piercing its heart. Roar! Roar! It roared in pain, rolled and swung wildly, trying to shake off the hateful fly on its body. But Gu Fangchen's figure was like a thorn in the flesh. No matter how it struggled, he stuck to its carapace tightly, and the knife in his hand never stopped. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. Finally. Crack. A sound like broken glass was heard. A tiny crack finally appeared on the indestructible black carapace. Now is the time. An unprecedented brilliance flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. Just as he was about to infuse the soul-breaking sword intent into it and deal the beast the final blow, his mind suddenly shook. The thousands of extreme sword swings he had just made, the repeated practice and integration of the first 4 moves of Puju and Qisha Dao, actually allowed him to touch a barrier to a higher realm of swordsmanship at this moment. Now. It was as if an invisible shackle was cut off by his violent sword intent. Ding! With SSS-level mental power, you surpass yourself in extreme combat, and the Breaking Army 7 killing sword breaks through. Understand the 5th kill, Shattered Star. A brand new, more domineering, and more destructive understanding of the way of the sword, like a flood bursting through a dam, surged into his mind. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath. Contain all the complicated sword moves. All the murderous intentions were put into this brand new sword Shattered Star. He held the sword in both hands and raised it above his head. All the starlight on the buzzing dragon tooth sword gathered on the blade, turning into a ray of destructive light that was enough to tear the sky apart. Then he looked at the tiny crack on the back of the black armor earth dragon. One knife. Slashed down angrily. Sizzle. Without any hindrance, the indestructible black armored earth dragon was split into 2 halves from head to tail. At the mirror-smooth incision, the dark red blood and broken internal organs stagnated for 0.1 second before exploding. Moo. The black armored earth dragon couldn't even let out a complete cry before its scarlet eyes had completely lost their luster. The next moment, the huge body collapsed to both sides, turning into 2 blurred pieces of flesh and blood. Ding! Kill the disaster-level monster, Black Armor Earth Dragon, 1-1. Perfect breakthrough, disaster-level monster 2+1-5. Bite. Meet special conditions and start plundering racial talents. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the core talent of the Black Armor Earth Dragon race, Earth Dragon Power. Earth Dragon Power, passive talent. Permanently strengthens the host's body structure, significantly increasing basic strength and explosive power, making each of your attacks imbued with the heavy power of the Earth Dragon veins. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Hexagonal Warrior. There is actually a passive strength talent. It's really timely relief. Gu Fangchen's heart was burning with anger. His previous passive talents were mostly biased towards defense, speed, and physical fitness. There isn't a single one that purely increases attack power. And this, power of the Earth Dragon, perfectly makes up for his current shortcomings. Strength, speed, defense. He is evolving madly towards becoming a hexagonal warrior without any weaknesses. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air with a bloody smell. Those eyes burning with fighting spirit turned once again to the remaining disaster-level beasts that were already trembling with fear. Next. Thinking of this, he flashed his body and took the initiative to rush towards one of the disaster-level monsters, the King Kong demon ape, whose body was as if cast in gold, with knotted muscles all over its body and an appearance similar to that of a giant ape. This demon ape is also known for its strength and defense. At this moment, it was suppressed by Xiao Liuli and couldn't even lift its head. Its golden eyes were filled with extreme fear. It was begging and trembling. But there was no mercy in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He was too lazy to even test it again and directly pushed the power of the Earth Dragon to the extreme. The next moment, the dragon tooth sword in his hand once again turned into an impenetrable black storm of death, and madly chiseled at the huge monkey's head. Clang! 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 This time, every strike of the sword seemed to contain tremendous force. If we say that killing the Black Armor Earth Dragon before was like using an electric drill to sharpen iron, it would take thousands of cuts to break the defense. Now, with the blessing of the power of the Earth Dragon, he is an indestructible heavy armor-piercing hammer. Every blow of the knife made a clearly visible dent in the indestructible golden fur, causing the demon ape's blood to surge and let out a painful wail. Just $200 later. Crack! The golden fur that was strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment suddenly shattered. The fifth move of Pujuan 7 killing swords shattered stars. Puff! As the blade passed, the huge head of the King Kong demon ape exploded like a watermelon hit by a star. Ding! Kill the disaster level monster, King Kong demon ape, 1-1. Perfect breakthrough, level 335. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King Kong demon ape race's core talent, King Kong indestructibility. Indestructible, passive talent. Permanently reduces all physical and energy damage taken by the host by 15%. Another top-level passive. Gu Fangchen only felt that the strength of his physical body had once again undergone a qualitative leap. Without stopping, he turned around and walked towards the third disaster-level monster, the Thunder-Winged Eagle, that was also suppressed to the ground and surrounded by arcs of electricity. Shiu. The Thunder-Winged Eagle let out a terrified wail, but it didn't even have the strength to flap its wings. This strange beast, which focuses on speed, has almost no defense. At this moment, it is suppressed and is no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. Gu Fangchen walked calmly in front of it and raised the dragon tooth sword in his hand. Cut it down with one sword. The huge bird head soars into the sky. Ding! Kill the disaster level monster, Thunderwing Eagle, 1-1. Perfect breakthrough, level 345. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunderwing Eagle race's core talent, Heart of Thunder. Thunder Heart, passive talent. Permanently and significantly increases the host's nerve reaction speed and grants you extremely high resistance to lightning energy. Only the last one left. Gu Fangchen's gaze fell on the red crystal black turtle, whose entire body was made of red crystal. The defense of this black turtle is several times more terrifying than the previous black armored earth dragon. But Gu Fangchen at this moment is no longer the same as before. His eyes turned cold, and his body turned into a blurry storm of blades again, and he slashed up fiercely. Clang! 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 The harsh sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the venue again. Zhou Hai and others on the side were completely numb. They watched as sparks burst out like fireworks from the indestructible crimson tortoise shell. Listening to the crisp sound of slashing, it was as dense as the roar of heavy machine guns on the battlefield. The brain stopped thinking. With the blessing of the power of the Earth Dragon, every strike of Gu Fangchen contained a heavy force that was enough to shake mountains. Only $100. Crack! The red crystal tortoise shell exploded. But just when Gu Fangchen was about to use Star Crusher to shatter its core in one fell swoop, his mind suddenly shook again. These hundreds of consecutive extreme sword swings, each time pushing that star-shattering sword intent to the extreme, actually allowed his breaking Army 7 killing sword to break through again at this moment. Ding! With SSS-level mental power, you have gained insight into the true meaning of killing in extreme combat, and that Pujuan Qisha Dao has broken through again. Realize the sixth kill, annihilation. A purer and more nihilistic understanding of the way of the sword surged into his mind like a torrent. An unprecedented brilliance flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He took a deep breath. He concentrated all his speed, all his strength, and all his murderous intent on the buzzing dragon tooth sword in his hand. Buzz. On the black blade, there was no longer any bright starlight, but a layer of terrifying energy as black as ink, which seemed to be able to swallow all light. That is a purer and more domineering Nirvana sword intent. Next moment, Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold. The dragon tooth sword in his hand slashed across the broken tortoise shell with an earth-shattering gesture. Sizzle! Without any obstruction, the indestructible red crystal turtle, along with its proud tortoise shell, was split in half from the middle by this knife. All the flesh, blood, and vitality were completely decomposed and annihilated the moment they came into contact with the annihilation sword intent, turning into the most primitive particles. Chapter 103, Breakthrough to Level 3. Update. The moment the thought came to mind, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the entire closed testing area without any warning. The wind carried an indescribable heaviness and pressure, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Gravel and dust were swept high into the sky, forming a slowly rotating gray cyclone. What is this? Zhou Hai and Dr. Li's faces changed drastically. They almost instinctively mobilized their qi and blood to barely stand firm in the strong wind. In mid-air, Xiao Liuli's cold phoenix eyes suddenly shrank. She stared intently at the figure below that was shrouded in a gray cyclone. For the first time, an expression called absurd appeared on that beautiful face that had been frozen for thousands of years. Top grade, level 3, breakthrough vision? She almost squeezed out these words from between her teeth, her voice filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai turned his head abruptly, and a huge wave also rose in his majestic eyes. Every breakthrough of a top-grade warrior will trigger a unique phenomenon in heaven and earth due to the different techniques they practice, the true meaning of martial arts they comprehend, and their own talents. That is the embodiment of the resonance between the warrior and the laws of heaven and earth, and the most intuitive manifestation of his martial arts path. Xiao Liuli's vision is the crying fire phoenix, representing her supreme fighting spirit to burn the world to ashes. And this breath before my eyes. Quick! Zhou Hai no longer cared about his commanding officer's authority and shouted at Dr. Li, who was also stunned beside him, turn up the surveillance footage outside the institute. Quick! Dr. Li woke up as if from a dream, and frantically clicked on the virtual operation panel. Next second. Dozens of real-time images from high-altitude monitoring outside the institute were instantly projected onto the pure white walls of the test site. With just one glance, the three people's breathing completely stopped. Only outside the institute. Above the clouds. The dark red lightning is rolling and roaring like a giant dragon. And in the very center of the dark cloud, a huge and terrifying vortex composed of countless pitch-black knife shadows was slowly taking shape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sharp sound of swords resounded throughout the heavens and earth, as if billions of divine weapons were wailing at the same time. That domineering and murderous aura could make everyone shudder deep in their souls even through the screen. The scale of this vision is far less sacred and vast than the crying fire phoenix and endless rays of light when Xiao Liuli broke through to the 4th level. But that pure and unreasonable killing sword intent was also extremely sharp. 10,000 blades returned to the ruins. Zhou Hai stared at the screen absent-mindedly, muttering to himself, is this Xiao Gu's unique martial arts phenomenon? Dr. Li stared at the screen intently, stunned. Everything just happened so fast that his brain stopped thinking. In the air, Xiao Liuli was floating quietly. She looked at the black storm composed of knife shadows on the screen, and then looked at the figure below that was completely wrapped in the gray cyclone. Same. A look of confusion. On the highway, 2 modified Hummers were speeding towards base number 7. The atmosphere in the carriage was still somewhat depressing, and everyone was still indignant about Wang Wu's despicable behavior. Damn it! That bastard Wang Wu. Don't let me meet him again. Not only did he not help me, but he also mocked me and shot me in the back. What a fucking bitch. A phone punched the car window and gritted his teeth. That's right. Lin Keek's eyes widened, her pretty face frosted. This bunch of scum is a disgrace to the military region. The crowd was still not satisfied and continued to curse. Just then, Zhang Qingyu in the driver's seat slammed on the brakes. Squeak. Amid the screeching sound of brakes, everyone was pushed forward by inertia. Captain, what are you doing? Lin Kiki complained dissatisfiedly. But Zhang Qingyu seemed not to hear anything. He just raised his head blankly and pointed at the sky outside the window that was covered by endless sword shadows. His voice was trembling, you look. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. The next second, the 2 carriages fell into dead silence. What the hell is this? A Feng's eyes almost popped out of his head. Another high-grade breakthrough phenomenon? What day is it today? Did you mess up the nest of a top-grade warrior? Chang Yi also looked ridiculous. I've rarely seen or even heard of it before. But today, it happens again and again. Just as everyone was stunned, Blood Wolf Squad sniper, Lin Mo, suddenly muttered in an uncertain tone into the intercom, do you think, could this be Brother Gu? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first, and then they all shook their heads. Impossible. Zhang Qingyu was the first to deny this statement. Although he was extremely convinced of Gu Fangchen's strength. But reason told him that this was outrageous. Impossible. Xiao Gu just broke through to the 2nd level. He broke through 2 realms in one day? And both were perfect breakthroughs? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yeah, Lin Kiki agreed, and look at that direction, it's so far away from base 7, how could it be Xiao Gu? When everyone heard this, they also felt that it made sense. Seeing that this person was most likely someone they didn't know, they didn't think much about it. After sighing for a while, they continued driving towards the base. At the same time, on the other side of the ruined city, the 4 members of the Goshawk team also saw the devastating vision of 10,000 blades returning to the ruins. Their faces were pale and they were all frightened. Captain, when did this demon city become so full of ruthless people? 3 top-grade warriors a day? And this one is still at the 3rd level of top grade. The yellow-haired man was shaking all over, and even his voice was trembling. Wang Wu's face was also extremely ugly. He stared at the storm of sword shadows, feeling an inexplicable irritation in his heart. For some reason, when he looked at the strange scene in the world, he would always think of Gu Fengchen's words, "When I reach the 3rd level, all of you will die. I always feel suffocated." But he quickly suppressed the panic in his heart and snorted coldly, "Why are you panicking? So what if it's the 3rd level of the upper grade? He has no grudge against us, so what does he have to do with us?" At this time, the charming female team member was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, "Captain, do you think this strange phenomenon was caused by that kid named Gu? My intuition tells me that something is wrong. You know, women's 6th sense is very accurate." Hearing this, several people were obviously stunned. In fact, they think so too. Looking at the strange scene, for some reason, I always felt a familiar feeling, which made me feel uneasy. After a long while, Wang Wu pretended to be calm and waved his hands, saying, "Alas! How is this possible? Just him? He's just a poor kid who got lucky. How could he possibly be capable of causing such a strange phenomenon? Stop kidding. Besides, that's the 3rd level. What does it have to do with a top-level 1st-level loser like him? Forget it, let's go, hurry up and do the mission, don't waste time here." In the alley of the Demon City base city, Ma Dong looked at the first-hand top-secret intelligence he had just received on his mobile phone about the Zhao family being uprooted by the military. He looked up again at the vortex of nice shadows in the sky that had not yet completely dissipated. "I just feel like my brain is almost not enough. Something's wrong, something's so wrong." He muttered to himself, his shrewd eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. Xiao Qianjin is a top-grade 4th level, the Zhao family was destroyed, a top-grade 2nd level, and now there is a top-grade 3rd level. All of this happened today. Also, I feel like it's all connected to base 7. An extremely bold idea that made his heart beat faster was growing wildly in his mind. Could it be? Secret Research Institute, inside the testing ground. When the last ray of sword shadow merged into the body, the dark clouds and lightning in the sky also dissipated. Gu Fengchen slowly opened his eyes. In those dark eyes, it seemed as if thousands of knife shadows were appearing and disappearing, and a tremendous pressure belonging to a 3rd-level strong man emanated from his body. Call. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li let out a long breath, as if they had just experienced a bloody battle in which they were almost dead. They looked at the young man in front of them, whose aura was profound and majestic, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth, and there was only endless shock and ecstasy in their eyes. It worked, it really worked. Dr. Li was so excited that tears streamed down his face. My dragon country is so happy. P.S. I will update 3 times a day this month. If the results are good, I will consider continuing this. Thank you for your support. Chapter 104 Chapter 10 For the power of the 3rd level of the upper grade. Zhou Hai also came over. He looked at Gu Fengchen, and a rare smile of great relief appeared on his face, which was always dignified and calm. He didn't say much, just patted Gu Fengchen's shoulder hard. Those eyes were filled with the purest appreciation and pride of an elder for a younger generation. In mid-air, Xia Liuli also slowly descended. She walked in front of Gu Fengchen, and huge waves were rising in her cold phoenix eyes. But more than that, it is a joy that comes from the heart. She looked at him and said slowly, "Congratulations." Gu Fengchen looked at the 3 real high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom in front of him, and felt a warmth in his heart when he saw their sincere smiles for him. He knew that they were happy not only because Dragon Country had gained a future top fighter. I am also sincerely happy for him. He thought about it and called up his system panel. Host, Gu Fengchen. Realm, peak of level 2 early stage of level 3 new. Grade, top grade. Health value, 10,000 20,000 points. Looking at this luxurious panel, Gu Fengchen took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the strange beast in front of him that was still suppressed by Xia Liuli and could not move. He said to Zhou Hai, Xia Liuli, and Dr. Li, Uncle Zhou, Miss Xia, Director Li, I want to test the power of the 3rd level. Okay. Zhou Hai's eyes were full of anticipation. Gu Fangchen slowly closed his eyes. He could clearly feel that he had an unprecedented close connection with the world. In the air, those ubiquitous free energy particles that are invisible to the naked eye are now as clear to him as fireflies in the dark night. He slowly raised his right hand. Then, using the powerful third-grade qi and blood in his body as a guide, he began to pry open the dormant sea of energy around him. Buzz! Without any warning, a low humming sound was heard throughout the entire test field. The next moment, countless crimson energy spots emerged from the void, as if summoned by the Emperor, and gathered madly towards his palm. Then, he swung his right arm. Boom! A pure crimson shockwave spread out with him as the center. In an instant, the remaining 15 king-level beasts were killed instantly. The only remaining disaster-level monster, Shadow Demon Spider, didn't even have time to scream before it disappeared in an instant. Just 1 second. 15 king-level monsters and 1 disaster-level monster disappeared into thin air. Ding! Killed 15 king-level monsters and 1 disaster-level monster, plundering a total of 4,500 HP points. Health value, 14,500 plus 4,500 20,000 points. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadow Scorpion racial core talent, Poisonous Sting. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Obsidian Golem racial core talent, Energy Conversion. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadow Spider racial core talent, Shadow Stealth. Poisonous Thorn, active talent. Condenses chi and blood into poisonous energy spikes for ranged attacks. Energy Conversion, passive talent. When attacked by energy, a portion of the damage can be converted into one's own chi and blood. Shadow Stealth, active talent. Allows you to blend in with the surrounding shadows, significantly reducing your presence and aura, allowing you to enter a stealth state. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds blank. This is the power of the third level of top grade? Director Li's voice was extremely dry. No. Xiaolioli shook her head slowly, her cold phoenix eyes also filled with shock. A normal upper grade third stage early stage power definitely doesn't have this kind of power. She looked at the indifferent young man, and a huge wave of emotion rose in her heart. At this moment, Dr. Li seemed to remember something and suddenly took out the testing instrument from his arms. Although he had witnessed the earth-shattering breakthrough with his own eyes, he already had the answer in his mind as to whether Gu Fangchen had successfully advanced to the third level. But his reason and scientist's instinct still drove him to obtain the most accurate data. Thinking of this, he staggered to Gu Fangchen and pointed the instrument at him. Drop! On the instrument screen, a line of words emitting a dazzling purple light appeared clearly. Realm, early stage of the third stage. The moment he saw this line of words, Dr. Li's body shook violently. He seemed to have been drained of all his strength, his legs went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. But soon, he came back to his senses, trembling all over, raised the instrument in his hand high, pointed it at the floating camera next to him, and roared in a tone that was almost crazy, but full of endless ecstasy. Did you see that? Did you see that? Level 3. It's really top grade level 3. At the same time, Zhou Hai, who was standing aside, also had his eyes wide open. That face that was always dignified and calm was now filled with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. For some reason, Gu Fangchen's back reminded him of the countless comrades who died on the battlefield, the bloody history of humanity struggling under the monsters, and the heroes who fell to protect their homeland. When the emotions reached a deep level, a drop of hot turbid tears could no longer be suppressed and quietly slipped down from the corner of the eye of this iron-blooded tough guy. In mid-air, Xiaolioli was floating quietly. She looked at the blood-soaked figure below, and a huge wave of emotion had already risen in her heart. She slowly landed, took light steps, and walked to Gu Fangchen's side. Under the excited gaze of Zhou Hai and Dr. Li, she stretched out her slender jade hand and gently patted his shoulder. She didn't say a word. However, on that beautiful face that had been frozen for thousands of years, there appeared an extremely sincere smile that was full of appreciation and recognition. Ahem. At the same time, Zhou Hai finally came to his senses. He looked at the two people in front of him who were the hope of the future of Dragon Country. The excitement in his heart subsided a little, and was replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He walked up to Gu Fangchen and said seriously, "Little Gu, your existence is now the highest level secret of my Dragon Country. In order to avoid attracting the attention of enemy agents and those who hate the country at home, the military's overt favoritism cannot be too obvious. But privately, we will provide you with all the necessary support. As he spoke, he took out a token made of an unknown red metal from his storage ring, with an ancient character Qi engraved in the center, and handed it to Gu Fangchen. Take this. Gu Fangchen took it and it felt cold to the touch, but he could feel a strange energy fluctuation contained in it. The pupils of Dr. Li and Xia Liuli who were standing by suddenly shrank when they saw the token. Uncle Zhou. This is? There was a hint of disbelief in Xia Liuli's voice. That's right, Zhou Hai nodded heavily, looking at Gu Fangchen with an extremely serious expression. This is the highest authority token for Magic City base number 7. In the entire base, only you and I have it. Seeing this order is like seeing me in person. On the surface, you're still an ordinary soldier who needs to complete missions and earn military merits to advance in rank and purchase equipment. That way, no one will be suspicious. But privately, all the money you spend through the Military Merit Mall will be fully reimbursed by the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Finance and returned to a private account. Zhou Hai looked at him and asked, "Do you have an encrypted private bank card?" Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Guard Corps. Gu Fangchen heard this, thought for a moment, then nodded. With an idea in mind, he took out the pitch-black metal card from his storage ring. When this black card appeared in front of Zhou Hai, the expression on his face instantly became extremely strange. He stared at the card blankly, then looked at Xia Liuli, whose pretty face turned red, his eyes full of surprise. This black card, wasn't it the coming-of-age gift that old Xia asked me to prepare for this girl? How could it be in Xiao Guo's hands? Ahem, that. Xia Liuli's face was full of panic. Her eyes wandered as she stammered, I saw that he had no money, so I lent it to him. Seeing her trying to hide something, Zhou Hai was stunned for a moment, then he seemed to have figured something out and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's okay, don't be nervous, I understand. He took the black card and took a look at it, and the smile on his face became even wider. That's even better. He slapped his thigh, let's use this card. It's Liuli's account, so the flow of funds is more concealed and won't arouse anyone's suspicion. It's flawless. Hearing this, Xia Liuli's face turned even redder, almost bleeding. She lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. Zhou Hai returned the black card to Gu Fangchen, and his expression became serious again. Beyond that, your safety is the top priority. He said in a deep voice, I will immediately select the top elites from base number 7 to form a guard group for you to secretly protect your safety. Guards? Gu Fangchen was a little surprised. Does every top-grade warrior receive this treatment? Of course not. Zhou Hai shook his head, a wry smile on his face. This is a benefit that only the highest-ranking personnel in Dragon Country can enjoy. But your situation is special and your potential is immeasurable. You must be protected with the highest standards. He paused and added, however, as I said before, in order to avoid attracting the attention of enemy agents and those who hate the country back home, your current official rank is still that of a private. So, for the time being, this escort group can only exist as an ordinary team. It has nothing to do with you on the surface. You have to wait until your rank reaches at least second lieutenant before you can officially establish your position and legitimately allocate the most generous resources. To the rank of second lieutenant? Gu Fangchen frowned. How long will that take? Don't worry, I have also thought about this problem for you. Zhou Hai looked at him with a smile of confidence on his face. As he spoke, he took out another storage ring of ancient style from his storage ring and handed it over. He had prepared this thing in advance. As long as you confirm that Gu Fangchen's physique is genuine, take it out. If not, then forget it. This is filled with beast-level and king-level exotic beast materials. Zhou Hai explained, every once in a while, you take out a batch and sell it to our military logistics department under your own name. This way, we can legitimately provide you with funds and a large amount of military merit points. When you sell out, come back to me and I'll restock your stock so you can sell it again. If you keep doing this, it won't be long before your rank rises like a rocket to second lieutenant. During this period, I will also use some covert operations on my side to conceal our activities, so there won't be any major problems. Gu Fangchen was stunned when he heard this. Are you laundering money here? Seeing Gu Fangchen's bewildered face, Zhou Hai shrugged helplessly, there's nothing I can do. The enemy spies are too cunning. We can't leave you any handle that could be used to catch you. Before you truly grow up, we can't take any risks. Longhua, we can't afford the loss. Gu Fangchen understood and solemnly took the heavy storage ring. Major Zhou, I understand. Seeing that Gu Fangchen agreed, Zhou Hai patted his shoulder with a smile, and a gentler smile appeared on his face. Why are you still calling me Major? That's too formal. Zhou Hai waved his hand in mock displeasure. From now on, just call me Uncle Zhou, just like Liu Li did. Gu Fangchen smiled and said, okay, Uncle Zhou. Good boy. Zhou Hai's eyes were full of admiration, and then he asked, do you have any favorite candidates for the Guard Corps? Gu Fangchen almost didn't hesitate, and those familiar faces appeared in his mind. He asked, will the treatment of the Guard Corps be much better than that of the ordinary team? That's a must. Zhou Hai nodded immediately, his eyes full of affirmation, not to mention your guard group, the resources allocated are definitely top-notch in the country. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen made a decision in his heart, I want members of the Yen Luo and Blood Wolf teams to join. However, we still need to seek their own opinions on this matter. Well, you can use it with confidence if it's someone you're familiar with. Zhou Hai agreed. But then he changed the subject, a hint of embarrassment on his face, however, their strength seems to be a little lacking. Your guard group has extremely high standards. The captain must be at least at the peak of the 3rd level. At the same time, you also need to be equipped with several 3rd-level strongmen as the core combat force. Although the members of the Blood Wolf and Yama teams have good character, their strength is lacking. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Xiao Liuli suddenly spoke. It's okay, I'll lend Chen Feng to Gu Fangchen. Hearing this, the whole audience fell silent. 3 seconds later, Zhou Hai and Dr. Li finally reacted. They turned their heads to look at Xiao Liuli, their faces filled with extreme shock. Chen Feng. That's the captain of the Red Flame Guard. A top-grade 3rd-level peak powerhouse. He is one of the most loyal and core fighting forces of the Xia family. Also, Xiao Liuli seemed to think that was not enough and added lightly, from the Scarlet Flame Guard, I will allocate 10 more mid-level 3rd Order members to you. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li were completely dumbfounded. They looked at Xiao Liuli's serious expression, and after confirming that she was not joking, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. This is more than just special treatment. This is simply moving the entire imperial kitchen here. Gu Fangchen looked at the people who were so worried about him, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Thinking about this, he solemnly thanked Xiao Liuli. Thank you, Miss Xia. What are you thanking me for? We're old acquaintances. As she spoke, Xiao Liuli put her arms around Gu Fangchen's neck with a smile on her face. I've helped you a lot. Don't be so aloof when you see me next time. Gu Fangchen was stunned by her sudden affectionate behavior, but then he couldn't help but smile and nodded, okay. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li looked at the two people in front of them, who could be described as a perfect match, and smiled with satisfaction on their faces. At this moment, Zhou Hai suddenly remembered something, and the smile on his face gradually faded and became serious. He looked at Gu Fangchen and asked in a deep voice, Little Gu, based on your previous description of your physique, if you want to break through from level 3 to level 4, do you need 5 disaster level beasts? Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Disaster Level Beast Additional Update. Gu Fangchen nodded. Seeing him nod, Zhou Hai and Dr. Li frowned instantly and fell into deep thought. Xiao Liuli also noticed the dilemma of the two people. The smile on her face faded and her brows furrowed slightly. After a long while, Zhou Hai slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, his face filled with helplessness. The military can still provide living beasts of disaster level or below if they grit their teeth. But the disaster level is too difficult. He looked at Gu Fangchen and explained, any disaster level beast has the ability to easily destroy a 3rd-tier city. To capture and trap a monster of this caliber alive would mean sacrificing the lives of many citizens. The danger is extremely high. If we're not careful, the consequences could lead to the destruction of a 3rd-tier city. So, it's almost an impossible task. Furthermore, disaster level and above monsters are extremely rare, and the probability of their appearance is very low. Sometimes, you may not even encounter one in a year. Usually, if they discover any trace of an enemy, the military will almost always use all their strength to kill them on the spot with lightning speed, and they won't even dare to think of capturing them alive. Zhou Hai sighed, under such circumstances, providing you with a living body of the disaster level is truly as difficult as ascending to heaven. The only way is to send you to the front lines when a disaster level monster appears. But the casualty rate in a disaster level battlefield is extremely high. We're really worried about letting you take such a risk. The whole room fell into silence. At this moment, Xiao Liuli's cold and firm voice broke the depression. Fine. She stood up, her cold phoenix eyes burning with unquestionable confidence. next time a disaster-level monster appears, notify me. Gu Fangchen and I will go together. I am responsible for protecting him." When these words were spoken, Zhou Hai and Director Li were shocked. Even Gu Fangchen was a little stunned. But after a brief shock, Zhou Hai and Dr. Li also understood. This seems to be the only and best solution at the moment. Okay. Zhou Hai nodded heavily, this is the only decision. He looked at Gu Fangchen and a smile appeared on his face again. You should go back and consolidate your realm for a few days. We will prepare a batch of king level and disaster level living beings for you. I'll let you know when the time comes. Let's make a concerted effort to reach the peak of the third level first. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Seeing this, Zhou Hai waved his hand. You are tired all day, go back and rest first. As he spoke, he, Dr. Li and Xia Liuli all took out their mobile phones and added Gu Fangchen's WeChat. After Gu Fangchen confirmed that he had successfully added the three people as friends, he and Xia Liuli prepared to turn around and leave. At this moment, Xia Liuli seemed to remember something, walked quickly forward, stretched out her hand, and gently patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder. Safe. She uttered 3 words concisely. Gu Fangchen was stunned when he heard this, and then he suddenly remembered that he had seized a huge basalt alloy safe in the Zhao family's treasure house. As he thought about it, his mind moved and the storage ring flashed. The next moment. Bang! The huge, pitch-black safe appeared out of nowhere in the center of the test field, making a dull sound. The moment Zhou Hai and Dr. Li saw this huge statue, they immediately surrounded it, their faces full of interest. Seeing this, Gu Fangchen and Xia Liuli quickly told the two of them everything about the Zhao family and how they discovered the safe. Dr. Li pushed his glasses up and walked around the safe, tapping it with his fingertips from time to time, exclaiming in amazement, basalt alloy, one-piece molding, no external keyhole, can only be opened with a specific energy key. The Zhao family's spending is quite significant. This thing is a bit tricky, Zhou Hai frowned. If we try to crack it by force, the things inside will probably be destroyed by the energy shock. But don't worry, leave it to me. I'll have the military's top technical experts handle it. I'll contact you as soon as there's a result. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen nodded, said goodbye to the two of them again, and then turned around and walked out of the test site with Xia Liuli. But just as he was about to step out of the second gate, Xia Liuli suddenly called him. Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen stopped and looked back at her. Xia Liuli flipped her slender hand, and a jade pendant that was warm all over, emitting a soft white light and carved with exquisite dragon patterns appeared in her palm. She stepped forward, took Gu Fangchen's right hand, then spread out his palm and gently placed the jade pendant in his hand. Gu Fangchen was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What is this?" Heart-protecting dragon jade, Xia Liuli said calmly, is a treasure unearthed from an ancient secret realm. It can protect a third-level warrior from a fatal attack and save his life at a critical moment. I give it to you. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen became even more confused. Etc. Secret realm? Treasure? What? Xia Liuli looked at his bewildered expression and was stunned at first. Then, as if she had figured something out, a hint of realization flashed across her cold phoenix eyes. You don't know about this? Gu Fangchen nodded honestly. Xia Liuli looked at him and said thoughtfully, no wonder you asked Uncle Zhou just now whether Longguo was at war. So that's the case. She paused, a helpless smile on her face. Yes, this matter is no longer a secret in the martial arts circle. But for ordinary people, it's still top-level secret, so it's normal that you haven't been able to access it before. These words were like a huge rock dropped into his heart, instantly causing 1,000 waves. Gu Fangchen could no longer suppress his curiosity and quickly asked, what is going on? Chapter 107 Destroying Beast. Gu Fangchen could no longer suppress his curiosity and quickly asked, what is going on? Xia Liuli looked at him, and a trace of reminiscence and heaviness flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. Everything has to start from 7 years ago. 7 years ago, a meteorite from outer space crashed into the depths of the Pacific Ocean, awakening an extinction-level beast that had been dormant for countless centuries. When the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Every country has dispatched its top strategic forces to that sea area. Because the extinction-level crystal core and core materials are the only key for a peak 5th-level warrior to advance to the 6th level. Therefore, all countries want to seize this great opportunity. A trace of pain flashed across Xia Liuli's eyes. That battle was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Although all nations worked together to successfully kill the extinction-level beast, they began fighting over the beast's corpse. Finally, the corpse of the extinction-level monster was obtained by the Sakura country by chance. And our dragon nation paid an extremely painful price for this. She took a deep breath, her voice a little hoarse. Of the 10 national guardian war gods we sent, 6 have fallen. It was precisely because of the gains from that battle that Sakura country produced 3 6th-level warriors in the following years, rapidly becoming one of the world's top martial arts powers. Hearing this, Gu Fengqian's brows instantly furrowed, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Wait, that's not right. He interrupted Xiao Liuli, a level annihilation beast. Logically speaking, shouldn't it only allow one warrior to advance to level 6? Why do you say that 3 6th-level warriors appeared in Sakura country? Xiao Liuli was stunned when she heard this, but then she seemed to have figured something out, and a helpless smile appeared on her face. Maybe you didn't advance through conventional training, so you don't understand it very well. I think you have entered a misunderstanding. Perhaps because of your special physique, you believe that a beast can only allow one person to achieve a breakthrough. But have you ever thought about why warriors need materials from exotic beasts one level higher than themselves to advance? After all, logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible for a peak-level first-level warrior to defeat a king-level beast. From your perspective, it always feels like something is wrong, right? Gu Fengqian nodded. Xiao Liuli explained, because, in fact, a king-level beast has many core materials that can be used for breakthroughs, such as heart blood, energy crystal cores, cerebrospinal fluid, etc., which are usually enough for at least 5 warriors to try to break through to the second level. And the disaster level can allow 10 warriors to attempt to break through to the third level. The misfortune level can support 100 and the higher tribulation level can support 1000. Take a king-level beast as an example. If a first-level peak warrior were to fight a king-level beast in a one-on-one duel, it would be impossible for him to win. So, what if there are 4 first-level peak warriors? Do you understand? Gu Fengqian nodded. Xiao Liuli continued, therefore, hunting missions for high-level exotic beasts are usually completed by multiple teams working together, rather than individually. Because there are enough exotic beast breakthrough materials to be evenly distributed among all the people in the different teams who need a breakthrough, they won't fight over it. Excess, unneeded materials can even be resold, so the cost-effectiveness of the cooperation is very high. Of course, this only qualifies you for a breakthrough attempt. If you are of average talent, you will still fail if you fail to break through. Having said that, Xiao Liuli turned her head, and her cold phoenix eyes looked at Gu Fengqian, filled with complicated emotions. Do you know why Uncle Zhou, or our entire Dragon Country military district, was so happy when they discovered your physique? Gu Fengqian shook his head. One of the reasons is that your presence means we can save a huge amount of strategic resources. For example, just now, you personally killed 30 king-level and 5 disaster-level beasts, completing your chi and blood accumulation. But their body materials have been preserved intact. By collecting these materials, we can give at least 150 first-level peak warriors and 50 second-level peak warriors the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the second and third levels. Before you appeared, living exotic beasts were only useful for research purposes for our dragon nation. But now, since you appeared, living beasts have become more useful. I don't know if you can understand this. Hearing this, Gu Fengqian nodded again. Don't blame us, the Dragon Country military region, for being too utilitarian. Xiao Liuli's tone became extremely heavy. It's simply because our current situation is too dire. The loss of that extermination-level beast has caused our dragon nation to lag far behind those world powers. Now, every day, we can only live under the shadow of others, and we have almost no say in the international arena. Why? Gu Fengqian asked subconsciously. Xiao Liuli looked at him and spoke slowly, because extinction-level beasts only appear once every 30 to 50 years. And its materials can allow a full 10,000 peak-level 5th-level warriors to gain the qualification to attempt a breakthrough to the 6th level. This means that only warriors from countries that have successfully hunted down extinction-level monsters will have the right to reach the 6th level. Take Sakura country as an example. Any peak 5th level warrior there, as long as his realm is high enough, can submit an application to the military at any time to obtain a set of extinction materials and try to break through. Although the chances of a breakthrough are still slim, at least they have hope. And our dragon nation. A trace of deep powerlessness and unwillingness flashed in Xiao Liuli's eyes. Because countries that possess extermination materials will do their utmost to prevent other countries from obtaining them. Therefore, we don't have any annihilation materials. So, in our dragon nation, there is still no 6th level warrior. Hearing this, Gu Fengqian's heart sank suddenly. Really? In order to prevent the emergence of competitors, countries with extinction materials will never allow other countries to obtain them so easily. After all, a sixth-level warrior is the nuclear weapon of this world. And the dragon nation in this world doesn't have nuclear weapons. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom is indeed serious. After all, the strength of a sixth-level warrior is comparable to that of a monster at the level of extinction. And there are 3 in the Sakura country. If they really go crazy and say they want to destroy your Dragon Kingdom, then destroy it. It's almost like playing. No wonder Johai and the others are so nervous. Gu Fangchen's pupils shrank and he continued to think. As for the extinction-level beasts, it only appears once every 30 to 50 years. Then, according to the requirements of his perfect breakthrough, wouldn't he have to kill 5 higher-level beasts every time? Then wouldn't it take forever to break through to the 6th level? This thought was like a basin of ice water poured over his head, making his heart feel cold. He subconsciously immersed his mind into the system and summoned the complete breakthrough task chain. Perfect breakthrough level 2, kill the king level monster 5-5 completed. Perfect breakthrough level 3, kill the disaster level monster 5-5 completed. Perfect breakthrough level 4, kill a disaster level beast 0-3. Perfect breakthrough level 5, kill a tribulation level monster 0-2. Perfect breakthrough level 6, kill an extermination level beast 0-1. When he saw the breakthrough requirements for the next few major realms, Gu Fangchen's heart finally settled down and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it turns out that the difficulty of this breakthrough is adjusted dynamically, and is not a fixed 5 heads. The 4th level requires 3 disaster level beasts, the 5th level requires 2 robbery level beasts, and the 6th level only requires 1 extermination level beast. That's reasonable. If we really calculate based on the 5-head standard, to break through to the 6th level, we would have to wait at least 150 years, which is too long. Although a warrior's lifespan will increase significantly as his realm improves, he cannot bear to wait that long. At this moment, he suddenly thought of another question. He looked up at Xia Lioli and asked curiously, by the way, what about levels above level 6? Is there a level 7? Hearing this question, Xia Lioli curled her lips, and a hint of helplessness appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Logically speaking, the path of martial arts should be endless, there should be. She shook her head slowly, however, if you want to break through, you need a higher level exotic beast as the key. As for alien beasts above the extinction level, no one has ever appeared in the recorded history of Gaia. We don't even know if they exist. So, she spread her hands, without the key, there's no way to open the door to a higher realm. Level 6 is the ceiling we can reach at the moment. Gu Fangchen nodded thoughtfully, thinking that this explanation made sense. Really? Without higher-level exotic beasts as breakthrough materials, the path to martial arts would be blocked. He suppressed this thought temporarily, changed the subject, and fixed his gaze on the warm jade pendant in his hand. What about the secret realm? What about the secret realm and treasure you just mentioned? Chapter 108, Secret Realm and Ancient Ruins. Xia Lioli looked at him, a complicated look in her eyes. Secret realms and ancient ruins are special spaces that have only begun to appear globally in the last 3 years. We have also seen quite a few within the Dragon Nation, but most of them are small in scale, containing only ordinary treasures and scattered beast-level and king-level exotic beasts. She pointed at the jade pendant in Gu Fangchen's hand and said, this one was unearthed in a small secret realm within the territory. It's considered a tall one among the short ones. She paused, her tone becoming extremely serious. The real big boss is in the non-safe zone. Ever since the alien beasts invaded the world, with the exception of the safe zones heavily guarded by various nations, over 80% of Gaia's land has become an uncontrolled wasteland. And in those places, there appeared many huge secret realms whose scale far exceeded our imagination. They were 10, 100, or even 1,000 times larger than those discovered within our borders. Those places do not belong to any country, so they naturally become the focus of competition among countries. In order to seize the resources within the secret realms and ruins, warrior teams from different countries are fighting fiercely in the unsafe areas. Countless people die there every day. Although international public law stipulates that in order to prevent the situation from escalating, 6th-level warriors are not allowed to participate in the fight for secret realms. Plus, this regulation was proposed by the United States, which has 10 6th-level warriors. Therefore, everyone is relatively obedient on the surface, and no one dares to openly offend. A hint of cold sarcasm appeared at the corner of Xia Lioli's mouth. However, although the 6th-level warrior did not take action openly, he helped us secretly. They rely on their immense power and influence to plunder vast quantities of disaster and calamity-level exotic beast materials for their countries around the globe, using them to mass-produce 4th and 5th level warriors. Our dragon nation is already lagging behind in terms of top-tier combat power, and is already at a disadvantage in the fight for the non-safe zone. Furthermore, with the other party's covert manipulation, we naturally cannot compete with them. Those precious large secret realms and ruins have all fallen into the hands of these powerful nations possessing 6th-order warriors. Then, they use the ancient treasures and resources in the secret realm to arm themselves, making themselves even stronger. This cycle continued, making it even more difficult for us to defeat them. Xiao Liuli looked at Gu Fangchen, and for the first time, a deep sense of powerlessness was revealed in her eyes. Countries like ours that don't have 6th level warriors don't even have the qualifications to know what's inside those large secret realms. We can only speculate based on some scattered intelligence that there may be a vast amount of top-level medicinal herb resources, and even a large number of living disaster-level and calamity-level beasts. Because, the speed at which the warriors of the countries that control these secret realms increase in strength is so rapid that it is hard for us not to think in this direction. She looked at Gu Fangchen's thoughtful face and sighed softly. I guess Uncle Joe didn't tell you this news because, on the one hand, he wasn't sure about the authenticity of the information, and on the other hand, with Dragon Country's current strength, it's simply impossible for them to get their hands on those resources. He was afraid you'd be disappointed if he heard it. Gu Fangchen frowned upon hearing this and raised a new question. Since they already have an absolute advantage in the battle for the non-safe zone, why does Sakura Country continue to send people to infiltrate our Dragon Country? A hint of coldness flashed across Xiao Liuli's eyes. Firstly, it's to disgust us. After all, the grudges between the two countries are long-standing, and they will naturally not let go of any opportunity to cause trouble for us. She paused, her tone becoming more serious. The more important reason is that both of us are currently engaged in a brutal tug-of-war over a large secret realm on an island. That island, codenamed Longyuan, is legally and undisputedly our territory. We were the first to discover that large secret realm there and immediately dispatched an advance team to garrison there. At this point, Xiao Liuli's knuckles turned slightly white from the exertion. But just as we assembled the main attacking force and prepared to officially begin exploring the secret realm, we discovered that all 127 members of our advance team had been killed, leaving no trace. We went to them with evidence, but they flatly denied it and turned the tables, claiming that 50% of the island falls into their waters during high tide. Using this as an excuse, they forcefully claim that they also have the right to jointly develop the secret realm and directly send troops to wage war against us. Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold instantly. Xiao Liuli sneered, however, in this battle, we can say that we fought back and forth. After all, a 6th-level warrior cannot leave the field. Although Sakura Country has a large number of high-level warriors, they also have a large appetite. They need to take care of large secret realms in non-safe areas around the world at the same time, and they cannot devote all their main forces to deal with us for the time being. Speaking of this, a hint of pride and perseverance unique to the soldiers of Dragon Country flashed in Xiao Liuli's eyes. Plus, we dragon people have a tenacity ingrained in our bones that would rather die than surrender. If our equipment is inferior to theirs, we will make up for it with our lives. If our strength is inferior to theirs, we will fight with our blood. Therefore, even if we are at a disadvantage in all aspects, they will not be able to take the piece of meat of Longyuan Island from us. Of course, we can't beat them. So, the two sides are at a stalemate. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen fell silent. It turns out that behind this world, there is such a cruel struggle and such a suffocating truth. He had never expected that the international situation of the Dragon Kingdom in this dimension would be so difficult. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and looked at Xiao Liuli. All the surprise in those dark eyes had faded, leaving only a will as firm as a rock. Don't worry, he looked at her, his voice low but resounding, I will definitely help the Dragon Nation and take over Longyuan Island. After hearing these words, Xiao Liuli was stunned. She subconsciously wanted to speak up and tell him not to play such a big joke. The battle for Longyuan Island has already risen to the level of a battle for national destiny, involving countless top combat forces. How can it be controlled by one person? But when she met Gu Fangchen's eyes, all the words were stuck in her throat. That look was too serious, too determined, without a trace of arrogance or conceit. After 10 seconds of dead silence, an incomparably brilliant and sincere smile suddenly bloomed on Xiao Liuli's cold and beautiful face. That smile, like the dawn that breaks through the long night, instantly dispels all the haze and heaviness. She extended her white fist and touched him lightly. Okay. I'll accompany you. Gu Fangchen looked at the undisguised trust and fighting spirit in her eyes and smiled. He also stretched out his fist and collided heavily with her fist. Good. Chapter 109. Look at your achievements. More updates. At the same time, outside the heavy second gate, Guard Captain Chen Feng and the other 3 red flame guards stood quietly and waited, like 4 emotionless sculptures. They stood straight, their eyes straight ahead, and they exuded an iron-blooded aura that kept strangers away. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that the slightly erected ears of these 4 people and the occasional glances towards the gate have already completely exposed the gossip fire in their hearts. Although they had strict discipline and dared not whisper to each other, to be honest, they were really interested in what was happening inside. Unfortunately, the gate is too thick and I can't hear anything. However, they were still unwilling to give up. Just when they pricked up their ears and were ready to try again. Sudden squeak. The heavy alloy gate slid open to both sides without any warning. This sudden scene gave the 4 red flame guards who were seriously on duty a fright. The 4 of them shuddered violently, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. They instantly retracted all their gossiping thoughts, straightened their backs in unison, and looked straight ahead, as if nothing had happened just now. Xia Liuli stepped out, and her cold phoenix eyes just glanced casually at the 4 people, taking in all their little movements. She looked at the 4 people, who were acting like they were professionals and didn't hear anything. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" They all look like they've seen a ghost. Nothing. Chen Feng was the first to react. He quickly stood at attention and saluted in a loud voice, trying to cover up the embarrassment. The other 3 followed suit, each standing straighter than a javelin. Xia Liuli looked at their appearance of trying to hide something, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She did not ask any more questions, but turned sideways and waited for Gu Fangchen to come out. Then she said to Chen Feng and the other 3 in a tone that did not allow for argument. "From now on, the 4 of you will be Gu Fangchen's guards." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on Chen Feng and the other 3's faces froze instantly. They stood there blankly, all looking at the indifferent boy, their minds blank. Guard? Be his bodyguard? Just when Gu Fangchen and Xia Liuli thought that these arrogant red flame guards would be dissatisfied and even raise objections. The next second, the expressions on Chen Feng and the other 3's faces took a 180-degree turn. To prevent piracy of Shouhu documents, choose Shouhu from the book search robot. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. That brief moment of astonishment was instantly replaced by endless ecstasy and excitement. That expression was even more exaggerated than winning $1 billion lottery. Yes. Miss Xia. Chen Feng, who was in the lead, was the first to recover from his shock. He suddenly straightened his body and gave Xia Liuli a very standard military salute. Then, he turned around and gave Gu Fangchen a standard salute, his face filled with an extremely sincere, even slightly flattering smile. "Master Gu. Please give me more guidance in the future. Being able to study by your side is a blessing I have earned through several lifetimes." The other 3 red flame guards also reacted instantly, and followed suit, grinning from ear to ear, vying with each other to show their loyalty. "Don't worry, Master Gu. From now on, your safety is in our hands. We guarantee that not even a fly can get within 3 meters of you." "That's right. Sir Gu, if you have any instructions, just tell us. We will go through fire and water and never hesitate. It is our honor to follow a genius like Master Gu. I hope you will continue to support me in the future." Joke. Although they were standing outside the door just now, they could clearly sense the devastating superior grade 3 breakthrough phenomenon inside. The domineering and murderous sword intent still made them tremble even though they were separated by 2 thick alloy gates. And there are only 4 people inside. Dr. Li is not a warrior, while Major Zhou and Miss Xia are both 4th level warriors. So, who caused the top grade 3rd level phenomenon? So hard to guess. Certainly. It's Gu Fangchen. Who else could it be besides him? They saw Gu Fangchen go in with their own eyes. Just now, he was at the late 2nd stage of the upper grade. But a month ago, he was only in the middle stage of the 1st level. How long has it been? Less than a month. Just break through from the middle stage of the 1st level to the upper level of the 3rd level. This can no longer be described as a genius, this is simply a monster. Moreover, didn't you see that even Major Zhou and Miss Xia were so fond of him that they were even willing to use the entire base's resources to train him? If you follow this kind of person, your future will be bright. The room for advancement and the resources and treatment are much better than being an emotionless background figure beside Miss Xia. Looking at Chen Feng and the others who looked like they wanted to kowtow on the spot, Xia Liuli was stunned at first, and then laughed out of anger. She raised her pink fist, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and shook it at the few people, her tone full of threatening meaning. Why? You will all be happy to hang out with Gu Fangchen in the future? I'm telling you, it's only temporary. Once his strength is solidified, you'll have to get back here. Hearing this, the smiles on Chen Feng and the others' faces froze instantly, replaced by an extremely exaggerated disappointment. No way, miss. Just temporarily? No. We still want to follow Master Gu and make great achievements. That's right. Miss, you can't do this to us. We are loyal to you. Seeing these clowns beating their chests and stamping their feet in grief, Xiaoliuli couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. She waved her hands and scolded with a smile. All right, stop acting, look at what you have accomplished. Seeing this, everyone started to giggle. Gu Fangchen looked at the heartwarming scene of a group of people playing in front of him, and a smile involuntarily appeared in his calm eyes. Chapter 110 Disagree, dislike, not interested at all. In the Magic City, Xia Family Manor, there is an ancient and elegant Chinese courtyard. Two old men with white hair and beards, but completely different temperaments, were sitting opposite each other in front of a precious jade chessboard, playing chess leisurely. One of them was wearing a Zhongshan suit, with a sharp face and a majestic look without even getting angry. This person is Xia Liuli's grandfather, the pillar of the Xia family Xia Yan. Opposite him was an old man wearing a tang suit with a constant smile on his face. He was Yi Tsangshan, the ancestor of the Yi family, one of the four major families in the Magic City. Pa! Yi Tsangshan dropped a white piece from his hand and spoke casually, breaking the tranquility of the courtyard. Old Xia, look, the weather is getting better and better. Xia Yan's gaze remained on the chessboard, and he just said lightly. Children, it's time for you to start a family and build a career. Yi Tsangshan's true intentions were finally revealed, and he continued with a smile. How's Liuli doing lately? Do you think it's time to put her and my Lianger's marriage on the agenda? Hearing this, Xia Yan's hand holding Heizi paused slightly in mid-air. He slowly raised his head, and in his cloudy but sharp eagle-like old eyes, there flashed a trace of deep helplessness and imperceptible irritation. Here we go again. This old guy is really a fucking parrot. Old Ji, I remember I've mentioned this to you at least 7 times, right? Xia Yan made his move slowly, his voice steady, yet with a sense of distance that brooked no argument. Liuli is a wild girl. She has her own way. She makes her own decisions. She doesn't agree, and we as elders can't force her. Besides, we only discussed it verbally at the beginning, and we haven't even made an engagement yet. How can you say it's on the agenda? Hey, you can't say that. Yi Tsangshan seemed not to hear the rejection in his words, and still waved his hand with a smile. Young people are thin-skinned and shy, it's normal. Our marriage is a powerful alliance. It will bring great benefits to both our country and our family. How can it be said to be forced? Besides, my Yi Liang loves your Liuli very much. He looked at Xia Yan and said sincerely, perhaps Liuli has some misunderstandings about my Yi family. Look, can you let me talk to her in person? Let me, as her elder, talk to her in person and clear up the misunderstanding? Xia Yan's brows were completely furrowed. This old guy is so shameless. He was extremely annoyed. Not to mention Liuli, even he himself was almost annoyed by the incessant urging of marriage. But in the end, he still took into account the long-standing relationship between the two families and did not want to make the situation too awkward. She has a mission now and it's not convenient for her. Xia Yan made up an excuse. It's just a few minutes. It won't delay anything. But Yi Tsangshan still refused to give in. Xia Yan looked at him, determined to achieve his goal, and sighed helplessly. He took out a sophisticated military encrypted communicator from his arms and dialed Xia Liuli's number in front of Yi Tsangshan. Soon, a clear holographic projection appeared on the chessboard. Grandfather? In the picture, Xia Liuli was sitting in the cabin of the Hummingbird helicopter. When she saw that it was her grandfather, a trace of ice and snow melted on her cold face, revealing a touch of softness, which was rare. But before she could ask more questions, Xia Yan tilted the angle of the communicator slightly, bringing the smiling Yi Tsangshan next to him into the picture. The softness on Xia Liuli's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by frost that was enough to freeze the air. Grandpa Yi. She nodded politely, but her voice was cold without a trace of emotion. Hey! Liuli! Yi Sangshan seemed not to notice her cold expression and still greeted her enthusiastically. "Long time no see, you've become more beautiful. I came here today just to talk to you about your marriage with Lianger." He hasn't finished speaking yet. Xia Liuli's icy voice interrupted him directly. "Grandpa Yi, there's nothing to talk about." Her gaze penetrated the holographic projection and pierced Yi Sangshan's hypocritical smile. Right now, the Dragon Kingdom is in a turbulent time, facing internal and external troubles. Countless soldiers are sacrificing their lives on the front lines. I think that a top family like the Yi family should focus on how to share the country's worries and how to improve the Dragon Nation's combat capabilities, rather than focusing on these romantic marriages all day long. These words made the smile on Yi Sangshan's face freeze for a moment. Xia Liuli showed no intention of stopping, her voice growing colder. "Besides, I'm only 18 years old this year, and I still have a long way to go in the future. I, Xia Liuli, will walk my own path. I will personally earn the glory I need on the battlefield with my own hands, with my own gun, one sword at a time. I don't need to rely on anyone else's charity. I appreciate your Yi family's kindness. But I don't need it, and I don't want it. I think I have made this very clear. I don't agree, I don't like it, I'm not interested at all. Please don't mention it again in the future. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." After she finished speaking, she didn't even give Yi Sangshan any chance to refute, and nodded slightly at Xia Yan. "I still have military duties to attend to. Goodbye." As soon as the words fell, a holographic projection was interrupted instantly with a snap sound. The courtyard fell into dead silence. Yi Sangshan's smiling old face turned pale and blue at this moment, and even the hand holding the teacup was shaking slightly. Xia Yan, on the other hand, looked at the chessboard with a helpless expression on his face, but he was secretly happy in his heart. "She is worthy of being my granddaughter. Well done." He picked up a black piece and with a pop, it landed steadily on the Tianyuan position of the chessboard, cutting off Yi Sangshan's big dragon that was about to take shape. He blew away the non-existent dust from his fingertips and spoke slowly in a tone that seemed regretful but was actually full of teasing. "Ah, old Yi. It seems that my girl Liuli is unlucky and cannot enter your Yi family. You can see that I've spoiled this girl since she was little. She has a wild temper and big ideas." Xia Yan sighed and shook his head. "When a man and a woman get married, it's all about mutual love. We can't force them. This isn't the old society of hundreds of years ago. Don't you think this makes sense?" Yi Sangshan was left speechless by these words. His old face turned purple and he was shaking with anger. But unfortunately, everything Xia Yan said made sense, and he couldn't find a word to refute it. What's more, Xia Liuli is now at the 4th level of the upper grade, and his future is limitless. In addition, the Xia family is wealthy and powerful. If they really want to tear their faces apart, his Yi family will not get any benefit at all. In the end, he could only suppress the raging anger in his heart, slammed the teacup in his hand down on the table, and squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. "That's right. Naturally, I had no interest in the following game of chess." Yi Sangshan took a few more steps absent-mindedly, then he could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly, forcing a smile uglier than crying. "Ahem, old Xia. I have something urgent to do at home, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he didn't even wait for Xia Yan to reply, and he left with a wave of his sleeves. His body rose and fell a few times, and then turned into a stream of light, disappearing awkwardly into the sky. Xia Yan looked at his back as he almost fled in panic, and the gentle smile on his face gradually faded. All the smiles in those cloudy old eyes faded away, leaving only the coldness and sharpness like 10,000-year-old black ice. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 Good. 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 Yi family manor, at the entrance of the main house. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Yi Sangshan landed on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Obviously he had not yet recovered from the humiliation he had just suffered. In front of him, Yi Liang was standing with an expectant look on his face. "What's going on, great-grandpa?" he asked impatiently. "Have the Xia family relented?" When Yi Sangshan heard this, he felt a surge of evil fire rising to his head, and he didn't even bother to look at his good-for-nothing great-grandson. He pointed at Yi Liang and shouted angrily, "Useless thing." Then, he waved his hand impatiently at the captain of the guard who had been following him. "You tell him." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the main house without even looking back. Yi Liang was bewildered. What's going on? At this time, the captain of the guard stepped forward, bowed slightly to Yi Liang, and quickly repeated everything that had just happened in the Xia family in a tone without any emotion. When Yi Liang heard Xiao Liuli's ruthless and even humiliating rejection, the expectation on his face froze little by little. Instead, there was endless astonishment and disbelief. How dare she? He muttered to himself, his gentle and elegant face distorted by extreme anger. Why? I, Yi Liang, come from a distinguished family, have extraordinary talents, have both money and good looks. Looking across the entire magic city, who is unworthy of her, Xiao Liuli? Why does she reject me again and again? Not only did you reject me, but you also wanted to humiliate me? Not only do you humiliate me, you also want to humiliate my Yi family? Endless resentment, like a poisonous snake, grew wildly in his heart, gradually devouring all his love and reason. At this moment, the captain of the guards beside him hesitated for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Master, there is something I want to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." "Speak." Yi Liang's voice was icy cold. A gleam flashed in the captain's eyes. He lowered his voice and spoke slowly. "According to our spies at Base 7, Miss Xia seems to have been very close to a new recruit named Gu Fangchen recently." Gu Fangchen? Yi Liang's brows were instantly furrowed. He had an impression of this name. It seemed that he was the top scorer who had caused Zhao Tianhao to suffer a great loss in the selection competition. Yi Liang's handsome face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. In his peach blossom eyes, which were originally gentle and affectionate, there was now only jealousy and murderous intent as cold as a poisonous snake. Gu Fangchen. He pronounced the name slowly, as if he were chewing it between his teeth. Very good. He turned around and gave the captain of the guard a cold order: investigate. Within 1 day, I want to see all his information. From the time he was born to the present day, don't miss any clues. Yes. The captain of the guard immediately bowed and accepted the order, turned around and left quickly. In an instant, Yi Liang was the only one left in front of the main house. He looked at the pitch-black night above his head and felt an uncontrollable evil fire in his heart, burning wildly and almost devouring his sanity. He needs to vent. This endless humiliation and anger need to be vented. Thinking about it, he ordered the butler who had been standing silently behind him. "Housekeeper. Tell the dungeon to send a clean girl to my room. I want to relieve myself." Secret Research Institute, inside the command and control room. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li were standing side by side in front of a huge holographic screen, replaying the video footage of the test site over and over again. On the screen, that figure, every swing of the knife, every movement, was clearly recorded by dozens of high-definition cameras from different angles. That devastating 30-meter blade light, that miraculous breakthrough, that earth-shattering shockwave. Every picture is full of visual impact that is enough to subvert cognition. Call. When the video played to the last second, Zhou Hai let out a long breath. He turned and looked at Dr. Li, who was also shocked. "Director Li, have you backed up all the data? We must ensure that nothing goes wrong." "Don't worry, Major Zhou." Dr. Li pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. In those eyes that were always calm and rational, there was still a lingering enthusiasm. "All footage has been encrypted using the highest level of triple encryption and stored on 3 different top-secret servers. There is absolutely no chance of any problems." Very good. Zhou Hai nodded, then took out his military encrypted mobile phone from his arms. He walked to the operating table and skillfully sent a compressed video file through the communication channel with the highest level of confidentiality. Only after doing all this did he feel completely relieved, and a rare smile of great anticipation appeared on his usually dignified and calm face. He really wanted to see what kind of wonderful expression the leader, who was always known for his calmness even in the face of a mountain collapse, would have when he saw this video. At the same time, several kilometers away, inside a heavily guarded secret military airport codenamed Longmen, a streamlined silver-white private fighter jet is quietly parked on the runway, ready to tear through the sky at any time. Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command, Xiao Zhan, was wearing a neat black combat uniform and preparing to board the plane. He had just finished watching his daughter Xiao Liuli's breakthrough to the 4th level, and now he had to rush back to the larger and more dangerous overseas battlefield without stopping. "Commander, everything is ready." An adjutant stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Xiao Zhan nodded and was about to take a step forward. Buzz. The mobile phone in his pocket, which was encrypted at the highest level, suddenly vibrated. He frowned slightly and took out his cell phone. When he saw that the sender was Zhou Hai, a hint of surprise flashed across his cold and stern face. "Isn't Zhou Hai dealing with that superior grade 2 anomaly at base number 7? How do you have time to send yourself a message? He casually clicked on the encrypted video file. Next second, Xia Zhan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, were fixed on the screen, and his pupils suddenly shrank at this moment. On the screen, the devastating 30-meter blade light, the miraculous breakthrough, the crimson shockwave that could annihilate everything. Every scene was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart that had long been as hard as a rock. The hand holding the phone was trembling slightly with veins bulging due to extreme shock. This is. Even though he was the supreme commander of the Eastern Theater, he was used to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and countless geniuses and evildoers. I was still deeply shocked by these scenes. Good. He said okay 3 times in a row, his voice so loud that the adjutant's eardrums beside him buzzed. After a brief loss of composure, Xia Zhan quickly regained his composure as commander-in-chief. He took a deep breath, carefully preserved the video that was enough to shock the entire dragon country, and his face returned to its calm state. He gave an unquestionable order to the adjutant beside him. Pass my orders and notify the overseas headquarters. I will depart immediately. Also, he paused, a gleam in his eyes, when I come back this time, the first thing I'll do is arrange a trip to Base 7. I want to go and see for myself what kind of peerless monster has appeared in our dragon country. After saying this, he turned around without stopping, and with big strides, boarded the silver fighter plane that was ready to take off. With a deafening roar, the fighter plane took off from the ground, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the overseas battlefield shrouded in endless flames of war without hesitation. Chapter 112 Celebration Drink Additional Update. Base number 7. As night fell, the beams of searchlights cut through the darkness like sharp swords, illuminating the entire base as if it were daytime. The 2 teams of Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi finally returned to the base with exhausted bodies. Without stopping at all, they directly delivered the dozens of tactical backpacks filled with goods to the strategic material warehouse and deposited them all into Gu Fangchen's personal account. After doing all this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. Feng rubbed his sore shoulders, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. Let's go. Back to the dorm. I won't be home until I'm drunk tonight. Yes. We must celebrate. Lin Kiki also looked expectant. Everyone was talking and laughing, and was about to go back to the villa of the Yin Luo team to have a good celebratory drink. Just then. Buzz. The roar of an engine came from the sky above their heads without any warning. Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked up subconsciously. I saw a pitch-black hummingbird-armed helicopter slowly lowering its altitude, preparing to land on the helipad not far away. It's the hummingbird. Zhang Qingyu's face suddenly turned serious. Anyone who can ride on this level of a special plane must be a big shot in the military. Inside the base, all the soldiers on patrol stopped in unison the moment they saw the helicopter, straightened their bodies suddenly, and gave a standard military salute to the sky. Just as everyone was speculating which general had come to visit late at night, the helicopter door slowly opened. A fiery red figure was the first to walk out of the cabin. It's Miss Xia. Oh my god. Why is Miss Xia back again? The moment they saw who was coming, Zhang Qingyu and others' eyes lit up and they immediately stood at attention and saluted. But before they could open their mouths to greet him, another slender figure followed closely behind and walked down from the cabin. When they saw the familiar face clearly, everyone in Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi's teams were completely stunned, their minds went blank. What the hell? Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He pointed at the figure and stammered, Gu, brother Gu? Why is he with Miss Xia? As soon as Gu Fangchen got off the plane, he saw 7 teammates not far away, who looked as if they were under a spell, with the word shock written all over their faces. He smiled and waved at them, greeting them, hey. You guys are all here? That's great. Zhang Qingyu was the first to come back to his senses. He walked forward quickly, his face full of concern and confusion. Xiao Gu, didn't you go after those bastards? Why? Gu Fangchen spoke slowly, the process is too long, I don't know where to start. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu nodded, it's okay, then we'll talk about it later. After saying that, he seemed to remember something and quickly took out a newly processed material storage card from his pocket and handed it over. By the way, we just went to store all the materials of those beast-level and king-level exotic beasts in your warehouse. Gu Fangchen was stunned. Exotic beast materials? Yes. Lin Kiki also came over and explained as if it was a matter of course, we can't just throw so much loot in an abandoned city, right? We were afraid those guys from the logistics department would take advantage of us, so we spent over 6 hours helping you get everything back." Hearing this, a warm feeling flowed through Gu Fangchen's heart. He looked at the tired but sincere faces of the crowd and thanked them solemnly. "Thank you everyone, you have worked hard, really, thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Everyone waved their hands. Ah Feng gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for you, we might all have died there today. In the final analysis, it's all the fault of that bastard Wang Wu." When this name was mentioned, everyone's faces were once again filled with anger. Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen remembered something and quickly turned to Xiao Liuli beside him and briefly recounted the incident of Wang Wu's team being attacked from behind. Xiao Liuli frowned upon hearing this, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed across her cold phoenix eyes. "Is that true?" "Absolutely true." Zhang Qingyu immediately stepped forward, his face filled with indignation. "But we have no evidence. That ruined area is a blind spot for surveillance. They could easily..." Before Zhang Qingyu could finish his words, Xiao Liuli waved her hand and interrupted him. "Captain Zhang, I don't need any evidence. I believe you." She paused, her voice cold and without a trace of emotion. "Just kill these rubbish." After these words were spoken, Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi and others were completely stunned. They stared at Xiao Liuli blankly, their minds blank. Just kill? That's the Goshawk team. It is the official organization of the military. Captain Wang Wu is a mid-level third-order warrior. Although their actions were despicable and shameless, they did not cause any substantial deaths. According to military law, the most he could do is be dismissed from his post and investigated, but it certainly wouldn't reach the point of direct execution, right? Just as everyone was shocked, Xiao Liuli slowly turned around and his eyes fell on the guard Captain Chen Feng. "Chen Feng. Exist. Check what mission Wang Wu's Goshawk team is currently carrying out and where their specific location is." "Yes." Without any hesitation, Chen Feng immediately took out a military encrypted tablet from his tactical backpack and began to operate it quickly with his slender fingers. In less than 10 seconds, he looked up and reported, "Miss, I found it. The Goshawk team's current mission is to clear the Wind Crying Canyon, located 30 kilometers west of the abandoned city. According to real-time positioning, they should have just arrived at the mission location." "Very good." Xiao Liuli nodded with satisfaction. Then, she seemed to remember something, and a trace of imperceptible fatigue flashed across her cold phoenix eyes, and she gently rubbed her temples. "I just broke through to the 4th level and need to go back immediately to consolidate my realm, train my mental strength, and try to control objects with my mind. I won't go with you." After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Feng and ordered in an unyielding tone, "You, take the 3 men under your command and go with them. Mission objective, Team Goshawk, leave no one alive." Chapter 113 Revenge. "Yes." Chen Feng straightened his body suddenly, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Gu Fangchen also nodded thoughtfully. He remembered that Zhang Qingyu had mentioned before that one of the signs of a 4th-level warrior was the qualitative change of mental power, which could interfere with reality and form telekinesis. It seems that even for Xiao Liuli, this new power requires a lot of time to adapt and practice. When the members of Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi's teams heard this order, all the fatigue and resentment on their faces were instantly replaced by endless ecstasy and excitement. Revenge. Finally, I can get revenge. Moreover, the team is led by Captain Chen Feng, who is at the peak of the 3rd level of the upper grade. Great. A Feng's face was filled with excitement. I can finally kill those bastards with my own hands. That's right. Lin Keek's eyes widened, her pretty face filled with murderous intent. I'm going to scratch that bitch in their team's face. The crowd was excited and turned their eyes to the calm young man, their eyes filled with unconcealable excitement and anticipation. Gu Fangchen looked at everyone who was eager to try and smiled. He slowly raised his hand and spoke 4 clear and crisp words to everyone. "Let's go. Get revenge." "Oh." Everyone roared in unison, and morale was extremely high. Without stopping for a moment, the group turned around and ran towards the Hummingbird attack helicopter that had been on standby. "Xiao Gu, this way. Brother Gu, come on." Zhang Qingyu and Lin Kiki stood at the cabin door, waving excitedly at Gu Fangchen. But just as Gu Fangchen was about to board the plane, Xiao Liuli's cold voice rang out again. Etc. Everyone was stunned when they heard this and stopped subconsciously. Xiao Liuli just waved at them and said, "Wait for me here." After she finished speaking, she didn't even give anyone a chance to react. She suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a streak of fiery red light, and rushed towards the logistics equipment depot of base number 7. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Where is Miss Xia doing? A Feng scratched his head, looking puzzled. Zhang Qingyu and others were also confused and shook their heads. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. But just 1 minute later, the fiery red light broke through the air again and landed steadily in front of everyone. Only this time, there was something extra in her hand. It was a silver-white hoverboard. This is... Zhang Qingyu looked at the skateboard and his pupils suddenly shrank. The Liuguang series specially supplied by the military. Exclusive for third-level warriors. Cheng Yi exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with undisguised envy. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Xia Liuli walked straight to Gu Fangchen and handed him the valuable hoverboard. For you. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Zhang Qingyu, Cheng Yi and others stared blankly at the skateboard in Gu Fangchen's hand that was emitting a faint silver light, their minds going blank. What the hell? A Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He pointed at the skateboard and stammered, doesn't this require passing the military's third-level warrior test to be equipped with this thing? Yeah, Lin Kiki also looked incredulous. Xiao Gu, he just broke through to the second level. How could he? An extremely absurd thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Xiao Gu has reached the third level? But she quickly suppressed this thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Breakthrough from the late second stage to the third stage in 1 day? Absolutely impossible. The rest of the people obviously had the same idea. Although they were shocked, they didn't dare to think that Gu Fangchen had broken through to the third level. Just think of it as a special treatment granted by the top leaders of Dragon Country to this rising star of the future. Xia Liuli looked at the ghostly expressions of the crowd, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Gu Fangchen and explained, this thing is very simple. Just activate it with the power of qi and blood. Control it with your mind and you'll be able to use it right away. Gu Fangchen nodded. He threw the skateboard to the ground and stepped lightly on it. With a thought, he injected a trace of energy and blood into it. Buzz! With a slight sound, the anti-gravity engine at the bottom of the skateboard started instantly, emitting a soft blue halo, carrying him and floating steadily in the air. He tried to lean forward. Whoosh! The skateboard instantly turned into a silver stream of light, rushed forward dozens of meters, and then drifted back to its original place. The whole process was smooth and flowing, without any stagnation. It's really simple, Gu Fangchen nodded and looked at Xia Liuli with a satisfied smile on his face. Thank you, Miss Xia. Xia Liuli looked at him, relaxed and at ease, as if it was natural for him. A smile from the heart could not help but appear in those cold phoenix eyes. She took a step forward, stretched out her slender jade hand, and gently patted his strong shoulder. You're welcome. You guys go and get busy. I have to get busy too. Goodbye everyone. Gu Fangchen smiled and said, goodbye. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu, Cheng Yi and others beside him also quickly gave Xia Liuli a standard military salute and echoed in unison. Goodbye, Miss Xia. Xia Qinjin, take care. Xia Liuli didn't say much, just smiled and nodded, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. The soldiers and officers who were watching from afar took in the entire scene, their faces filled with undisguised envy and jealousy. Holy crap! Miss Xia actually personally delivered equipment to him? And even patted him on the shoulder? Am I seeing things right? That's the Liuguang series. The standard equipment for a third-level warrior. Even if I worked hard and accumulated military merit for 10 years, I couldn't buy it. Who is this kid? Could it be that he is really Miss Xia's? Various speculations and discussions arose one after another, but no one dared to speak loudly. It was not until Xia Liuli's figure completely disappeared that Zhang Qingyu let out a long breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He slapped his thigh suddenly, and the fighting spirit and excitement rekindled on his rough face. Let's go! Get revenge! With a big wave of his hand, he was the first to board the hummingbird helicopter that had been on standby. Oh! Everyone roared in unison, and morale was extremely high. Everyone rushed into the cabin as if they were injected with chicken blood. The murderous aura that rose into the sky almost overturned the roof of the helicopter. Buzz! With a deafening roar, the helicopter took off from the ground and sped towards the direction of the Goshawk squad. Gufangchen smiled at everyone, the hoverboard under his feet flashed, and he soared into the sky, turning into a silver stream of light, and hovered steadily on the side of the helicopter. He had one hand in the pocket of his combat uniform and the other casually resting on the edge of the cabin. The night wind blew his short black hair, and his handsome face was filled with a calmness. Inside the cabin, Offing and the others looked at the dashing figure outside the window that was traveling side by side with them, and were stunned again. This. Offing muttered to himself, feeling that his worldview had been challenged as never before. Why is the gap between people so huge? I'm so envious. Chapter 114 Wind Crying Canyon. Abandoned urban area, Wind Crying Canyon. The place is full of strange rocks and howling winds, like the cries of ghosts and wolves. It is one of the famous dangerous places outside base number 7. But at this moment, the Wind Crying Canyon was littered with the corpses of wind demon wolves. That's it? In the team, the yellow-haired man kicked the corpse of a wind wolf away, wiped the blood off his dagger with boredom, and said with a pout, I thought this wind-weeping canyon was something special. In the end, there are only a few broken wolves, not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. It's so fucking boring. Wang Wu's face also showed a hint of disappointment. He put away his weapon and snorted coldly, a bunch of trash, wasting time. Forget it, let's go back and report. But he had just finished speaking. Boom! A loud, earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the canyon without any warning. What's going on? Wang Wu's face changed drastically and he was the first to react. Before they could form their battle formation, a shadow large enough to cover the sky suddenly rushed out from the depths of the canyon. It was a terrifying beast that was as tall as a 5-story building, covered with black scales all over its body. It looked like a lizard, but had a ferocious and demonic face. The terrifying pressure that belonged to the middle stage of disaster instantly enveloped the entire place. It's a catastrophic monster. The abyssal demon lizard. Wang Wu's pupils trembled, but he immediately roared, damn it. It's actually catastrophic. Don't panic. Form a formation. Prepare to meet the enemy. Upon hearing this, the team members behind him, although frightened, immediately drew their weapons and quickly formed a battle formation. But before they could rush forward, the abyss demon lizard took a step forward, and its huge body slightly turned sideways, revealing the terrifying scene behind it. Just see. Behind the abyss demon lizard, there was actually a large group of king-level monsters following them. Oh shit. In an instant, the 4 people's scalps went numb. If there was only one disaster-level monster, their team could still barely fight it. But disaster level plus a large group of king level? Can't beat him. There is no way to win. Run. Run. Wang Wu was so scared that he let out a distorted roar at his teammates and turned around and ran. The 4 people fled for their lives, but were eventually forced into a narrow cave with no way to retreat. It's over. It's over. Huan Mao looked at the dense herd of beasts outside the cave and the abyss demon lizard that kept digging at the cave entrance with its huge claws. There was only endless despair on his face. Just then. Buzz. A familiar roar of an engine suddenly came from above their heads. Wang Wu and others looked up suddenly, their eyes instantly bursting with ecstasy as if they had survived a disaster. Hummingbird? It turned out to be someone from the military. And still a big shot. Saved. Help! Help! Wang Wu screamed with all his strength at the hummingbird attack helicopter that was slowly circling in the sky. The helicopter hovered steadily above the cave, and several figures appeared at the door. Due to the backlight, they could not see the faces of the people coming. But at this moment, in the eyes of Wang Wu and others, those figures were gods descending from the sky. At the same time, inside the helicopter. Hey, aren't those bastards from the Goshawk team? Afong was the first to notice the tragic situation below. A gloating smile instantly appeared on his face, and he shouted at his teammates in the cabin, "It was so cool to watch us being besieged just now, and now it's their turn to beg for mercy?" Lin Kiki also moved closer to the window, looking at the figures running for their lives below with their heads in their hands, and giggled softly, "Yeah, we thought they were enjoying the fight, but why are they crying for help? They're so useless, they deserve it." Humph, it's really a changing world. Zhang Qingyu sneered, his eyes full of pleasure. For a moment, the cabin was filled with a happy atmosphere. Everyone looked at the 4 miserable figures trapped in the cave below, and a playful smile appeared on their faces. Just then, Chen Feng ordered the pilot, prepare to land. At the same time, Chang Yi looked at Gu Fangchen beside him, and suddenly remembered something. He quickly said, Brother Gu, your black scale sword is broken. What are you going to do without any weapons? Come on, use mine first. As he said this, he was about to take off his B-level sword and hand it over. But Gu Fangchen, who was sitting on the skateboard, smiled and waved his hand. No need, Brother Chang. He slowly raised his right hand. The next second, the crystal ring on his fingertip flashed with light. A long, narrow weapon box, completely pitch black, appeared out of thin air in his hand. You could hear a pin drop in the entire cabin. Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi, Lin Kiki. Everyone in the Yama squad and the Blood Wolf squad seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the weapon box in Gu Fangchen's hand, their minds blank. Holy crap! Storage ring! Afeng was the first to recover from his shock. He screamed out loud and his eyes almost popped out. And, look at the style of this ring and the dragon pattern on it. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. This is the latest model Songhai ring that the Su family launched last month, right? I heard the starting price for the lowest configuration is 100 million. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They looked at Gu Fangchen with extremely complicated expressions. Come back on Xia Qianjin's private plane. Xia Qianjin personally gave the third-level warrior an exclusive hoverboard. Now he took out a storage ring worth hundreds of millions. It made them more and more curious. What on earth happened in those 6 hours? Gu Fangchen looked at the people's shocked expressions and just smiled, saying in a matter-of-fact tone, Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll have the Su family get one storage ring for each of you. The entire cabin fell into dead silence again. Everyone's brain stopped thinking they were hallucinating. A long time. Gao Yizhou's usually stern face revealed a rare trace of confusion. He looked at Gu Fangchen and asked in a somewhat dry voice, Xiao Gu, what did you say just now? I may not have heard clearly. Yes. Xiaoya also woke up from her dream and quickly agreed, blinking her beautiful eyes again and again. I didn't hear it clearly either. It must be because the wind was too strong. I heard it wrong, huh? Gu Fangchen looked at their ghostly expressions and just smiled. Then, in an extremely calm yet clear tone, he repeated word by word. I'm telling you, when we get back from this mission, I'll have the Su family send each of you a Songhai ringnut. Hiss. This time, everyone heard it clearly. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. Afeng felt his knees go weak and he almost knelt down to Gu Fangchen on the spot. Gu, brother Gu, you, from today on, you are my real father. Just when everyone was still immersed in this shock that was enough to overturn their worldview, Wang Wu's shrill and desperate roar was heard again from the cave below. Help! Which unit are you from up there? Come and save us. We can't hold on any longer. Hearing this voice, the expressions of everyone in the cabin instantly turned cold. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Gu Fangchen's calm eyes. Revenge first, then we'll talk after we're done with it. That's right. Let's kill those bastards first. Zhang Qingyu and Chang Yi roared in unison, with rage burning in their eyes. Everyone no longer hesitated and stood up, ready to surrender. Just then, Gu Fangchen raised his hand to stop everyone. Etc. As Gu Fangchen spoke, he took out the night meteorite longsword from the weapon box. Captain Chang, Captain Zhang, everyone, you guys take up the upper formation to prevent them from escaping. Leave the beast tied below to me. Everyone looked at his eyes, which were calm but full of absolute confidence, and looked at each other. Finally, he nodded heavily. Chapter 115 Lifesaver Additional Update. Gu Fangchen said no more. The hoverboard under his feet flashed, and the whole person fell towards the chaotic battlefield below like a black meteor. As he fell, he slowly raised the night meteorite in his hand. On the inky black blade, there seemed to be endless starlight flowing, emitting a heart-pounding devouring aura. With a thought, he poured all the powerful energy and blood power in his body, which belonged to the third level of the upper grade, into it without reservation. Next moment. Buzz. The blade hummed, as if an ancient demon was whispering. Just as he was about to land, he grasped the knife with both hands and swept it across the dark tide of beasts below. A pure black crescent-shaped energy blade, mixed with invisible shock waves, flashed past silently along the ground. Wherever the black half-moon passed, time seemed to freeze. Be it the disaster level abyss demon lizards or the dark mass of king-level beasts, all their movements were frozen in place. immediately following. Laugh. With a uniform sound, the bodies of all the strange beasts were smoothly cut in two. The incision was as smooth as a mirror. After stagnating for 0.1 second, the hot blood and broken internal organs gushed out. One knife, clear the area. Ding. Killed one disaster-level monster and 43 king-level monsters, representing 3 different types of monsters, and looted 10,600 HP points. Health value, 25,100 plus 10,600 30,000 points. Realm, early stage 3 mid stage 3 new. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Abyssal Lizard's racial core talent, Abyssal Deterrence. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bloodthirsty Bat and Cloud Piercer racial core talents. New talents, Bloodthirst, Fatal Penetration. Abyssal Deterrence, active talent. Unleashes a terrifying pressure emanating from the abyss, inflicting a strong mental shock to all enemies within a 50-meter radius whose level is lower than or equal to yours, causing them to fall into a state of temporary fear and confusion, significantly weakening their fighting spirit. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Bloodlust, passive talent. Every time you kill a target in combat, your thirst for blood is stimulated, gaining a stackable layer of bloodlust. Each layer increases attack speed by 1% and slightly increases health regeneration. Lasts 30 seconds, up to a maximum of 20 layers. Fatal Penetration, passive talent. Your attacks are like the sharp claws of an eagle, accurately finding the weak points in the enemy's defense. All your attacks will ignore 5% of the target's physical defense. Now, looking at the corpse on the ground. There was already dead silence on the helicopter. Zhang Qingyu, Cheng Yi and others stared blankly at the battlefield below that was cleared in an instant, their minds blank. Wait. Lin Kiki suddenly seemed to remember something, her big golden eyes filled with horror. Isn't that a shockwave that only a third-level warrior can use? Xiaogu can actually use shockwave with chi and blood release? He must be at level 3, right? As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt of thunder. Everyone reacted instantly. Turn out to be that upper-grade third-level breakthrough phenomenon just now. It's really Gu Fangchen. I fucking. Athing's lips trembled. He felt that his cerebellum was shrinking and he completely stopped thinking. While everyone was still immersed in the shock that was enough to subvert their worldview, Gu Fangchen below had already put the skateboard into the storage ring and made a slight gesture to them. You can come down now. Seeing the gesture, everyone descended mechanically like puppets. As soon as he landed, Zhang Qingyu was the first to rush up, his voice trembling. Xiaogu, when did you break through to the third level? Gu Fangchen looked at the people who looked like they had seen a ghost and just smiled. No need to explain now, let's get revenge first. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, immediately suppressed the shock in their hearts, nodded, and the raging anger in their eyes rekindled. That's right. Kill those bastards first and then we can go back and talk. Thinking of this, everyone drew their swords and walked towards the narrow cave with murderous intent. At the same time, inside the cave. After experiencing the initial despair and waiting to die, the 4 members of Wang Wu's team were completely stunned by the devastating blow outside the cave. When the storm of sword light that was enough to annihilate everything subsided, when the deafening roar of beasts completely disappeared, and the whole world fell into dead silence, they cautiously poked their heads out as if in a dream. Just one glance and they were scared to death. Outside the cave, the canyon that was originally packed with beasts had now turned into a flat slaughterhouse of flesh and blood. No matter whether it was the disaster-level abyss demon lizards or the dark mass of king-level beasts, without exception, they were all cut in half, their corpses covered the entire land, and blood flowed like a river. What the hell? Huang Mao's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, his mind blank. Which powerful person passing by took action? At least at the peak of the 4th level. No. Even a general of the 5th level. The charming female team member's voice was trembling, and her eyes were filled with ecstasy of surviving the disaster and infinite awe for the strong. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Wu's face instantly erupted with ecstasy. Saved. Not only was he saved, but he also had the opportunity to meet such an awesome master. This is a great opportunity. Hurry! Hurry! Wang Wu's breathing became rapid. He quickly straightened his already tattered combat uniform, wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve, and shouted an urgent order to the 3 equally stunned team members behind him. What the hell are you all standing there for? Quickly fix your appearance. I don't know which senior master saved us, but we must pay our respects to him with the utmost respect. If we can get a little guidance from our seniors, it will benefit us for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, the other three immediately woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly brushed the dust off their bodies, with smiles of incomparable flattery and awe on their faces. I don't know which general he is. Is there such a person near our magic city? The yellow-haired man guessed while adjusting his collar. Who cares? He's our savior anyway. Just as the four of them were looking forward to it, ready to greet the great power with the most perfect attitude, a slender figure walked slowly and steadily from the sea of corpses and blood to the entrance of the cave. The smiles on Wang Wu and others' faces froze instantly. The man was very young, wearing a set of streamlined combat uniform that was completely black and they had never seen before, and holding a long sword that was also as black as ink in his hand. Wang Wu and the other three subconsciously held their breath. Their gazes followed the bloody blade, slowly moving upwards, and finally stopped on the young and stern face. The flattery and awe on the four people's faces froze in an instant, like four weathered statues. Then, the frozen expression began to crack, and was replaced by extreme, absurd disbelief. Is it him? That person, in their eyes, was like an ant, something they could manipulate at will. Gu Fangchen? Chapter 116 Sichuan Opera Face Changing. Etc.? How come Gu Fangchen is still alive? Before they could recover from their shock. Behind Gu Fangchen, Zhang Qingyu, Zhang Yi, Lin Kiki. Familiar figures appeared one after another. They all held weapons in their hands, their eyes were cold, and they exuded an undisguised murderous aura, like vengeful evil spirits returning from hell. Wang Wu and the other three were completely stunned. They stared blankly at the 8 people outside the cave who were unharmed and even their clothes were not messed up. Their brains completely crashed. How is this possible? How are you still alive? The charming female team member was the first to scream, her face full of absurdity and disbelief. Alive? Zhang Qingyu looked at their ghostly appearances and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Thanks to you, we are not only alive, but also alive and well. Zhang Yi also stepped forward, pointing the sword in his hand at the 4 people in the cave, and said in a cold and piercing voice, "Not only are we alive, we have come back specifically to kill you." After hearing this, Wang Wu, after experiencing the initial shock and absurdity, finally couldn't help laughing, as if he had heard a huge joke. Ha 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 ha. He pointed at Zhang Qingyu and the others, laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Kill us? Just you? Of course, he didn't believe that the devastating blow just now could have been launched by this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in front of him. In his opinion, it must be some powerful person who passed by and cleared the tide of beasts and saved them. And now, that powerful person has left. These lucky losers dare to come in front of me and show off. How ridiculous. Zhang Qingyu, you don't really think that you guys pulled that move just now, do you? Wang Wu's eyes were filled with extreme contempt and sarcasm. Stop joking. I know your strengths and weaknesses better than anyone else. Don't think that just because someone with great skills helps you, you can act arrogantly in front of me. He slowly stood up straight, and the energy and blood power of the middle 3rd stage in his body burst out, and the arrogant expression appeared on his face again. Hurry up. Let the master who just attacked come out. We want to thank him in person. You bunch of losers are not even worthy of talking to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Fangchen took a step forward. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm, a ball of dark red energy and blood power that was as condensed as a substance slowly emerged like a miniature sun, emitting a terrifying pressure that made even the soul tremble. Gu Fangchen looked at him, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Now, is it matched? The smile on Wang Wu's face completely froze. He stared intently at the powerful ball of energy and blood in Gu Fangchen's palm, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his brain crashed for 3 seconds due to extreme shock. This is a top-grade 3rd level. Boom! These 6 words, like a bolt of black thunder from the sky, struck the 4 members of Wang Wu's team on their heads. They finally reacted. That devastating breakthrough phenomenon of the upper-grade 2nd and 3rd levels just now. It turned out to be, it was actually him. It's really Gu Fangchen. No. Impossible. The yellow-haired man's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, his face distorted by extreme fear, and he stepped back uncontrollably, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle tip. How could he possibly break through so quickly? In one day, he went from the peak of the 1st level to breaking through 2 major realms, and both of them were perfect breakthroughs? This doesn't make sense. This is unscientific. All the arrogance in Wang Wu's heart was replaced by endless fear at this moment. As a warrior of the middle-level third stage, he knows better than anyone the weight of the word top grade. It represents a terrifying combat power far beyond that of its peers, represents the highest level of attention from the military, and represents an infinite future. But before he could recover from the shock that was enough to overturn his worldview, Gu Fangchen had already moved. He didn't even bother to say another word, just waved his hand casually. The next moment, an invisible shockwave spread out like the scythe of the god of death. Puff! 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 Except for Wang Wu, the other three didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were like being hit head-on by an invisible sledgehammer. The chi and blood that protected their bodies were as fragile as paper and were shattered in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the internal organs and even the bones and meridians were completely crushed by the terrifying shock force. 3 balls of blood mist exploded. Wang Wu was completely terrified. He stared blankly at the 3 balls of blood mist slowly dissipating in the air, and at the 3 pools of blurred flesh and blood that were no longer distinguishable from you and me, and felt a chill running from his tailbone to the top of his head. Flash sale. 3 of his powerful, peak-level, Tier 2 teammates, who had been with him day and night, were simply defeated in a single blow? He pointed at Gu Fangchen and roared fiercely, You dare to kill your colleagues. You are openly defying military law. Even a top-grade warrior cannot do this. Do you understand? I'm going to sue you all to Major Zhou. You'll all be court-martialed. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi and others felt a slight chill in their hearts. Although Xiao Liuli had verbally agreed, there was no substantial documentation or evidence. Killing colleagues like this is indeed against the rules, and if it gets out, it will cause endless trouble. Just when everyone was feeling a little worried, Gu Fangchen remained calm. With a thought, he slowly took out a pitch-black token with the ancient word Qi engraved on it from his storage ring. It's okay, Xiao Wu. If you have any grievances, just tell me. The moment they saw the token, the pupils of Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi, and others suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. And the moment Wang Wu saw the token clearly, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Of course, he recognized this token. The highest authority order from base number 7. It is a token that only Commander Zhou Hai is qualified to hold in the entire base. Seeing this order is like seeing Zhou Hai himself. The token is in his hand. In one day, he completed a breakthrough from the peak of the first level to the upper grade third level, which could be called a miracle. He even emerged unscathed from a beast horde that could have wiped out several elite squads. Wang Wu's pupils trembled. He understood. He finally understood. He understands everything. This guy is not some poor boy who got lucky. He is the ultimate trump card secretly trained by the Dragon Country's military, possessing some incredible special physique. It is the hope for the future and the cornerstone of the country. And myself. What have you done? Seeing someone in need without help, kicking someone when they are down, stabbing them in the back. Even want to kill him with your own hands? Oh shit. What the hell kind of monster did I mess with? After Wang Wu realized this, all his defenses collapsed completely. He no longer had any hope. He rolled and crawled to his knees, cowed out frantically to Gu Fangchen, tears streaming down his face, and begged incoherently, Master Gu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind. I couldn't recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life. I am willing to work like a slave. I am willing to do anything for you. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Two completely different people. Wang Wu begged for mercy frantically. But all he got in response was Gu Fangchen's eyes, as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice, and the deathly silence. Gu Fangchen didn't even bother to look at him again. He just turned around slowly and cast his gaze towards the ruins outside the cave shrouded in moonlight. This silent contempt carries more weight than any words. It was like an invisible hammer, hitting Wang Wu's heart hard, completely shattering the last bit of hope in his heart. He understood that this godlike young man was too lazy to deal with him, an ant. He has handed his life and death over to the colleagues who were betrayed by him and pushed into the abyss. The instinct for survival made him change direction instantly. He crawled on his knees like a dog, rolling and crawling towards Chang Yi. On his face, which was covered with snot and tears, he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Chang, Captain Chang. Old Chang. We know each other after all. For the sake of our past friendship, please help me say a word. Please. Cheng Yi looked at his ugly appearance, and his usually calm face was filled with cold disgust. He didn't even bother to speak, he just raised his foot and kicked Wang Wu in the face, knocking him to the ground. Roll! Wang Wu didn't dare to complain at all. He got up from the ground and crawled to Lin Kiki and Xiaoya. My two sisters. My two aunts. He burst into tears and cowed out frantically, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blinded by greed. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Look, those good-for-nothings under my command are all dead. It's retribution. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me go. Lin Kiki and Xiaoya looked at him. His beautiful eyes had lost all their liveliness and charm, leaving only the coldness as if they had been frozen for 10,000 years. Let you go? Lin Kiki sneered, her voice clear and crisp, but every word was as sharp as a knife. Stop dreaming. Xiaoya said nothing, but just sneered, shoo. Wang Wu's body suddenly stiffened and the expression on his face froze instantly. He knew that there was no hope of begging for mercy. But the instinct of survival still drove him to make his final struggle. He turned his gaze to Gao Yizhou, who had remained silent from beginning to end and just stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Gao, brother Gao. Wang Wu's voice was trembling. You're sorry about the injury on your leg. It was me, those bastards under my command who did it. It has nothing to do with me. He pointed at the blurred pools of blood and flesh outside and argued incoherently, look. They are all dead. This can be considered as revenge for you. You. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Gao Yizhou moved. He slowly raised his bandaged left leg, then stomped heavily on the heavy tower shield. Bang! A dull thud exploded in Wang Wu's heart like a war drum. Gao Yizhou said nothing. But that look, that movement, said it all. Wang Wu was completely desperate. He knew that there was no room for maneuver in today's matter. But he still didn't want to give up. He slowly turned his head and placed his last hope on Zhang Qingyu, who had just looked at him coldly and said nothing from beginning to end. He crawled on his knees to Zhang Qingyu's feet, hugged his thighs tightly with both hands, tears streaming down his face, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Lao Zhang. Brother Zhang. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He raised his head, his face covered in snot and tears, filled with endless regret and pleading, I know. I know you hate me. Back then I was wrong. I was jealous of you. I was petty. I shouldn't have held a grudge against you because of my sister-in-law. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. He banged his head against the cold ground again and again, making a series of dull sounds, and soon his head was bleeding. Brother Zhang. For the sake of the fact that we grew up together. Please forgive me this time. Just this once. I swear. I will be your slave from now on. I won't go west even if you tell me to. I'll even be willing to lick the soles of your shoes. I only beg you. I only beg you to give me a way to live. He cried heartbreakingly and looked extremely ugly, completely different from the arrogant look he had before. But Zhang Qingyu just looked at him quietly, with no emotion on his rough face. He waited. When Wang Wu had cried enough, howled enough, and banged his head until it was bleeding and he could no longer utter a syllable, he slowly squatted down. Upon seeing this, Wang Wu's eyes instantly burst into ecstasy as if he had survived a disaster. He thought that Zhang Qingyu had softened his heart. But the next second, Zhang Qingyu's extremely calm words were like a basin of ice water from the underworld, completely extinguishing all the hope in his heart. I'm sorry, Zhang Qingyu looked at him calmly, we don't accept your apology. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and stood up suddenly. The giant axe in his hand, which had accompanied him for many years, drew a heavy arc in the air. Puff! The ecstasy on Wang Wu's face froze in an instant. A huge human head soared into the sky, drawing a bloody parabola in the air. Finally, with a bang, it rolled into a pile of rubble on the side. There was still endless fear and disbelief in those wide-open eyes. Plop! The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and boiling blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground a shocking dark red. Wang Wu. It's worse than dead. Chapter 118 You deserve it. Additional update. Looking at the bloody scene before their eyes, the entire cave, inside and outside, fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, Afun let out a long breath, as if he wanted to spit out all the frustration and anger in his heart. He walked to Wang Wu's headless body, which was still twitching slightly, and shook his head. Serves him right. He cursed, but his expression was incredibly relieved. Damn it, I've never seen such a disgusting bastard in my life. It's a blessing for him to die. That's right. Lin Kiki also came over. She looked at the 4 piles of bloody flesh on the ground, which were so blurred that it was impossible to tell them apart. The tension on her pretty face had long since disappeared, leaving only the satisfaction of revenge. This kind of scum who lays a hand on his colleagues on the battlefield is a disgrace to the military region. Dying 10,000 times isn't enough. Xiaoya patted her chest with a lingering fear, then a relieved smile appeared on her face. I've been annoyed with that woman for a long time. Now it's all right. I don't even need to scratch my face anymore. It just turned into a puddle of mud. It's really satisfying. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire team became extremely relaxed because of the execution of these newcomers. The depression and despair caused by betrayal and siege disappeared at this moment. Everyone felt relaxed, as if even the air had become much fresher. Even Gao Yizhou, who is usually taciturn. At this moment, he slowly walked to his tower shield with 2 arrow holes shot by Wang Wu's men. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the cold shield. A rare hint of pleasure appeared in his eyes, which were usually calm. Cheng Yi was filled with emotion as he looked at the relieved expressions on the team members' faces. He walked up to Zhang Qingyu, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said in a deep voice, "Old Zhang, you finally let out this anger." Zhang Qingyu looked at Wang Wu's head, which was still open after death. All the anger in his red eyes had faded away, leaving only endless coldness and relief. He slowly put away the giant axe in his hand and nodded, "Yes, it's out." Just when everyone was still immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Their eyes, however, were all directed at the young man who had been standing quietly by the side from beginning to end. Shock, gratitude, and an overwhelming curiosity once again surged into my heart. Little Gu. Zhang Qingyu was the first to step forward and clasped his fists towards Gu Fangchen. Thank you for today. That's right. Cheng Yi followed closely behind. He looked at Gu Fangchen with an extremely sincere look in his eyes. Brother Gu, we, the entire Blood Wolf team, will never forget this kindness you showed us today. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all have been killed today. Gu Fangchen looked at the solemn expressions of the crowd, smiled calmly, and waved his hand. We are teammates, aren't we? These light words were like a warm current that instantly flowed into the hearts of everyone present. Yeah, mate. Just 2 simple words, yet they say it all. Gu, brother Gu. At this time, Afun was the first one who couldn't help it. He quickly approached, a sincere and flattering smile plastered across his face. That's what I said, but, please. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. What the hell is going on? Yes, yes. Lin Kiki also agreed. Her big golden eyes twinkled with curiosity. How on earth did you manage to soar from the peak of the 1st level to the upper grade 3rd level in just one day? Furthermore, he was riding on a hummingbird with Miss Xia, and he even had Major Zhou's token? Isn't this too outrageous? Gu Fangchen looked at everyone's eagerness for knowledge and smiled. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. He pointed to the pile of beast carcasses outside and said, now, let's clean up these spoils first. Yes, yes, yes. Business is more important. Everyone took action immediately. Soon, all the valuable materials were divided and processed, and then sorted and put into Gu Fangchen's Sanhai ring. After doing all this, everyone boarded the hummingbird attack helicopter that had been hovering in the air with satisfaction and returned to the direction of base number 7. After returning to the base, they did not stop at all and directly delivered the huge amount of spoils to the strategic material warehouse and deposited them all into Gu Fangchen's personal account. Ha, finally done. Zhang Qingyu clapped his hands, a bright smile on his face. Let's go back to the dorm. We can't leave until we're drunk tonight. It's my treat. Oh, everyone cheered in unison. At this moment, Chen Feng and his 4 companions, who had been following at the end of the team like a background board, took a step forward. Chen Feng, the leader, gave a standard military salute to the crowd and said in a steady voice, everyone, our mission has been completed. We will not disturb you any further and will take our leave. After all, they were once Xia Liuli's personal guards and were well aware of the highly confidential nature of this mission. According to the plan of Major Zhou and Miss Xia, as Gu Fangchen's secret guards, they should not be too conspicuous before Gu Fangchen's rank is promoted to 2nd lieutenant. You should not have too much close personal contact with the target person in public, so as not to arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Having said that, he was about to turn around and leave. But before he could finish his words, a hand as big as a palm leaf fan suddenly rested on his shoulder. Hey! Captain Chen, this is a bit too formal, isn't it? Zhang Qingyu put his arm around his neck, a smile on his face that brooked no argument. You guys also played a big role in today's matter. How can you just run away after fighting? That's right. Lin Kiki also joined in the fun. She said with a smile, you were sent here by Miss Xia to support us. We're all brothers from the same pot. How can we not go and have a celebratory drink? A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Chen Feng's face. He knew that his top priority now was to protect Gu Fangchen and to keep a low profile as much as possible to avoid exposing his identity. But facing the enthusiasm of Zhang Qingyu and others, he couldn't refuse directly, as it would seem too unkind. He subconsciously cast an inquiring look at Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen felt his gaze and understood the concerns in his heart. He nodded slightly to Chen Feng calmly. Chen Feng understood instantly. Since his boss had agreed, there was no reason for him to refuse. Then, the embarrassed expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a hearty smile. Okay. Since Captain Zhang and all the brothers are so enthusiastic, it would be rude of us to refuse. Ha ha. That's right. The crowd surrounded Chen Feng and the other three, and walked towards the luxurious villa of the Yen Luo team in a mighty manner. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 3 rounds of wine, 5 kinds of dishes. The living room of the villa was already filled with high-end liquor and exotic beast barbecue specially approved by the base logistics department, and the aroma was everywhere. Everyone was toasting each other and the atmosphere was extremely lively. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, the curiosity in everyone's hearts could no longer be suppressed. Brother Gu, Shan Yi walked up to Gu Fangchen, holding a wine glass. His usually calm face was now filled with confusion and awe. Now that we're all alone, you should at least tell us the truth, right? As soon as he said this, the whole living room fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the calm young man. Gu Fangchen looked at everyone's eagerness for knowledge and smiled. He did not answer immediately, but picked up the glass and calmly drank the liquor in it. Then, his eyes slowly swept over everyone present. Captain Zhang Qingyu is rough but thoughtful, generous and righteous, and is a brother you can trust. Gao Yizhou, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, silent and reliable, is a trustworthy shield. Lin Kiki is lively, kind, and hates evil. Although she is sometimes a little bit noisy, she has a heart of gold. Shan Yi from the Blood Wolf Squad is calm and decisive. Xiaoya, dare to love and hate. Afeng, although he is a bit of a talker, is also grateful. Lin Mo, loyal and reliable. As for Chen Feng and the other 3, they are Xia Liuli's personal guards, and their loyalty is unquestionable. These people were all comrades who fought side by side with him on the battlefield and lived and died with him. Their character is trustworthy. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen had already made a decision in his heart. He put down his wine glass and slowly said the words he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Actually, I can't really explain this myself. I only know that my physique seems to be somewhat special. During the actual combat assessment of the selection competition, I accidentally discovered that as long as I killed the strange beasts with my own hands, I could absorb a stream of pure qi and blood from them, which I could directly use to improve my own cultivation. Then, I told Xia Qinjin and the others about this. What he said was half true and half false, true and false. Tell the story of what happened before. In an instant, everyone's pupils trembled. Hiss. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. Kill monsters to level up? Afeng's mouth was wide open enough for an egg to fit in, and his mind was blank. No wonder you broke through so quickly. Lin Kiki also covered her mouth, her big golden eyes filled with horror. They finally understood. They finally understood why Gu Fangchen had such an enjoyable and fanatical expression on the battlefield. For them, it was a bloody battle where they risked their lives. But for Gu Fangchen, it was simply a feast. Chen Feng and the other 3 standing by were even more shocked when they heard this. The look in their eyes when they looked at Gu Fangchen had completely changed. They finally understood why Miss Xia and Major Zhou attached so much importance to this person. The strategic value of this incredible physique, which is enough to subvert the entire martial arts system, has long exceeded their imagination. Gu Fangchen looked at the stunned expressions of the crowd and continued to drop the second bombshell in a calm tone. Major Zhou and Miss Xia have learned of my situation and have decided to form a dedicated escort group for me to fully support my growth. He paused, his eyes slowly sweeping over everyone present, his dark eyes filled with sincerity and solemnity. So, I would like to invite you all to officially become members of my guard. The benefits should be much better than they are now. At least there will be enough cultivation resources and unlimited supply. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. After a brief moment of silence, there was a thunderous ecstasy. Brother Gu. I do. Offing was the first to recover from his shock. He jumped up from the sofa with an unstoppable look of excitement on his face. Brother Gu. Are you serious? An unlimited supply of cultivation resources? Fuck. Changyi slapped his thigh fiercely. His usually calm face was now filled with uncontrollable excitement. This is even better than following the commander-in-chief. What do these warriors who are fighting on the front lines lack the most? It's resources. Every mission is a life or death struggle. The military merit points earned, apart from being used to repair equipment and replenish ammunition, had to be carefully calculated to barely exchange for a few bottles of pills or half of an incomplete martial arts technique. As for unlimited supply? That is a luxury that we dare not even dream of. I'm in. Lin Kiki was the second to step forward, her big golden eyes gleaming with passion. Being able to grow alongside a genius like Xiao Gu is an opportunity that no amount of money can buy. Count me in. Gao Yizhou also slowly stood up. Although his icy face remained expressionless, his clenched fists had already revealed his inner excitement. And us. Xiaoya and Lin Mo also expressed their opinions immediately, their eyes filled with infinite longing for the future. Changyi looked at his teammates' eager expressions, then glanced at Zhang Qingyu, who was also eager, and quickly clasped his fists and said, Brother Gu, now that we've come to this point, it would be very ungrateful if we refuse. That's right. Zhang Qingyu slapped his thigh fiercely, his rugged face filled with uncontrollable excitement. Done. Even Chen Feng and the other three standing by, when they heard the words unlimited supply of cultivation resources, a trace of shock that was difficult to conceal flashed across their usually calm faces. Although they were once Xia Liuli's personal guards, they had no shortage of resources. But that is also allocated on a monthly basis, with strict limits. But now, following this new master, he had achieved freedom of cultivation resources in one step? Who can stand this? Chen Feng looked at Gu Fangchen, and for the first time, an emotion called fanaticism flashed in his calm eyes. Just when Gu Fangchen wanted to say something. Ding dong! The crisp ring of the doorbell abruptly interrupted the warm atmosphere. Ha! Who is it at this late hour? Lin Kiki blinked curiously. At this time. As the newly appointed captain of the guard, Chen Feng was the first to stand up, and his face regained the professionalism and vigilance of the Red Flame Guard. He walked to the door and took a look through the video access control. Outside the door, there stood a beautiful woman wearing a plain long dress and with a gentle and charming temperament. She was standing there a little awkwardly, as if she didn't know whether she should ring the doorbell again. Chapter 120 Peace and Safety. Who are you? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, but he remained vigilant and asked in a deep voice through the visual access control. Before the woman outside the door could answer, Zhang Qingyu in the living room instantly showed a smile of great surprise when he saw the face on the screen. Wife. He rushed over in 2 or 3 steps and patted Chen Feng's shoulder excitedly. It's my wife. As he said this, he couldn't wait to open the door and gave the woman outside a big bear hug, his voice filled with uncontrollable joy. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for my news at home? When everyone heard this, they immediately reacted. It turned out to be my sister-in-law. Zhang Qingyu took his wife's hand and led her into the living room, introducing her to everyone. Come, meet me, my wife, Qinya. Then, he pointed at Gu Fangchen and turned to Qinya. His rugged face was filled with endless gratitude and pride. Wife, it was this brother Gu Fangchen who helped us kill that bastard Wang Wu. When Zhang Qingyu mentioned Wang Wu, a trace of cold hatred flashed in his eyes. Over the years, that beast Wang Wu has been harassing my husband and me in various ways. We have tolerated him for a long time. So, after learning that Wang Wu had been eliminated, she said she must come over and thank our great hero in person. But it's really too late today. I originally planned to ask her to wait for my news and come to thank me in person tomorrow, but I didn't expect her to ignore me and come straight here to kill me. Qinya nodded and walked to Gu Fangchen, her gentle eyes filled with sincere gratitude. She bowed deeply to Gu Fangchen, her voice gentle but sincere. Mr. Gu, thank you for helping us resolve a problem. This kindness will be unforgettable to me and my wife. Thank you, sister-in-law. It's just a small favor. Gu Fangchen quickly stepped forward and helped her up. Zhang Qingyu looked at Gu Fangchen and became more and more satisfied. He put his arm around his wife's shoulders and said proudly, "Wife, let me tell you, Xiao Gu is awesome. He's the hope for the future of Dragon Country. I'm telling you, Xiao Gu is forming his own guard corps and has invited us to join. We'll have ample resources and our ranks will rise accordingly." When Qinya heard this, a look of genuine joy appeared on her face. She looked at her husband, then at Gu Fangchen, her eyes filled with relief. Really? That's great. But the moment she said this, the joy on her face froze slightly. A trace of extremely complex emotions seemed to flash across the depths of those gentle eyes, but in just a moment, it was replaced by an even brighter smile. This subtle change was so fast that even Zhang Qingyu beside him did not notice it, but it did not escape Gu Fangchen's calm eyes. Without giving it much thought, everyone enthusiastically invited Qinya to take a seat. The atmosphere of the celebration banquet became even more lively because of her arrival. Everyone drank, celebrating the revenge, the bright future, and the survival. Laughter and cheers filled the entire villa, sweeping away all the previous gloom and depression. After eating and drinking, everyone was drunk and staggering. Finally, under Zhang Qingyu's arrangement, Chang Yi and others also stayed in the guest rooms of the villa, returned to their rooms, and fell into a deep sleep. It was late at night and the whole villa was plunged into peace. Gu Fangchen returned to his room, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. He sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to practice his skills to consolidate his cultivation, which had skyrocketed today. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. There was a slight and restrained knock on the door suddenly. Gu Fangchen frowned slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's so late, who could it be? He stood up, walked to the door and slowly opened it. Outside the door, Qinya was standing somewhat uncomfortably, with a hint of embarrassment and hesitation on her gentle and charming face. Sister-in-law? Gu Fangchen was a little surprised. It's so late, is there something wrong? Mr. Gu. Qinya's eyes subconsciously glanced at the closed doors on both sides of the corridor. As if afraid of disturbing others, she lowered her voice very low. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Hi, can I talk to you for a few minutes? Gu Fangchen looked at her hesitant look and understood what she meant. He turned sideways and did not invite the other party into the house. Instead, he walked into the corridor and closed the door behind him. Just say it here, sister-in-law. Seeing how considerate he was, Qinya's eyes flashed with gratitude. She took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up great courage, and looked at Gu Fangchen with her gentle eyes, full of pleading and earnestness. Mr. Gu, I know that what I'm going to say next may be a bit abrupt and even a bit selfish. But, I still want to ask you for something. Can you help persuade Qingyu to let him retire from the army? As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Fangchen's pupils suddenly shrank. He understood instantly. No wonder the joy on her face froze when she heard in the living room just now that Zhang Qingyu was going to join her guard regiment and get better resources and a higher military rank. It turned out that she didn't want her husband to continue walking on this dangerous road. Gu Fangchen looked at the woman in front of him who looked weak but was actually very strong inside. He did not answer immediately, but asked calmly, why? Sister-in-law, with Captain Zhang's strength and achievements, his future is limitless. What's more, now that you've joined my guard group, your safety factor will only be higher than before. At least, I won't let him go on non-essential missions. I know everything. Xinya's eyes instantly turned red, and her voice was filled with tears, but I'm really scared. You know what? These past few years, I couldn't sleep every night. As soon as I closed my eyes, all I could see in my head was the image of him covered in blood. Every time he goes on a mission, I burn incense and pray to Buddha at home, praying to God for his safe return. Every time he comes back, he has new scars on his body. I'm really tired of living in fear. She raised her tearful face and looked at Gu Fangchen, her voice filled with helplessness and pleading. Mr. Gu, Qingyu now listens to you the most and respects you the most. If you ask, he'll listen. We've saved enough money, enough for us to live a comfortable life in any class-based city. I just hope he can be safe and stay by my side. Chapter 121. No, brother, who are you? Additional update. Gu Fangchen looked at her and remained silent. He could understand Xinya's feelings, and he could also appreciate the tremendous pressure she had been under over the years. But, sister-in-law, Gu Fangchen spoke slowly, his voice low but every word as strong as iron, have you ever thought about whether there is really a safe place in this world? Xinya was stunned when she heard this. Gu Fangchen's gaze passed through the window in the corridor and looked towards the dazzling city in the distance that was protected by a huge steel wall, but a trace of deep solemnity flashed in his eyes. The base city may appear impregnable, but that's just an illusion. Not to mention the beast tides that could erupt at any moment, just the enemy forces entrenched overseas, eyeing us covetously, are enough to keep us awake at night. Dragon Country has no 6th-level warriors. In the international arena, it has no say at all and can only be slaughtered by others. What we now call peace is nothing more than a castle built on the beach, which can be shattered by a wave at any time. Xinya's face turned pale in an instant. Of course she knew this, but she just didn't want to think about it too deeply. Gu Fangchen continued in that calm tone, saying, sister-in-law. To be honest, in this world, being a soldier or a civilian is equally dangerous. The only difference is that the former at least has the ability to grow and resist, and can control their own destiny. The latter can only be slaughtered like fish on a chopping board. Xinya's body trembled slightly. Gu Fangchen's voice softened. Sister-in-law, I promise you. He looked at Xinya's eyes, which were already filled with tears, with an extremely firm look. As long as I am here, I will do my best to protect him and everyone around us. I will never, ever let anything happen to anyone. This promise, like the warmest sunshine, instantly dispelled all the haze and fear in Xinya's heart. She stared blankly at the young man in front of her, looking at his calm eyes that were full of absolute confidence, and felt an unprecedented sense of security surge in her heart. After a long time, she nodded slowly and wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief. A gentle smile bloomed again on her gentle and moving face. Well, thank you, Mr. Gu. I see. After saying that, she bowed deeply to Gu Fangchen again, then without any hesitation, turned around and returned to her room. Gu Fangchen watched her leaving. Without saying anything, he returned to his room and closed the door. Early the next morning. Although everyone was still hungover and had splitting headaches, they were all in high spirits and crowded in front of the computer in Gu Fangchen's room early in the morning. B-grade life source Fluid X10, price, 8 million Dragon Nation coins. Payment successful. Everyone looked at the words on the screen and swallowed. Just then. Buzz. The screen of Gu Fangchen's mobile phone, which was placed on the table, lit up and a text message about a deduction of payment popped up. Longhua Military Bank reminds you, your account ending in XXXX has spent 8 million yuan. The current balance is... Everyone looked at the 8 million that evaporated in an instant, and they all gasped in unison, feeling extremely painful. But they hadn't finished feeling sad yet. Buzz. The phone screen lit up again, and another new text message popped up right after. Longhua Military Bank reminds you, your account ending in XXXX has received 8 million new Taiwan dollars. The whole room fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at the two text messages that were almost seamlessly connected, their minds blank and completely losing the ability to think. Am I still not awake? Am I dizzy? Athing rubbed his eyes hard and said stutteringly. Lin Kiki snatched the phone and stared at the two messages on the screen that were sent less than a second apart. After confirming the sender and timestamp, her big golden eyes widened and her small mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Really, the money is back? Oh my god. The military merit mall has been cracked. This exclamation from the depths of the soul was like a bomb that exploded, instantly igniting the entire room. Holy crap! I'm rich. Athing was the first to react. He slapped his thigh, his face flushed crimson with extreme excitement, and with his eyes shining, he rushed to the computer. Brother Gu. Godfather. Quick. Show me that B-class destroyer shoulder-mounted energy cannon. I've been craving that thing for years. And me. Lin Kiki also squeezed up. She pointed at a set of B-grade Wind Spirit series throwing knives, her eyes full of stars. Xiao Gu. This. I want this in my dreams. For a moment, the whole room exploded. Everyone no longer had any reservations. They crowded their heads in front of the screen and talked about the equipment they had longed for. Armor-piercing bullets for the Gauss sniper rifle. Give me 100. B+ rank Titan series heavy armor. Holy shit. I want this too. And the latest repair gel in the medical bay. Buy it. Gu Fangchen looked at everyone who looked like children in a candy store and smiled and shook his head. He was not stingy at all. With a wave of his hand, he added all the things that everyone liked to the shopping cart one by one. The mobile phone on the table seemed to be broken, buzzing non-stop, and text messages of deductions and deposits flashed across the screen alternately, making everyone dizzy and their heartbeats quicken. In this frenzied shopping atmosphere, a gentle voice suddenly came from downstairs. "Xingyu, brothers and sisters, the meal is ready, come down and eat." "It's Qinya." "Okay, sister-in-law." Everyone looked up from their computers with a look of unfulfilled satisfaction, their faces filled with bright smiles that came from the heart, and walked downstairs in a mighty procession. The dining table was already filled with sumptuous dishes, and the aroma was everywhere. "Wow! Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are so good." A Feng's mouth was watering as he looked at the plate of shiny braised pork. "That's right." Lin Kiki also agreed. She walked over to Qinya and took her arm affectionately. "Captain is so lucky to marry such a good woman like my sister-in-law." Qinya's pretty face blushed slightly when she was praised by everyone, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Just as everyone was about to start eating and enjoy this hard-earned warm lunch. Ding dong! A crisp doorbell rang without any warning. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Gu Fangchen put down his chopsticks and stood up. "I'm close, I'll go open it." "I'll go with you." Chen Feng immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and followed him with a vigilant look. He summoned a long sword from his storage ring, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Gu Fangchen walked to the door and slowly opened it. The next second, he was stunned. Outside the door, a young man in tattered clothes and covered in wounds was standing there with a look of horror on his face. His face was covered in blood and bruises, his luxurious clothes were torn to shreds, and he looked extremely miserable. As soon as he saw Gu Fangchen, his pupils, which had been dilated with fear, suddenly shrank. The next moment. Plop! His legs went weak and he fell to his knees, cowed out frantically to Gu Fangchen, and wailed incoherently. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Brother Gu. Father Gu. Grandpa Gu. Ancestor Gu. Please. Please let Xia Lioli let me go. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have investigated you. Please have mercy. Spare my life. I really won't do it again. I really won't do it again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please." This sudden scene stunned everyone in the living room. They stretched their necks, their faces full of curiosity. But when Gu Fangchen looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him and hugged his thigh and begged for mercy frantically, he was confused. He looked down at the other person, his brows slightly furrowed, his face filled with pure confusion. "No, brother, who are you?" At this moment, Chen Feng, who was following behind him, poked his head out from behind. When he saw the bloody face on the ground, his usually calm eyes suddenly stirred up huge waves, and his pupils suddenly shrank. "Master Gu, this is the third young master of the Yi family. Yi Liang." Chapter 122. Chapter 122. Did I let you move? Half a day ago, late at night, at the Yi family manor. Yi Liang had just ended a movement full of violence and venting. The immense rage in his heart caused by Xia Lioli's humiliation finally subsided a little. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window with his upper body naked, picked up a glass of expensive red wine, and overlooked the brightly lit city below. On that handsome face, the gentle and elegant smile, but with a hint of morbid possessiveness, appeared again. "Xia Lioli." He gently swirled the red liquid in the cup and muttered to himself. "And that loser called Gu Fangchen. Just wait for me. One day, I will make both of you kneel at my feet and beg me like dogs." Just as he was about to drink the red wine in the glass and go to bed. Suddenly. Boom! 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 A dull and powerful knock on the door came without any warning. That voice was not as gentle as a servant's, nor as restrained as a butler's. Instead, it carried an iron-blooded tone that brooked no room for questioning. Yi Liang's brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Who has the guts to disturb me at this time?" He put down his wineglass, walked to the door irritably, and suddenly opened it. "Who? I don't know." Before he could finish his words, they were instantly stuck in his throat. Outside the door, a dozen elite soldiers wearing fiery red combat uniforms, exuding a murderous aura, stood quietly and waited like emotionless sculptures. The leader was the deputy captain of the Red Flame Guard, Xu Yongqiao. At their feet, a figure covered in blood and beaten beyond recognition was thrown to the ground casually like a dead dog. Yi Liang looked carefully and his pupils suddenly shrank. Isn't that the captain of the guard he sent to investigate Gu Fangchen? What's going on? Yi Liang was completely stunned, his mind went blank. Before he could react, the leader Chu Yongqiao stepped forward, looked at him, and spoke slowly. You are Yi Liang? This cold question was like a basin of ice water poured over his head, causing Yi Liang to tremble all over and subconsciously want to deny it. But his reaction was still a little slow. Seeing him hesitate, Chu Yongqiao's eyes flashed with impatience. I'm asking you a question. He looked indifferent, raised his hand, and slapped Yi Liang directly in the face with a powerful slap. Bang! Yi Liang only felt an irresistible force coming at him, and he staggered. Half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You! He raised his head suddenly, his peach blossom eyes burning with rage. But when he met those dozen pairs of cold and ruthless eyes that seemed to be looking at dead people, all his anger was instantly extinguished by endless fear. He knew that the group of people in front of him were the Xia family's ace guards, true gods of death who had walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. Don't even think about resisting. If he says one more word, your head will be gone in the next second. So, even after being slapped, he still didn't dare to fart. Yes, it's me. Seeing Yi Liang admit it, Chu Yongqiao nodded, seeming to be quite satisfied with his sensible attitude. Then, he waved his hand calmly at the two team members behind him and said, "Take them away." Yes. Two red flame guards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Yi Liang's arms on the left and right like they were holding a chicken, and dragged him out of the room. Yi Liang was carried and staggered in the luxurious corridor, his mind still in a mess. At this moment, he subconsciously glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor. Just one glance and he was scared to death. Outside the window, on the familiar courtyard lawn, I saw several heavy tanks with black bodies and ferocious muzzles parked there. The iron-blooded and murderous aura that is unique to the military's heavy armored forces can still be clearly heard even through the thick bulletproof glass. It's over. At this moment, Yi Liang finally realized something. He is not as stupid as Zhao Tianhao. Although he is not a smart person. But at least his IQ is normal. So, he quickly guessed something. Oh. Seem. I'm in fucking trouble again. Not long after, he was dragged to the central meeting hall of the Yi family. Then, with a bang, he was thrown unceremoniously onto the cold marble floor. Yi Liang struggled to look up. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Inside the magnificent hall, hundreds of elite soldiers from the military district's direct guards surrounded the entire hall. And on the main seat that symbolizes the highest power of the Yi family, Xia Liuli was holding a cup of tea, blowing the curling hot steam from the cup with an indifferent expression. And below her, the entire Yi family, from the head of the family to the side branches, dozens of core members, without exception, all lowered their heads and knelt on the ground without saying a word. Even his ancestor, Yi Tsangshan, was kneeling in the front with a deathly pale face, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Yi Liang looked at this scene and his pupils trembled. What is going on? How come even the ancestor is kneeling on the ground? He saw his father kneeling in the crowd and his mother, who was already frightened out of her wits. I even saw second brother. Big sister? Why are they here too? Aren't they studying in other places? Swish. With Yi Liang's arrival, everyone's eyes in the hall were focused on him like searchlights. Those eyes were filled with shock, anger, resentment and hatred, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Yi Tsangshan, the ancestor of the Yi family, who was kneeling in the front, turned his wrinkled face into the color of liver instantly when he saw his good-for-nothing great-grandson. You evil creature. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, completely disregarding the ancestor's authority, raised his foot, and kicked Yi Liang in the face with great force. Next moment. Bang! Yi Liang flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and even two of his front teeth were broken off. Yi Liang covered his bloody face, looking confused. What the hell is going on? Before he could react, Yi Tsangshan rushed forward, pointing at him, shaking with anger, unable to utter a word for a long time. At this moment, Xia Liuli slowly put down the teacup in her hand and spoke in an extremely cold voice. Did I ask you to move? Yi Tsangshan. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 What else? Did I ask you to move? Yi Tsangshan. This direct address of his name without any respect was like an invisible slap in the face of the Yi family ancestor. Yi Tsangshan's hand, which was raised high, froze in midair in an instant. His old face, which had turned red due to rage, also lost all its blood color in an instant. He turned his head suddenly, and all the anger in his cloudy old eyes had faded away, leaving only endless horror and a hint of belated fear. Xia Qianjin, calm down. He quickly bowed, forcing a smile uglier than crying onto his old face, his attitude humble to the extreme. Yes, it was I who was reckless. I was so enraged by this rebellious grandson that I lost my composure. I hope you won't take offense. He knew it very well in his heart. Even though he is a 5th-level warrior, he is much older than Xia Liuli. But Xia Liuli's background is really huge. Behind her stood the entire Dragon Kingdom military. It's not something his Yi family can deal with at all. He understands too. The other party used to call him Grandpa Yi, which was not respect, but courtesy. It was only because of his age that they maintained the fragile surface harmony among the big family. As long as she doesn't find any fatal evidence against the Yi family, everything will be peaceful. But now, his grandfather and grandson had committed a crime and directly handed the knife into the other person's hands. Since they have seized this great opportunity, they naturally don't even bother to pretend. Therefore, even if he was called by his real name by a junior who was several generations younger than him, he did not dare to have even the slightest thought of getting angry. Not to mention just calling out a name. Even if Xia Liuli slapped him twice in public, he would have to endure it and even ask with a smile if it felt good. Thinking of this, all the luck in Yi Tsangshan's heart turned into cold despair. Then he just made a plop sound. Kneel down hard on both knees. Facing Xia Liuli, he buried his once proud head deeply. This scene once again stunned all the Yi family members present. They looked at their godlike ancestor, who was now kneeling on the ground like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy to a junior, and felt that their worldview had been shocked like never before. Xia Liuli didn't even glance at him, but instead spoke calmly to a Qian guard standing upright behind him. Drag that rubbish over here to me. Yes. 2 red flame guards immediately stepped forward and picked up the frightened Yi Liang from the ground like a chicken, and threw him in front of Xia Liuli without any courtesy, forcing him to kneel down heavily. Xia Liuli slowly put down the teacup in her hand, her cold phoenix eyes looking down at him condescendingly, her voice flat. Young Master Yi-san, tell me, do you know what mistake you made? Yi Liang's whole body was trembling violently, and his brain was working rapidly. The captain of the guard who was beaten half to death. That new recruit named Gu Fangchen. Xia Liuli's undisguised defense. And there is the ancestor's extremely humble attitude. He understood. He finally understood. Oh shit. I messed with the wrong person. Thinking of this, he no longer had any hope. He called out frantically to Xia Liuli, tears streaming down his face, and begged incoherently. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I investigated things I shouldn't have investigated. It's my fault. Miss Xia, please spare me. But the response he got was Xia Liuli's voice, as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. What else? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Liang's wailing stopped abruptly, and his whole body froze suddenly, with confusion and puzzlement written all over his face. Besides? What else? Didn't I make you angry because I investigated that guy named Gu Fangchen? Before he could figure it out, Xia Liuli's emotionless countdown sounded in his ears. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown returned to 0, Xia Liuli's figure instantly turned into a blurred afterimage, and flashed by in Yi Liang's pupils, which suddenly shrank due to extreme fear. Next second. Bang! The pair of straight and slender legs suddenly lifted up, drew a sharp arc in the air, and turned into a powerful whip kick, hitting him hard on the side of the face. Puff! Yi Liang only felt an irresistible force coming at him, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced by the kick, and he flew backwards again. He spewed out a mouthful of filth mixed with stomach acid. I even vomited out the overnight meal. 3. The cold countdown sounded again, like the death warrant of the god of death. Yi Liang had just struggled to raise his head from the severe pain and dizziness, but his mind was still blank. Wait! Wait! Yi Liang begged for mercy desperately. But Xia Liuli didn't wait for him at all. 2, 1. The countdown is over. Xia Liuli's figure came forward again. This time, it was no longer a simple kick, but a ruthless beating. Pink fists, whip kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes. The violent attack poured down on Yi Liang. The sound of bones breaking was endless, intertwined with Yi Liang's screams that were so shrill that they didn't sound like a human voice, and echoed throughout the conference hall. 5 minutes. The beating lasted for 5 minutes. When Xiao Liuli finally stopped, the once elegant third young master of the Yi family was already twitching all over, foaming at the mouth, and no longer in human form. Xiao Liuli slowly squatted down, grabbed his expensive collar, and lifted him up from the pool of blood. She put her cold and beautiful face close to his ear and spoke in a voice that was icy and chilling. "Don't think I don't know your shit. Using the excuse of recruiting maids, you exploited legal loopholes and secretly imprisoned countless innocent girls, using them as playthings for your animal desires. Before, I didn't bother to bother you because your ancestors were meritorious officials. If you had any sense, you wouldn't have let me catch you." A trace of undisguised contempt and disgust flashed across Xiao Liuli's eyes. "But I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day?" After saying that, she no longer hesitated, let go of her hand, and let Yi Liang's broken body fall to the ground. Then, he raised his foot wearing fiery red combat boots and stepped heavily on Yi Liang's dantian. Bang! A surge of icy force rushed in, instantly crushing the energy and blood that he had cultivated with great difficulty. From then on, Yi Liang's meridians were broken and he could no longer practice. Chapter 124 Street Rat Additional Update. A heart-wrenching pain burst out from Yi Liang's dantian and instantly spread to every part of his body. Yi Liang let out an extremely shrill howl, and his whole body suddenly bent up like a cooked shrimp. His eyeballs bulged out due to the severe pain and were covered with bloodshot. He could clearly feel that the power in his body, which he relied on for survival and was proud of, was rapidly dissipating like the tide, and would eventually return to nothingness. It's over. It's all over. Following Yi Liang's desperate scream, the entire conference room fell into complete silence. All the members of the Yi family stared at this scene in a daze, not daring to breathe or even fart. In this oppressive silence, Xiao Liuli slowly withdrew her foot. She didn't even bother to look at Yi Liang lying on the ground. She simply said to Chu Yongqiao, the deputy captain of the Red Flame Guard, behind her, "Go to the dungeon and rescue all the imprisoned girls." Yes. At the same time, empty all of the Yi family's treasure houses and warehouses. All assets are frozen. Xiao Liuli's voice was emotionless. As compensation, distribute them to the victims and their families. Yes. Chu Yongqiao took the order again and immediately turned around and left with several team members. Only then did Xiao Liuli slowly sweep her cold gaze over all the frightened Yi family members present. "Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Destroy the whole family. Second, all members of the Yi family will destroy their own meridians and live out their remaining lives as wealthy men under the supervision of the Dragon Country military region." Her gaze finally fell on the old ancestor Yi Tsangshan, who had been kneeling on the ground and motionless from beginning to end. "Oh, by the way, Yi Tsangshan, you don't have to waste your cultivation." When these words were spoken, it was not just the Yi family. Even Yi Tsangshan himself was stunned. He subconsciously raised his head, and a gleam of disbelief flashed in his cloudy old eyes. No need to waste your cultivation? Could it be? An idea suddenly started to grow wildly in his mind. He must have thought that although this girl acted domineeringly, she was still afraid of something after all. She is still afraid of my strength as a 5th-level warrior. She didn't dare take the risk. Thinking of this, the extinguished fire of hope in Yi Tsangshan's heart was rekindled with a faint flame. After hearing this choice, the rest of the Yi family members were first in despair, and then all turned their eyes to Yi Liang, who was still twitching on the ground. Those eyes were filled with undisguised hatred and malice that was enough to cut someone into pieces. It's all because of this rubbish. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, how could their Yi family have fallen into such a state? But now, in order to survive, they have no choice. I'm useless. I don't know who it was, but the first one to roar out in despair. He suddenly raised his hand, and violently reversed the energy and blood that he had cultivated with great difficulty, and slammed it towards his dantian. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he instantly collapsed, his face as pale as paper. With the first one, there will be a second one. Puff! Crack! For a moment, the entire conference hall was filled with the muffled sound of blood flowing backwards and the crisp sounds of broken meridians. Xiao Liuli listened to the endless cries of pain beside her ears, and there was no ripple on her cold and beautiful face, only a calm expression. After everyone completed the ritual, she slowly spoke. "I think you all know what's best for you. From today on, your Yi family will have 300 red flame guards stationed there year-round to monitor your every move. If anyone violates the law again, he will be killed on the spot. After she finished speaking, she raised her slender finger and pointed at Yi Xiangshan, who was still kneeling on the ground. As for you. The corner of Xia Liuli's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. To the front. Participate in the Long Yuan Island recapture operation. Boom. The 7 words "operation to recapture Long Yuan Island" were like a thunderbolt from the 9 nether hell, striking heavily on the top of the head of everyone present. The entire conference hall fell into silence again. Even Yi Xiangshan himself, when he heard this name, his cloudy old eyes suddenly shrank, and his pupils shook violently because of extreme shock. Long Yuan Island. What is that place? That was the Dragon Kingdom, the most tragic and bloody battlefield. It is a Shura battlefield where the Dragon Country and the Sakura Country are competing with all their national strength. It is said that on that island, tens of thousands of 3rd and 4th level warriors die every day, and even 5th level masters often die in a pool of blood, with no remains left. The mortality rate there is as high as 90%. Going there is no different from being sent directly to the guillotine. At this moment, all the members of the Yi family, including Yi Xiangshan himself, finally understood. Only then did they understand why Xia Liuli didn't let him give up his cultivation. It turns out that it wasn't fear, nor was it forgiveness. But, because of Xia Liuli, a more painful and desperate living hell was prepared for him. Xia Liuli slowly retracted her fingers and said calmly, "I'll give you half an hour, go back and pack your luggage. Soon, a special plane will arrive to take you to the front line to report." Yi Xiangshan's whole body trembled violently, and his turbid old eyes were filled with endless fear and unwillingness. He wanted to resist and beg for mercy. But when he met Xia Liuli's cold and ruthless phoenix eyes, all his words turned into a sigh full of despair. He knew he had no choice. Yes. That one word seemed to drain all his strength. Seeing this, Xia Liuli didn't look at him again, but turned around calmly and left, leaving behind only a cold and resolute back. Not until her figure completely disappeared did Yi Xiangshan suddenly turn his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the great-grandson who was still twitching on the ground. All the despair in his heart turned into raging rage at this moment. He had originally planned to live out his retirement in Longhua and enjoy his old age. In the end, he was completely sold out by this stupid great-grandson. Evil creature. I will kill you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly rushed forward and started punching and kicking Yi Liang on the ground frantically, venting all his resentment on the culprit who had ruined the family's future. That night, Xia Liuli made public the scandal of the Yi family secretly imprisoning innocent girls under the pretext of recruiting maids, along with the solid evidence. As soon as the news came out, the entire upper class of Dragon Country was shocked. Overnight, all those families that had similar dirty deeds were silenced, fearing that they would become the next Yi family. They dared not commit crimes again, and released the imprisoned girls overnight and gave them huge compensation, for fear of getting into trouble. Later, Longhua also improved this legal loophole. The once prosperous Yi family has now become a pariah, hated by everyone. Chapter 125 Practicing Alone. At the entrance of the Yan Luo team's villa, Yi Liang knelt on the cold ground, looking up at the indifferent young man. His bloody face was no longer filled with any of his previous arrogance and resentment, leaving only pure awe and fear. After I woke up, I felt restless and my conscience was tormenting me. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse, but his tone was filled with unprecedented sincerity. Later, I decided to be thick-skinned and ask Miss Xia to let me apologize to you in person, so that's why I came here. As he spoke, he took things out one by one from his only remaining storage ring with trembling hands. Bang! 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 Soon, several huge boxes made of rosewood and emitting a faint fragrance were piled in front of Gu Fangchen. Yi Liang opened the lid of the box, and the dazzling array of treasures inside instantly came into everyone's sight. There are glittering energy crystals, rare elixirs with a fragrant medicinal aroma, and several martial arts secret manuals made from unknown animal skins. Master Gu, although the Yi family's treasury has been emptied, I still have some personal collections. Yi Liang was extremely humble, not even daring to look up into Fang Chen's eyes. These are my tributes to you. They are not my respects, but I hope you can accept them as an apology to you. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and kowtowed 3 times to Gu Fangchen with a bang 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 sound. His forehead hit the ground with a dull sound. At this moment, the cell phone in Chen Feng's pocket vibrated. He took out his phone and glanced at it, then quickly walked to Gu Fangchen's side, leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Master Gu, this is a message from Miss Xia." She said, "It's up to you whether to kill or keep this man." Hearing this, Gu Fangchen's gaze once again fell on the young man who was kneeling on the ground, shaking like a sieve. He thought about it. Today, Yi Liang's meridians are broken, his cultivation is wasted, and he has completely become an ordinary person. Not only is his strength much greater than before, but he also has the entire Longhua military region as his backer. This Yi Liang no longer poses any threat to him. In addition, his attitude when he came to apologize this time was quite sincere, and he even took out the most precious treasure in his box. That's it. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen said to Chen Feng calmly, "Supervise him and have him apologize to each of the victims he imprisoned and compensate them in full. Then, let him go." Yes. Chen Feng immediately stood at attention and accepted the order. When Yi Liang on the ground heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned, and his face instantly broke out into ecstasy as if he had survived a disaster. He called out frantically to Gu Fangchen again, shouting incoherently, "Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Master Gu, for not killing me." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, forcing a flattering smile onto his face. He began to mutter a series of auspicious words, "I wish Master Gu and Miss Xia a long and happy marriage. May they have a son soon. May they be blessed with fortunes as vast as the East Sea and live as long as the southern mountains." After saying this, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He got up from the ground, not even caring about the injuries on his body. He turned around, limped away, and disappeared from everyone's sight. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Fangchen listened to his blessing before leaving and shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless. Everyone looked at Yi Liang's hurried back, and then looked at the large boxes of priceless treasures on the ground. For a moment, they were all at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy has a strong desire to survive. A Feng curled his lips, then rubbed his hands and came forward excitedly, "Brother Gu, come and take a look, what good things are in here." Everyone immediately gathered around and started counting the items in a flurry of chatter. Holy crap! AB grade dragon blood pill. One of these things must be worth millions, right? And there's a whole bottle right here. And there's this martial arts manual. Phantom steps. I've heard it's a top-tier manual of body movements. I didn't expect that loser Yi Liang actually had it. These cultivation resources are enough for all of us to reach the peak of the 3rd level. Looking at this unexpected harvest, everyone's face was filled with joy from the bottom of their hearts. All right, stop looking." Zhang Qingyu clapped his hands, a bright smile on his face. "The food is getting cold. Hurry up, finish your meal and make the most of the time to practice." Oh! Everyone cheered in unison and returned to the dining table in a mighty procession to enjoy this hard-earned warm lunch. After the meal, everyone could no longer contain their excitement. They took the cultivation resources they had just obtained, returned to their rooms, and began to practice without sleep or food. The entire villa was caught up in an unprecedented frenzy of cultivation. Gu Fangchen returned to his room without any slacking off. He first took a hot shower to wash away the blood and murderous aura that had not yet completely dissipated from his body, and then changed into a loose and comfortable training suit. Then, he turned around and walked into his personal training room located in the basement of the villa. The indoor space is spacious and equipped with all kinds of basic training facilities. He sat cross-legged on the cushion in the middle of the training room and slowly closed his eyes. He replayed everything that happened today in his mind like a movie, frame by frame. Every detail of the battle, every angle of the sword, every circulation of qi and blood were repeatedly disassembled, analyzed, and reassembled in his brain, which was comparable to a supercomputer. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. In his dark eyes, all the restlessness faded away, leaving only a clarity as calm as the abyss. "It's not enough," he muttered to himself, his mind clear. Although he is now at the upper 3rd level, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. But he knew that this was far from enough. Whether it was the overseas battlefield or the 6th level natural barrier, they were like 2 insurmountable mountains standing before him. If he wants to have the power to truly control his own destiny, he must become stronger. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the night meteorite that was as black as ink and seemed to be able to swallow all light appeared in his hand. He slowly stood up, walked to the open space in the center of the training room, and began to perform the opening move of Pujuan Qi Sha Dao. Start practicing alone. Chapter 126 1 year later. 1 year later. In the base city of Magic City, Xia Family Manor, in the retreat room. Xia Liuli sat cross-legged in mid-air, her eyes closed, her long hair like a waterfall moving without wind. She was surrounded by 3 crystal-clear flying knives, which looked like they were carved from the purest ice crystals. Buzz. As her mind moved slightly, the 3 flying knives instantly turned into 3 streams of light, shuttling back and forth at high speed in the empty retreat room. Sometimes they are like spirit snakes emerging from caves, sometimes like shadows of startled wild geese, and sometimes they turn into impenetrable knife nets. This is the iconic ability that only a 4th-level strongman can master, radiating mental power and controlling objects with telekinesis. Now, not only has her cultivation been stabilized at the middle stage of the 4th rank, she has also mastered the art of controlling objects to perfection. Call. After a long time, Xia Liuli slowly opened her eyes. The 3 flying knives stopped instantly, and circled around her slowly like docile pets. Finally, with a swish, they all returned to the scabbard at her waist. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. There was a respectful knock on the heavy alloy door. Come in. Squeak. The door slid open silently, and the deputy captain of the guard, Xu Yongqiao, dressed in an eat suit, walked in quickly and bowed respectfully to Xia Liuli. Miss, the military district's coronation ceremony will begin in 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Xia Liuli nodded and slowly fell from mid-air. She stood up, stretched her body, which was a little stiff from long periods of meditation, and then walked straight to the private bathroom in the retreat room. When she walked out again, she had changed into a tailor-made fiery red star-shaped dress that symbolized the highest honor of the Dragon Kingdom. The whole person looks heroic and looks like he is looking down on the world. Today is the annual medal awarding ceremony of the Eastern Theater Command of Longwei. The entire base number 7 is immersed in a solemn and warm atmosphere. In the center of the base, the huge square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people was already crowded with people, with loud gongs and drums and firecrackers. A bright red carpet stretches from the entrance of the base all the way to the 100-meter-high hero monument in the center of the square. Tens of thousands of soldiers in brand new uniforms were arranged in neat square formations, with straight postures and a strong momentum. The viewing platforms surrounding the square were filled with high-ranking officials from major base cities, heads of chaebol families, and representatives of martial arts schools. They all looked solemn, their eyes filled with awe for the strong and anticipation for the future. Under the protection of a group of red flame guards, Xia Liuli crossed the crowded square and went straight to the exclusive seat in the front row of the viewing platform that had been reserved for her. As soon as she appeared, she instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Countless gazes, some of awe, some of envy, some of fanaticism, were focused on her. It's Miss Xia. Oh my God. Miss Xia is so beautiful today. Facing the discussions and gazes around her, Xia Liuli seemed to be oblivious and just sat down calmly in her seat. At this moment, an even more enthusiastic commotion was heard from another entrance of the square. Look! It's the Yanlang Guard. Shit! They're coming! Under the excited gaze of the crowd, Gu Fangchen and his group were walking towards the designated viewing area in a mighty manner. They were all wearing tailor-made military uniforms, and the black wolf head badges on their shoulders, symbolizing the guard's regiment, sparkled in the sun. They exuded the iron-blooded confidence of veterans from many battles. Lieutenant Gu. Walk slower. Wait for us. A Feng shouted while chasing the tall figure in front of him like a javelin. That's right. Lin Kiki also joined in the fun. She said with a smile, Second Lieutenant Gu, today is such an important day, you have to walk slowly and let us guards take advantage of it. Everyone was playing and joking as they moved forward. The harmonious and joyful atmosphere formed a sharp contrast with the serious-looking troops around them, but it did not seem abrupt at all. Instead, it was full of desirable vitality. The new recruits around them, who had just joined the army, looked at their close relationship with undisguised envy and yearning in their eyes. Is that the legendary Yanlang Guard? So cool. A new recruit said to his companion beside him in a low voice with his eyes shining. More than handsome. His companion immediately responded excitedly, let me tell you, don't underestimate them because they all seem so awesome now. I heard from my cousin that a year ago, most of them were only first and second level warriors. What? The recruit looked incredulous. Absolutely true. The companion's face showed an expression of you are so ignorant. He lowered his voice and revealed mysteriously, my cousin is in the logistics department. He witnessed the growth of the Yanlang Guard with his own eyes. It's said that ever since they followed Second Lieutenant Gu, their training resources have been free. They eat pills as if they were food, can choose any technique they want, and have top-notch equipment. Just like that, using massive resources, in just 1 year, the entire team's strength was elevated to a new level. Look at them now. He pointed at the group of laughing figures, his voice trembling. Those few were only at the peak of the first level a year ago, and now they are all at the early stage of the third level. Their predecessors, the captains of Team Yanluo and Team Blood Wolf, Zhang Qingyu and Xiang Yi, even rushed directly to the late third stage. And that guard Captain Chen Feng, a few days ago, broke through in one fell swoop and became a genuine upper-grade fourth stage early stage expert. Hiss. The recruits who were eavesdropping nearby all gasped in unison, their scalps tingling. So strong. This speed of improvement is even faster than riding a rocket. I heard that the welfare benefits of the Yanlang Guard Corps are the best among all the military regions in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Barely one. Another recruit couldn't help but interject, his eyes filled with infinite longing for the future. Not only will there be ample resources, but Second Lieutenant Gu will also personally guide their training. Damn it! I'm so envious. When I'm strong enough, I'm going to try out for the next Yanlang Guard assessment. Even if it takes a lot of effort, I'm going to get in. That's right. It's worth dying to follow a boss like this. Listening to the surging discussions and envy around her, Xia Liuli, who was sitting in the front row, slowly smiled sincerely from the heart on her cool and beautiful face. She looked at the figures getting closer and closer to her, stood up on her own initiative, and waved gently at them. Gu Fangchen, who was chatting and laughing with his teammates, stopped when he felt the familiar gaze. He looked up and met those phoenix eyes that were as bright as stars. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Miss Xia. Behind him were Zhang Qingyu, Xiang Yi, Chen Feng, and others. The moment he saw Xia Liuli, the smile on his face instantly faded, and he gave the fiery red figure an extremely standard military salute. Xia Qianjin. Chapter 127, Second Lieutenant Gu updated. Xia Liuli nodded slightly to everyone as a return gesture. Immediately, her clear phoenix eyes fell on Gu Fangchen, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hey, isn't this our second Lieutenant Gu? After not seeing you for a year, your authority has grown. Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen smiled and shook his head. He walked over to Xia Liuli and sat down in the exclusive seat that had been reserved for him. Looking at her beautiful face that showed both joy and anger, he said helplessly, Miss Xia, please stop making fun of me. The two chatted as if no one was around. Their natural and intimate attitude made all the members of the Yanlang Guard group around them smile. Zhang Qingyu even nudged Cheng Yi next to him with his elbow, winked, lowered his voice, and said in a gossipy tone, Hey, old Chang, did you see that? Are our little Gu and Miss Xia becoming more and more like that? It's more than just that, Cheng Yi said with an I-get-it expression on his face. He touched his chin and nodded seriously. I think this thing is probably done. Lin Kiki, Offing and others were covering their mouths and laughing in the back, stretching their necks as if they were watching some great show, their eyes full of blessings and teasing for their boss. In this relaxed and warm atmosphere, a solemn trumpet sounded from the huge loudspeaker in the center of the square. The awarding ceremony officially begins. The whole place fell silent instantly. Everyone straightened up suddenly, and with solemn expressions, they turned their gazes towards the 100-meter-high hero monument. The commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, Xia Zhan, wearing a star-studded uniform symbolizing the highest honor, slowly stepped onto the platform. His iron-blooded and cold face was now filled with solemnity and dignity. Those eyes as sharp as an eagle swept across the entire audience, and a terrifying pressure that made the soul surrender instantly enveloped the entire world. Everyone, stand up. Swish. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved in unison, as if they were one person, and suddenly stood up. Xia Zhan walked to the center of the platform, gave a standard military salute to the tens of thousands of soldiers below, and then began his brief but resounding speech. Soldiers. Today, we stand here not to show off our strength, not to celebrate victory, but to remember. Remember the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the land beneath our feet and for the hundreds of millions of compatriots behind us. He turned around suddenly and pointed at the 100-meter-high hero monument behind him, his voice becoming more and more excited. Their names may have long been forgotten by history, but their spirit and there will have long been integrated into the blood of our dragon nation and transformed into the unyielding backbone of our nation. Today, we honor heroes to tell the world. My dragon nation values martial arts. My dragon nation is unyielding. As long as there is one soldier standing firm, this land will never be trampled by foreigners. Whoever offends the dragon nation will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Whoever offends our dragon country will be punished no matter how far away they are. Tens of thousands of soldiers roared in unison, and the fighting spirit that soared into the sky almost tore the clouds apart. After the speeches, the awarding ceremony officially began. Names were read out loud one after another, and soldiers one after another stepped onto the platform with resounding steps and received the medals symbolizing supreme glory from the commander-in-chief's hands. Soon, it was the turn of the lieutenant rank to be awarded medals. Next one, Gu Fangchen. The moment this name resounded throughout the venue, everyone's eyes were focused on that slender figure. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of scorching eyes, Gu Fangchen slowly stood up, straightened his straight military uniform, and took steady steps, step by step, onto the stage that symbolized glory. He walked up to Xia Zhan, straightened his body suddenly, and saluted with a standard military voice in a loud voice. Report to the commander-in-chief. Gu Fangchen is here to present the medal. Xia Zhan looked at the tall and straight young man in front of him with a profound and majestic aura. For the first time, his eyes, which had always been calm, revealed undisguised admiration and approval. He picked up the brand new shoulder strap symbolizing the rank of second lieutenant from the tray and stepped forward himself. At the moment of putting the epaulets on Gu Fangchen, he spoke slowly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of emotion in his voice. Finally, I see you. Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen showed a gentle smile on his face and politely responded in a very low voice, You are too polite, Commander-in-Chief. Xia Zhan laughed and said no more. He took a step back, stood side by side with Gu Fangchen, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with him tightly. Crack! 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 Countless flashes of light lit up, freezing this historic moment forever. From today on, Gu Fangchen was officially promoted to the youngest second lieutenant in the Eastern Theater Command of Dragon Country. After the award ceremony, Gu Fangchen walked down the platform and returned to his seat. Next came the awarding of honors at the colonel level. Next, Commander of Base Number 7, Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai stepped onto the platform with steady steps. Xia Zhan personally put on the epaulets for him that symbolized the rank of colonel and patted him on the shoulder vigorously, his eyes full of trust and expectation. Old Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Fight for the Dragon Kingdom. It's not hard. The awarding ceremony ended successfully in a solemn and warm atmosphere. The entire square erupted in thunderous cheers and applause once again. The atmosphere that had been suppressed for the entire day was completely released at this moment. Everyone stood up and began to congratulate each other in groups of 3 or 5. The atmosphere was extremely warm. The seat where Gu Fangchen was sitting instantly became the focus of the entire audience. Second Lieutenant Gu. Congratulations! A team leader who had previously complained about him on the viewing platform now had an extremely sincere and even slightly flattering smile on his face. He took the initiative to step forward and stretched out his hands to Gu Fangchen. I apologize for offending you during the trials. I hope that Second Lieutenant Gu will be magnanimous and not take it personally. Yes, yes. Second Lieutenant Gu is young and promising. He is truly the pride of our base number 7. In the future on the front lines, I hope Second Lieutenant Gu will give me more support. In an instant, dozens of lieutenants and majors who usually look down on others, like sharks smelling blood, surrounded him, vying to shake hands with him and chat with him, their words filled with the purest awe and flattery. The 3 words Second Lieutenant Gu were shouted out from their mouths with respect from the bottom of their hearts. The change in identity is fully reflected at this moment. Just when Gu Fangchen was feeling a bit amused and helpless by this sudden enthusiasm, a majestic voice instantly suppressed all the noise. Make way! When everyone heard the sound, they subconsciously turned around. I saw the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command, Xia Zhan, leading Xia Liuli, who was like a moon surrounded by stars, walking slowly towards me. Chapter 128 Celebration Banquet. Commander-in-Chief. Xia Qianjin. Everyone fell silent immediately, stood at attention and saluted, and made way for the other party. Xia Zhan nodded slightly to everyone, then led Xia Liuli and walked straight to Gu Fangchen. He looked at the young man in front of him who was neither humble nor arrogant, and a rare and gentle smile appeared on his iron-blooded and cold face. Little Gu, he patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder, his tone as friendly as that of an elder next door, you did a good job. He paused and continued, the military district held a celebration banquet at Longmen this evening. By then, all the generals above the rank of colonel in the Eastern Theater Command, as well as all the major families in the Demon City, will be present. Yu Yanlang, come along too. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the officers around who were still vying to curry favor with him, but even Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi, and others behind Gu Fangchen were completely stunned, their minds went blank. Long Men's Celebration Banquet? What is that place? That was the highest level banquet in the entire Eastern Theater Command. Those who are qualified to participate are all big shots who can shake the Magic City with just a stomp of their feet. These soldiers who have been fighting on the front lines for years dare not even think about participating, let alone participating. But now, the commander-in-chief actually, personally invited all of them to participate? Everyone in the Yanlang Guard was stunned, their CPUs were burning up. Gu Fangchen looked at the group of teammates behind him who had been completely petrified, then looked at Xia Zhan's eyes that were full of sincerity and expectation, and a trace of warmth flowed through his heart. He knew that this was the commander-in-chief's way of recognizing him and the team behind him. He did not refuse in a pretentious manner, but just smiled calmly and gave Xia Zhan another standard military salute. Yes. Commander-in-Chief. We will be there on time. Haha, okay. Xia Zhan nodded with satisfaction. He said no more, smiled and nodded at Gu Fangchen, then turned and left with Xia Liuli, surrounded by a group of generals. The depressing atmosphere in the entire square only eased slightly after the commander-in-chief's figure completely disappeared. Zhang Qingyu and the others finally came back to their senses from the shock that was enough to overturn their worldview. I'm not fucking dreaming, am I? Afong pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain, his face filled with unbelievable ecstasy. Long Men's Celebration Banquet. We can go too? It's so awesome. Xiaoya was also excited. She pulled Gu Fangchen's arm, jumping up and down excitedly. Brother Gu. You are simply my god. It's so cool to be with you. Everyone was talking at once, their words filled with the purest gratitude and admiration for Gu Fangchen. All right. Gu Fangchen looked at the useless looks of the crowd and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Don't just stand there like an idiot. The celebration banquet is at 7 p.m. and it's only 1 p.m. now. There's still time. Go back first, have a good rest, and change into some decent clothes. Okay. Lieutenant Gu. Everyone responded in unison, their morale reaching its peak. The group did not stop for a moment and walked towards the outside of the base in a mighty manner under the gazes of countless envious and jealous eyes. On the wide main road of the base, their group was particularly eye-catching. No matter where they went, whether they were soldiers on patrol or officers in a hurry, the moment they saw Gu Fangchen, they would suddenly stop, straighten their bodies, and press their heels together. Bang! After a crisp sound of stand at attention, there was an extremely standard military salute. Hello, Lieutenant Gu. Hello, Lieutenant Gu. The greetings that came one after another merged into a torrent, echoing throughout the entire road. Those eyes are filled with the purest awe and heartfelt admiration. Faced with all this, Gu Fangchen just nodded slightly to them calmly as a return gesture. But Zhang Qingyu, Chang Yi, and others behind him had already straightened their backs, with rosy faces, and they were proud of it. TSK, Brother Gu, you are now the big star of our base number 7. Lin Kiki leaned close to his ear, lowered her voice, and said teasingly with a smile, look at the looks in their eyes, they almost worship you as a god. Amidst the constant salutes along the way, everyone finally arrived at the exclusive parking lot at the entrance of the base. An extended military hover vehicle had already been waiting here. Everyone got on the bus and drove away under the respectful gaze of countless soldiers. Half an hour later, an extended military hovercraft stopped steadily in front of a huge manor covering thousands of square meters. This place is located at the junction of base number 7 and the Magic City base city. The environment is quiet and the security is strict. It is the new dormitory specially approved by Zhou Hai for Gu Fangchen and the Yanlang Guard group. What the hell? When everyone got off the car and saw the luxurious manor in front of them, which looked more like a royal garden than a dormitory, they were stunned again. There are pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water, and even a huge open-air swimming pool and a separate helipad. How can this be a dormitory? This is clearly a palace. Second Lieutenant Gu. Zhang Qingyu's voice was trembling. Is this also specially approved by Colonel Zhou? Gu Fangchen nodded. Everyone was completely numb. Looking at the manor before them that was enough to make all the wealthy people in Magic City jealous, they felt as if they had been living in a dream for the past year. From the original 3-story villa to the luxurious manor that is comparable to a palace today. Their lives have undergone earth-shaking changes because of the appearance of one person. Don't just stand there, let's go in and take a look. Gu Fangchen smiled and took the lead to step into the gate of the manor. Chapter 129, Granny Lu. Everyone woke up as if from a dream, and followed behind like Granny Lu, who had entered the grand view garden, uttering bursts of pathetic exclamations. Fuck! As soon as he stepped into the courtyard paved with a whole piece of white marble, Offing was the first to scream. His eyes were bigger than copper bells and his mouth was open enough to fit a fist. He pointed at the huge fountain in the center of the courtyard, which was still bubbling with clear water and was carved with 9 dragons playing with a pearl. His voice trembled. Is this a dormitory? So beautiful. Lin Kiki and Xiaoya were also fascinated by the beautiful scenery before them. The two looked around, occasionally letting out bursts of surprise and admiration. Zhang Qingyu and Shang Yi were also stunned. Although they were knowledgeable, this was the first time they had seen a private manor of this scale. Colonel Zhou has really invested a lot of money this time. Cheng Yi muttered to himself, and his level of respect for Gu Fangchen in his heart rose to a higher level again. Everyone walked through the courtyard and pushed open the heavy main building door, which was made of century-old golden Nanma wood and was 5 meters high. Welcome home, Lieutenant Gu. A gentle and pleasant electronic female voice sounded. In the living room, which is spacious and bright enough to accommodate hundreds of people for a party, the lights automatically adjust to the softest brightness. The holographic projection device in the center even projected a virtual butler in a maid outfit, bowing to everyone. The entire team was petrified again. A phone looked at the virtual butler with a sweet smile, then looked at the marble floor that was bright enough to be used as a mirror, and the energy lights on the dome that slowly flowed like the vast starry sky, and felt that his worldview had been impacted like never before. This is even more sci-fi than in the movies. This sofa is too soft. Lin Kiki had already pounced on the leather sofa that looked very valuable, sinking her whole body into it, letting out a satisfied groan of comfort. I can sleep here forever. Even Gao Yizhou couldn't help but walk to the huge floor-to-ceiling window at this moment. Looking out the window at the superb view that took in most of the magic city, a rare hint of shock flashed in those eyes that were usually calm. Gu Fangchen looked at everyone, feeling both amused and helpless. Zhou Hai had already brought him here once before. So, he could actually understand their shock. It was the same when he first came here. Thinking about it, he instructed the virtual butler, introduce the layout of the manor to my team members. Okay, Lieutenant Gu. The virtual butler bowed, and then a huge 3-dimensional map was projected in the center of the living room. This manor consists of 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The first floor is the public activity area, including the living room, dining room, holographic entertainment room, and tactical analysis room. The second and third floors are private rest areas, with a total of 80 independent suites, each with a private bathroom and a balcony with a view. The underground level below is a large private training ground, equipped with an anti-gravity training room, a holographic virtual combat simulation cabin, and an A-level alloy shooting range. The second underground floor is the medical and logistics area, equipped with hundreds of military-grade fully automated medical cabins and a large supply storage warehouse. Listening to the introduction of this extremely luxurious configuration, everyone was already stunned and forgot to even breathe. Even Lin Mo, the sniper who was always known for his calmness, showed a hint of bewilderment on his usually calm face. He looked at the A-level alloy shooting range marked on the 3-dimensional map and felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. A-level shooting range. That's where he can test the power of the latest armor-piercing bullets without any worries. Let's go and take a look underground. Zhang Qingyu was the first to react, and a scorching light burst out of his eyes. For warriors like them, luxurious decoration and smart butlers are not as practical as a top-notch training ground. Everyone immediately rushed towards the basement in a mighty force. When the heavy alloy door slowly opened, revealing the huge space filled with a futuristic sense of technology, everyone gasped in unison. Oh my god! Even someone as calm as Chen Feng, when he looked at the anti-gravity training room in front of him that was emitting a faint blue halo, and the virtual battle simulation cabins, a huge wave was set off in his calm eyes. Gao Yizhou was like seeing a rare treasure. He quickly walked to a human-shaped target made of a plus-grade Titan alloy, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the cold metal surface. His eyes were frighteningly bright. The equipment here. He muttered to himself, it's top-notch. It's successful. It's really successful this time. Zhang Qingyu and Shang Yi looked at each other and saw endless ecstasy in each other's eyes. With this level of training facilities, coupled with Gu Fangchen's unlimited supply of resources, the overall strength of their team will definitely usher in another explosive leap in the short term. After touring the entire manor, everyone was still immersed in the shock that was enough to overturn their worldviews, and could not calm down for a long time. Gu Fangchen looked at the excitement of the crowd and shook his head with a smile. All right, everyone go pick a room. I'm going to go back and rest first. Got it. Everyone saluted Gu Fangchen, and then rushed upstairs to grab a room. After settling everyone down, Gu Fangchen returned to his own exclusive suite on the top floor of the main building, which was several hundred square meters. When you open the door, you are greeted by a minimalist yet luxurious modern design. An entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offers a panoramic view of the Magic City during the day. In the center of the room is a huge circular suspended bed. Next to it is an alloy door leading to an independent cloakroom and private practice room. The overall decoration style is low-key and luxurious. It's very much to Gu Fangchen's taste. He closed the door and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking his own territory and the city skyline in the distance, his heart filled with emotion. 1 year. Unexpectedly, it only took 1 year. He went from being a time traveler, from a kitchen boy struggling to make ends meet, to a powerful and highly regarded second lieutenant in the military district. The strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. He thought about it and called up his system panel. Host, Gu Fangchen. Rank, Second Lieutenant. Realm, Peak of Level 3. Grade, Top Grade. Health value, 50,000 points. Kung Fu, Rock Body Refining Technique 13th level, Perfection, Pajuan 7 Killing Sword 7th Killing, Perfection. Chapter 130, The Myriad Stars Body Burning Sky Black Flame / updated. Looking at the 2 lines of skills that had reached perfection, a hint of imperceptible fatigue flashed across Gu Fangchen's eyes, but more of it was a sense of relief. The Art of Rock Body Refining and The 7 Killing Swords of Pajuan. These 2 books of exercises had accompanied him for a whole year, and finally a few days ago, he had completely cultivated them to the state of great perfection. The process was much more difficult than he had imagined. The further you go in the future, the more difficult it becomes to practice. There are almost stringent requirements for the mind, understanding, and even the purity of qi and blood. Especially the last level, that barrier that was like a natural chasm had trapped him for more than half a year. If it weren't for his strong character and the SSS level mental power to assist in his deduction, he would probably still be standing still. It's time to change the technique. He remembered what Xia Liuli said to him a few days ago after learning that his martial arts skills had been perfected. Rock Body Refining Art and 7 Killing Swords of Breaking the Army are both excellent military skills, but they are ultimately just the basics. They can help you lay the most solid foundation, but they can't support you to go further. You have now established a solid foundation, and it is time to move on to higher level things. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen no longer hesitated. With a thought, he took out 2 new martial arts secret books from the Tsanghai Ring, which Xia Liuli had bought for him a long time ago but had never read. One is a bodybuilding exercise called The Body of All Things and Stars. The other one is a secret book of swordsmanship, called Burning Sky Black Flame /. These 2 books are the most advanced martial arts in Dragon Country. They are enough for warriors who have laid a solid foundation to use all the way to the 6th level. The price is as high as hundreds of millions. But of course, the price is just a number to him who has the support of Dragon Country. He looked at the 2 ancient books in his hands that were emitting faint energy fluctuations, and the desire for greater power was rekindled in his calm eyes. Without any pause, he turned around and walked straight to the exclusive training room at the deepest part of the suite, which was made entirely of a grade basalt alloy and was strong enough to withstand the full force attack of a 5th-level strongman. He wanted to learn these 2 martial arts techniques before the celebration banquet began. The lights in the training room were bright, just like daytime. Gu Fangchen sat cross-legged and slowly spread out the thick volume, The Body of All Things in the Universe. It is different from the simple and crude bodybuilding method of rock body refining art. The cultivation method of this universal star body is quite strange. It does not seek to strengthen muscles and bones, nor to temper the membranes, but requires practitioners to visualize their own qi and blood into a vast starry sky. Use the 365 major acupoints around the body as stars and the 12 main meridians as galaxies to attract the free energy between heaven and earth and build a human universe that belongs to you alone in your body. Once you have mastered the technique, you can draw on the power of the stars with every move you make, and your body will become stronger than any other ordinary bodybuilding technique. Of course, it will be several times more difficult than ordinary bodybuilding exercises. For an ordinary warrior, it would probably take several years just to understand the obscure visualization method. But for Gu Fangchen, who possesses SSS-level mental power, these complex meridian maps and mysterious star visualizations are as clear as lines on the palm of his hand. It only took him less than half an hour to imprint the first level of mental formulas and the movement routes of the stars in his mind and master them. He slowly closed his eyes and, following the mantra of the mental method, began to guide the vast energy and blood in his body that was surging like a river, slowly converging towards the major acupoints around his body. Boom! The moment the first strand of qi and blood was successfully injected into the purple palace point, an unprecedented pain suddenly came from his chest. He could clearly feel that the originally calm acupuncture point was now like an ignited star core, madly absorbing and compressing his qi and blood, emitting a burning and stinging sensation. Gu Fangchen groaned, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. Pain. The pain is even more excruciating than when I was practicing the rock body refining technique. But he did not waver at all. His powerful mental strength turned into an invisible big hand, forcibly suppressing the violent energy, and continued to guide the qi and blood, slowly flowing towards the next acupuncture point, Huagai point. Boom! Another burst of severe pain came. Then, the third, the fourth. Time passes quietly in the painful torment. When Gu Fangchen had lit up all the 36 major acupoints required for the first level, nearly half of the energy and blood in his body had been consumed. And those 36 lit acupuncture points were like 36 bright stars, slowly moving in his body, forming a mysterious resonance between each other. Ding! With SSS-level mental power, you have successfully understood the operation of the universal star body. I have successfully entered the universal star body and officially stepped into the first level. As the system prompt sounded, a force filled with vastness and heaviness suddenly emerged from the depths of every cell in his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that his physical strength had once again taken a qualitative leap at this moment. If the previous rock body refining art forged his body into an indestructible piece of refined steel, now, this universal star body sublimates this piece of fine steel into an immortal divine gold that contains the power of the stars. The density, toughness, and even the affinity to energy are no longer comparable. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes, and in those dark eyes, it seemed as if billions of stars were being born and dying. He looked down at his hands and clenched them tightly. Crackle! A crisp sound of bones popping was heard, and a terrifying power far exceeding the previous one, as if it could crush the stars, came from the palm of his hand. Great technique! He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with desire for greater power. Without any pause, he turned his gaze to another swordsmanship secret book, Burning Skyblack Flame / This sword technique is not much different from the domineering style of Pujuan Qisha Dao, with its grand and aggressive moves that only advance and never retreat. It emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Visualize your own energy and blood power as the black flame of hell that burns everything, and integrate it into the blade. Every time the sword is slashed out, it is accompanied by the power of burning the heavens and destroying the earth. It can not only cause devastating burning to the enemy's body, but also use the black flames to burn their souls, causing them to suffer forever. Gu Fangchen held the night meteorite in his hand, slowly closed his eyes, and began to follow the method in the secret book, trying to guide the powerful energy and blood in his body. However, this time, he encountered unprecedented resistance. The energy and blood in his body, which had always been as docile as his own arm, became extremely obscure and resistant when it came into contact with the extremely domineering operation route of Burning Skyblack Flame / He tried to swing his sword, but the inky black blade of the night meteorite only produced a faint spark before it went out in an instant. It is indeed a top-level technique, and its difficulty is also top-level. Although he thought so in his heart, Gu Fangchen was not discouraged at all. He took a deep breath and immersed all his mind in this new set of swordsmanship. Swing the knife, put it away. Swing the knife again, then put it away. Over and over again, over and over again,